To prove that money is the most useful thing in the apocalypse, I didn't hoard food or go shopping. Instead, I went to the nearest bank to exchange cash. It's all because I have a cash kill system, where with just 1 yuan, I can kill anything, whether it's making a beauty drop her guard or achieving equality among all beings. At this moment, I watched as snowflakes began to fall outside the window. As someone living in a southern coastal city, I couldn't muster any sense of novelty or excitement, because I knew that disaster began with this heavy snowfall, and the snow wasn't just falling in coastal cities, but across the entire blue planet simultaneously. Just as I sighed, wishing I could be reborn a few days earlier, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! 1 yuan flash sale system activated. Today's flash sale items: 1. 10,000 military-grade down jackets. 2. 1 high-power generator, accompanied by 10,000 oil barrels. 3. 1 Type 95 automatic rifle, with 10,000 magazines. 4. 10,000 portions of MRE individual rations. At the same time, a virtual screen appeared before me, displaying 4 options. Ha ha ha, as expected, the heavens won't let me be reborn for nothing. I choose 3. In the apocalypse, only the strong are qualified to survive. Ding! Insufficient balance. Please recharge. I waved my hand grandly. Transfer all the money in the card into it. Anyway, money has become worthless in the apocalypse. The system only accepts cash. Please recharge with cash. Although I was speechless, I still rummaged through my home and finally found over 2,000 in cash. Recharge successful. Account balance 2,366 yuan. Asterisk ding. Successful kill. Congratulations on obtaining a Type 95 automatic rifle. The item has been stored in the system space. Today's kill ends. Next update for kill items. Asterisk looking at the Type 95 semi-automatic rifle and 10,000 fully loaded magazines in the space. A strong sense of security welled up in my heart. But looking at the account balance of only over 2,000, it still feels insufficient. In case the system introduces some new feature in the future and I don't have enough money to buy it, that would be a big loss. So, I decided to withdraw all the money from the card and deposit it into the system. I put on my down jacket and went downstairs. Many people were building snowmen and having snowball fights, their laughter echoing in the air. Cherish it, this is your last moment of joy. In a few days, this snow will bury not only your hopes but also your lives. I went to the bank and deposited all the 80,000 yuan I withdrew into the system. Ding! Recharge successful. Account balance 82,365 yuan. Hearing the system's prompt, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is the foundation for survival in the apocalypse. Early the next morning, I had just stretched comfortably when the long-awaited mechanical voice sounded again. Ding! Today's flash sale items: 1. Deluxe doomsday bunker with an area of 10,000 square meters. 2. Remote-controlled explosive collars, 10,000 pieces. 3. Large-sized umbrellas, 10,000 pieces. 4. MRE individual rations, 10,000 portions. I focused my attention on options 1 and 2. The explosive collar seemed like a good item, used to control slaves. If the master was dissatisfied, they could instantly relocate the slave's head. But I chose a 10,000 square meter doomsday bunker. Survival is the most important thing now. Let's live first and then talk. Ding! Kill successful. Congratulations on obtaining a 10,000 square meter doomsday bunker. In an instant, a grand fortress appeared in the space. It was over 100 meters in length and width, resembling a steel behemoth. Its exterior was made of thick reinforced concrete, giving a sense of indestructible security. Brother Tong, how did you bring out this fortress of the apocalypse? The host needs an open space larger than the fortress to materialize the fortress. I don't plan to bring out the fortress now. There are too many people alive at the moment. Materializing a fortress would be too abrupt. I must wait for the right moment. Just then, my phone rang, and when I checked, someone had mentioned me. Aunt One from the neighborhood committee, Shaolin. What are you doing? The young people in the building are counting on you. Young people need to endure more hardships, and I, an old lady, have to call out in the group. Looking at the group messages, I couldn't help but smirk. It seems like it's not just me. Wang Mama, your son didn't go either. Did he? Can your son even compare to mine? My son is currently preparing for the civil service exam. How could he be delayed by something as trivial as shoveling snow? Seeing such a double standard statement, I couldn't help but laugh instead of getting angry. Your words are quite interesting. How can clearing snow be considered a trivial matter? With the snow piling up so thick in the neighborhood now, everyone's mobility is affected. Isn't this still a significant issue? At this point, others in the group also began to speak up. Just because, why shouldn't your son shovel snow? He hasn't even passed the exam yet, and he's already acting all high and mighty. I'm not doing it. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Someone directly refused. Why should we? At this moment, Aunt Wang's son stepped forward. Serving the people with a political-hearted Lin Tian, why are you talking to my mom like that? Isn't she also doing it for the good of our community? You are disrupting public order. Do you not know that you are undermining stability and unity? Public announcement, everyone, don't be deceived by Mr. Lin. Only by clearing the accumulated snow can we travel conveniently and ensure the supply of daily necessities. Mr. Lin is intentionally causing trouble and has no intention of contributing to the community. I think what Jingxin Weiman said is right. The top priority now is to clear the snow. Only by removing the accumulated snow can everyone go out to buy things. My gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of killing intent. Truly someone who is preparing for the civil service exam. Quite skilled. With a few words, the direction of the group was turned around. The more I looked, the angrier I got. Feeling like the spearhead was aimed at me. Thinking I'm an easy target. You guys should have these people come down to clear the snow. At Li Xiao at Flathead brother at turning the tide. And Wang, if you call these people down, I will go down. Among these people, they are either rich second generation or influential figures in society, whom everyone usually dares not provoke. I want to see how the Wang family will handle this now. As expected, the group fell silent. No one dared to call those few people down to clear the snow, and the Wang family remained silent too. Lin Tian snorted coldly. Sometimes, the weak really didn't deserve sympathy. Just because he rebelled against injustice and didn't want to be a dog, those who were already dogs came out to target him. Instead, the dogs dare not make a sound in the face of those with power and influence. They only dare to show their ugly faces when they are confronted with someone weaker than themselves. A wave of sadness welled up in Lin Tian's heart. In this post-apocalyptic world, the weakness of human nature was infinitely amplified. Looking at the silent group chat, Lin Tian knew that this snow-plowing battle had come to an end for the time being. But he knew that someone would always be there to plow the snow, like he was in his last life. To put it nicely, they are stitching up the world. To put it badly, they are naive and sanctimonious. Just as Lin Tian put his cell phone away, the group rang again. Flathead, at Lin Tian, tell me to Nima B. You stinking sobby. Flathead, call me again and I'll break your legs. Lin Tian's face instantly grimaced when he saw this message. He wasn't spoiling the other guy now. Don't be a ing pussy, come here if you have the guts. Flathead, grass. You ing wait for me. Lin Tian, father will wait for you. Pinko, mud. You waited for the snow to stop. Lin Tian smiled disdainfully, revealing a mocking smile. Brother Ping Tu was a small-time gangster in their neighborhood, who usually ran roughshod over people, and everyone dared to be angry, because punks like them are the most troublesome. They won't do anything particularly excessive, and they definitely wouldn't dare to fight or kill. But messing with them and not moving to take a or a piss on your doorstep can be disgusting. Even if you call the police, you will be detained for 7 days. They don't care. At the end of the day, you have to apologize to the person before things can go away. So over time, no one in the neighborhood even dared to mess with him. However, in his previous life, Lin Tian really didn't have any grudges with the other party, because Flathead had been killed a long time ago. Those like him who go around making enemies are sure to be the first to die in the end times. Buzz off. The cell phone rang again, but this time it wasn't the homeowners group. It was the female college student who lived across the street. En Cheng, what are you messing with Flathead for? When the snow stops, he'll be sure to come to your door too and piss and make a stink. You think you're brave? You're being reckless. You're only making things worse. Besides, you're only in your 20s. It's just a snowplow. Can it still tire you out? The two families lived across the street from each other, and En Cheng was complaining about Lin Tian, incidentally standing on the moral high ground and criticizing. Lin Tian shook his head. This was a green tea whore. You're only in your early 20s, too, so go ahead and sweep. After saying that, he threw his cell phone aside. It was only the second day of the end times. He would have to wait a little longer. Lin Tian took out a box of fresh lamb from the refrigerator. He was going to shabu-shabu a hot pot. In his last life, he hadn't been able to eat those stockpiled ingredients in the refrigerator, and in the end, he had to cheapen them for someone else. He doesn't care that much in this life. People die with their eggs in the sky, and they don't die for 10,000 years. Soon a fondue pot stood up. The soup base tumbled in the pot and a hot mist filled the room. Outside the sky snow. Lin Tian this branch on a hot pot. Shabu-shabu some mutton. Hot some yellow wine. Outside the winter. But the house is summer. He looked out the window. There were still a few people downstairs trying to plow the snow. He wrote them down one by one. In the future, these people might even become his helpers. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lin Tian was eating the hot pot and looking at the snowy scenery, there was a heavy knock on the door of his room. Lin Tian looked through the cat's eye, and outside the door were two tall men wearing a black down jacket. One had shady eyes. The other had a face full of crosshairs and seemed to be carrying something in his hand. Zhao Xiaolong, Zhao Xiaohu. Lin Tian instantly clenched his fists and directly summoned the Type 95 submachine gun. Martyr. I didn't go looking for you guys, but you came to my door instead. In his last life, these two brothers were among those who got him killed. Bang, bang, bang. Kid, I know you're in there, hiding as a shrinking violet, aren't you? Why don't you dare to open the door if you dare to mention our big brother's name? I'll teach you a little lesson today. Keep your mouth shut from now on. After the two finished, they seemed to be holding brushes and writing something on the door of Lin Tian's house. Lin Tian tightly gripped his submachine gun, itching to rush out and shoot the two right now. In his last life, Lin Tian had been tied up and thrown in a steamer to be steamed to death. The pain of not being able to live and not being able to die is still deeply imprinted in his soul. His eyes revealed endless hatred and determination. He couldn't let those people simply die. He also wanted to make those people beg for life and death. It was a pity that he was not strong enough right now. He might be able to defend himself, but if he wanted to strike, he was still a bit short. Lin Tian clenched his fists, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, yet it was as if he couldn't feel any pain, and there was only hatred for those people in his heart. As for the big brother that the two brothers were talking about, it was none other than the one Lin Tian had at turning the tide in the group earlier. It is said to be a very powerful big brother. As expected of a big brother, he is ruthless and directly sends his little brother to the door to take revenge. Unlike that pinhead, who only yells. Some people hold a big one. Some people pull a big one. Kid, control your foul mouth in the future, or I'll let you know what it means for trouble to come out of your mouth. Bang! There was another loud bang from the gate. Complete silence ensued. Across the room, the three female college students were naturally attracted by the commotion at the door and were looking out through the cat's eye. Humph, what a bullying softy, Yelin said dismissively. Yesterday, she had been startled by Lin Tian's cannibalistic expression and had thought that he was some kind of ruthless person. Can't even open the door. Wimp, just bullying us girls. Shin Shirhan similarly chimed in, her eyes filled with contempt for Lin Tian. A flash of disappointment also flashed in Qing's eyes. She thought that she could rely on the other party at critical moments, but she didn't expect to be so useless. I'm going to film it and show it to him. Yelin opened the door to her room and took a picture of Lin Tian's house, then sent it to Lin Tian. After sending it, he didn't feel like it was enough and sent another voice. Heavy-handed with women and cavalier with men. Trash. Buzz off. Lin Tian picked up his phone and saw that Yelin had sent him a picture and a voice. The voice wasn't listened to. It was either sarcastic or ironic anyway. He clicked on the picture. The picture was of the very door of his house, with a big kill written on it in red paint. It was full of warning threats. Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. Wait for it. Wait until people accept the moment of doom, official dysfunction, and breakdown of order. Chapter 7 Special Forces Man-Portable Equipment. On the third day, the snow was still falling. Temperatures have dropped quite a bit again, and after one night, the few paths in the neighborhood that were easily cleared yesterday were once again closed. Aha! When is this snow going to stop? This snow just won't stop. What are we going to do? Help! Is someone coming to help us? Heavy snow fell for 3 days in a row and many people broke down. Yet no matter how much people cry out, it doesn't change the fact that the end is near. Ding! Today's seconds. 1. 10. 000 pieces of prime cut snowflake steak. 2. 10. 000 caddies of various fresh vegetables. 3. 10. 000 bottles of complex antibiotics. 4. 10. 000 Type 86 grenades. I'll take one. Ding! The spike was successful. Seeing that today's updated food was good, Lin Tian decisively chose the 10. 000 steak. Steak for lunch. Lin Tian took out a snowflake steak from the system space. Only the snowflake pattern on it was very nice, and it was completely not inferior to that grade 5 Wagyu beef that Lin Tian had eaten last time. Cooking the steak is also very easy. Heat up the pan, put the steak on and you're done. Especially this fat-rich snowflake steak, even without oil, just a sprinkle of salt, is the most delicious food. Zip! The moment the steak touches the pan, the grease melts quickly under the heat and gives off a tantalizing aroma. Soon a steak comes out crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Next door, 3 college girls are cuddling together to keep warm. Anaru, why don't you take off your hood? It's choking and uncomfortable, Yelin said softly, a hint of worry and exhaustion in her voice. Anaru blushed slightly and hesitated, but still gently nodded and slowly took off her hood. She looked at Yelin and Shin Shirhan with some embarrassment and said softly, this snow is endlessly falling. I really don't know when it will end. Yelin sighed, hugged Chang and Shin Shirhan tightly, and said, yes, This heavy snow has trapped us all here. We're almost out of food as well. What are we going to do if it continues like this? Chen Fang frowned, her eyes revealing fear and confusion. The internet is saying that it's the end of the world, and the globe is entering an ice age, and I don't know if it's true. The words added another bit of heaviness to the atmosphere in the room. If it were before, they would have only read such remarks as a joke. And the end of the world? How is that possible? But now, surprisingly, it's snowing all over the globe. This is really. Yelin hugged the two of them tightly, exuding a look of resentment. It's all that Lin Tian's fault. If only he would have helped us go buy some food the day before yesterday. Anaru sighed softly and said, there's no use talking about this now. Let's just think about what to do next. Maybe we can try to go out and find food on our own. We can't keep sitting around like this, but it's so cold outside, and we don't know if there's any danger. So what are we going to do if we run into any bad people? Suddenly, Chen Fang sniffed her nose. What a smell! It smells so good. It seems to taste like steak. I think you're hallucinating from hunger. Why don't I smell it? Yelin similarly sniffed her nose, but didn't smell anything. Chen Fang reluctantly sniffed a few more times and said, it really smells like steak. I'm sure. Could it be wafting over from somewhere else? Anaru also tried to smell it, but she didn't smell any special flavor either. Maybe you're so hungry you're hallucinating. How could a steak smell at a time like this? Chen Fang nodded unwillingly, but her eyes still looked into the air from time to time, as if searching for the source of that tantalizing scent. In Lin Tian's room, after eating his steak, he was downloading resources online, various movie and TV productions, music, novels, games, etc. have been down for 3 days and nights. The computer was something he'd bought at the mall on the first day of the end times, along with a whole bunch of hard drives. An old classic song is playing on the stereo. Love the river and the mountain. Life is short, a few autumns, no drunkenness. Day 4. The snow still hasn't stopped and the temperature has dropped a few more degrees. People are starting to panic. There's no food in the house. Whoever has rice, I'll pay 10 times the price for it. Does anyone have any fever-reducing medicine? My son has a fever. Please help. Is there a doctor in our neighborhood? Can you help with a house call for N4? People in the owners group are like ants on a hot pan, and all kinds of news keep brushing the screen. Now that communication with the outside world is basically cut off, we can only rely on the limited resources in the neighborhood and mutual assistance among each other. At Surgical Plastics Wan Lu Tang, Dr. Tang, can you do me a favor? Surgical Plastic Surgery, Tang Wanru, sorry, I'm a plastic surgeon. I can't help you. You'd better go to the hospital in this case. The response sent the person asking for help into instant despair. Getting to the hospital was an impossible task with the snow closing the roads and isolating us from the outside world. In response, Lin Tian stared coldly without the slightest bit of pity. What a relief to be dead now. At least, there's no need to worry about becoming someone else's ration. Ding! Today's seconds. 10,000 barrels of potable water. 2. 1 large umbrella only. 3. 10,000 caddies of fresh pork. 4. 1 Type 99 main battle tank. 10,000 rounds of ammunition. I'll take one. Ding! The spike was successful. Although the last thing that was in short supply in the glacial end times was water, Lin Tian still chose drinking water. A barrel in 3 days is enough to keep him drunk until he dies. Pulled out another steak and continued to eat steak today. Next door, Chen Fang moved her little nose. Do you guys smell that? It seems like it smells like steak again. No, I don't smell it either. And Chang and Yelin said breathlessly. They hadn't eaten for a day. College students, who are supposed to be 10-fingered, don't stockpile any food at home. It's been a couple of days of hanging on by a few small snacks, but without oil and salt, one has no strength at all. Day 5. People are utterly terrified, because someone died. Someone saved my old Chang. He's drowning in snow. In the homeowners group, there was a plea for help. Old Zhang's family was running out of food and he wanted to go out and see if he could gather some. As a result, he just jumped from the second floor window and was instantly buried by 2 meters of snow. Please, everyone, save our old Zhang. Old Zhang's wife begged bitterly in the group. As a result, anyone responded. Someone opened the window and could still hear old Chang's wailing. That's even more reason why no one dares to go out. Ding! Today's seconds. 10,000 caddies of various fresh vegetables. 2. Emergency medical kits for 10,000. 3. 10,000 sets of Polar Bear Special Forces man-portable equipment. 4. 10,000 small movies. I'll take 3. Ding! The spike was successful. Lin Tian hurriedly took out a set of Polar Bear Special Forces single soldier equipment from the system space. The only thing I could see was that the outfit was snow white. A thick snowsuit looked warm, and even the guns and such were painted white. This color scheme is certainly the best camouflage in these icy conditions. Snowsuits are made of high-tech thermal materials, which not only can withstand the cold outside, but also have good breathability, avoiding the stuffy feeling caused by long time wearing. This kit also includes a P90 submachine gun with 6 magazines, 1 GSH-18 pistol with 3 magazines, 2 offensive RGD-5 grenades, 1 defensive F1 grenade, 1 smoke grenade and 1 tear gas. In addition, the basics of helmets, binoculars, night vision, and body armor are available, armed to the teeth, so to speak. In addition to this, there is an emergency medical kit and a packet of single rations. The single ration actually contained a small pack of cigarettes. Make it big. Make it big. Lin Tian looked at the single soldier equipment with an excited glint in his eyes. Just this set of equipment includes guns, grenades, warm clothing, and more. One spike tops the previous several times. And with this special forces level equipment, the probability of him succeeding in his quest for vengeance was greatly increased. Having armor or not having armor is a completely different concept. Lin Tian took out a piece of snowflake beef and continued to eat steak today. Next door. I smell steak again. Shin Shirhan had a weak look on her face, as if she would faint at any moment. I think I smell it too. Yelin frowned lightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Me too. And Xing said softly. Her face was a bit pale and her lips had lost their usual redness. The extreme hunger had made the three women unable to tell whether it was an illusion or a real presence. Could it be that Lin Tian is cooking the steak? Yelin's voice was a bit weak, but there was a hint of anticipation shining in her eyes. Anaru, why don't you ask him for some food? Chapter 8, High Heels for Steak. When Enching heard Yelin's words, a flash of hesitation flashed in her eyes. After all, they had complained about Lin Tian before, but now they had to ask him for help, which made Enching's heart twist a little. But she was too hungry now. Her stomach was as hard as fire, and her hunger had completely overcome her pride, and she couldn't care less about face or anything. She picked up her cell phone, her fingers trembling slightly, and found Lin Tian's WeChat avatar, quickly editing a message and sending it over. Can you lend us some food? When the snow stops, we'll pay you back tenfold. After the message was sent out, Encheng's heartbeat steeply accelerated, and both Yelin and Shin Shirhan held their breath as their eyes focused on Encheng's cell phone. But after waiting for a long time, the other party did not reply. A look of disappointment gradually emerged on the three women's faces. Yelin bit her dry cracked lips and said with a hint of reluctance, "Did he not see the message? Why don't you send another one and ask?" And Shing's lips trembled slightly as she gritted her teeth and sent over another message. "I can trade my heels." After sending it out, and Shing's small face was red. Her gaze was a bit evasive, not daring to look directly at Yelin and Shin Shirhan. Yelin and Shin Shirhan looked at Enching suspiciously. "Are you hiding something from both of us?" Yelin narrowed her eyes and asked with a skeptical expression. No. Enching hurriedly waved her hand in denial. "Then why did you trade your high heels for food?" Shin Shirhan continued to pursue the question, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Don't all men like?" Enching's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and the embarrassment on her face became more and more obvious. She knew her reasoning was a bit hard to justify, but in this hunger-stricken situation, she couldn't care less. Yelin seemed to understand something as she frowned and said, "Encheng, you don't think Lin Tian would think that way about your high heels, do you?" Facing her best friend's questioning, Anaru had to confess. "Once I saw him staring at the shoes we left on the doorstep." Yelin and Shin Shirhan couldn't help but look at each other when they heard this. "So, since then, you've been always making him do things?" Yelin looked at Encheng with a surprised face and a hint of reproach in her eyes. "Anaru, how could you? Why are you telling us now about something so fun?" Although Yelin didn't have a boyfriend yet, she had heard a little bit about some of men's pet peeves. "Now that we've caught this, let's see if he still dares to be so mean to us." A hint of cunning flashed in Yelin's eyes, as if she had already thought of how to use this discovery to check Lin Tian. "If he doesn't give us food, we'll expose him as a pervert." Shin Shirhan showed hesitation. "This is not good." Yelin interrupted Shin Shirhan. "Shirhan, you're just too soft-hearted. What time is it now? We're all about to starve to death. If he can give us food, we naturally won't tell anyone about this. But if he refuses, we can't just sit around and wait for it to happen." Shin Shirhan looked at Encheng and saw that Encheng did not say anything. On the other side, Lin Tian finished cleaning up the dishes and prepared to brush up on short videos for a while. Enjoy the network while it lasts. Just as soon as he picked up his cell phone, he saw Encheng's WeChat message to him. "I can trade my heels." Lin Tian looked confused. "Change what? Why high heels?" He tapped on his Twitter feed. "Can you lend us some food? When the snow stops, we'll pay you back tenfold." Ha! Turns out it was wanting to eat. It's been snowing heavily for 5 days now, and it looks like those 3 college girls can't hold out much longer. Why the high heels for that? Hungry? For the record, he doesn't have any alternative pet peeves, while foot baths and all that he liked. It was far from perverted. Lin Tian replied directly. What's wrong with you? Trading heels for food. How did you come up with that? Next door. The 3 girls were a bit overwhelmed when they saw the message sent by Lin Tian. Did I misunderstand him? Anaru said with some uncertainty. Yelin, however, was not impressed. He must be too embarrassed to admit it. Look at me. After saying that, Yelin directly pulled the 4 into a group. At Lin Tian, don't pretend. Last time you peeked at our shoes we already found out. If you don't want to be exposed, you'd better share some food with us. Lin Tian froze when he saw Yelin's message. When did he peek at the other guy's shoes? Thinking left and right, Lin Tian couldn't remember such a thing. Are you guys starving and confused? What are you babbling about? Then he sent over another one. But food I do have. But why should I share it with you? After saying that, Lin Tian also took out a few hundred steaks from the system space and took a picture and sent it over. He couldn't let those 3 women across the street simply starve to death. Haven't played it yet. As for the 3 Inching girls, their eyes instantly widened when they saw the huge pile of steaks sent by Lin Tian. The 3 women kept swallowing and making gurgling sounds in their throats. Yelin hurriedly said in the group, whether you admit it or not, you have so many steaks. What's wrong with sharing a few with us? Big deal. I'll give you some more stockings. In the past, they would never have made such a dirty deal, but weren't they starving out of it now? Seeing the message from the group, Lin Tian understood. This is treating him like a pervert. Okay, playing dirty, right. Lin Tian's eyes rolled with an idea. He unwrapped a steak, then found the most buried and smelly sock he could find and stuffed the steak in it. Then he went to the door and looked out through the cat's eye, and when he saw that no one was there, he quickly opened the door to the room and threw the sock across the room. Don't say I don't pity you. The steaks are on your doorstep, but it's up to you whether you eat them or not. When the 3 women saw the message sent by Lin Tian, their faces revealed ecstasy. I knew it. He's a pervert with so many steaks. How could he say no? Yelin said with a smug look on her face. Then she hurried to the door and carefully opened it. But there wasn't any steak in sight. Just a smelly sock. Bulging. Yelin was first stunned. Then a look of disgust appeared on her face. And Chang and Shen Shurhan also came over. And when they saw the sock, their expressions also became very ugly. How could he? That's what he said about steak? He's playing a trick on us on purpose. Shen Shurhan with a sobbing voice. She had seen it. The steak was inside the sock. Since she was a child, when had she ever suffered this kind of aggravation? And Ching tugged at Yelin, who wanted to come to the door for a theory, and slammed the door to the room back shut. They were already too hungry to walk, so how could they still have the strength to argue with each other? Back inside, Yelin cursed directly at the group. Lin Tian, you pervert. Even if you don't want to give us steaks, you don't have to humiliate us like this. Lin Tian saw the message and replied, ha ha, don't you guys think I'm a pervert and like these things? Then I'll do what you guys want. The steak is in the sock. Don't eat it if you have the guts. Yelin was furious. Bah, even if I starve to death, I will never take a bite. Chapter 9, Steak in a Sock. Lin Tian, you've gone too far. We're so hungry and you're still teasing us like this. Anaru's eyes reddened. She now regretted a little. If only she hadn't made the other party so much in the first place. Brother Lin, I don't know what we did to make you like this, but I apologize. Please, can you share some food with us? Shen Shurhan typed with a hint of choking, her fingers trembling slightly on the cell phone screen. She wasn't as strong as Inching, nor was she as egotistical as Yelin. She just wants to eat. Lin Tian saw the messages in the group and had some understanding of the 3 women's personalities. Anyway, you've got the steak, take it or leave it. But I'll warn you, I don't care if the rats get it later. The 3 women looked at their cell phone screens and stared at each other. Time passes by. Koku. I wonder whose stomach is rumbling. Anaru bit her lip and slowly walked towards the door. Yelin and Shen Shurhan knew what Inching was going for. The 2 women looked at each other and both lowered their heads again, neither of them stopping Inching. Anaru walked to the door, her hand on the doorknob, and paused for a moment, as if giving herself one last burst of courage. Then she took a deep breath and opened the door. The smelly sock was still lying in the doorway, and Anaru squatted down and carefully picked it up. Back in the room, Yelin raised her head and looked at Inching. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't open her mouth. Shen Shurhan, on the other hand, looked at the socks in Inching's hands with a complicated expression. Anaru placed the sock on the table and looked at the steak inside, her eyes reddening a bit. Although the steaks were brought in, the 3 women were in no hurry to cook them. Having them eat steak out of a smelly man's sock was an unbearable humiliation for 3 petite college girls. The 3 women just stared at the socks on the table in silence until dark. "I'll go wash up." In the end, it was the somewhat soft character of Shen Shurhan who took the first step. After saying that, Shen Shurhan turned around and walked into the kitchen. She found a plate, forced herself to endure the nausea, and took the steak out of the smelly sock. Shen Shurhan took the steak and closed her eyes as tears slid down her cheeks. She turned on the faucet and rinsed the steak over and over again. She didn't know why things had turned out the way they had. The cold water hit the steak, and it also seemed to hit Shen Shurhan's already fragile self-esteem. She kept asking herself in her mind how she got to this point. Steak in a stinky sock today. What about tomorrow? The faucet clattered. Shen Shurhan's eyes were a little wooden as she mechanically repeated the rinsing action. "Shurhan, it's okay." Yasuharu walked in and took the steak that had been rinsed I don't know how many times. "Light the fire. Heat the pan." And when the oil in the pan began to smoke slightly, Anaru carefully placed the steak into the pan. The steak touched the hot oil and made a zippy sound. A sound that stung in the depressing atmosphere. As the steak gradually cooks, a meaty aroma begins to permeate the kitchen. Even though the source of this steak was as unpleasant as it was driven by hunger, the aroma still made Shen Shurhan and Chang's stomachs unable to resist gurgling. Yelin stood in the doorway of the kitchen, and even though her back was to them, the scent of the steak kept drilling into her nose. Her stomach growled uncontrollably as well, and she bit her lip, trying to restrain herself. And Chang served the pan-fried steak onto a plate and glanced at Shen Shurhan, both of them having complex emotions in their eyes. Yelin also walked into the kitchen and stared at the steak. Eventually, the 3 women ate the steak, no one sharing just a tiny piece. Anaru closed her eyes slightly, trying not to think about the treatment this steak had received earlier. Shen Shurhan, on the other hand, lowered her head and chewed in small bites. Each chew was like a struggle with her pride. Although Yelin was eating, her expression was very cold, as if this steak was an enemy she had to attack. But no matter what, with this steak, the 3 women still got a great nutritional boost. They could feel a gradual surge of strength in their bodies, and that previous feeling of dizziness from hunger was slowly diminishing. There was no longer that empty, uncomfortable feeling in my stomach, and the blood seemed to flow a little more smoothly. But the 3 women were not happy at all. That meal is taken care of, but what about the next one? The 6th day of the end. Looking out the window at the seemingly endless snowflakes, people are desperate. "I'll pay 10 times the price for anyone who has food. I'll pay 20 times as much for bread, noodles, and cookies." It was these 2 messages that caused a little subtle change in the homeowners group. It's been 5 days since the snow closed the roads, and a lot of people can't hold out much longer. "Come a while," someone in the group replied. "Supermarket, Building 2, 112, instant noodles $100 per bucket, milk $80 per bag, cookies 80/bag. Instantly, the group exploded. "I want 20 buckets of instant noodles. I'll take 20 buckets of instant noodles too. And 10 bags of milk. I'll take 30 buckets of instant noodles and 10 ham sausages." Many people are ordering like crazy and don't care about the outrageous prices. Even, there are crazier ones. Li Xiao, at Building 2, 112 supermarket, "I'll order $20,000 of whatever it is that I'm eating and send it over to me. This rich kid is like flipping a switch. I'll take the 5K. I'll take 10,000. Supermarket owners are dying of joy as they watch the orders popping up in the group. That's more than he sells in a year. Supermarket 112, Building 2, limited quantities available on a first-come, first-served basis. Supermarket 112, Building 2, everyone can come from the underground garage. This store owner was smart enough to know to warn people to go through the underground garage, outside. Not to mention that the temperature had dropped to over -30 degrees. The snow, which was over a man high, was unwalkable. "Boss, leave me 20 buckets of instant noodles. I've already transferred the money to you. Leave me a bag of rice and come right over." "Boss." The homeowners group became very active all of a sudden, and there were dozens of statements instantly. Whether or not there is any food left in the house, the opportunity to replenish it at this time of year is certainly something you can't pass up. At this moment, Lin Tian was woken up by his ringing cell phone. He glanced at the message from the homeowners group. "Is it going to start? In my last life, the whole neighborhood changed, and it was from this store that it started. Top. Today's seconds, 1, 10,000 compressed cookies, 2, 10,000 emergency medical kits, 3, 1 generator and 10,000 oil drums, 4, 10,000 remote-controlled explosive collars. Oh, it's quite timely. I choose 4. Ding, the spike was successful. Chapter 10, Gunshots. Anaru, let's go buy some food too." Yelin was equally excited to see the news from the group. finally something clean to eat. Why didn't I think of that before? Well, I've got over 5,000 left on my card, which should be enough to get us through for a while, Yasuharu said as she fished out her bank card from her wallet. I still have over 3k on my card, Shin Shirhan also whispered. Yelin couldn't wait to get up. Then let's hurry up and go. If we're late maybe everything will be snatched up. The three of them quickly put on their thick clothes and got ready to go out. When they opened the door, a cold wind laced with snowflakes hit them. The hallway was dim, with only a faint glow from the emergency lights. When they arrived at the entrance to the city of Building 2, they found a number of people already gathered here. Everyone was waiting anxiously. Some were theorizing with the supermarket owner, while others were constantly rushing. Boss, where's my stuff? I've been waiting for ages. Give it to me first, I'll pay more. Give it to me, give it to me. I've been waiting for this for a long time. The entrance to the cell door was a mess. Suddenly, someone shouted, don't mess around. Everyone, we've got the supermarket wrapped up now. The two brothers, Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu, stood at the entrance of the supermarket, stopping everyone from going in. The crowd instantly exploded. Who are you to round up? This is everyone's supermarket. A middle-aged man roared angrily. That's right, you can't be so selfish. An older woman chimed in. If it was usual, people would definitely not dare to mess with these two people who were said to have a background in the Dao. But what a time to be there. Plus the fact that there were so many people on the scene. The crowd looked gutsy. Zhao Xiaolong responded with a disdainful face. Humph. But the other boss said that it's first come, first served. And if we come first, everything in this supermarket will naturally belong to us. Auntie Wang frowned and walked forward. Little dragon and little tiger. What you guys are doing is too immoral. Everyone is starving. You can't keep all this food to yourselves. Zhao Xiaohu glared and said loudly. Auntie Wang, don't worry about it here. In this world, whoever is capable lives. We brothers don't want to starve to death. Another person in the crowd shouted. You two little brats. You usually don't do anything good. And now you want to hog the food. No way. Zhao Xiaolong waved an iron rod in his hand and threatened. Don't all make trouble for me. Whoever dares to rush forward. Don't blame me for being rude. Looking at the iron rods in Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu's hands, the crowd instantly quieted down. And the people who had just been furious instantly hesitated. Someone in the crowd began to whisper. These two brothers are usually not to be messed with. And now they're armed with iron bars. So we can't be tough. Yeah, in case they injure us, there's not even a place to save us in this freezing weather. That being said, the crowd didn't really back off. Just as the crowd was at a standstill, Zhao Xiaohu shouted, get the hell out of here if you know what's good for you. Don't waste our time here. Instead of the crowd retreating, a few young men moved forward and up. When Zhao Xiaolong saw that there were still people who dared to move forward and go up, he pointed his iron rod at them and said viciously, do you guys want to die? Why don't you get lost? At that moment, a young man standing at the front suddenly said, you guys don't go too far. The food in this supermarket belongs to everyone. You have no right to monopolize it. Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu glanced at each other, and without saying a word, they carried their iron rods towards the young man. Another young guy shouted, don't be afraid, everyone. There are only two of them. Let's rush up together, subdue them, and then share the food equally. This proposal was instantly responded to by a number of people, all of whom were rubbing their fists and preparing to charge forward. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu also became a bit nervous. Zhao Xiaolong shouted, don't mess around. If you really fight, it won't do anyone any good. But at this point, the angry crowd couldn't hear them anymore, and the crowd swarmed towards Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu. Just then, bang! A loud bang silenced the crowd completely. A gentlemanly-looking man with gold-rimmed glasses walked out of the supermarket. This person is none other than Gawain, the elder brother of Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu, with the WeChat name of Turning the Tide. Brother 1. Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu shouted respectfully. Gawain nodded, took his gun, and walked straight to the front of the crowd. The crowd involuntarily took a few steps back. The people who had been raging just now were now shocked by the sudden gunshot and the gun in Gawain's hand. Guys, we have to be reasonable, don't we? Gawain's voice was not loud, but it was filled with unquestionable majesty. The other boss has said first come first served. Do you guys still want to snatch things from my Gawain? After saying that, Gawain raised the small steel gun in his hand, and a few juniors behind him also came forward with sticks. The crowd took another step back. Gawain's group of 5 or 6 people, a pistol and a few iron bars, actually shocked hundreds of people. Still, there were a few who were not happy about it. They hid in the crowd and shouted at Gawain. You say it's wrapped up? Where's the boss? Let the boss come out. Gawain glanced toward the crowd and sneered. Then I'll call the boss out and have him talk to you. He waved his hand behind him, and a middle-aged man with a swollen nose walked out. He's the owner of the supermarket, everyone knows him. Boss, tell me if I'm a package deal. The supermarket owner trembled with fear. No, that's right. The supermarket is all wrapped up by Boss Gao. At this time the supermarket owner is also want to cry. I wanted to rely on this disaster to make a fortune. The results did not make a fortune not to mention, but also be beaten up. Gawain only gave him $100,000 to cover everything. How could the boss agree? Not to mention the fact that prices have doubled several times now that the roads are closed due to snow and supplies are in short supply. It was before. He had more than $100,000 in this supermarket. The supermarket owner was going to make his millions off the snow and just run away when it stopped, but never expected a Gawain to come out halfway. At first he strongly disagreed, but alas, his knees were not as hard as iron bars. After being beaten up, he had to meekly agree to the deal. The crowd looked at the supermarket owner's obviously beaten up appearance. How could they not know what was going on? Gawain, you're buying by force. Gawain glanced into the crowd. Bang! The person who had just spoken instantly bottomed out. Covering his stomach, he wailed. Seeing that Gawain had really shot, the crowd no longer dared to make a questioning noise. A number of people were even outright scared away. Still, some stayed. Going home would be starvation anyway, but they wouldn't dare to go up there and get into a firefight with Gawain. These people can only beg. Brother man, please, give me something to eat. How much did you pay for it? I'll double it. Seeing that the crowd was completely shocked, Gawain nodded with satisfaction. We all live in the same neighborhood. Don't say I, Gawain, am insensitive. I'll give you a chance now, but I'll call the shots on the prices of all the merchandise now. Instant noodles are $1.000/bucket. Milk is $1.000/bag. And ham and sausage is $2.000/stick. Chapter 11, The Price of Food. Boom! Hearing Gawain's words, the crowd exploded. At $1.000 for a bucket of noodles. This is like taking advantage of a fire. Gawain, however, continued unhurriedly. I'm not done talking. Each household is limited to 3 items per day. Gawain was able to become a big brother figure. Not only was he ruthless enough, he also had brains. Those who are just ruthless without brains don't last long. He's going to control the whole neighborhood with this food, and he can't do it without some kind of scheme. It certainly wouldn't work if a little food wasn't given to everyone. Who cares if you have a gun when people are hungry and out of their minds? You're going to die anyway. It's better to be shot than to starve to death. But if it's completely liberalized, I'm afraid it won't take long for all that food to be bought up. He won't have a bottom card by then. So high prices plus limited quantities is a ploy the Gawain gang came up with. Put a rope around the necks of all the people. Not too loose, not too tight, keeping people from fighting him, but having to be subjected to him. At this time, Zhao Xiaolong shouted to the crowd, don't dawdle. Those who want to buy it hurry up and line up. And those who don't buy it hurry up and get lost. Don't delay us here. People in the crowd began to slowly move their feet and line up. Even though everyone was extremely unhappy with Gawain's approach, they were forced by hunger to give in. No one wants to die if they can live. It's a little humiliating, but it's better than starving to death. And even if you're going to die, it's not too late to spend all your money before you die. The 3 Inching girls followed in line. They can even eat steak in their socks. What's a 1,000/bucket of instant noodles? Only when the row reached them, Zhao Xiaohu looked at the 3 women with a lecherous smile on his face. 3 little sisters. You don't actually have to spend any money. How about staying with my brother for a night? With enough instant noodles? He had had his eye on the 3 women since they started lining up. Despite wearing a thick down jacket and not being able to see the figure, that clear face still made Zhao Xiaohu have evil thoughts. Yelin immediately opened her eyes in anger. You're shameless. Zhao Xiaohu, however, did not think so. Sister, don't be so angry. There is a brother I cover you. In the future there is no worry about no food. As he said that, he reached out his hand and tried to touch Yelin's hair. Seeing this, Anqing hurriedly pulled Yelin, signaling her not to be impulsive, and then forced down her fear and coldly said to Zhao Xiaohu, 3 buckets of instant noodles, please, who knew that Zhao Xiaohu had a crooked corner of his mouth, revealing a touch of teasing as he said slowly, the bubbly is gone, and Chang's face changed, and a wave of uneasiness welled up in her heart. Then we'll take 3 bags of cookies. The cookies are gone too. You. Yelin's eyes widened and her cheeks turned red. She knew that the other side was making things difficult for them. Okay, you guys, get out of the way. There's a line behind you. Zhao Xiaohu roughly stretched out his hand and pushed the 3 women away with force, and Cheng stumbled and almost fell, but fortunately Shen Shirhan was there to support her. Zhao Xiaohu, on the other hand, turned around directly and traded with the person behind him. He handed the food to the people behind him while still looking back at the 3 girls every now and then. with a bad smile on his face, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. And Cheng looked at Zhao Xiaohu's group and realized that they were all staring at her. One of the juniors cocked his head, his eyes recklessly scanning over the three women's bodies, and from time to time, he exchanged words with the people next to him and let out bursts of laughter. Shen Shihan's eyes reddened as she looked around and realized that not a single person around them stood up to speak for them. Anaru, Lin, let's go back. Seeing this, and Cheng and Yelin could only nod helplessly. I'm afraid it's hard to keep my innocence if I stay any longer. The three women turned to leave, but Zhao Xiaohu's sickening voice came from behind. Think about brother's proposal. Brother is waiting for you. The other minions let out bursts of lewd laughter. Ha ha ha. And the people in the crowd in line shook their heads and thought to themselves that they should never let their wives out to buy anything in the future. The other side. Lin Tian was wearing his entire Polar Bear Special Forces outfit in his room. Familiarize yourself with the operation of various weapons. The moment he heard the gunshots, he knew the cannibalistic end times were upon him. An evil gang led by Gawain is officially formed. In their last life, Gawain's gang used supermarket food as bait to gradually take control of the entire neighborhood. Enslave, oppress, and play with everyone. Anyone who disobeyed them was brutalized. And Lin Tian's true enemies were precisely this group of people, especially Gawain's brother, Gao. In his last life, it was Gao Wu who personally threw him into a steamer. The hideous smile on Gao Mo's face was still burned into Lin Tian's mind. Buzz off. That's when the cell phone rang. Lin Tian picked it up and realized that it was Shen Shihan. Can you get us some more steak? The three women didn't buy any food and had to turn to Lin Tian for help once again. The facetious Yelin and the strong Yin Cheng didn't want to face Lin Tian anymore, so the weak character Shen Shihan had to step in. Seeing the message, Lin Tian sneered. Although he didn't go to the supermarket in Building 2, he could remember what happened very well. In his last life, when Yin Cheng's trio was humiliated by Zhao Xiaohu, he had stood up for these women. The scene at that time was still fresh in his mind, as he stepped forward and blocked the three women, facing Zhao Xiaohu's gang's provocations head-on. But what happened? He got beat up hard, and at that time, instead of being grateful to him, the three women complained that he had made things so difficult. Those cold eyes and reproachful words were like ice picks in his heart. Lin Tian didn't know if there was anyone else to stand up for the three girls in his absence in this life, but it was clear that the three girls didn't buy any food. Otherwise he wouldn't have turned to him for help. And this message also told Lin Tian one thing, which was, that steak yesterday, they ate it. Thinking of this, Lin Tian revealed a playful smile. He pulled out another steak, again still stuffed in his sock, and threw it across the room. It's more than just humiliating them. This is a test. It's also a start. Next door. Shen Shihan heard the door ring and hurriedly opened it. Not surprisingly, there was a smelly sock lying quietly on the floor. Only this time she didn't show any expression. She just silently picked up her socks and then turned around to go back inside. Soon the sound of frying steaks rang out from the kitchen. Shen Shihan served the fried steak on a plate and divided it into 3 portions. The three sat at the table and ate their steaks in silence. No one spoke. The only sound in the room was chewing. Chapter 12 Water and Power Cuts. Ding! Today's seconds. 1. A powerful generator with 10,000 barrels of gasoline. 2. 10,000 caddies of various fresh vegetables. 3. 10,000 pieces of various kinds of lingerie. 4. 1 RPG with 10,000 rounds of artillery. I'll take one. Lin Tian did not hesitate to choose the generator. Today is already the 7th day of the end times, and the water and electricity will soon be cut off. The temperature outside has dropped to over 40 degrees below zero. Once the power goes out and you can't rely on air conditioners, electric heaters and other devices to keep you warm, you can literally freeze to death. Sure enough, the air conditioner stopped working just after noon. The warm airflow that had been blowing continuously came to an abrupt end, and the temperature in the room dropped instantly. Computers, TVs, Wi-Fi and whatnot are also down. One of the hallmarks of mankind's entry into modern civilization was the electrical revolution. And now, the power is out. The whole neighborhood is without power. The neighborhood was thrown into chaos. But for some reason, the phone still has intermittent internet. It could be that some of the base stations are still operational. The water and power are out at my house. What about you guys? Someone asked in the homeowners group. It stopped at my house too. My family too. People are completely panicking. What now? How can we live without electricity in this cold weather? My old people and children are freezing. Does anyone know when the call will come in? And what's with the electricity? Everyone's stuck at home and there's no one at the power plant. So we're just going to wait to die? For a moment, the group was in disarray, saying anything and everything. Everyone was getting panicked. Is the world ending? Mom, I'm dying. Just as everyone was panicking, Wang Gang, a veteran who lives in Building 1, stepped forward. He sent a message to the homeowners group. Don't panic everyone, we can get to the underground garage. There are cars there, cars that generate electricity, and gasoline for heat. We can try there. Instantly, it was as if the people had found their backbone. Right. Wang Gang is right. Let's go to the underground garage. In front of the garage is snow that can be used to melt water. I'm an engineer at BYD. I can convert new energy vehicles into generators. I'm an electrician and can help too. It has to be said what a powerful will to live one can muster in the face of death. Everyone instantly found a solution. That's when Auntie Wang of the neighborhood committee started to play in the group again. Listen to me everyone. Let's bring all the food with us. We'll all focus together and we'll get through this. Auntie Wang is right. There is strength in numbers. I'll pack up all the cookies and instant noodles in the house and we'll all eat together. I have some rice and bacon at home. Bring it all. I have a big tent for outdoor use that I can bring to the garage to provide a warm place for everyone. I have a couple of hand warmers that don't do much, but they help a little. I have quite a few candles at home that provide a little light. The homeowners group was buzzing with conversation about the supplies to bring. The panic that had permeated the group was gradually replaced by an atmosphere of solidarity and collaboration. But it's really all an illusion. People just want to mask their inner fears for a while with this positive discussion. Anaru, let's go to the underground garage too. Yelin said eagerly. Then let's pack up and take what we can. Yasuharu said as she quickly walked towards the room and started rummaging for items she could take with her. Sure Han. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and clean up. Yelin shouted towards Shin Shirhan. Who knew that Shin Shirhan shook her head. I don't want to go. Why? You'll freeze to death if you stay home. Yelin looked at Shin Shirhan in puzzlement, her brows slightly furrowed. I'm scared. Afraid of what? Have you forgotten what Zhao Xiuhu said yesterday? Shin Shirhan raised her head, her eyes filled with fear. The underground garage is so dark. In case they are there is no way for us to escape. Yelin's expression stuttered slightly. Obviously she had also remembered Zhao Xiuhu's threat. Still, she gritted her teeth and said, no, there are so many people in the underground garage. They wouldn't dare. And Chang also walked out and looked at Shin Shirhan. If we don't go, we might freeze to death tonight. Aren't you afraid to die? Facing in Chang's questioning, Shin Shirhan showed hesitation. She was just a college student in her early 20s. How could she not be afraid of death? How many people in this world can face death calmly? She bit her lip, then actually ghosted a message to Lin Tian. Are you going to the underground garage? Soon after, it came back across the room. No go. Shin Shirhan looked at the short reply on her cell phone screen, and for some reason, a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes. Even she didn't know why, but her originally panicked heart was slightly and inexplicably stabilized. I'm not going. You two can go if you want. Yelin naturally saw the message she sent to Lin Tian. Hearing Shin Shirhan say this, Yelin's face instantly became a bit ugly. You don't want to rely on that asshole across the street, do you? Her voice unconsciously rose a few notches, a hint of anger and disbelief in her eyes. You'd rather trust him than us? And Chang also frowned and looked at Shin Shirhan with a serious face. Shirhan, this Lin Tian person is equally ill-intentioned towards us. How can you trust him? The underground garage is the best option we have right now. We have to go. Shin Shirhan was a bit flustered as she explained. No, I didn't believe him. It's just. Humph. Stop it. Yelin snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disappointment and anger. Then you can stay here by yourself. Anaru, let's go. As soon as Yelin pulled Ching over, she turned and headed for the door. And Cheng looked back at Shin Shirhan with some concern. Shirhan, are you really not coming with us? Shin Shirhan's lips trembled slightly, tears in her eyes, but she still gently shook her head. Yelin, however, had a cold face, and Cheng, leave her alone, let her stay here by herself. And Ching sighed helplessly. Shirhan, then you must be careful yourself. If you change your mind, hurry and come to the underground garage to find us. After saying that, Cheng and Yelin opened the door and walked out. As the door closed with a bang, Shin Shirhan slowly sat down on the floor as if all her strength had been drained away. She wasn't sure if the decision was right or wrong. It was only in that moment that some inexplicable emotion deep inside prompted her to make that choice. After a while, the temperature in the room grew colder. Shin Shirhan lit a fire pit in the room. Luckily the gas didn't cut out and it still fires. With a few books thrown into the fire pit, the temperature in the room seemed to pick up a bit. After another moment, Shin Shirhan sent another message to Lin Tian. Can you get me some more steak? Chapter 13 Hostage Loves Kidnapper. Lin Tian was installing a generator at the moment, and he froze when he saw Shin Shirhan's message. Why even ask him for food? You didn't go to the underground garage? Yasuharu and Lin went. I didn't. Why? This time Shin Shirhan didn't reply. Lin Tian thought about it. Just now Shin Shirhan asked him if he was going to the underground garage. He said no, and then the other guy didn't go either. Anqing and Yelin both went. Except her. Hiss. She won't be. Lin Tian was reminded of a disease. Stockholm Syndrome. Commonly known as hostage falling in love with kidnapper disease. Oh, I didn't realize that socks with steak had that effect. Lin Tian took out a steak from the system space, but this time he didn't stuff it into his sock. He looked at the steak in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled into an impish smile. Next door. Shin Shirhan heard a movement at the door and hurriedly opened it. Surprisingly, it wasn't a sock this time. The steak was surprisingly intact in its plasticized package. Shin Shirhan smiled, a smile like a white lotus blooming in winter. She gently picked up the steak. Suddenly, Shin Shirhan felt something was wrong. There seemed to be water in the package. How can there be water? This is. Shin Shirhan instantly understood and her face became a bit ugly. She bit her lip and looked across the room with a sly grudge. On the other side, Lin Tian finally installed the generator. He carefully connected the home's electrical circuits to the generator, connecting each interface tightly to ensure that there would be no leakage of electricity or other dangerous situations. As the generator kicks in, the air conditioner starts working again and the room warms up again. Computers, televisions, and electric heaters are also coming back into operation. The system produces a fine product. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. I don't know what the principle of this generator is. It's quiet and silent when it's running. He cozied up on the couch with a soft blanket over his body and a PS5 gamepad in his hand as he crisscrossed the virtual battlefield. Humph. Just with you guys. You want to stop me? Lin Tian stared intently at the screen, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. The character he controls is a heavily armored warrior wielding a giant battle axe. Only when he swung his axe violently, a half-moon-shaped energy blade shot towards the group of monsters in front of him, instantly chopping a few flailing monsters into pieces. Ha ha, unbearable. One more handful. It was clearly the end times, but Lin Tian was living more comfortably than before the end times. Number 007. Number 996. Sleep until you wake up naturally. There is no shortage of water, food, or energy, and the daily seconds provide little surprises on boring days. I wouldn't give a god for this little life. The only thing that seems to be missing is something. Well, there's still a laundry and cooking shortage. The underground garage, on the other hand, was a different story. After people rushed to the underground garage with their big bags, they realized that it's not as nice as they thought it would be. A pungent odor of gasoline permeated the garage, making you feel dizzy just smelling it. And with so many vehicles and limited space, people have to sit crowded together. Some families fought over a slightly warmer spot near the fire, and there were verbal altercations. An old man kept coughing, choking on the smell of gasoline and the murky air. The children were so frightened by the noisy environment that they cried out, and their parents couldn't coax them. Others have tried to cobble together places to lie down with the seats in their cars, but those seats are hard and cold and don't provide a comfortable resting environment. And that BYD engineer, Wang Gang, at that moment, with his eyebrows locked and full of anxiety, shouted, "The temperature is too low now. The car won't start." When the crowd heard this, they were instantly thrown into a panic. The already cold air seemed to get even colder and some people started to complain. What's to be done? Are we going to freeze to death here? A young mother said with a sobbing voice as she held her baby close to her, trying to shield her child from the cold a little longer with her body. If I had known, I would have stayed home. At this point, the neighborhood security guard, Uncle Tian, who was a veteran, stepped forward. Uncle Tian said loudly to the crowd, "Don't panic everyone, Comrade Wang Gang. Is there any way to get the car started? Let's think of a way together." Wang Gang shook his head helplessly. "I'm trying to think of a way too, but with such low temperatures, the engine oil is about to solidify. Unless we can get the temperature here to rise a little, what about roasting it over a fire?" Uncle Tian frowned slightly, recalling the times when the conditions were not good more than 10 years ago, when the winter was also very cold, and when the car wanted to start, it had to be roasted with a musket before it could be started. Wang Gang showed hesitation. It can only be so, but the chassis of a car is so different now than it used to be that it's easy to be dangerous if you bake it directly. Someone in the crowd cried out anxiously, "What then? Are we just going to watch us freeze to death here?" Uncle Tian raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. "Everyone listen to me? We can't blindly roast with fire. Wang Gang, tell us what the specific dangers are, and we'll come up with a well-thought-out solution together." Wang Gang cleared his throat and said, "Nowadays, the chassis of the car has a lot of complex wiring and electronic components, and high temperature can easily damage them. And once these parts are damaged, even if the car can be started, all kinds of failures may follow. And if you accidentally bake near the gas tank, the consequences are even more unimaginable. Uncle Wang pondered for a moment and said, then can we find some heat-insulating materials to protect those parts that are afraid of high temperatures before carefully roasting them with fire? Wang Gang's eyes lit up. That's a solution. Everyone look around to see if there's any insulation like asbestos cloth or something that can serve a similar purpose. The crowd immediately sprang into action, looking around the garage. Some people found some old heat pads from their cars. Others rummaged through a couple of worn, thick blankets. Wang Gang carefully instructed from the sidelines. Here, move this insulation pad a little more to the left. Yes, to cover the fuel line completely. After some intense preparation, Wang Gang took a simple roasting device and slowly approached the bottom of the car's engine. Everyone back up a little. I'm going to start roasting. Everyone held their breath and watched intently. Flames danced around the bottom of the engine, bringing heat to the cold metal little by little. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The entire underground garage, only the sound of flames burning in people's nervous heartbeat. Finally, after a few minutes of baking, Wang Gang stood up and said to Uncle Wang, Uncle Tian, I'll try to start the car. Uncle Tian nodded. Okay, be careful. Wang Gang sat in the car, turned the key. The engine first issued a few dull rattles, and then boom sound. Successfully launched. A cheer went up in the underground garage, as if there was a glimmer of hope. As long as there is electricity, civilization remains. Chapter 14, 39 Degrees of Experience. Ding. Today's seconds. 1, 10, 000 sets of hot pot ingredients. 2, 10, 000 stun guns. 3, 10, 000 barrels of potable water. 4, 10, 000 boxes of large umbrellas. Today was already the 8th day of the end times, and Lin Tian had just gotten up when he heard a wonderful system alert. The little umbrella has come out a couple times. What do you mean system? Lin Tian muttered with a frown on his face. He stretched and glanced at the thermometer in the room. 21 degrees. Just fine. Despite the fact that it was already over 40 degrees below zero outside, the room maintained a comfortable temperature with the air conditioner turned on full blast by high power. What's the pick of the day? Lin Tian's gaze hovered between options 1 and 2. It's been several days in a row of steak and I'm more or less tired of it. If we could have hot pot in this freezing cold post-apocalyptic world, we'd already be drooling just thinking about it. But in the end, Lin Tian shook his head. I'll take 2. Ding. The spike was successful. He still opted for the stun gun. While he wasn't short of weapons right now, those weapons were just too deadly. One bad move and he'd the other guy up. And that wasn't what he wanted. It wasn't that he was afraid of beating someone to death, but he didn't want to make it that easy. He badly wanted a weapon that didn't kill, but subdued his opponent. The stun gun was just right. Lin Tian took out the stun gun he had just obtained from the system space. The design of this stun gun was quite compact, similar to a pistol. Just pull the trigger and a taser needle will fly out. He made several test shots at an old doll in the room, and found that even through the thick duvet, the taser needle was still able to shoot through. The effective attack range is almost 10 meters. With each shot, the needles hit their targets with precision, digging deep into the dolls, whose surfaces smoked slightly from the electric shock. Nice. Lin Tian was satisfied with today's seconds. He then walked to the bathroom and prepared to wash up after running the water. Brushed my teeth, washed my hair, washed my face, and even styled my hair. It's hard to imagine that it's the end of days and he's still living so exquisitely. Lin Tian looked at himself in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Underground garage. With hundreds of people gathered here and 2 campfires lit, the temperature was fine. It's just that the smell is a bit unbearable. It's a wonder that hundreds of people can eat and drink well. Listen guys, there seems to be a sound of water in the pipes. Is water coming? Someone in the crowd suddenly said. Don't fantasize. Water can't come without an incoming call. But I really heard the water. Maybe it's snow water. Maybe. The light faded from the speaker's eyes. He had lost hope. It had only just been one night, and the light had gone out of many people's eyes. A very different look from the one that had gathered here just yesterday with a glimmer of hope. Yesterday, people arrived with large bags, thinking they had found a refuge from the harsh cold of the end times. But in just one night, reality crushed their hopes. On the other side, Chang and Yelin huddled in a corner. I wonder how Shirhan is doing now. Chang was a bit worried about her good sister's well-being. Her brows furrowed slightly and her eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. It's natural to come down when you can't hold on anymore. Yelin, however, had a cold face, obviously still angry with her little sister. Anaru and Lin, here are the freshly baked groundnuts. At that moment, a man with glasses in his 30s walked over with a couple of roasted groundnuts with charred exteriors and a goofy smile. Thank you, Brother Chow. Anaru smiled and took the groundnut. Thanks to you and Brother Zhou. Otherwise unching and I really don't know what to do. Yelin said with her throat clenched. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yu rubbed the back of his head with a silly grin on his face. He is a programmer and is over 30 and still not married. The moment he saw Anaru, he automatically became an escort. Don't worry guys, as long as I'm around, I won't let you starve. Zhou Yu patted his chest and assured him. That's very kind of you, brother Chow. Yelin couldn't help but think of Lin Tian. That bastard really didn't come down either. Wasn't afraid of freezing to death? And at that moment, Lin Tian was cozily playing games in his warm room. He was already a bit of a nerd. It's just that in my last life, I was running around trying to make ends meet, so I didn't have time to stay home even if I wanted to. He could be described as a vengeful nerd now. Buzz off. It was very weird that the cell phone even had a weak signal, even though the power had been out for a day and a night. Swiping a short video is out of the question, but sending a message is okay. Steak. Chen Shurhan asked for today's steak. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. She ate that specially marinated steak yesterday? But even so, Lin Tian did not accept the other party speaking to him in such a tone. You have to have a beggar's attitude to beg for food. Two simple words and you want food that is more valuable than gold in the end times. What are you thinking? After thinking about it, Lin Tian replied. You don't want to keep freeloading, do you? After a while, Chen Shurhan replied. So, what do you want? In exchange for labor, come and work for me. Good. Lin Tian didn't expect that the other party would be so painstaking. Not long after, the door to the room slammed. Lin Tian looked out through the cat's eye and confirmed that Chen Shurhan was the only one. Afterwards, he opened the door to let the other party in. Looking at Chen Shurhan who was shivering coldly, Lin Tian felt that the other party's state was a bit off. He touched the other man's forehead and it rolled. Fever? It's probably from this night's freeze. Lin Tian helped Chen Shurhan onto the sofa and handed her a cup of hot water, then took out a thermometer and measured her. Chen Shurhan was like a puppet on strings at this moment, letting Lin Tian manipulate her. 39 degrees. Not a bad fever. Lin Tian glanced at the numbers on the thermometer and frowned slightly. But it's time to say no. 39 degrees. It's not too much to ask that I have a personalized heater for the end of the glacier, is it? Open your mouth and take the medicine. Chen Shurhan opened her mouth obediently. When Chen Shurhan woke up again, it was already the next day. She opened her eyes slowly, her head still a little foggy. Although she was a little disoriented yesterday, she didn't lose consciousness completely. She remembers everything that happened. I don't know how much more time passed, but Lin Tian finally woke up from his sleep. Yawning, Lin Tian twisted his head and realized that Chen Shurhan had already woken up. Awake? Aha. Chen Shurhan nodded gently. Lin Tian touched the other party's forehead again. No more burning? Aha. Chen Shurhan nodded again. After taking medicine yesterday and then sweating some more, the fever had gone down. Then get to work. Lin Tian didn't say in a good mood. Don't think that you can eat and drink for free just because you climbed into his bed. Oh. Chen Shurhan got up and was about to go to work, though she didn't know what for. Wait a minute. Lin Tian suddenly called out to the other party. Put this on. Chen Shurhan turned her head and looked at the thing in Lin Tian's hand in disbelief, neither knowing how that thing appeared nor what it was for. Still, she took what Lin Tian was holding and obediently wore it around her neck. Not bad. Kinda pretty. Lin Tian admired for a while and then said, Go about your business and scrub the floor first. Chapter 15, Jealous Yelin. Chen Shurhan got up from the bed and briefly washed up, and after that, she began to clean her room. She started by scooping a tub of water out of a bucket, and then began scrubbing the floor. With each rub, she would quietly glance at Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian was lazily leaning back in the sofa, his feet resting casually on the coffee table in a cozy manner. It was just that his mind was completely immersed in the system panel. Ever since Chen Shurhan put on that explosive neck ring, a subpage had strangely appeared in the system. There are two options on the page: explosion and punishment. Lin Tian understood the meaning of explosion. It must be to make the neck ring explode. But what does this punishment mean? Lin Tian gazed at the virtual buttons in his mind, and an uncontrollable curiosity surged in his heart. How about trying? With a thought, he gently clicked the punishment button. With a zero sound, Chen Shurhan let out a cry of pain. Surprisingly electric. Okay. Lin Tian casually waved his hand. Pack up and get ready to eat. Lin Tian lazily ordered. Let's eat hot pot today. Chen Shurhan's eyes lit up and her throat rolled subconsciously. Surprisingly, it's fondue. That's right. The item that Lin Tian had secured in the system today was none other than the hot pot ingredient set. A full 10,000 sets. He took a set of ingredients out of his system space, and the packet was a surprisingly large portion. A box of beef and a box of lamb, each weighing almost a pound. There was also a croquette platter, a veggie platter, and even a small package of lunch meat and ham hock to go with it. Dips and bases are available. It's as if you've packed the ingredients straight from the hot pot restaurant and just set up the pot and start eating. Don't just stand there. Bring the induction cooker and pots. Lin Tian instructed the little maid to go and support the hot pot. Shen Shirhan hurriedly found the induction cooker and pot from the kitchen and carefully placed them on the table. Lin Tian poured the base into the pot and turned on the induction switch. As the temperature gradually rises, the base material begins to melt, emitting a ZZ sound. The red soup base slowly rolled up. The spicy flavor quickly spread in the room. Shen Shirhan kept swallowing her saliva. The knot in her throat slid up and down, her eyes staring unblinkingly at the gradually boiling soup base in the pot as if it were the most tantalizing treasure in the world. It really wasn't that she had a craving. It was really the most instinctive reaction of a hungry person. A purely physical reaction. Sit over and eat. Lin Tian glanced at Shen Shirhan. Shen Shirhan was somewhat flattered as she slowly sat down. She looked at the food in the pot and after a slight hesitation, she picked up her chopsticks and picked up a slice of cooked meat. The moment the meat was placed in her mouth, the fresh flavor blossomed instantly on her taste buds, and she couldn't help but close her eyes, enjoying the moment of deliciousness. You. Shen Shirhan looked at Lin Tian, wanting to speak. Say whatever you want. Lin Tian ate with gusto. Although he wasn't as starved as Shen Shirhan, he was really tired of eating steak for 7 days straight. Did you know there was going to be a snowstorm? Shen Shirhan carefully stared at Lin Tian. How else could he be so well prepared? Food, water, generators, everything. Lin Tian swallowed a piece of mutton and said with a slight frown, don't ask what you shouldn't. Shen Shirhan pouted her little mouth, but continued to ask, and do you know when the snow will stop? Lin Tian glanced at Shen Shirhan, saw the other party looking at him with an expectant face, thought for a moment, and said, at least another 20 days. Today is the 9th day of the last world, but in the last world it snowed for a whole month. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Shen Shirhan's eyes instantly dimmed. With 20 more days to go, she didn't know if she'd ever see her parents again. 3 days ago, cell phone communication with the city beyond had been cut off, and she wondered how her parents were doing now. When Lin Tian saw Shen Shirhan's appearance, he probably guessed what she was thinking. Don't even think about it. People are dying every day now, Lin Tian said absently as he chewed the food in his mouth. Living well is more important than anything, and your parents don't want you to. Lin Tian's words paused, glancing at Shen Shirhan's expression that was on the verge of tears, and ultimately did not finish his latter words. If they knew that their precious daughter was in such a situation now, how heartbroken her parents should be. Shen Shirhan huffed and took a big bite of meat. She's going to live well. There might even be a day when you meet your parents. Just then, Shen Shirhan's cell phone rang. Shirhan, are you okay? If you can't, come to the underground garage. It's, at least warm. It was a message from her good sister Anaru. A warmth surged in Shen Shirhan's heart. I'm fine. After saying that, Shen Shirhan looked up at Lin Tian again. Can I take a picture? Seeing Lin Tian nodding in agreement, Shen Shirhan took a picture of the hot pot and sent it to Enchang. On the other side, Enchang looked at the picture of the steaming hot pot and then at the roasted groundnut in her hand. Instantly the groundnuts in my hands didn't feel good. What's wrong? Anaru. Yelin saw that Enchang was dumbfounded and came over to take a look. What? Watching fondue photos and eating groundhogs tastes better? Yelin looked at the picture of the hot pot on Enchang's cell phone and snickered. This is from Shirhan. She's having hot pot. What? Yelin was on fire. She's here munching on groundnuts while Shen Shirhan is eating hot pot? Yelin grabbed Enchang's cell phone, her eyes glued to the picture of the hot pot on the screen. That bright red soup base, the richness of the ingredients, and the steamy heat. How is this? How is this possible? The three of them had nothing to eat at home for a long time, so how could Shen Shirhan have hot pot to eat? Yasuharu was also confused. The two women looked at each other. It's Lin Tian. Definitely. The two women figured it out at once. I didn't realize Shirhan had this idea. No wonder she didn't come down with us. Yelin said viciously. She had some regrets now. Had she known to stay upstairs as well? But more than that, it's jealousy. That kind of jealousy grows wild like a weed. Chapter 16, Revenge on Lin Tian. Let him die. Enching held her cell phone, her eyes staring straight at the steaming hot pot image on the cell phone screen, her eyes full of envy. She spoke with some hesitation. Why don't we ask Shirhan and see if we can get over there too? Yelin gave a cold snort of disdain and skimmed her lips. Do you think she would be happy about it? If she had that kind of heart, she would have already greeted us there. Enching hung her head slightly, and when she thought about it, Yelin's words did make sense. She gently bit into the roasted groundnut in her hand, which was sweet and delicious before, but now it was as tasteless as chewing wax. The underground garage was filled with a mixture of odors and the air was dull and oppressive. Here, people are like ants, struggling to get even a little bit of food and a hint of warmth. The photo of the hot pot sent by Shin Shirhan was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples after ripples in Ching and Yilin's heart lake. The more Yelin thought about it, the more angry she became, and she threw the half-eaten groundnut in her hand to the ground. Humph, Shirhan is really good, enjoying herself there with the hot pot, but leaving us in this Thai place. Seeing this, and Cheng hurriedly discouraged. Yelin, don't be like this, maybe Shirhan has her difficulties. Difficulty? What difficulties can there be? Yelin's eyes widened. We weren't mean to her in the past, but now it's so good that she forgets about us when she has something good. And Ching sighed helplessly, her eyes still staring at the picture of the hot pot on her phone, and her mind couldn't help but recall the good times she once had with Shin Shirhan. At that time, the three of them shopped, ate, and shared each other's joys and troubles, but now the snow seems to have buried all the goodness. Forget it, Yelin, don't be angry. Let's think of something else. Other ways? What else could there be? In this damn weather, there's snow everywhere outside. We can't even go out to find food. Yelin sat on her but with a frustrated look on her face. Just then, a little girl's cry came from the corner of the garage. The two turned their heads and looked, only to see a 5 or 6-year-old girl sitting on a pile of rags and crying, her mother anxiously coaxing from the sidelines, but apparently to little avail. Mommy, I'm hungry, the little girl cried out with a sobbing voice. The mother was heartbroken as she watched her daughter cry from hunger. Please, everyone, give us something to eat, the little girl's mother pleaded. However, the crowd in the underground garage was unresponsive, as if ignoring the pleas. The little girl's mother saw that no one answered, so she had to ask for help from the neighborhood committee's Auntie Wang's family. Auntie Wang, please lend us some food. Who would have guessed that Auntie Wang balked? We don't have any food at home either. My son hasn't eaten all day. Yet the food residue at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. When the little girl's mother saw the food residue in the corner of Wang Dama's mouth, her eyes flashed with a hint of anger, but it was quickly replaced by helplessness. She pleaded, Auntie Wang, please be kind. The child is still small. It really can't take it. Auntie Wang wiped her mouth with her hand somewhat sheepishly, but she continued to speak with a stiff upper lip. When I say no, I mean no, so don't get entangled here. The people around them began to whisper. How can Auntie Wang be like this? Don't you usually always say you want to help everyone? That's right, look how poor that little girl is. Wang Dama shouted in annoyance when she heard these comments. Don't stand around talking. You're so kind. So you share it with them. The crowd was silenced for a while when they were choked by Auntie Wang. At that moment, it was the security guard, Uncle Tian, who stepped forward again. I suggest that we all manage the distribution of food. That way, at least every child and infirm person is guaranteed food. Upon hearing Uncle Tian's words, the garage was a mess. Some are for it, some are against it. Those who are running out of food surely want to be able to manage it in a uniform way, while those who still have food left over are obviously reluctant to do so. I'd love to, but there's really no food left. Someone muttered in a low voice. I don't know if I'm really out of food or if I don't want to take it out for uniform distribution. Uncle Tian saw the crowd talking. He cleared his throat and said loudly, Everyone, hear me out. I know this is a difficult decision, but we all know in our hearts what kind of situation we are in, and we can't just stand by and watch our children and elderly people starve and freeze. At this time, Auntie Wang of the neighborhood committee also stepped forward and said, Old Tian is right. We must be united at this time now. Everyone turn in their food and it will be managed by our neighborhood association. As soon as Auntie Wang's words left her mouth, the crowd exploded. Why should I give it to your neighborhood council? Who knows if you'll secretly hide it and eat it yourselves? That's right. You refused to borrow some food when I asked you before, but now you want us to hand it all over? Auntie Wang's face instantly turned red as she argued. Don't you guys talk nonsense. Before it was my family that wasn't generous either. Now this is for everyone's good. Our neighborhood committee will definitely deal with the food in a fair and just manner. However, no matter what Auntie Wang and Uncle Tian said, no one was willing to hand over the food. Seeing that the crowd was unmoved, Auntie Wang was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Why don't you guys understand? In this situation, the only way to keep everyone alive is to centralize the food. A young man in the group sneered. Auntie Wang, you talk a good game. Who knows that when your neighborhood committee puts the food away, will you tighten it up for your own family first? That's right. Why should we trust you? You guys weren't this enthusiastic when I asked you for help before. Just before the crowd, Yelin stepped forward. Everyone listen to me? I know where there is food. Scoffs, chuckles. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yelin. Yelin cleared her throat, a hint of resentment in her gaze. Lin Tian's family just has a lot to eat. You guys, He has so many steaks, and he has hot pot for lunch. Yelin held her cell phone up for all to see. In her cell phone were the very same steak photos that Lin Tian had sent her earlier, as well as the hot pot photos that Shin Shirhan had just taken. Lin Tian he probably already knew there was heavy snow and prepared a lot of food. Not only is there food, but there's water and electricity. Yelin didn't care if it was true or not, she just made a big deal out of it. It would be better to have everyone go to Lin Tian's house to ask for food, and Qing looked at Yelin and bit her lip, but in the end, she didn't stop her. The crowd's eyes lit up when they saw the photo. Is there really that much food? He still has electricity in his house? What? He knew there was a snowstorm? The crowd began to resound with rising and falling murmurs, voices mixed with surprise, envy, and overflowing jealousy. Why is everyone here starving and freezing while he gets to eat hot pot at home? But slowly, the underground garage, which was still very noisy, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Only, some people's eyes glittered with greed. Chapter 17, Good Show. Clear the table. After eating a hot pot, Lin Tian instructed Shin Shirhan to clean up the mess. Shin Shirhan softly answered okay, and the movements of her hands couldn't help but speed up a few points. She was seen washing the dishes, each as shiny as new, and the tabletop was wiped spotless. Like a hard-working bee, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. No, why did he feel that Shin Shirhan seemed to be enjoying this quite a bit? After Shin Shirhan packed everything up, she timidly stood in front of Lin Tian and asked softly, Lin Tian, I'm all packed up. Is there anything else I need to do? Lin Tian glanced at her and said lazily, Go wash my clothes, by hand. Don't use the washing machine. It wastes electricity. Shin Shirhan nodded slightly and walked to the corner where the dirty clothes were placed, picking them up and walking towards the bathroom. She silently picked up the soap and began to carefully scrub Lin Tian's clothes. I don't know how long it took, but Shin Shirhan finally cleaned all the dirty clothes that Lin Tian had saved over the past few days. One by one, she hung the clothes on the hangers to dry. Afterwards, Shin Shirhan glanced at Lin Tian, who was playing the game, and carefully sat on the other end of the sofa. She tried to make her movements as gentle as possible for fear of disturbing Lin Tian. However, Shin Shirhan aggrievedly covered her neck and stared at Lin Tian with big innocent eyes. She didn't know where she had done wrong again. Who told you to sit down? Not sitting. Then still. Underground garage. Several men were gathered in a corner at this time. Big brother, let's do him a favor. Homer really can't hold out any longer. A man said eagerly. Don't hesitate, big brother. Second brother is right. It can't go on like this. Another man chimed in. Boss Wu looked at his second and third brothers, all three of whom happened to live in this neighborhood. Lao Air, Lao San, you guys take it easy for now. Boss Wu frowned. That Lin Tian can stockpile so much food. Surely he won't be unprepared. We have to plan properly. Wu Lao Air asked immediately afterward. Then what do you think, big brother? Boss Wu pondered for a while and said, let's go and probe him first and see what's going on in his house. Tonight, let's do this. The three brothers are in the corner and begin to plot their actions for the night. After the conspiracy was over, Boss Wu sat alone in the corner, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Wu Lao Air walked over and patted Big Brother Wu's shoulder. Big brother, don't think too much. When we grab food and get through these tough days, everything will be fine. Boss Wu nodded slightly. I hope so. He didn't want to go down the road of robbery, but when it came down to it, he had no choice for the sake of his loved ones. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Boss Wu muttered. I hope you don't blame me. Wash your feet. Oh. Shin Shirhan brought a basin of foot washing water and Lin Tian's big foot then stretched over. Shin Shirhan gently placed the water basin at Lin Tian's feet, and Lin Tian stretched his feet out and directly into the water, splashing some water and wetting Shin Shirhan's clothes. Clumsy, you can't even do this well. Lin Tian chided with a frown. Shin Shirhan lowered her head and apologized in a small voice. I'm sorry. Lin Tian slightly opened his eyes and shook his head as he looked at Shin Shirhan's serious appearance. Mud. It was obvious that she wanted to take revenge and torture the other party a bit. Why was she enjoying herself? Alright, you go to sleep first, Lin Tian said without a trace of anger. Shin Shirhan froze, then looked down and asked, you're not going to sleep? Lin Tian twisted his head towards the door of the room, his eyes revealing a hint of meaning. Oh, there might be a good show tonight. Chapter 18, Robbing him of his food and his women. Shin Shirhan looked at Lin Tian with some confusion. She didn't understand the meaning of Lin Tian's words. What's the good part? The corner of Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Did you send the photo of the hot pot at noon to Wanqing and Yelin? Shin Shirhan gently nodded, with a hint of caution in her tone. I asked you. Lin Tian continued. Then do you think that the two of them will spread the word about us eating hot pot? Shin Shirhan couldn't help but be shocked, and subconsciously retorted. They shouldn't be. Anqing and Lin aren't that kind of people. They wouldn't just say anything. Lin Tian sneered. Humph. You're too naive. What was the situation in the underground garage right now? Lin Tian knew very well. A pungent, musty odor permeated everywhere, mixed with the scent of gasoline and rust. In this post-apocalyptic underground garage, people huddle in corners like rats. In his last life, Lin Tian had stayed up for a long time in such an underground garage. He knew all too well what it was like to be in that kind of despair. And he understood what a terrible change in people's minds could happen in that kind of environment. When Anqing and Yelin saw the photos of Xin Shihan eating hot pot, Lin Tian could almost immediately imagine the waves in their hearts. Of course, all of this was intentional on his part. You can't fish without bait. As for whether or not you'll catch a fish tonight, Lin Tian wasn't in a hurry. The fish were hungry and naturally took the bait. Night is gradually falling, but it made no difference to the crowd in the underground garage. It was just as cold, just as dim, and you couldn't even tell night from day without looking at the time. People languish. At this moment, in another corner of the garage, the three brothers of the Wu family were sitting around, discussing something in a low voice. Big Boss Wu had a sad face, his brows locked, and said in a low voice, Lao San, why don't we just forget about it? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Wu Laoer's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, Big brother, you are just too soft-hearted. What's the point of talking about morals when this is already the time? Lin Tian has food but doesn't share it with everyone. He deserves to be robbed. Wu Laosan patted his chest with a bold and fearless look. Big brother, second brother is right. Let's not hesitate and act tonight. Boss Wu was still a bit hesitant as he sighed. Alas, I'm afraid that if this gets out, we won't be able to behave in this garage in the future. Wu Laoer hummed disdainfully. Big brother, it's the end of the world. What do you care about reputation? Being able to survive is the most important thing. Wu Laosan also chimed in. Big brother, second brother is right. We can't just watch our family starve to death. Boss Wu was silent for a while and finally made up his mind. Alright then, it's settled. But try not to hurt anyone. Just get the food. The second and third nodded, though a hint of disdain flashed in their eyes. If Lin Tian was sensible and handed over all the food, it wasn't impossible to let him off the hook. But if the other party didn't know better, then don't blame him for being ruthless. When it was late at night and most of the people in the garage had gone to sleep, the three Wu brothers came to Lin Tian's house in the dark. The address was found in the homeowners group. Most of the people in the group have changed their nicknames to door numbers, so it's good to get to the door for a little something. Wu Laoer was holding an iron rod and Wu Laosan was holding a wooden stick. Both of their eyes revealed a ferocity and determination. This is it. Boss Wu whispered, a hint of nervousness in his voice. The three brothers stood outside Lin Tian's house, surrounded by silence, with only the sound of their slightly ragged breathing. Wu Laoer lowered his voice and said, Big brother, I'll go check the situation first. You guys wait here. With that, he gingerly approached the door of the room and pressed his ear against it for a moment. There was no movement in the room, and he gestured to Boss Wu and Boss Wu that they could move. Wu Laosan took out a thick wooden stick from behind his back and prepared to smash the door. Boss Wu hurriedly pressed his hand and whispered, Laosan, don't be reckless, knock on the door first and take a look. Wu Laosan put down his wooden stick and somewhat reluctantly knocked on the door, shouting gruffly, Lin Tian, open the door, we know you're in there. Inside the house, Lin Tian opened his eyes and there was really a fish on the hook. It hadn't been a wasted night. He was going to have some fun with the other guy. He then shouted in a slightly panicked voice, Who? Outside the door. Boss Wu cleared his throat and tried to make his voice sound calm. Lin Tian, it's us, the three brothers of the Wu family. We don't want to make a big deal out of it either. If you hand over the food, we'll leave and won't hurt you. It turned out to be the three Wu brothers. Lin Tian remembered them. Boss Wu was barely a good guy, but that second and third were no good. Lin Tian sneered. Humph, what if I don't hand it over? Wu Laoer shouted outside the door. Lin Tian, don't refuse to drink until you've been punished. Do you think you can hold on to that food? The three of us brothers came today, so we won't go back empty-handed. Wu Laosan said impatiently. Big brother and second brother. What's the point of wasting words with him? Just smash the door. With that, he raised his wooden stick and prepared to slam the door. Just then, Lin Tian suddenly shouted, Wait, I can give you some of the food, but you have to promise that you'll take the food and leave, and that you won't bother me again. When Boss Wu heard this, his heart was delighted and he quickly said, Alright, Lin Tian, as long as you are willing to hand over the food, we promise not to trouble you again. Lin Tian then said, Then you guys step back a bit. I'll open the door. Boss Wu was busy giving a wink to his two younger brothers, and the three of them took a few steps backward as Boss Wu shouted, We've already stepped back, so open the door. Lin Tian carefully opened the door, holding a cloth bag in his hand. He looked at the three Wu brothers warily and said, "Here is some beef. Take it." Who knew that at that moment, Wu Lao Air and Wu Lao San looked at each other, and both of them launched themselves at the same time, slamming into the door of the room. When Lin Tian saw this, he screamed in his heart that it was not good and hurriedly tried to close the door, but it was already too late. Wu Lao Air and Wu Lao San crashed through the door of the room and rushed in, knocking Lin Tian to the ground. The cloth bag also fell aside, the beef inside scattered. Wu Lao Air smiled sardonically. "Humph, just this much beef is not enough for us to share." Wu Lao San, however, looked at the bright electric light and said in surprise, "Big brother, second brother, his house actually has electricity. There must be more food. Let's search properly." At this time, Shin Shirhan was also attracted out by the commotion. She didn't expect that it was really as Lin Tian said. How can Anqing and Yelin be like this? Wu Laosan's eyes lit up when he saw Shin Shirhan. "Yo, there's a pretty girl." Boss Wu also walked in. Looking at the fallen Lin Tian, a trace of intolerance appeared on his face, but he still said, "Lin Tian, I'm sorry, we were forced to do this. Big brother, what's the point of wasting words with him? You hurry up and hand over all the food, or don't blame us for not being polite." Lin Tian got up from the ground and patted the dust on his body. "You guys are welcome." Chapter 19, Begging for Mercy. Cruelty. Mud. "You kid still pretends to be, isn't it? I see you are not seeing the coffin." Wu Laoer walked towards Lin Tian carrying an iron rod, the horizontal flesh on his face trembling with anger. "You must be taught a lesson today." 7 or 8 days after the end, the hostility in his heart was about to be suppressed. Just the right date event. "Penis, don't get anyone killed." Boss Wu frowned, a hint of intolerance in his tone. "Don't worry big brother, I'm just teaching this kid a lesson." Wu Laoer responded with full concern, but his eyes flashed with a ferocious light. "And besides, who knows we did it?" The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Wu Laoer slowly approached Lin Tian, seemingly already enjoying the pain he was about to inflict on him. "Kid, today I'll let you know what happens when you don't listen in this world nowadays." The voice was low and hoarse, like the whisper of a demon. However, Lin Tian did not show any fear or panic as Elder Wu had imagined. "I know this world better than you do." After saying that, he only saw a pistol suddenly appear in Lin Tian's hand. Elder Wu stopped in his tracks at once, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Boss Wu's eyes also widened as he hurriedly shouted, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Impulse is the devil." Who knows that Wu Laoer really has a fierce energy? He gritted his teeth, full of disdain and roared, "Kid, take a toy gun to scare the old man, is not it?" With that, he recklessly rushed up and was about to seize the gun in Lin Tian's hand, only he was no faster than a bullet. With just a zip sound, Wu Laoer fell to the ground and started convulsing. That's right, what Lin Tian took out was precisely a stun gun. Penis? Ergo? Just when Boss Wu and Boss Wu didn't react, Lin Tian fired 2 more bang-bang shots. Both of them fell down with the same sound, twitching on the ground. The 3 Wu brothers were like 3 fish out of water at this moment, struggling on the ground, their bodies twitching uncontrollably, their faces agonized. How could they not expect that Lin Tian actually had such a weapon? Shin Shirhan walked out from the corner, looking at the 3 people convulsing on the ground with palpitations, and said to Lin Tian, "They won't die, right?" Lin Tian coldly looked at the 3 brothers of the Wu family who were still twitching on the ground and replied expressionlessly, "It will, but not now." After that, he took out his handcuffs and handcuffed the 3 of them behind their backs. I have to say, that Polar Bear Special Forces man-portable kit really has it all. It could be said that it was the most valuable kind of item that Lin Tian had secured so far. Lin Tian grabbed Wu Laoer and Wu Lao San's collars with both hands respectively, lifted them with force, carried them onto his shoulders, and kicked Wu Laoer to the doorway with his foot, before freeing up a hand to grab Wu Laoer as well. "Phew, mud is pretty heavy." He cursed under his breath and moved toward the hallway with one hard step. The 3 Wu brothers were stacked in the corner like 3 dead fish, their bodies occasionally trembling slightly from the aftereffects of the electric shock. Expressions of pain and shock still lingered on their faces, as if they couldn't believe that they had been subdued by Lin Tian so easily. Then Lin Tian lit a bonfire in the hallway. The dimly lit hallway was instantly illuminated, along with a bit of warmth. Shen Shirhan slowly walked over, squatted down beside Lin Tian and said softly, "Lin Tian, what are you going to do with them next? We can't just keep handcuffing them here, right?" Lin Tian didn't answer immediately as he added a branch to the bonfire and watched as the flames engulfed the branch, making a crackling sound. After a while, he slowly said, "You go back first." Lin Tian wanted to send Shen Shirhan away. Shen Shirhan, however, looked at Lin Tian with a firm face. "No, I want to be with you." At this time, the three Wu brothers also finally stopped spasming, only their faces still had aftershocks. Lin Tian, we were wrong, please let us go. Boss Wu was the first to beg for mercy, his voice still a bit hoarse from the convulsions earlier, his eyes full of fear and pleading. Lin Tian looked at them coldly and didn't say anything. Shen Shurhan frowned slightly at the side, her heart somewhat intolerant. Elder Wu followed suit and begged, Lin Tian, we really did get carried away, so please forgive us this time. We promise that we will definitely not come back to trouble you guys again in the future. His body was still trembling slightly, and the sensation of being electrocuted just now seemed to linger on every inch of his skin. Wu Lao-san, on the other hand, lay weakly on the ground, his eyes staring at Lin Tian in horror, constantly nodding his head to show that he agreed with the words of his two older brothers. Lin Tian sneered and said, spare you guys? If I didn't have this stun gun today, would you guys spare us? Big Boss Wu hurriedly explained. Lin Tian, we really know we were wrong. We were also overwhelmed by hunger. Wu Lao Air raised his head with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Lin Tian, as long as you let us go, our three brothers will hang out with you from now on. Gawain and the others have a whole supermarket, as long as we cooperate. Just before Wu Lao Air could finish his sentence, Lin Tian picked up the red-hot wooden stick and shoved it directly into his mouth. Ah! Wu Lao Air let out a mournful scream, his body trembling violently, his hands desperately trying to grab the red-hot wooden stick, but his movements were restricted by the handcuffs. The zippy sound of burning skin and flesh came from his mouth, and the air was instantly filled with a sickening scent of meat. Penis? Ergo? Boss Wu and Boss Wu didn't expect Lin Tian to be so ruthless as to take a fire stick and stab it into someone's mouth. They stared with wide eyes, filled with horror as they watched Wu Lao Air writhe in agony on the ground. Shen Shurhan also covered her mouth in fear, her large eyes looking at Lin Tian in shock, as if she had only truly recognized this person at this moment. Turns out he's so ruthless. Thinking about her treatment over the past 2 days, Shen Shurhan only felt grateful. Lin Tian, please let the oldest two go. We were wrong. We were really wrong. Boss Wu knelt on the ground and kowtowed vigorously. His own brother was treated so cruelly by Lin Tian, and his heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Boss Wu was in tears. He now regretted very much why his three brothers had come to provoke Lin Tian. Lin Tian, we've been blinded by lard. You're a generous man. Just spare the oldest two this time. We swear that we will never dare to offend you again, and we will be oxen and horses to repay you. Wu Lao-san watched his elder brother thumping his head as a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Lin Tian, you've already gotten second brother into this situation. What else do you want? Do you have to kill us all to be satisfied? Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. It's not that easy to die. Shurhan, take his clothes off. Chapter 20, Lin Tian's Ruthlessness. Shen Shurhan looked at Lin Tian with a stunned expression. Lin Tian, what is this going to do? Lin Tian ignored Shen Shurhan's question and just looked at her coldly. If you don't dare, get back now. Shen Shurhan bit her lip, and although she was scared, she slowly walked towards Wu Lao-san. Wu Lao-san roared as he struggled. What are you doing? Lin Tian, you bastard. Lin Tian walked forward and stomped on Wu Lao-san's chest, making him unable to move. If you dare to move again, I'll waste you now. Shen Shurhan trembled her hands and began to go and take off Wu Lao-san's clothes. Wu Lao-san's face was red, his eyes filled with humiliation and anger. You will not die a good death. When Boss Wu saw this, he cried even more miserably. Lin Tian, please don't do this. We really don't dare. Boss Wu's forehead thumped on the ground, trying to use this way to impress Lin Tian to let his brother go. Lin Tian watched all this expressionlessly, and when Shen Shurhan took off Wu Lao-san's clothes, he picked up a rope and tied Wu Lao-san's hands behind his back before tying him to a pillar in the hallway. Lin Tian, what exactly do you want? Wu Lao-san shouted. Lin Tian picked up the burnt wooden stick on the ground and waved it in front of Wu Lao-san. Didn't you just want beauty? Now let the beauty come and play with you. Lin Tian handed the fiery red wooden stick to Shen Shurhan, who stared in horror and backed away. Lin Tian, I can't do it. Lin Tian coldly looked at Shen Shurhan. If you don't do it, then I'll tie you up here with him and see what he'll do to you. Shen Shurhan's tears welled up in her eyes. No, don't. However, Lin Tian's expression remained cold and unshaken. He walked behind Shen Shurhan and handily taught Shen Shurhan to pick up the wooden stick before aiming it at Wu Lao-san's vitals. Ah! Another mournful roar came out from Wu Lao-san's mouth. Wu Lao-san's eyes widened, his eyes filled with horror and anger. You pair of demons, you shall not die. His body trembled violently from the pain, and his body tied to the post continued to twist and turn as he tried to avoid the red-hot wooden stick. When Boss Wu saw this scene, he cried even more miserably. Lin Tian, please, we really know we're wrong. Let us go. Let Lao-san go. He kept kowtowing. His forehead had been cracked, and blood was running down his face, forming a small stain of blood on the ground with his tears. Shin Shirhan was so frightened by this scene that her face turned pale and the wooden stick in her hand almost fell. Waste. Lin Tian chided Shin Shirhan. Yeah, sorry. Shin Shirhan lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Tian or the three brothers, although she also wanted to take some revenge on these three brothers. Lin Tian's ruthlessness was beyond her expectations. It is surprising that these three are being tortured so much, but she didn't feel that Lin Tian had done wrong. If Lin Tian hadn't been well prepared, it would probably be the two of them begging for mercy right now. Moreover, just now, Lin Tian deliberately stood up for her and punished that pervert. Shin Shirhan felt warm in her heart. She's not stupid. She's just soft. Lin Tian looked at Shin Shirhan and snorted coldly. In this world nowadays, being soft-hearted will only harm yourself. You think I like doing this? It's all because they forced me. It was naturally not without purpose that he forced Shin Shirhan to do this. Lin Tian didn't want to have a White Lotus piggyback made around him, which would kill him in the end times. He wanted to make Shin Shirhan understand the cruelty of the end times as early as possible. Shin Shirhan lowered her head. I know. Wu Laosan was still moaning in pain by the pillar, while Wu Boss was looking at Lin Tian and Shin Shirhan with a look of despair, his mouth pleading non-stop. Lin Tian, please let us go. We really don't dare anymore. We'll definitely stay far away from you in the future. Lin Tian turned his head and looked at Boss Wu, his eyes icy cold. Tell me first, who told you I had food? Boss Wu shivered and replied. It's two girls, and I don't know what their names are. He struggled to recall, his eyes revealing a trace of trepidation, as if he was afraid that Lin Tian would not believe his words. One girl had short hair and looked competent, the other had long hair and big eyes. They're the ones who said you had steak here, and fondue. Boss Wu continued, his voice filled with remorse. It's all because our three brothers were blinded by lard. Ball, you let us go. Lin Tian coldly grunted. It's really those two people in Qing and Yelin. He looked at Shin Shirhan. Believe my words now? Shin Shirhan shook her head in disbelief, her eyes reddening. How could her two best sisters do such a thing? Lin Tian, could there be some kind of misunderstanding? And Chang and Yelin, they won't. Shin Shirhan tried to defend them, but her voice was getting smaller and smaller, and even she herself felt that this defense was a bit feeble. Boss Wu carefully watched Lin Tian and Shin Shirhan's reactions from the side, not daring to say anything else for fear that Lin Tian would vent his anger on them again. Wu Lao, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, his face as white as paper, his lips bloodless, and his body would occasionally twitch unconsciously. The blood spilling from his mouth had formed a small dark red stain on the floor. Wu Laosan, on the other hand, was still cursing in a low voice by the pillar. Lin Tian, you bastard! You shall not die. Yes, indeed I shall not die. Lin Tian responded with a face of indifference, a trace of pain that was hard for onlookers to detect flashing through his eyes. In his last life he was vaporized alive, which does count as a bad death. Shin Shirhan looked at Lin Tian, although she wasn't sure why he was suddenly showing such complex emotions. She suddenly felt heartbroken. Lin Tian, what's wrong with you? Lin Tian came back to his senses and looked at Shin Shirhan, gently shaking his head. Nothing, just remembering something unpleasant. As Boss Wu watched Lin Tian's expression change, a glimmer of hope welled up in his heart and he spoke cautiously. Lin Tian, you've gotten your anger out, so just let us go. We promise that we won't be your enemy again. Lin Tian ignored Boss Wu and instead took out an explosive collar from the system space. Shin Shirhan was already not surprised by Lin Tian's means of changing things in the void, but the three Wu brothers were terrified. Their eyes were wide with disbelief and fear. What kind of tactic is this? Moreover, it seemed like that stun gun had just been transformed by Lin Tian as well. A magician? The three brothers had not yet recovered from their shock when they saw Lin Tian handing the collar to Shin Shirhan. Put it on him. Lin Tian pointed at Boss Wu. This time Shin Shirhan was much more obedient. She took the collar and skillfully put it on Boss Wu. Boss Wu tried to struggle, but he was unable to move as Lin Tian stomped on the ground. Lin Tian, what are you doing? You can't do this to me. Boss Wu shouted in despair. Let go of my big brother. Wu Laosan desperately twisted his body, trying to break free from the pillar to save Boss Wu, yet the rope was getting tighter and tighter, only strangling his skin with raw pain, but he was oblivious to it, and his mouth kept screaming. Ah, oh. Wu Lao also slurred his voice. He was seriously injured but his consciousness was already slightly awake. Seeing his elder brother being treated like this by Lin Tian, he also wanted to struggle to get up and help, but his body didn't listen to him and he could only twitch slightly on the ground. Lin Tian, however, smiled evilly. Next, perform a magic trick for you. Chapter 21 Exploding Necklace. Magic? Is he really a magician? The three brothers looked at each other. Boss Wu decided that no matter what kind of performance Lin Tian put on in a while, he was going to sell out and holler, as long as they could get Lin Tian to let them go. Lin Tian pulled Shin-Shir-Han back a few steps. Boss Wu was still a good guy. Lin Tian decided to give him a hard time. Watch this, all three of you. I'm only going to perform this once. Blast! With a low shout from Lin Tian, the explosive collar around Boss Wu's neck instantly activated. Only a soft boom sound was heard as the collar exploded, and a column of blood gushed out from Boss Wu's carotid aorta, tracing a piercing arc in the air. Boss Wu didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before his carotid aorta was blown open. Blood flowed out like a fountain, and his body collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. Wu Lao-san and Wu Lao-er stared in horror, their faces splattered with Boss Wu's blood. The warm blood slid down their cheeks and dripped to the ground, as if it was Boss Wu's silent accusation. Wu Lao-san shouted hoarsely, "Big brother, Lin Tian, you devil, you shall not die." His voice echoed in the hallway, full of anger and despair, his eyes red as if they were about to spit fire. Wu Lao-er also struggled to sit up from the ground at this moment, his eyes filled with hatred, his teeth clenched as he let out a low roar of rage from his throat. He wanted to lunge at Lin Tian. However, his severely injured body couldn't exert any strength at all, and just as he got up, he fell heavily to the ground again. His hands clawed at the ground, leaving behind a trail of blood, which was an externalization of the hatred within him. Lin Tian, however, looked at all of this with an indifferent face, as if it was just an insignificant picture in front of him. Shin-Shir-Han's face was pale. Although she knew that Lin Tian was ruthless in his methods, her stomach still flipped when she witnessed such a bloody scene. She clasped her hand over her mouth, desperately trying to resist the urge to vomit. At the same time, she subconsciously touched the collar around her neck, which was cold to the touch and made her shiver. At that moment, Lin Tian twisted his head to look at her. "I can let you go if you want to." Who knew that Shin-Shir-Han stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Lin Tian. It was the first time she had ever taken the initiative. "No, I'm not leaving." Shin-Shir-Han's eyes revealed a hint of determination. Even though the scene she had just witnessed made her feel extremely uncomfortable, she was clear that in this post-apocalyptic world, Lin Tian was the only person she could rely on. Leaving Lin Tian, she didn't know how long she could survive. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Lin Tian looked at Shin-Shir-Han and asked. Shin-Shir-Han shook her head. "I'm afraid, but I'm more afraid of losing you." Hearing Shin-Shir-Han's revealing confession, Lin Tian cupped the delicate chin and kissed it heavily. Shin-Shir-Han's eyes widened slightly, then slowly closed, passionately responding to Lin Tian's kiss. Despite being surrounded by blood, the scent of blood filled the air, pungent and sickening. When Wu Lao-er and Wu Lao-san saw the scene, their eyes were filled with anger and humiliation. Wu Lao-san hissed and roared, "Lin Tian, you ah!" His eyes were covered in blood, like an enraged trapped beast, the veins on his neck bulging, itching to immediately break free and tear Lin Tian into pieces. Wu Lao-er lay on the ground, weakly gasping for breath, muttering, Big brother. His eyes were filled with despair and hatred and deep regret. With his elder brother dead, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't let him go. He wasn't afraid of death, but if he died, who would protect his family in this cold world? When he thought of this, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by millions of needles at the same time. Lin Tian finally let go of Shin-Shir-Han. He slowly turned his head. His gaze was like ice as he looked at Wu Lao-er and Wu Lao-san. His eyes were cold to the extreme, as if he was looking at two lifeless objects. "Now, it's your turn." Lin Tian's voice did not carry a trace of temperature, and it seemed particularly eerie in this silent hallway, now that only 7 or 8 days had passed since the end of the world. Wu Lao-er and Wu Lao-san were already full of hostility. He had carried it for 2 or 3 whole months in his last life, and he also had hostility that he had to vent. Lin Tian took one step towards Elder Wu and Elder Wu. Each step seemed to step on their hearts. Wu Lao-san's eyes widened in horror. Those eyes were filled with fear and anger as he cursed loudly. "Lin Tian, you devil, you shall not die." Wu Lao-er, on the other hand, lay weakly on the ground with despair in his eyes, as he seemed to have foreseen his fate. Lin Tian sneered and kicked Wu Lao-san, who curled up in pain, but his mouth continued to curse. Lin Tian was not moved in the slightest and continued his torture of them. The red-hot sticks left a shocking charred mark on both men's skin. As soon as the hot wooden stick touched the skin, it made a zzzz sound, accompanied by a pungent smell of burning spread out. Wu Lao-san was convulsing in pain, and his screams echoed in the hallway in a creepy way. Wu Lao-er weakly looked at this scene. The despair in his eyes intensified. He wanted to struggle to escape, but he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Lin Tian expressionlessly looked at their agonized appearance without a trace of pity in his heart. Wu Lao-san's curses gradually weakened and were replaced by agonizing moans as well as, "Please for mercy. Lin Tian, please let us go." We know we're wrong. But Lin Tian had no intention of stopping at all. As Wu Lao watched Wu Lao San being tortured, he couldn't help but open his mouth to beg for mercy as well. Lin Tian, we really don't dare. Please spare us. However, Lin Tian just looked at them coldly and continued to vent his hostility. After a while, Wu Lao San started cursing again. Lin Tian, you will definitely get your retribution. Lin Tian once again increased his strength, and Wu Lao San begged for mercy once again in pain. So on and so forth. The two went from cursing to cursing and begging again, until they finally ran out of steam. Wu Laozan said breathlessly, Lin Tian, give us a pain in the ass. Wu Lao also nodded slightly. There was no longer any hope in his eyes, only the desire for death. After venting, the hostility in Lin Tian's heart decreased quite a bit. Then I'll give you all a hard time. Thanks. Wu Laozan breathlessly spat out these two words with endless bitterness in his voice. It was still a great irony that he had to thank the other party when they were about to kill him. Lin Tian expressionlessly raised the weapon in his hand, preparing to give them one last blow. Just then, Shin Shirhan suddenly reached out and stopped him. Lin Tian, is this really necessary? Shin Shirhan was a bit intolerant as she looked at Wu Lao and Wu Lao San, a trace of pity flooding her heart. Lin Tian looked at Shin Shirhan icily. Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. But, Shin Shirhan wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Tian. No buts. After saying that, Lin Tian no longer paid any attention to Shin Shirhan, and the weapon in his hand fell violently. With two dull thuds, the lives of Wu Lao and Wu Lao San came to an end. Their bodies fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing and staining the ground red. Shin Shirhan covered her eyes. She didn't know why the world had become like this. What are you waiting for? Go back and boil some water and give me a good wash. Chapter 22 took a big bath. Shin Shirhan went back to her room to boil water, while Lin Tian cleaned up in the hallway. He expressionlessly dragged the corpses of Wu Lao and Wu Lao San over to the window, and outside the window, the cold wind was howling and snowflakes were falling. Without mercy, the bodies of the three brothers were thrown out the window and instantly swallowed by the thick snow. Lin Tian looked at the snow-covered corpse without a ripple in his heart. He certainly wasn't doing it for the love of hygiene. It's 30 or 40 degrees below zero and the body won't even decompose. He just didn't want to spook the other fish. Who knows if there are any more trying to rob them, in case they scare them. A faint scent of blood filled the hallway, and despite Lin Tian's best efforts to clean it up, the smell was still there if anything. In the room, Shin Shirhan had boiled water and was quietly waiting for Lin Tian. I can't believe it took an hour to take a shower. I'm sorry La. I didn't do it on purpose. Shin Shirhan whispered, with a hint of petulance in her voice. Don't be so naughty next time, or I'll have you to deal with. Lin Tian glared at Shin Shirhan. Aha! Shin Shirhan hurriedly nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Goo goo. At this time Shin Shirhan's stomach actually growled. The two of them had been working all night and had indeed expended a lot of energy. Lin Tian was also a bit hungry. He glanced at Shin Shirhan and shook his head helplessly. Eat something. Shin Shirhan covered her stomach in some embarrassment, her face slightly red. Lin Tian took out 2 bags of single soldier rations, which were also carried in that single soldier equipment. It doesn't taste as good as steak or fondue, but it's better because it's easy and filling. Lin Tian tore open the package and handed one of them to Shin Shirhan. Shin Shirhan took the rations and looked at the unremarkable food, but a warmth welled up in her heart. In this post-apocalyptic world, it is already a luxury to have such food. However, out of Lin Tian's expectation, this pack of single soldier rations actually tasted quite good. Wow, this bag of fruit candies is so good. Shin Shirhan squinted her eyes, a satisfied smile on her face. The tiny fruit candy melted in her mouth and the sweet flavor instantly filled the air. Why is sugar a strategic resource? In addition to containing a lot of energy, it can quickly replenish your strength. Sweetness also stimulates the production of dopamine, which creates a pleasant mood. This is especially important on the battlefield. And in the end times, the same is true. In a world of despair and fear, a little sweetness can bring hope and courage. Lin Tian looked at Shin Shirhan's happy appearance, and a trace of warmth welled up in his heart. In the end times, loneliness is also a torment of life. Even with enough supplies, loneliness is enough to drive a person crazy. It's nice to have a little pet to keep you company. Thinking like this, Lin Tian's eyes unconsciously became a little more soft as he looked at Shin Shirhan. Shin Shirhan, the little pet, played a qualified role. Here, this packet is for you too. Lin Tian handed Shin Shirhan his pack of candies as well. Thanks. Shin Shirhan smiled sweetly. In her heart, Lin Tian's move was simply sweeter than candy in her mouth. She took the candy carefully, holding it cherishingly in her hands as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Brush your teeth properly later, Lin Tian said without any good humor. Watch out for cavities. Shen Shurhan spat out her tongue mischievously. Got it. Underground garage. Anqing and Yelin curled up together. The two bodies clung to each other, trying to get a tiny bit of warmth from each other. Their faces looked a little pale in the dim firelight, and their lips were slightly purple. Next to the self-licking dog glasses guy, he shivered and hugged his knees, a thin layer of fog covering his glasses. Anaru, did you just hear that? It seems like someone is screaming. Yelin slurred, her voice shaking a little from the cold. Her eyes were half open, half closed, trying to sleep, but unable to. It's just too cold. The cold seemed to penetrate the bone marrow, making every inch of skin scream with pain. And Xing raised her head slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of alertness. Trying to clear her head, she pricked up her ears and listened carefully. I think I heard it too. Will any monsters appear? Yelin hugged Xing tightly, not knowing if she was scared or freezing. The man with glasses couldn't help but interject when he heard their conversation. Don't worry, even if there are monsters, I'll protect you both. He struggled to straighten his somewhat thin frame, trying to look reliable. Thank you, Brother Chow. Anaru barely managed to squeeze out a grateful smile. In any case, it's always nice to have someone willing to watch your back in a world that's about to fall apart. Yelin, however, glanced disdainfully at the man with the glasses, then flopped down into Xing's arms and murmured, Anaru, I want to eat hot pot too. Hearing Yelin's words, Xing gulped and did not say anything, only looking her gaze towards the building, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 23, Anqing Yelin begs to be taken in. Ding, today's seconds, 1, 10, 000 sets of outdoor wood-burning stove sets. 2, 10, 000 bags of MRE individual rations. 3, 10, 000 boxes of large umbrellas. 4, 10, 000 emergency medical kits. I'll take one. Ding, the spike was successful. Lin Tian now saw the set and directly closed his eyes to select it. The last single soldier set was a win. Not only did it contain weapons, protective gear, but even rations and medical kits. 10,000 single soldier suits directly brought Lin Tian 10,000 submachine guns, 10,000 pistols, tens of thousands of magazines, grenades, smoke grenades, 10,000 packs of single soldier rations, and 10,000 medical kits. Top 5 or 6 seconds at least. So when Lin Tian saw the set again, he even chose it without hesitation. And a wood stove is really necessary in case the generator or air conditioner breaks down. With this primitive form of heating, at least you don't have to worry about any accidents. Lin Tian took out a set of firewood stoves from his system space. Sure enough, the kit is even a good deal. This wood stove set contains a dozen or so accessories, in addition to the stove body and chimney, a spray gun, a fire blanket, a kettle, a sherry bowl, a small frying pan, a small fan, a pellet bin. The main thing is that each wood stove set includes a large bag of burning pellets, almost a day's supply. Not bad, not bad, big profit. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. On the side, Shen Shurhan, who was tidying up her room, saw Lin Tian change a bunch of things out again and her eyes widened slightly. She didn't ask anything though. There are some things you can ask, and some things it's better not to ask. The redness on my neck hasn't gone down yet. Come over here and help me put this together. Come over here and help me put this together. Lin Tian shouted at Shen Shurhan. Shen Shurhan put down the work in her hands and walked over to Lin Tian. Lin Tian fiddled with the fittings while commanding Shen Shurhan. Hand me that furnace body. Yes, that one. Shen Shurhan complied and handed the stove body to Lin Tian and asked, don't we have an air conditioner? Why do you still need to assemble this? Lin Tian replied without looking up. What if the air conditioner breaks down one day? And this can also boil water for cooking. Very convenient. Lin Tian continued to say, the movements of his hands unceasing. The natural gas supply is expected to be cut off soon as well, and then cooking will be a problem again. In this post-apocalyptic world, the supply of resources was extremely unstable, and he couldn't pin all his hopes on the existing conveniences. Now with this wood stove, at least frying a steak, shabu-shabu or whatever is not a problem. It's safe to say this wood stove came at just the right time. Lin Tian accelerated the speed of assembly, while Shen Shurhan helped pass things and hold the parts steady. As the firewood stove gradually took shape, Lin Tian felt more and more that he had made an incomparably correct choice this time. When it is assembled, it will be time to boil a pot of hot water, make a cup of tea, and enjoy a moment of coziness in this post-apocalyptic world. But what to do with the chimney became a challenge. Luckily, with enough chimney fittings, Lin Tian kept the chimney connected to the kitchen, and directly connected the chimney to the vent of the exhaust hood. In this way, the smoke produced by combustion can be discharged outside without any problems. Great job! Lin Tian stood up, patted the dust on his hands, and carefully surveyed the wood stove. The more you look at it, the more satisfied you become. This primitive way of heating and cooking gives a full sense of security. Shin Shirhan also came forward and looked at the assembled firewood stove, a hint of delight in her eyes. The little home for two is getting warmer and warmer. What's for lunch? Lin Tian looked at Shin Shirhan. Shin Shirhan licked her lips. Hot pot? Okay, steak it is then. Underground garage. It's a sad time. Some whimpered, others bawled. A lot of people died this night. A lot of older people closed their eyes last night and never opened them again. They walked through their lives in the long night of these last days. Perhaps for them it was not a relief. But for the living, it was endless grief and fear. The living sat in a circle, their eyes empty and confused. They don't know who will be the next to leave, or how long they will last in this cruel world. All there is fear of the unknown and grief for those who have passed on. Mom, why aren't Dad and Uncle Sam and the others back yet? A little girl curled up in her mother's arms, her eyes shining with anticipation and worry. Last night, Daddy said he was going to get her lots and lots of good food, and the little girl had been waiting. However, there was no return of the father until dawn. The woman's face was full of anxiety and unease. Last night my husband said he was going to Lin Tian's house to order some food, but he didn't come back until now. She had a bad feeling about this. Although the husband's family has 3 brothers, who knows how many are on the other side? In order to take care of her daughter, she was afraid to pry a little. She was afraid of what might happen to her daughter if she left. Nyan, don't worry. Daddy, they'll be back soon. The woman forced herself to stay calm and hugged her daughter tightly. The little girl blinked her eyes and nodded knowingly. Mommy, Nyan is not in a hurry. Daddy will definitely bring back lots of delicious food. Her small hands clutched her mother's coat as if it was the only thing she had to rely on at the moment. In this cold and fearful underground garage, mother and daughter snuggle up to each other, waiting for the one who may never return. Anaru, I can't. In the corner, Yelin leaned weakly against the wall, her face as white as paper, her lips so dry and cracked that every word she said seemed to exhaust her entire body. They had spent 2 nights in the underground garage, but without enough food. Even the young men were about to get through it. Not to mention they'd been hungry for days before. Let's go find Lin Tian. Yelin's voice was thin as silk, but her eyes revealed a hint of desire to survive. Big deal. Big deal. Her words ended abruptly, but Anaru knew what she meant. But, and Qing's brows were furrowed, her eyes filled with hesitation and entanglement. Yelin saw in Qing's hesitation and pleaded, "And Shang, we have no other way. If we continue like this, we will really die here." Anaru took a deep breath. Okay, but I'll ask Shirhan first. Yelin hurriedly nodded. Right. Let her put in a good word for us. Whatever Lin Tian's conditions are, I'll agree. Hearing in Qing's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Yelin's eyes. In her opinion, this was their only chance of survival at the moment. Since Lin Tian was able to take Shirhan in, he thought that he wouldn't reject the 2 of them either. And in her heart, no matter what Shirhan had paid, no matter the face value or body, and Shang was better than Shin Shirhan. That was why Yelin begged Anaru to step in. Among the 3 women, it was Yelin who was the most average looking, while Shang was the prettiest looking, and was the proper school flower in the school. In a world as apocalyptic as this one, they have no other leverage. After thinking about it, Shang made up a message and sent it to Shin Shirhan. Chapter 24 White Lotus cries in anger. The wood stove quietly radiates heat in the warm room. Through the glass window of the wood stove, you can see the roaring flames leaping merrily inside. Lin Tian picked up a slice of snowflake beef and put it into the skillet. Instantly, the aroma of beef filled the room. A rich, full-bodied, greasy, mouth-watering flavor. Shin Shirhan couldn't help but gulp. Lin Tian had a sudden idea to slice the steak into thin slices and made it directly into a roast. Served with a hot pot sesame dipping sauce, this is a very northern way of eating. The mellow aroma of the sesame sauce dipping sauce blends perfectly with the flavor of the grilled meat, and each slice of beef dipped in the sesame sauce brings a unique and wonderful taste enjoyment to your mouth. Shin Shirhan couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks, picked up a slice of roasted beef, dipped it in the sesame sauce, and gently put it in her mouth. She closed her eyes, an intoxicated expression on her face, and said in a slurred voice, Lin Tian, this tastes fantastic. Lin Tian glared at Shin Shirhan as he looked at her satisfied appearance. What a big greedy girl. When Shin Shirhan saw Lin Tian glaring at her, she spat out her cute little tongue and then gave Lin Tian a slice of beef. Lin Tian, you eat it too. The beef you made is so flavorful. I can't help it. Lin Tian shook his head. This girl was getting more and more licentious. It seemed that the punishment wasn't enough. Just as he opened the system panel and wanted to punish him, Shin Shirhan suddenly took off her jacket. Ouch! It's hot, she said as she casually tossed her jacket aside. The room was air-conditioned and had a wood stove. and the room temperature was almost 25 or 26 degrees. Lin Tian looked at the small halter on Shen Shurhan's body. Forget it. Let's eat first. Buzz off. At this time, Shen Shurhan's cell phone rang. Shen Shurhan picked it up and glanced at it, and her face directly changed. Her brow furrowed slightly and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. It's in Ching. She wants me to put in a good word for her and ask you to take her and Yelin in as well. Shen Shurhan put down her cell phone and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian said without lifting his head, "Then are you willing to put in a good word for them?" He was still focused on eating the roasted meat in front of him, and didn't seem to care much about it. Shen Shurhan, however, bristled. Who's going to put in a good word for her? Just yesterday she betrayed us, and today she's here begging us to take her in. How does she have the face to do that? Shen Shurhan's tone was filled with disgust. When she thought of what In Chang and Yelin did yesterday, she was furious. Lin Tian nodded. It was okay. He was really worried that Shen Shurhan would have a hot brain and have a Holy Mother's heart attack and speak for In Chang and Yelin. In that case, he could only kick Shen Shurhan out as well. He can't have the Virgin Mary by his side. If Shen Shurhan really wanted to help those two people, that would mean that she didn't recognize the law of survival in this post-apocalyptic world. And Lin Tian didn't want to be caught in a passive or even desperate situation because of this kind of meaningless kindness. Lin Tian continued to eat the barbecued meat and said indifferently, "It's right if you can think like that. In this world, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. They were able to betray us yesterday, and they'll be able to do something even more outrageous tomorrow." Shen Shurhan nodded her head vigorously. Lin Tian, don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I won't forget how they treated us. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Shen Shurhan's determined expression. After eating the barbecue, Lin Tian sat paralyzed on the sofa and played games while Shen Shurhan cleaned up. She gathered up the dishes one by one and took them to the kitchen. After scrubbing the dishes, she wiped down the table and tidied up around the wood stove. After putting everything in order, Shen Shurhan sat on her knees at Lin Tian's feet again like yesterday. However, the difference was that she was hugging Lin Tian's calf, her head gently resting on Lin Tian's thigh. Lin Tian glanced down at Shen Shurhan. How bold. But when he saw the exploding collar next to his thigh, never mind. And when Shen Shurhan saw that no current appeared in her neck, her eyes curved up with a smile, like a small crescent moon. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't punish himself for this intimate action, he couldn't help but feel a little joyful in his heart. She then took out her cell phone and took a picture of herself. Underground garage. Anqing, has Shurhan not returned yet? Yelin's voice trembled a little, her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety and helplessness. No. Anaru shook her head. Her face was also very haggard and her eyes were bloodshot. Probably didn't see it. No. I'll ask her again. Yelin took out her cell phone and wanted to ask Shen Shurhan again. Just then, she saw that Shen Shurhan had actually updated her friend circle. Yelin's fingers gave a slight lurch, her eyes staring tightly at the cell phone screen, her eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. She clicked on Shen Shurhan's circle of friends, and what caught her eye was a photo of Shen Shurhan leaning on Lin Tian's lap. In the photo, Shen Shurhan was hugging Lin Tian's calf tightly, her head gently leaning against Lin Tian's thigh, and the whole person exuded a lazy and warm atmosphere. There was a look of coziness and contentment on his face, a stark contrast to his starving self, who was in an underground garage at the moment. Anqing, look at. Yelin handed her cell phone to Anqing with a slight choke in her voice. There's still time to post friends. So how is it possible that you haven't heard from them? How can she be so selfish? Knowing full well that we are suffering, she deliberately didn't reply to our messages and only cared about enjoying herself. Yelin's voice trembled, filled with anger and disappointment. Is she that desperate? We used to be friends, and now that we're in trouble, she's turning a blind eye. Yelin felt that Shen Shurhan's behavior was too much. No matter what, they were friends. How could they be like this? Holding a pair of stinky feet and still being so happy. Why didn't I usually see that she was actually this kind of person? Yelin's words carried a hint of cynicism, and Cheng took the cell phone and looked at the photo, the same frown creasing her brow slightly. She bit her lip, a wave of mixed emotions welling up in her heart. After a moment of silence, Anaru said slowly, perhaps she has her own difficulties. Despite saying that, Anaru knew in her heart that it was probably just her own wishful thinking. Yelin snorted coldly. Difficulties? What difficulties can there be? I think she just doesn't want to help us. She was now filled with resentment, as if Shen Shurhan had become the source of all her pain at the moment. Look at her smile. I didn't even see her smile so happily before the snow. Where is the difficulty? Yelin became more and more agitated as she spoke, her eyes reddening. I really don't know if it makes you so happy to kneel at someone's feet? Yelin stared dead at Shen Shurhan's brilliant smile on the cell phone screen, and the jealousy and anger in her heart burned like a blazing fire. No, I'm going to ask her why she did this to us. Her emotions were now completely out of control, and with trembling fingers, she quickly typed a line on her cell phone and sent it to Shin Shirhan. Why don't you answer Anaru's messages? Don't pretend to be blind. I know you can see. Are you still a sister if you don't do a little favor when I ask you to? Do you like to give others a bad name so much? You don't even want to lose your face for some food. Chapter 25, Disinformation and Hatred. Buzz off. Shin Shirhan picked up her cell phone and smiled instead when she saw the message from Yelin. There was a hint of smugness in the smile, and a few moments of relief. Despite the unfriendly nature of those words, she was happy. She sent this friend circle just to be angry with Yelin and Ching, and seeing them really as furious as she expected, a sense of revenge surged in her heart. She leisurely looked at the screen of her cell phone, her gaze sweeping over Yelin's curse-filled words without the slightest bit of guilt in her heart. And, besides Yelin cursing her, the dozen or so messages below the circle of friends were all pleasing requests for help. Wow! Shirhan, where are you? Can you take me in? Shirhan, you are so beautiful, can you help? Shirhan, I'll do anything you want me to do if you'll take me in, please. Shirhan. All of her former classmates and friends are praying for her. Seeing the messages from her classmates, Shin Shirhan raised her chin slightly, secretly pleased in her heart. Ignoring the students who asked for help, he replied directly to Yelin. Sisters? You still know we're sisters? Shin Shirhan's hand speed wasn't slow either. So what did you do to your sisters? Why did you give away the news of our food? Do you have any idea what happened last night? Thinking of last night's thrill, Shin Shirhan's heart was still filled with fear and anger. She clunked and typed as if she wanted to vent all her grievances and resentments through these words. Call me shameless, but do you want to be shameless? You just betrayed me, and then you turn around and beg me. Can you have any more face? Yelin and Ching stared dead at the message Shin Shirhan replied on the cell phone screen, and both of their faces became extremely ugly. And Chang, on the other hand, sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness showing in her eyes. Although she wasn't the one who leaked the information, she didn't stop Yelin yesterday, and only she knew what she was thinking at that time. Yelin's body trembled slightly, a hint of panic and fear flashing in her eyes. She opened her mouth to retort, but realized she had no words. The only way to live was surprisingly blocked by his own stupid behavior. She bit her lip with a little bit of regret. I wish I hadn't been so impulsive yesterday, but what can be done when it's already happened? After thinking about it, Yelin chose to directly dislike it. You want a face? Look at what you're doing now. Seeing Yelin's reply, Shin Shirhan smiled disdainfully. After last night's night attack, she was no longer the weak and bullying Shin Shirhan. How dare you talk about me? Haven't you eaten steak out of someone's sock too? Don't you miss that flavor now? Too bad it's not there anymore. The taunts are pulled straight to full strength, and no one is talking about anyone. Yelin was so angry that she trembled when she saw Shin Shirhan's reply. Die. Stinking. The two of them went back and forth, not giving way to each other, and their words became more and more heated, as if they wanted to vent all the dissatisfaction and anger in their hearts. What wickedness to say! What viciousness to say! But in the end, it ended with Shin Shirhan's victory, because Yelin's fingers were freezing. Her fingers gradually became numb, and each press of the cell phone button became incredibly difficult. Why don't you talk? Dead battery or frozen? Shin Shirhan's message was like a victor's taunt, full of provocation. I'm sweating. It's so hot. Shin Shirhan took another picture of herself in a sling and sent it to Yelin. Yelin looked at the coolly dressed Shin Shirhan in the photo, especially the fine sweat that was slightly oozing from her forehead, and her whole body was going crazy with anger. The other guy wasn't lying, he was really sweating. Yelin felt like her blood was freezing from this cold, while Shin Shirhan was surprisingly enjoying herself in the warmth. On what grounds? She was freezing so hard now that even typing had become too much for her. You wait. Retaliation. Yelin wants revenge. You got away with last night's attack, but how many nights will you get away with it? This thought kept surfacing in Yelin's mind. She felt that she couldn't be defeated by Shin Shirhan just like that. She wanted to let them taste the taste of hunger and cold as well. Thinking this way, Yelin forwarded all the photos of the steak at Lin Tian's house, the photos of the hot pot, the photos of Shin Shirhan's circle of friends, and the photos of the warm room wearing a sling, all of which were forwarded to the homeowners group in a single brainstorm. Seemingly feeling not yet relieved, Yelin wrote again in the group. Geez, there aren't enough ingredients in the house. Does everyone have enough food at home? It's so hot in the house. I'm sweating. How many degrees is it in your house? Yelin's words were full of mockery and provocation, and she deliberately irritated the people in the group, hoping to cause anger and jealousy. Sure enough, the crowd in the group instantly erupted when they saw these pictures Yelin posted, especially some of those who had a death in the family. Their emotions exploded at once like a powder keg that had been ignited. Don't you guys realize that everyone out there is suffering? I can't believe you're still enjoying yourselves and posting this to irritate us. That's right. Steak and hot pot at a time like this. Do they have a conscience? Such people deserve to be punished. Why should they be able to eat gourmet food in a warm place while we have to struggle in this freezing weather? It's too much. They are simply inhuman. They should have been pulled out too and left to freeze and starve here with us. Everyone had already piled up a bellyful of hostility. Stimulated by Yelin. What's the point? They're provoking us all. It can't just be left alone. Right. We can't just let them get away with this. We have to let them taste the pain too. What gives them the right to live so well? And we're struggling on the edge of life and death. It's not fair. We're going to get a statement. We can't let them continue to be so complacent. Some people began to incite people to take action. And the atmosphere in the group became more and more tense and hostile. A few people even stood up straight away and headed towards the entrance of the building, not sure if they wanted to get out of the way or for food. And naturally, Lin Tian and Shen Shurhan had noticed the group of angry owners. Shen Shurhan's small face went white. It's over. She seems to have gotten into trouble. Chapter 26, Shocking the Crowd. I'm sorry. Shen Shurhan raised her head, tears wiping her eyes as she looked at Lin Tian. She didn't expect things to turn out the way they did. What Yelin did was completely beyond her imagination, and too vicious. Not only did they expose them, but they deliberately teased everyone with those words. This is going to kill her. Shen Shurhan tightly hugged Lin Tian's thigh, her body trembling slightly. She was terrified now, wondering what horrible things those angry crowds would do to them. Lin Tian glanced at Shen Shurhan. Useless little party girl, really vegetable and fun-loving. He then kicked Shen Shurhan away. Get your ass back to your room and I'll deal with you later. Aha! I'll wait in my room and punish you however you like later. She knew that Lin Tian was now preparing to deal with those who might rush up at any time. Shen Shurhan slowly got up from the ground and walked towards her room. As she walked, she looked back at Lin Tian from time to time, with a few moments of worry in her eyes. When she returned to her bedroom, she closed the door gently behind her and leaned against it, her heart lifting as she quietly listened to the commotion outside. Outside the door, Lin Tian shook his head and moved his muscles. The conflict had come a little earlier than he had planned, but sooner or later it was all the same. He wasn't even scared anymore, even vaguely looking forward to it. Lin Tian took out the set of Polar Bear Special Forces warfighter equipment from the system space and put it on. Looking at himself armed to the teeth in the mirror, Lin Tian revealed a cruel smile. But don't let me down. He then walked out of the room and came to ambush in the hallway, where the smell of the blood of the three Wu brothers had not completely dissipated. Lin Tian didn't enjoy himself too much. He had already heard some movements coming from below. Mud. We'll grab all the food later, then throw them all outside so they can taste the cold too. Ha ha ha. The group of men glowed with lewd laughter and walked recklessly up the stairs, seemingly not worried about being discovered. So what if we're found out? They were a dozen or so big men, some of them with clubs, and they weren't afraid at all. However, when it came to the floor of Lin Tian's and their house, the crowd was startled. A white freak armed to the teeth was seen standing above the building. In the dim light, the whole man was like a god of war coming out of the ice field. Looking at the blackened muzzle of the submachine gun, a dozen strong men's legs got the better of them. Especially the aura of solemnity emanating from the other party made the surrounding air seem to freeze. The crowd that was originally raging and full of greed. At this moment, it was as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization, and their footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Their faces instantly turned pale, the arrogance and desire in their eyes instantly replaced by fear. No, sorry, we're in the wrong place, the man in the lead stammered, trying to squeeze out a pleasing smile, yet that smile was worse than crying. As he spoke, he slowly backed away, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. At the same time, his hands were slightly raised in a surrendering position, and his eyes were dead set on the submachine gun in Lin Tian's hands, fearing that Lin Tian would pull the trigger if he didn't pay attention. Everyone else followed in horror and stepped back, not daring to utter a breath. The sticks they were originally holding in their hands looked incredibly funny at the moment, as if those were just children's toys. Everyone was praying in their hearts that Lin Tian would be able to let them off the hook, and those evil thoughts that had just filled their hearts had long since dissipated at this moment. They only hoped to escape from this terrible place as soon as possible, away from this armed freak who was like a demon. Lin Tian, however, did not have the slightest intention of letting them go. He took a slight step forward, his submachine gun held steady in his hand as his eyes swept over the crowd with an icy cold look. Going the wrong way? That's not what you guys just said. Weren't you guys going to snatch all my food and throw me outside? There was a hint of mockery in Lin Tian's tone, as if he was laughing at these people's previous insouciance. The crowd's hearts tightened and some began to beg for mercy. Big brother. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The man's voice trembled so much it was as if every syllable was shivering. His face was as white as paper. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, and his eyes stared deathly at the submachine gun in Lin Tian's hand. His eyes filled with fear. That's a ING submachine gun. How could there be an assault rifle? But the crowd didn't even have time to think about that. The only task now was to stay alive. We really know we're wrong. We shouldn't have fought otherwise. Please let us go. The others echoed. Their gestures placed extremely low. Some even directly kneeled on the ground, kowtowing like garlic. Spare you guys? Lin Tian sneered. That's not what you guys thought just now. Since you're here, then don't think you can easily walk away. His gaze was like a sharp sword, making the burly men tremble with fear. One of them, who was a little more courageous, gathered his courage and said, "Don't go too far. There are so many of us. You won't be able to take advantage of us if we really put up a fight." The corner of Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Try it then. With that, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Ta-da! Submachine guns spewed fire and bullets whizzed through the building. The few people walking in front of them instantly fell to the ground. They were less than 5 meters away from Lin Tian, and the power of the submachine guns was simply terrifyingly strong. The bullets went straight through, leaving huge wounds on their bodies, broken flesh and blood and pieces of clothing flying everywhere. The rest screamed in terror as they frantically turned to try to escape this place of death. The original arrogance had disappeared without a trace at this moment, replaced by endless fear and despair. The smell of smoke and blood filled the building, and the screams rose and fell. After a while, the gunfire stopped, the hallway was dead silent, and several strong men fell to the ground in a heap, their blood flowing into a river. Still, a dozen or so got away. Chapter 27, Scared Stupid Neighbors. Lin Tian didn't chase after him. Those who followed were lucky to pick up a life. So don't rush ahead in everything. In his last life, Lin Tian had ended up like that because he had rushed ahead. And he had a little something else in mind when he spared the lucky ones. As the saying goes, there are only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. It's good to spread the word about how powerful he is, and save having to take precautions every day. Gawain's gang is occupying a supermarket and no one dares to rob it. Isn't it because they have a small steel gun? He's heavily armed, and he's carrying an assault rifle. Anyway, everyone was trapped in the underground garage and couldn't run away even if they wanted to, so he had all the time in the world to play slowly. The smoke that filled the building gradually dissipated, leaving a shocking and tragic scene. Lin Tian stood in place, looking at the sprawling corpses without a ripple in his eyes. That is, there were no enemies from his last life among these people. Otherwise it would be impossible to die so painfully. And those few people who had managed to escape were now frantically running towards the depths of the underground garage. Their hearts were filled with fear, as if a demon was chasing them behind them. While running, he looked back in terror, afraid that Lin Tian would catch up. The horrible scene just now, the tongues of submachine gun fire and the screams of his companions, kept coming back to his mind. They now regretted to death why they had participated in this stupid operation, why they had been overwhelmed by greed and anger. Those who escaped back to the underground garage roared frantically. Fear was written all over everyone's face. Many of them were still covered in bloody ice ballast. The people who had been wandering around the garage in a daze were instantly startled, and their gazes turned in unison to the lumbering figures. I saw these people covered in blood and full of panic, as if they were ghosts returning from hell. Those bloodstains stood out in the dim light and sent shivers down the spine. What's wrong? What happened? It's not like there's some monster out there, is it? Come on you guys. What the hell happened? The neighbors were alarmed. It was just that the men looked so scary. The underground garage was suddenly filled with tension and unease. Those left in the garage didn't know what was going on, but the scarlet blood constantly irritated their fragile nerves. The crowd's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up and their breathing became rapid. Some were clinging to their families as if that would give them a shred of security, while others were looking around in horror, fearing that something terrible might suddenly appear. What the hell happened? Speak up, you guys. An impatient voice rang out again, breaking the suffocating silence. The devil. He's the devil. These people kept murmuring out of their mouths, as if they had lost their souls in fear. What devil? Where's our old king? Why isn't he back? At that moment a woman rushed up and grabbed a man by the collar, her voice full of anxiety and fear. And our old Li, where is he? Another person rushed up. The fact that the man of their house did not return, and that the man who did return was covered in blood, caused a strong wave of unease and fear to well up in their hearts. Didn't you guys go to Lin Tian's house to grab food? What exactly happened? There was anger and questioning in the voices of these family members. They couldn't accept that their family members went to grab food and never came back, while these people in front of them were just chanting devil over and over again. Yes, Lin Tian, he's a devil. A survivor's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. His body couldn't stop shivering, as if even mentioning Lin Tian's name was a very frightening thing. He's a murderous demon. He's got a gun and he's actually shooting at us. All dead. Those people are dead. Boom. The words of these survivors were like a heavy bomb that instantly stunned the neighbors. Their eyes were wide and their mouths were open, filled with shock and disbelief. What? How is that possible? Everyone couldn't believe it. There were quite a few people who knew Lin Tian and remembered him as a hot-headed handsome guy. How could this be? Just then, a sudden cry for help came from the entrance of the building. Help! Help! A blood-covered, stumbling figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Old Li. A woman suddenly rushed forward and held the shaky figure. Old Li, what's wrong with you? Tears instantly came to the woman's eyes at the sight of her husband's miserable appearance, and she clasped her hands tightly around her husband. Lung. Old Li covered his stomach and kept trembling. A bullet that went through the others hit him right in the stomach. Lao Li's life did not leave the box on the spot, but at this time the blood continues to gush out from the wound. The situation is not optimistic, and the neighbors finally believed it when they saw Old Li's face. The neighbors who had previously had some trouble with Lin Tian began to get scared. Auntie Wang's face turned pale as she unconsciously covered her chest, trying to suppress the violently beating heart. Flathead, on the other hand, was like a frightened mouse, his eyes darting about, eager to find a hidden corner to hide in. Doctor? Is there a doctor? The woman hugged loudly and cried out hoarsely to the crowd. Her eyes searched the crowd eagerly, pleading in her eyes. Please, everyone, save my husband. The people around us all looked embarrassed, and we all had our hearts in the right place. In this post-apocalyptic world, there is a lack of medical care and medicine, and no one can easily guarantee that someone can be revived in the face of such a serious gunshot wound. Looking at the woman's despairing eyes, a mood of a rabid dying rose in many people's hearts. At that moment, a young woman walked out. Tang Wanru, surgical plastic surgeon. Let me see. Thank you, Dr. Don. A glimmer of hope flared in the woman's eyes as if she had grabbed a lifeline. Tang Wanru gently flattened Old Li and carefully examined the wound on his stomach. The blood was still seeping out, and the skin around the shocking wound had turned ghastly white. Tang Wanru frowned. In this harsh environment, without proper surgical instruments and medication, it was almost impossible to save Old Li's life. She shook her head at the woman. This gentle movement was like a sharp blade, instantly cutting off the only remaining shred of hope in the woman's heart. At that point, Old Li slowly dropped his arm as well. No, the woman hissed. Lin Tian, I'm gonna kill you. The woman hissed and cursed as she blamed Lin Tian for her husband's death. In her thinking, if it wasn't for Lin Tian, how could her husband die in her arms covered in blood? Yet she forgot that it was clearly them who wanted to go for the food. And what will happen to this icy stranger once he loses his food? Not much better than Old Li. In the crowd, when Yelin and Qing saw this scene, they coincidentally glanced at each other, and a wave of uneasiness rose in their hearts. Yelin bit her lip, which was bleeding from her own bite. She was scared now, not knowing how Lin Tian would deal with her. Regret. Really regret. Why did he provoke Lin Tian in the first place? If she had been able to lower her stance and speak softly, even if she had thrown away her dignity and acted a bit lowly, maybe she would be like Xin Shirhan now, blowing warm winds and hugging her thighs. How could I have ended up in this situation? The spectacled man, who had been guarding the two women next to him, silently distanced himself a little from the two. He is a licking dog, not a cutie. Yelin had offended such a strong man. How could he dare to get too close? On the other side, Lin Tian threw the bodies of a few unlucky people down the window. He knew that this incident would surely cause an uproar in the underground garage, but it's good, so that those neighbors will be more aware of how powerful he is. He wasn't worried that those who escaped would cause more trouble because there was nowhere for them to run in this closed underground garage. In the room, Xin Shirhan heard the gunshots stop, but the tension and fear in her heart did not diminish in the slightest. She didn't know what was happening outside and could only silently pray that Lin Tian would return safely. The moment Lin Tian pushed open the door, her tears instantly came to her eyes. She immediately jumped into Lin Tian's arms and hugged him tightly. Rise and shine. Who knew that Lin Tian pushed her away mercilessly? This woman is really getting loose. But at this time, he heard Xin Shirhan say, "Want to wash up? I'll boil water." Chapter 28. White Lotus is desperate. Brother man, there's been an accident in the garage. In the supermarket, Zhao Xiaolong was reporting to his boss, Gawain. Over the past few days, Gawain had also been keeping an eye on the movements of the crowd in the garage. There were hundreds of people gathered there, like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. A bad one, I'm afraid, will hit his supermarket. The supplies in the supermarket are his lifeblood and his capital to control power. But he couldn't fire more than a few shots from his small steel gun, and he couldn't fend off those people once they came at him recklessly. What's wrong? Gawain frowned and looked up at Zhao Xiaolong. Zhao Xiaolong's face was grave. Beads of sweat were faintly appearing on his forehead, and his voice was a bit rushed as he spoke. Didn't someone in the group show off the food earlier? And a group rose up in the garage to try to grab it. Gawain nodded. He had seen what happened in the group earlier. At the time, I was thinking which one of these is the one who dares to show off so blatantly. Don't you know that a man can't be guilty of anything? As it turned out, not to his surprise, there was indeed a group of people who were up to no good. In fact, if he hadn't already commandeered a supermarket, he would have grabbed it. But with the supplies in the supermarket, Gawain thought that he should also give others a little soup, so he didn't bother about it. How much more food can that man stockpile than he has in his supermarket? And then what? Gawain looked at the little dragon. Zhao Xiaolong wiped the fine sweat on his forehead and said as he swallowed. And then, that Lin Tian even had a gun. Or a submachine gun. Speaking of this, Zhao Xiaolong's voice unconsciously rose a few points. His eyes filled with panic. There was no way for him not to be afraid. He still wrote that word kill on the gate of Lin Tian's house. He killed 5 or 6 people in one breath. What? Gawain was shocked. Sure it's an assault rifle? Gawain reconfirmed, his voice revealing a hint of nervousness. Zhao Xiaolong quickly nodded. It's true, brother one. Those who escaped back all said so. They were scared out of their wits, one after another as if they had seen a ghost. Gawain stood up and paced back and forth across the room. Lin Tian actually had an assault rifle. How could anyone possibly have that? Once the other party ran out of food, no need to think, they would definitely come to rob him as a supermarket. I didn't realize that at this point, he had become that wistful person instead. I was laughing at people before, but the clown is me? Gawain's face became very grave as he stopped pacing and stared at Zhao Xiaolong. What exactly is this Lin Tian? How come I never heard of him having a gun before? Zhao Xiaolong carefully replied. Brother one, this Lin Tian is usually very low-key. No one would have thought that he would be hiding such a powerful guy. Suddenly, Gawain seemed to think of something. 2 days ago, the person you and Little Tiger went to terrorize seems to be named Lin Tian as well. It can't be this one, can it? Zhao Xiaolong revealed an expression of a dead father and nodded. Gawain's face instantly turned iron blue as he stared wide-eyed, his eyes filled with rage. You idiots! Why didn't you say so earlier? At that time, Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu had completely taken matters into their own hands and were purely idle. As a result, it has attracted such a strong man. What? At that time, we didn't know that he had a gun. If we knew, give us 210 guts also dare not go. Zhao Xiaolong's voice was trembling a little, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down on his forehead. Gawain gave him a hard stare and began pacing the room again in annoyance. Brother one. So, what about now? Zhao Xiaolong asked cautiously, his eyes filled with fear. Gawain didn't know what to do now, and his face was horribly gloomy. That's a ING submachine gun. It's a total downgrade. At that moment, a big, clean-looking boy in his early 20s walked out. A cynical expression. Gao Wu, Gawain's own brother. Takeshi. In the room, the crowd rushed to say hello. Don't look at Gao Wu, who is younger than all of them and looks like a gentleman. But everyone is afraid of him, because everyone knows that Gao Wu is even more ruthless than his brother Gawain. Ugh, not saved, Gao Wu said as he walked towards a side table, picking up a cloth and casually wiping the blood and broken flesh left on his hands. As the crowd watched Gao Wu's movements, they all subconsciously averted their eyes, and some of them even sneaked a glance into the room. A completely naked man lying in a pool of blood made their hearts skip a beat. This person was the same person that Gawain had shot last time. At the time, Gawain's gang had just taken over the supermarket, and some of them were not willing to do so Gawain had to make an example of them. This unlucky chicken was not only shot by Gawain, but also rescued by Gao Wu for 2 whole days. Gawain looked at his brother favorably, but still said, "Don't fool around anymore. What kind of resuscitation do you know? A cell phone salesman?" The man wailed every now and then, and people couldn't sleep well. When Gao Wu heard his brother's words, he just smiled wistfully. "Brother, I'm not fooling around. I'm practicing my resuscitation skills. In case everyone gets hurt in the future, someone has to know how to treat them, right? You guys say yes?" Gao Wu swept around the crowd with a hint of undeniable oppression in his eyes. Right. The crowd nodded their heads busily. The barely squeezed smiles on their faces were worse than tears. Wu is right. It's good to be prepared. The crowd barely managed to squeeze out a smile on their faces, but their eyes revealed a hint of fear. Rescue you dur. When the time comes, they'd rather just go than have Gao Wu resuscitate them. Seeing this, Gawain shook his head helplessly and said with a tired face, "Your way of studying is also too torturous." He rubbed his temples, the wailing that had been going on for the past 2 days echoing in his mind. Gao Wu skimmed his lips and hummed disdainfully. Humph. You guys are just too psychologically weak. You can't even stand this scene. Alright, let's get down to business. Gawain interrupted Gao Wu's words and his face became gloomy. Xiao Long just brought word that there's a man named Lin Tian in Building 3. This man has an assault rifle and has already killed several people who went for food. Gao Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, and excitement flashed in his eyes, as if he was a wolf that had smelled blood. A submachine gun? Kind of interesting. Gawain glared at him, a hint of reproach in his tone. Interesting? This is no small matter. Our supermarket is rich in supplies. It's like a piece of fat meat placed at the mouth of a hungry wolf. Lin Tian has that gun. Sooner or later he'll hit us with his idea. Gao Wu had a couldn't care less look on his face. Brother, what are you afraid of? He's just one man with one gun. As long as we're prepared and make some shields, flasks, or whatever. If he dares to come, we'll make sure he doesn't come back. Hearing his brother Gao Wu's words, Gao Wen's eyes lit up. That's a solution. Worthy of our Gao family's college students. The other juniors in the room were relieved to hear Gao Wu's words. I did get scared by the submachine gun just now. Gao Wu was satisfied with the expressions of the crowd, smiled, and continued. Moreover, we can recruit some more people, and at critical moments, let them top it off as cannon fodder. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Tough. That's ing mean. At this time, another junior brother outside the door came in to report. Brother man, there's a woman outside who says she wants to defect to us. When they heard there was a woman, the minions' eyes widened. Gawain also didn't expect a woman to defect, and after thinking about it, he said, bring her in. Chapter 29, The White Lotus Who Was Taken as a Gift. Yelin cried out and followed a yellow hair into the supermarket with weak steps. She also didn't want to defect to Gawain's group. In her impression, Gawain and the others were by no means good, but at this moment, she was more worried about being killed by Lin Tian's raid. She couldn't help but tremble at the thought of Lin Tian's cold eyes and the scene where he didn't hesitate to shoot. It was just a bit of a pity that Inqing hadn't come with her, or else with Inqing's looks, she should be able to live a little. Yelin sighed in her heart, but now she could only face this difficult situation alone. She came into the room warily, with a touch of trepidation and unease in her eyes. When Gao Wen and the others saw Yelin come in, they all stopped what they were doing and looked her up and down. Zhao Xiaohu suddenly felt that this woman looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere, but we all lived in the same neighborhood. It was normal that he had seen them before, so he didn't think much of it. The other minions all had glowing eyes. Although Yelin's looks were not as stunning as Shinshur Han's and Inqing's, she was still a young college student anyways. Gawain narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Yelin, and asked, "You're defecting to us?" Yelin hurriedly lowered her head. Her voice trembled even more, and she said with a hint of crying, Yes, brother man, I want to defect to you." Gao Wen's eyebrows jumped, and his face showed a few moments of surprise that he really wanted to defect to them. That said, this was the first time someone had voluntarily defected to them. Normally, black gangs like them are shunned by ordinary people. I didn't expect this seemingly soft college girl to have such guts, but when things go wrong, they go wrong. Gawain wasn't the kind of idiot who thought with his lower body. He felt that something wasn't right. He stared closely at Yelin, his gaze like a torch, and then asked, "Why?" The voice seemed to penetrate Yelin's soul, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Yelin bit her lip, hesitated, and said, I'm really hungry and want to eat." Saying that, her eyes went to Zhao Xiaohu. Didn't he say that he managed to get enough? Yelin pointed at Zhao Xiaohu. A few days ago, Zhao Xiaohu did say that there was enough food if he was willing to accompany him, but Gawain was not that easy to fool. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The other party was lying. He had been around for so long, how could a fledgling college student easily fool him? At this time, Zhao Xiaohu suddenly tapped his head and remembered. He remembered where he'd seen Yelin. At that time, Yelin was following two even prettier girls, and one of them was the female protagonist of this flaunting wealth incident. Zhao Xiaohu whispered in Gao Wen's ear. Gao Wen's face changed slightly after hearing Zhao Xiaohu's words, and his gaze fell on Yelin again with a few more points of scrutiny and vigilance. "What's your name?" Yelin. "So it is." Gao Wen let out a cold laugh that carried a hint of mockery and insightful confidence. In an instant, Gawain's mind was like lightning crossing, various clues strung together, and he figured out everything. That person who flaunts food in the group, is that you? Gawain looked at Yelin playfully. Yelin's body stiffened slightly. She didn't expect to be recognized so quickly for something. "Brother man, what are you talking about? How could I be the one flaunting food in the group?" Her voice trembled slightly as she tried to hide her inner nervousness. Gawain, however, didn't eat her up as he took a step forward and stared intently into Yelin's eyes. "Get your cell phone out and open WeChat, isn't it?" Don't you know it by looking at it? Yelin's face instantly turned white, her hands unconsciously gripping the corner of her coat, her eyes revealing a hint of panic and hesitation. Brother 1. My cell phone is dead. Yelin stammered, trying to make one last struggle. Gawain sneered. Stop sophistry. Yelin, do you think I'll believe an excuse like yours? If you don't obediently take it out now, when I have my people search it out, it won't be so nice. Yelin knew she couldn't hide it any longer and had to come clean. Well, brother man, since you've guessed it, I won't hide it from you. It's Anaru. She was the one who asked me to post those in the group. And she was jealous of Lin Tian and Shin Shirhan, so she thought of letting everyone grab the food. I just didn't expect Lin Tian to have an assault rifle and kill someone, right? Gawain picked up on Yelin's words, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Yelin lowered her head and gently nodded. Yes, brother 1. We really didn't expect things to turn out like this. And Chang, she just acted on impulse. And she didn't expect it to cause such serious consequences. Gawain sneered. Humph. You guys are playing a good game. Then why are you running to me now? Don't tell me it's just to avoid Lin Tian's revenge. Yelin bit her lip and said, No, I am wrong. Brother 1. I have no place to go now. Please take me in. I can work for you. As long as you can take me in. With his hands behind his back, Gawain paced the room and thought. Although Yelin's words had a certain amount of credibility, he still couldn't completely trust her. This woman's appearance is so sudden, and her connection to Lin Tian and the show-off incident complicates things even further. There was already friction between them and Lin Tian, so if they took in this woman again, they might really become enemies. Although what his younger brother Gao Wu had said earlier in response to Lin Tian had some truth to it, he still didn't want to make an enemy of Lin Tian until he had to. He was well aware of the power of that submachine gun. Once the war started, both sides were bound to suffer heavy losses. And in this post-apocalyptic world where supplies were scarce and people were on edge, any little loss could be fatal. And this woman is no good, playing the borrowed knife trick. If Lin Tian didn't have a gun and enough strength to deter those greedy people, he would have really been punked by this woman. Thinking of this, Gawain couldn't help but curse Yelin's insidious cunning in his heart. It looks like it can't stay. But just then, his younger brother Gao Wu stepped forward and said, Ha, don't worry sister. As long as that what's-his-name Lin Tian dares to come, brother guarantees that he will have no return, he said with a loud laugh, his voice echoing in the room with an open-hearted confidence. Don't be afraid, brother protects you. His pair of colorful eyes had long been measuring back and forth on Yelin for a long time. He had already seen it. Yelin's eyebrows and eyes were permeated with a sense of youthfulness and innocence, and that demeanor and mannerisms were obviously still a virgin. How can this be spared? Gao Wen's face sank as he drank. Xiao Wu, don't fool around. Gao Wu's hand stopped in midair and looked at Gawain with some dissatisfaction. Brother, what are you afraid of? Having an assault rifle is amazing? Gawain shook his head and looked at his brother. Behave. He then looked at the two brothers, Xiaolong and Xiaohu, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Tie her up and stuff her into a sack. Soon, Yelin was stuffed into the sack all over, and she kept writhing and whimpering in the sack. On the other hand, Gao Wen, however, took out his cell phone, found Lin Tian's WeChat in the group, and sent a friend request over. Brother Shaolin, we had a bit of a misunderstanding before. My brother will make amends to you first, and as a token of apology, I'll give my brother a small gift. Chapter 30 Yelin begs for mercy. At this moment, Lin Tian was taking a bath. The warm water wrapped around his body, trying to soothe his tense nerves after facing continuous conflict. It was quite a pressure to burst 5 or 6 people in a row. If you don't relax, you can easily suffocate. Buzzing, the vibration of a cell phone broke the silence of the bathroom. Hand me the cell phone. Oh. Shin Shirhan brought her cell phone over and Lin Tian took it. Looking at the message on the screen, his face instantly became gloomy. Gawain. I can't believe it's that asshole Gawain. The tragic memories of his last life came flooding back like a tidal wave. A nightmare that he could never forget. In his last life, it was Gao Wen's brother, Gao Wu, who ordered him to be thrown into a steamer and steamed alive. He still remembered Gao Wu's last words. Every word was like a sharp knife that pierced his soul. When he was in the steamer, feeling the blazing steam gradually eroding his body, every inch of his skin seemed to be burned by a blazing fire. The pain was excruciating. Gao Wu, however, looked smug, admiring his masterpiece. Did you know? Steaming, it's the best way to preserve the integrity of your food. And any other way of doing it, whether it's baking or boiling, you're wasting some of the fat in the food itself. In the post-apocalyptic world, the most precious thing is grease. We can't afford to waste it. Gao Wu stood with his hands on his chest, admiring his masterpiece with interest. He had no compassion for Lin Tian's suffering. Instead he was immersed in his own so-called wisdom and accomplishments. Lin Tian's screams seemed like beautiful music in his ears, making his vanity greatly satisfied. In that instant, Lin Tian's hatred towards Gao Wu reached its peak. Lin Tian stared at the cell phone screen with a deadly stare. This time when he was reborn, one of his biggest wishes was to seek revenge on Gawain and Gao Wu's gang. He had long had a plan for this. He had just been waiting for a moment. He also wanted to give Gao Wu a taste of what it would be like to beg for his life and not be able to die. What's wrong? Seeing that Lin Tian's face instantly became as gloomy as ink, Shen Shurhan hurriedly asked with concern. Lin Tian shook his head, the haze in his eyes slightly dispersing, revealing a cold smile. Only that smile carried a hint of chilling coldness. Nothing. Someone's giving us a present. Shen Shurhan was slightly stunned. A gift? What gift? We won't know in a while. Lin Tian smiled mysteriously, seemingly in no hurry to reveal the answer. Dang it. A couple of crisp knocks on the door came out of nowhere. Lin, Master Lin, we're here to give you a gift. Zhao Xiaolong's shivering voice came out with obvious trembling and fear. Zhao Xiuhu looked down at the thick bloody ice in the hallway, his eyes equally filled with panic and unease. The dark red ice seemed to tell a chilling story of the bloody battle. Even, he saw a couple bullet holes. They had it most threatened and intimidated and bullied before. Where had they ever seen such a scene? The smell of blood that permeated the hallway made their breath catch. They just want to get the hell out of there now, before it is we have eyes without pearls. Much offense. You adults do not remember the small man passes. Zhao Xiaolong warily said words of apology with a hint of supplication in his voice. The gift is on the doorstep for you. We're leaving. After saying that, Zhao Xiaolong's two brothers put the sack down and ran away without looking back, afraid of being a step behind. Only the lone sack was left on the doorstep, writing carelessly and making whimpering noises from time to time. Behind the door, Lin Tian quietly listened to the movement outside, speculating on what exactly was in the sack and what Gawain really wanted. After a long time, and not seeing any more people coming, Lin Tian slowly opened the door and cautiously looked around before quickly dragging the sack into the room. Shen Shurhan also followed, her eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of worry. Lin Tian, what do you think could be in here? Shen Shurhan asked softly. Lin Tian shook his head. I don't know, but obviously, it's a person. People? Shen Shurhan was startled. Why send them someone? The two of them surrounded the sack, which was still twisting, and the sound of whimpering continued to come from it. Shen Shurhan bit her lip. Should we open it and take a look? Lin Tian nodded, then carefully untied the rope at the mouth of the sack. As the mouth of the sack gradually loosened, a horrified face was revealed. Yelin? Shen Shurhan didn't expect that it would be this woman. When Yelin saw Lin Tian and Shen Shurhan, her eyes immediately filled with fear and her body trembled. However, at this moment, she was tied up like a piece of meat on a chopping board, to be slaughtered, and with a gag in his mouth. He couldn't say anything to beg for mercy even if he wanted to. Yelin squirmed desperately, trying to convey her pleas for mercy to them. Her eyes were filled with despair and fear, tears welling up in her eyes. How could Yelin not expect that even someone like Gawain was so afraid of Lin Tian? She had originally thought that Gawain and the others would be her saviors, but now they had been given to Lin Tian like a gift. Her heart was filled with remorse. If she hadn't participated in those calculations against Lin Tian, perhaps she wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. Shen Shurhan subconsciously took a small step backward when she saw Yelin's frightened and desperate look. The former good sister has now become this appearance. Shen Shurhan's heart has mixed feelings. Lin Tian, however, his eyebrows jumped, and after a moment's thought, he probably figured out why Yelin had appeared here. It should be that Yelin was shocked by his tactics, and fearing his retaliation, she thought of defecting to Gawain's gang to save her life. But she didn't realize that Gawain had sold her outright in order to quell the previous conflict with herself. After thinking about it, Lin Tian took out his cell phone and passed Gawain's friend request. Gift received. Kindness appreciated. He wasn't thinking that Gawain sending him a Yelin would erase the hatred from his last life. Lin Tian was only doing this to stabilize the other party. Gawain's group had obviously begun to fear and defend themselves against him, so it seemed that they would have to make preparations sooner rather than later. Lin Tian reached out his hand and ripped something out of Yelin's mouth. The moment the mask was ripped out, Yelin gasped as if she had regained a sliver of life. I'm sorry, Lin Tian. I was wrong. Please spare me. Yelin cried out frantically. Shurhan. Shurhan. She screamed at the top of her lungs. We're sisters. Have you forgotten? Please help me. Seeing that her good sister was ignoring her, Yelin tugged on Lin Tian's pants leg again and said defiantly, Lin Tian, as long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want. From now on, I'll be a dog at your feet. Please don't kill me. Chapter 31, Being a Dog. At the moment of life and death, Yelin had already put down all her dignity, just to seek a ray of life. Lin Tian, Why don't we just get a dog, okay? Shin Shirhan looked at Lin Tian prayerfully. Lin Tian, however, didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he coldly looked at Shin Shirhan. Shin Shirhan directly wrapped her arms around Lin Tian and said in a petulant manner, "Gee, please, I just want a dog." She gently shook Lin Tian's arm as if she was really at the pet market, discussing with her boyfriend about buying a pet. Lin Tian was shaken by Shin Shirhan's headache and said helplessly, "But there's no cage in the house and no leash or anything." Yes, we do at home," Yelin shouted hurriedly as if she had grabbed a flame of hope. "Shirhan, have you forgotten? We used to have an Aras. The cage hasn't been thrown away yet." At this moment, she couldn't care less about dignity in face. After a moment, Lin Tian finally nodded. "Well, that's nice of you." Shin Shirhan gave Lin Tian a kiss on the cheek and then said, "I'm going to fetch the cage." Yelin also let out a long breath. The feeling of finally coming to life made her body a little weak. She looked at Shin Shirhan's back, but an inexplicable glow flashed in her eyes. Although being a dog was a bit humiliating, in Yelin's opinion, it was only temporary. When Lin Tian had gotten out enough anger, it wasn't like she couldn't fight for the mistress of the house then. Her eyes revealed a hint of calculation. "Don't think that men only like the pretty ones. She still has 2 long legs." Thinking so, Yelin felt that she could hold back for a while. At that moment, she felt 2 gazes fall on her. Yelin raised her head, only to see Lin Tian staring at her coldly. She hurriedly cast a curt glance. Lin Tian, however, directly took out an explosive neck ring. "Put this on." Although Yelin didn't know what it was, how dare she refuse? The moment the neck ring touched her skin, Yelin only felt a chill spread from her neck. Zra. Before Yelin could slow down, the neck ring discharged again, and this time it was a continuous discharge. Instantly, Yelin rolled on the ground in pain. A short discharge brings a completely different effect than a continuous discharge. The current ran down the neck like a million steel needles straight into the central nervous system. It was a pain that went deep into the bone and soul, and every nerve was being torn mercilessly by the current. Yelin's body convulsed uncontrollably, her face twisted from the intense pain, and miserable cries kept coming out of her mouth. I was wrong. Please, leave me alone. The pleas for mercy were quickly drowned out by screams of agony. Lin Tian stood on the side, expressionless as he watched Yelin roll on the ground. "Do you really think that's all there is to it? Dare to count him out. This is the price." Shin Shirhan came back with the cage, and when she saw the scene, she was slightly stunned, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. "So good at acting? Does it hurt that much?" It's not like she hasn't been electrocuted before, but Shin Shirhan didn't say anything to stop it. Looking at Yelin's agonized appearance, she felt equally relieved. Yelin curled up in her cage. She was now completely honest and didn't dare to think anything out of the ordinary. The sharp pain that had just penetrated into her bones, as if it was going to tear her soul apart, she didn't want to experience it a second time. Every time she recalled the moment the electricity passed through her body shuddered involuntarily. At this moment, in her eyes, Lin Tian was a complete devil, the devil from the depths of hell. His cold eyes and unforgiving tactics made Yelin deeply realize how foolish she had been. She originally thought that she would be able to maneuver around Lin Tian and Shin Shirhan through some means, and even had the delusion that she would be able to take their place one day. But now, all that was left in her heart was the fear of Lin Tian. Deep fear. "It's dirty and smelly and disgusting. Pull it and wash it." Lin Tian frowned as he looked at Yelin, who was in a sorry state. Yelin hadn't taken a shower for several days when she was originally in the underground garage, and after being tortured before, she was indeed dirty at this point. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Yelin didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. She raised her head warily and glanced at Shin Shirhan. Shin Shirhan had no choice but to lead Yelin to the bathroom to wash up. The two of them walked into the bathroom, and Shin Shirhan hid a basin of cold water and poured it directly onto Yelin's head. Yelin cringed, but didn't dare to dodge. "Shirhan, I'm sorry. Wash yourself." Chapter 32, What's Wrong with Being a Dog? "Shirhan, I really know I'm wrong. Will you believe me?" While scrubbing her body, Yelin couldn't help but whisper again. She was really afraid of Lin Tian. "Hurry up. Lin Tian's patience isn't very good." Hearing Shin Shirhan's words, Yelin hastily accelerated her movements. Finally, she hurriedly washed her body. "Washed?" Yelin said in a small voice, her head lowered, not daring to look at Shin Shirhan's eyes. Shin Shirhan looked her up and down, then turned around and walked out of the bathroom. "Come out with me." Yelin followed behind Shin Shirhan on her hands and knees. It was a bit humiliating, but I have to say, the room was really warm. It's so much better than the garage. Thinking back to my previous days in the garage, it was not a nice place to be. The cold followed her, as well as the roar of engines, people arguing, and all sorts of indescribable odors. That brought her close to collapse, and now the warmth of the room came over her, a gradual soothing of her frozen, numb skin. She breathed in the warm air greedily, feeling the hint of coziness. What's wrong with being a dog? In the evening, Lin Tian and Shen Shurhan ate the same roasted meat. Not to mention, this way of eating is really awesome. Good snowflake beef does not need to be marinated. The texture is evenly distributed on the bright red beef like snowflakes. Under the charcoal fire, the beef gradually changes color, and the surface oozes out attractive grease, which is moist and tasty. The melt-in-your-mouth texture is the most mesmerizing thing about snowflake beef, combined with the freshness and saltiness of the sesame sauce, which blends perfectly with the freshness of the beef. It's the ultimate treat for the tongue. In the corner, Yelin is curled up in a cage. The aroma of that beef in the air kept drilling into her nostrils. She hadn't eaten meat in a long time. The throat kept welling up. Finally, after swallowing her saliva an unknown number of times, Yelin couldn't help herself. Shurhan. Yelin looked at Shen Shurhan. At this moment, the only person she could turn to was her former best sister. As for Lin Tian, unless Lin Tian took the initiative to find her, Yelin was afraid that she wouldn't dare to hook up with Lin Tian for a few days. The stabbing pain that went deep into her bones still made her liver quiver when she thought about it. When Shen Shurhan heard Yelin call out to her, she of course knew what it was about. However, she could still remember the scene where Lin Tian had tested Yelin earlier. At that time, Yelin couldn't wait to stick to Lin Tian. That pleasing and pandering look. Now that she thought about it, Shen Shurhan was angry. How dare you seduce my man? Shen Shurhan pretended not to hear and continued to eat the roasted meat in large mouthfuls. It even barfed out. Wow! This beef is delicious. Shen Shurhan picked up a piece of roasted beef, purposely allowing Yelin to be able to see it clearly. That beef was glistening with oil in the light and the color was tantalizing to the core. Suddenly, the chopsticks let go and the beef fell to the floor. Yeah, accidentally dropped it on the ground. Shen Shurhan said with feigned regret. Forget it. She threw the beef straight into the trash. Yelin, however, was drooling as she watched. Shurhan, please. Yelin's voice carried a hint of crying, and she reached out her hand as if trying to grab the beef that had been thrown away, her eyes full of pleading. Shen Shurhan glanced at Yelin, secretly pleased in her heart. She picked up another piece of beef and slowly put it into her mouth, chewing it carefully and deliberately making a satisfied sound. The flavor of this beef is really fantastic. Lin Tian, you eat more too. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Tian, her eyes full of tenderness, a stark contrast to the indifference she had just shown when she looked at Yelin. Lin Tian looked at Shen Shurhan and then at Yelin in the corner of his mouth slightly rising. Pretty good. If the two women joined forces, it would be troublesome instead. You can't even get it right. For now, this is fine. Shurhan, I'm really hungry. Please give me some. Just a little. Yelin's voice had grown hoarse, her hands gripping the bars of the cage tightly. Shurhan, I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Just forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Yelin kept pleading and crying. Finally, Shen Shurhan picked up a piece of roasted meat and walked over to the cage. Yelin's eyes instantly lit up as she looked at the roasted meat in Shen Shurhan's hands with anticipation. Unconsciously, his body leaned forward, as if he could just get a little closer to the coveted food. Do you really know it's wrong? Shen Shurhan asked coldly. Yelin nodded desperately. I really know I'm wrong. Shurhan, just give it to me. I'm starving. Shen Shurhan sneered. Then tell me, what are you going to do in the future? Yelin quickly said. I'll listen to you in everything from now on. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I'll never betray you guys again. I'll perform well. Please, Shurhan, really let you do whatever you want? Shen Shurhan narrowed her eyes slightly, the corners of her mouth hooking into a meaningful smile. Yelin nodded her head in a hurry. Aha, aha. Chapter 33. Having been in the rain himself, he also tore up other people's umbrellas. All right. Seeing Yelin frantically nodding her head, Shen Shurhan put the roasted meat into the dog bowl. Yelin made a dive and was about to go up and eat it. Did I say for you to eat? Shen Shurhan stopped with a cry, and Yelin immediately stopped and looked at Shen Shurhan curtly. Not bad. Shen Shurhan praised. Yelin revealed a careful smile, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation, as if asking silently, can we eat now? Who knew that Shen Shurhan went to fetch another bottle and came back, then walked over to Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at Shen Shurhan with some doubt, but Shen Shurhan blinked at him. Lin Tian froze, then smiled and shook his head. Forget it, let her be. Soon, Shen Shurhan returned with a bottle of hot water and similarly poured it into the dog bowl. You can eat now, and there's more when you're done. There's enough. Shen Shurhan hugged her arms and stood aside. a smug yet indifferent smile on her face. In the beginning, she had gone through the same process, having gotten wet myself. It's only natural that I'd want to rip someone else's umbrella to shreds as well. Yelin gulped and looked at the food in front of her. Her heart filled with resistance. How can I eat this? Suddenly, she felt as if two more eyes fell upon her. Lin Tian looked at Yelin, his eyes revealing a scrutinizing look as if to say, "What do you mean, little sister? You don't like me?" Yelin noticed this gaze from Lin Tian and did not dare to hesitate any longer. Yelin struggled to swallow the food in her mouth, raised her head, and looked at Shin Shirhan with supplicating eyes. "Shirhan, I ate it. Can you forgive me now?" Shin Shirhan sneered. "Don't be in a hurry. There's still a lot of roasted meat left, keeping you fed all the time." Underground garage. At this time a group of people were plotting. A woman stood on a chair, her eyes red as if burning with two flames of vengeance. This woman was none other than old Li's wife. Second sister Li. Lin Tian killed my husband, as well as your husbands, fathers, and sons. Is this matter just going to be forgotten? In the morning, she witnessed her husband's tragic death in her arms, old Li's unwilling eyes before he died, and the body that gradually lost its temperature, all deeply pierced her heart. She wanted revenge, but she felt powerless. It wasn't until mid-afternoon that a young man came to her and taught her several methods. Second sister Li's vengeful rage was completely ignited, so she gathered together the families of several other families with dead men, all of whom had the same sadness and anger on their faces. They sat in a circle, the dim firelight shining on them, drawing long shadows. Second sister Li clenched her fists tightly. "We want revenge and to make Lin Tian pay." A young woman, however, sobbed, "But Lin Tian has a gun. What can we do?" Her eyes were red and swollen, and tears kept sliding down her cheeks. Shortly after her new marriage, her husband died, and now she's left on her own, and she doesn't know how much longer she can survive in this post-apocalyptic world. The crowd fell silent at the woman's words. They also want to take revenge. But with what? At this time, Li Er's sister-in-law slowly stood up. In the dim light, her figure appeared a bit thin but incomparably resolute. "But he's only one man and one gun. And there are so many of us. When the time comes, I'll be the first to rush up and block the gun." Upon hearing second sister Li's determined words, the crowd was first stunned, and then a complex emotion spread through the crowd. An old man's eyes reddened and his voice trembled as he said, "Second sister-in-law, you can't be so impulsive. Aren't you going to die for nothing?" The others chimed in. They admired second sister Li's courage, but they really couldn't bear to see her go through such a sacrifice. Second sister Li looked around at the crowd, her eyes revealing a determination to look at death. "Are we just going to stand by and watch Lin Tian get away with it? My husband can't just die in vain. If I can die in exchange for his blood, then I'm willing. Yes, blood for blood." Second sister-in-law, you can't go alone. If you want to go on, we'll go on together. We can find something to use as a shield and rush up and surround him so his gun can't do its job. Also, we can make some preparations. Get some sticks and knives. We can't just go into a fight unprepared. Gradually, the crowd's emotions were ignited, and they began to discuss the plan for revenge in your own words. There is strength in numbers and a plan was soon devised. When the time comes, I'll dismantle Lin Tian. He can't be allowed to die easily. He must be made to taste all the tortures in the world. Yes, let him beg for his life and die. The crowd was full of fighting spirit, as if Lin Tian had already become a fish on their chopping board and was at their mercy. The group then began to divide up the work, some finding a couple of iron bars to use as weapons, others sawing off a couple of iron plates to use as shields, and still others pumping bottles of gasoline out of the car's gas tank. The commotion created by these people naturally attracted the attention of others. Everyone watched as these people kept busy, wondering what they were going to do, and whispering, "What are they up to? Making so much noise? Why does it look weird? It's not going to cause any trouble, is it? This world is already messed up enough. Don't let anything else happen." But whatever they're going to do, it's not a matter of concern anyway. In the corner, Anaru also noticed the movement of the men, and she recognized a few of them, as if they were all family members of those people who had been killed by Lin Tian. What are they trying to do here? It can't be to seek revenge on Lin Tian, can it? And Qing's brows furrowed slightly, and an inexplicable color flashed in her eyes. She didn't know if she should tell Shin Shirhan about this, and Qing bit her lip, her heart very torn. On the one hand, she still remembered her sisterly bond with Shirhan. She remembered that once when she was sick, Shin Shirhan ran around looking for medicine for her despite the storm. The anxious eyes and concerned words still moved in Qing. However, on the other hand, and Shang was also cynical about Shin Shirhan. Why don't you answer her messages? Why should she, Shin Shirhan, be able to enjoy warmth and good food while she has to endure hunger and cold here? And Qing thought back to the days and nights she had huddled in this cold corner. The cold wind blew by, freezing her to the bone, while her stomach kept grumbling from hunger. But what about Chen Shurhan? It's amazing how she lives a warm, cozy, well-dressed life. Various complex emotions intertwined and collided in Anaru's mind as her gaze darted back and forth over the group of Avengers. Just then, the group seemed to have completed their initial preparations and began to move toward the entrance of the building. And Chung bit her lip and finally sent a message to Shin Shurhan. Be careful. It seems that someone has gone after you for revenge. Chapter 34, Revenge, £1,000. Building 2, in front of the mini-mart. Brother Wu. Those people have already gone to seek revenge on Lin Tian. A yellow hair smiled and reported to Gao Wu. Well done. Gao Wu threw yellow hair a huazi. Thanks Wu. Yellow hair excitedly took the cigarette, hastily put it to his mouth, carefully lit it with a lighter, and inhaled deeply with an intoxicated expression on his face. Cigarettes are also valuable in post-apocalyptic times. It was even said that cigarettes were hard currency on the battlefield. You've said all the ones you were told to say? Gao Wu asked, looking at yellow hair. Don't worry brother Wu. Not a word. Yellow hair swore a promise, his chest slapping. Gao Wu nodded, revealing a mocking smile. Lin Tian, I'll see if you can still dodge it this time. Ever since his brother Gawain gave Yelin to Lin Tian, Gao Wu had held his breath. On what basis? It's just a submachine gun. What's there to be afraid of? In his opinion, his brother Gawain's caution was simply a bit too much, and it was really true that the older the jungle, the smaller the guts. The more Gao Wu thought about it, the angrier he got. So he decided to take matters into his own hands. He sneaks up on Sister Li and finds her, provokes her anger, and teaches her some more ways to deal with assault rifles. When he saw the fire of hatred burning in the eyes of Li's sister-in-law, Gao Wu knew that his plan was half successful. He's going to play a borrowed hand too. When he thought of Yelin's two long legs, Gao Wu was annoyed. It was obviously delivered to his mouth, but it turned out to be cheap for Lin Tian. Mud. Surely he's already eaten it all up. Grass. Gao Wu cursed fiercely. He felt that no man would refuse a special object like that, and Lin Tian would be no exception. It's been hours and hours, so I can't tell you how many times it's been done. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Just thinking about Lin Tian and Yelin together made his heart as hard as being scratched by a cat. But thinking that there were still quite a few women in the underground garage, Gao Wu calmed down a bit. As long as he had Lin Tian to death, those were all his. What his Gao family sees, sooner or later, will have to be named Gao. Whether it's food, or women. Thinking of this, Gao Wu crushed his cigarette hard and looked at Huang Mao again. Don't tell my brother about this beforehand. He did all this without telling his brother. Gao won. That Gao Wu wanted to surprise him. Hearing Gao Wu's words, yellow hair was a bit hesitant. Brother Wu. This. He knew Gao Wen's temper and methods well, and the consequences of hiding something from Gao Wen would be unimaginable once he was discovered. Gao Wu glanced at yellow hair. His eyes were like a cold sharp blade, stabbing straight at yellow hair, who immediately winced. I know, Wu, he replied in a hurry. It is the consensus of the brothers that they would rather offend Brother Man than Brother Wu. Now go stand guard in the garage again and report back to me when those men return. Gao Wu ordered again. Yes, yellow hair answered, then turned around and hurriedly left. Gao Wu stared at the direction yellow hair had left, and the corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. Lin Tian, just go in peace. I'll take care of those women of yours for you. And at this moment, Lin Tian was playing a handful of games after dinner as usual. Fingers maneuvered nimbly on the gamepad, with no sense that danger was approaching. Light flickered on the screen as the sounds of gunfire and killing from the game filled the room. Shin Shurhan was also habitually sitting on her knees on the blanket, her posture looking very docile, like a well-behaved cat. And unlike before, she has now also learned to provide emotional value. Wow, that's awesome. Shin Shurhan screamed in excitement when she saw Lin Tian defeat a difficult monster with ease. That's a cool move, too. Her eyes were wide and glued to the screen. How did you do that? Shin Shurhan slightly tilted her head, her eyes full of admiration, and the corners of her mouth rose, revealing two cute dimples. That look was like an avid fan chasing his idol. There was no way around it. There was an extra person in the house and she had to roll. In the corner of the room, Yelin curled up in her cage and looked at Shin Shurhan with disdain. The acting is so fake. It's far worse than the old lady. Buzz off. At this time, the cell phone rang, and Shin Shurhan picked it up and looked at it. But when she saw what was on her cell phone, she stood up with a jolt. What's wrong? A shock. Lin Tian twisted his head to look at Shin Shurhan, wondering what she was up to again. No, it's not good. Someone is coming to take revenge on us again. Shin Shurhan's voice trembled a little as she looked at Lin Tian with a worried expression. When Lin Tian heard this, the movement of his fingers on the handle came to an abrupt halt. Still coming? What kind of person is so bold? Aren't you afraid to die? He just got 5 or 6 people killed this morning, and he still can't deter these guys? Who told you that? Lin Tian looked at Shin Shirhan and asked. It's Anaru. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. It was actually this woman. Yasuharu said that the families of the men you killed in the morning are now organizing to take revenge on us. Shin Shirhan's speed of speech grew faster and faster, and a flash of panic appeared on her face. That's revenge. She shuddered to think how powerful hate could be. What should we do now? Shin Shirhan unconsciously clutched Lin Tian's arm with both hands. It was the only thing she had to fall back on. In the cage, Yelin was equally stunned when she heard Shin Shirhan's words. Is one's life so bitter? We just saved our lives. Are we going to be in a desperate situation again? Yelin didn't dare to imagine what those vengeful people might do to her when they saw her in her current state. Lin Tian, however, was calm as he snorted coldly. Panic, come as you are. What's there to be afraid of? He did admit, however, that he had underestimated the backbone and boldness of those men. Not everyone is as greedy as Yelin, but at this time, there was no time for too much nonsense. As Lin Tian quickly put on the set of single soldier equipment, Shin Shirhan also helped out, lying on the ground and helping Lin Tian put on his snow boots, carefully tying the laces. In the cage, Yelin looked at the snow-white, heavily armed Lin Tian, who was at the moment like a snowy god of war, and her hanging heart finally dropped a bit. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Tian, and that outfit made Lin Tian look majestic and full of power. The legs clenched involuntarily. Turns out he had more than just a gun. This realization caused her to have another level of awe towards Lin Tian. Women always move strong. At this time, Lin Tian had already gotten dressed and had just gone out when he heard movement coming from the hallway. Don't tell me. It's quite a thrill. If it wasn't for In Cheng's timely report that he was blocked into the room, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although he was confident that he could repel the enemy with his various equipment, it was ultimately more trouble than it was worth. Chapter 35, Someone's Behind the Schemes. Upstairs is Lin Tian's house. By now, a group of people had climbed up. Lin Tian's family lived on the 18th floor, and now that there was no elevator to rely on his legs alone, it did consume a lot of time and physical strength, and many people were out of breath. It had been several days since he had eaten enough, and after climbing 18 floors, his fighting strength was directly reduced by half. However, when Second Sisterly stared at the blood ice that had frozen in a thick layer under her feet, her eyes instantly reddened and swelled. There, too, was the blood of her family's old Li. The same is true for others. There was still a hint of fear and exhaustion, but seeing the bloodstains left by their family members, these people couldn't wait to dismantle Lin Tian right now. Wait, I'll go and pry the door open first. Then everyone rush in and subdue Lin Tian. Second Sisterly held a hooked bullet in her hand that had been handed to her by a young man in the afternoon. She was also taught how to pick locks. Don't get him dead yet. Can't let him die that easy. Second Sisterly said viciously, a hideous expression on her face, imagining the pain Lin Tian was about to suffer. Her heart filled with the thrill of revenge. Yeah, can't let him die that easily. I'm going to bite off his flesh one bite at a time. I'm going to torture him for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone spoke through clenched teeth, a crazy gleam in their eyes. Just then, a sudden voice startled everyone. Oh, who wants my meat? Lin Tian appeared in front of the crowd with his submachine gun. That one-man outfit glowed with a cold, hard metallic luster under the light, and his entire body was like a god of war coming out of an ice field, exuding a gut-wrenching aura. And the crowd was all dumbfounded as they looked at Lin Tian, who was armed to the teeth like a snowy god of war. No one had told them that Lin Tian not only had a gun, he also had a ing armor. They looked at the sturdy armor on Lin Tian's body, and then looked at the rudimentary weapons in their own hands. How could they fight this? I wanted to catch the other side off guard, but I didn't realize that they were prepared. And looking at the blackened muzzle of the gun, everyone became unusually calm. Equalizer for all beings. That's no joke. At that moment, everyone looked at Second Sisterly without any hesitation. Didn't you say you wanted to block the gun? Go ahead. Second Sisterly gritted her teeth and said, You're Lin Tian? It's me. Lin Tian calmly replied. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear on his face, and the submachine gun in his hand was held steadily. The black hole of the gun pointed at the crowd, exuding an invisible deterrent. You devil, murdering demon, why did you kill so many people? Second Sisterly cursed frantically, the veins on her neck bulging, every word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. They came to rob my food. Don't they deserve to die? Lin Tian sneered, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Even if they want to rob the food, that's not a crime punishable by death, is it? Besides, you have so much food. What's wrong with sharing some of it? You are simply a cold-blooded animal. without a shred of humanity. You're a self-serving executioner. People like you shouldn't live in the world. With second sister Li leading the way, many more people followed and cursed. They didn't care if it was right to rob the food. Anyway, if Lin Tian killed their family, then Lin Tian deserved to die. Lin Tian just quietly looked at the group of people in front of him who were angry to the point of near madness, without the slightest ripple on his face. You guys came up just to scold me? The corner of Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly, tracing out a slightly mocking arc. He really thought someone wasn't afraid to die. As a result, from the time he appeared until now, not a single person dared to take a step forward. Those people choked on Lin Tian's words, and for a moment, they didn't know how to respond. A hint of hesitation and fear began to flicker in some people's eyes. The shouts and curses that had been so loud and furious just a moment ago gradually weakened, leaving only a patch of slightly suppressed breathing intertwined in the hallway. Even second sister Li, her fists clenched and unclenched, several times wanting to rush up, but looking at the black holes of the guns, she felt powerless again. Her face was flushed red, but her body was trembling slightly against her will. After all, how many people can face death with grace? Lin Tian's gaze slowly swept past the faces of the people one by one, as if he was sizing up a group of ants that didn't know the heights of heaven. If you guys just want to vent through insults, then I can give you this chance, but if you want to do something else. Lin Tian paused and shook the submachine gun in his hand. Then you better think about the consequences. By this time, the few people following the crowd had silently backed up a distance and turned to run. Don't move. Whoever moves dies. Lin Tian aimed his gun at the men. It was as if those few people had been cast under a stasis spell, immediately freezing in place, the blood color on their faces quickly fading and becoming as white as paper. They looked at Lin Tian with fear in their eyes. Have you finished cursing? If you haven't finished cursing, please continue. Lin Tian had a hint of mockery in his tone as he coldly looked at these people in front of him. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, but no one dared to curse again. Since we're not cursing anymore, let me ask you guys something. Lin Tian felt that this revenge incident was not simple, not to mention in the end times. Even before, trying to organize and unite so many people was not a simple task. With these few old and weak women and children, they want to seek revenge on him? Who gave them the courage? Who led the way? Lin Tian looked towards the crowd. The crowd didn't say anything, but they looked at second sister Li in unison. Second sister Li's face was as pale as paper at this time, and her lips were trembling slightly. Yes, it's me. Second sister Li spat out these words with difficulty. What are you holding in your hand? Lin Tian keenly noticed the object that second sister Li was holding tightly in her hand. Li's sister-in-law spread out her hand. It was the magic weapon for sneaking in and picking locks, the hook bouncer. Lin Tian's pupils instantly dilated, provoking a cold sweat. Surprisingly, there is such a thing. How is that possible? Second sister Li looked like a housewife. How could she have such a thing? Who gave it to you? Lin Tian stared tightly at second sister Li. No, don't know. A young man. Second sister Li took a deep breath and tried to calm down, but Lin Tian's gaze like a sharp blade made her feel like an on, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Why did he give you this thing? I don't know, but he said he'd help me get revenge and taught me how to pick locks. So, you instigated everyone to come over and seek revenge on me? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes as a surge of anger surged in his heart. Mud. Someone is counting on him behind his back. He then asked, are you so sure that people can be motivated by you? Second sister Li paused for a moment, then said, he also sent someone over to cooperate with me. The one who was the first to attach himself was sent by him. Second sister Li's words made Lin Tian's heart sink. What an elaborate design. Who is it? Who the hell is trying to kill him? The others were once again dumbfounded when they heard second sister Li's words. It was as if they had their spines suddenly taken away by a pair of large hands, and they instantly lost the momentum they had just had. Second sister-in-law. What are you talking about? Aren't we being taken for a ride? You're confused. The crowd blamed second sister Li. It was already a bit regrettable, but now it was more like finding a pedestal. There were also a few people who took the opportunity to beg for mercy from Lin Tian. Lin Tian, we've all been hoodwinked. Just let us go. Yeah, we're getting ripped off too. The others rushed to agree, dropping their weapons in a non-threatening gesture. Lin Tian stared at these people, pondering whether to kill or keep them. Chapter 36, Slavery and Submission. The crowd was looking at Lin Tian's heart. Finally someone couldn't take it anymore and turned around to run. Bang! A shot rang out and the fleeing man slammed heavily to the ground. I said, whoever moves dies. Lin Tian swept his gaze over the crowd without the slightest bit of emotion. The others were so scared by this sudden scene that they were trembling, and they were even more afraid to move. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Puff! A young woman suddenly knelt on the ground, her face filled with fear and pleading. Lin Tian, Please let me go. My child is not even 3 years old. The young woman was now very regretful. She didn't really want to take revenge, but she was infected by the passion of the crowd. As the group plotted their revenge, she was mesmerized by the seemingly workable plan, thinking that everyone's plan was foolproof, and that when the time came, not only would she get her revenge, but she'd also be able to grab some food. But I didn't realize that things were going completely off schedule. In the face of the black hole of the muzzle, no one dared to step beyond the minefield. Second sister Lee said she would go up to block the gun, but at the critical moment, she wimped out. She was now regretting it to death, although she also hated Lin Tian very much, but at this moment, she only hoped that Lin Tian would let herself go so that she could go back and take care of her child. Flutter, flutter, flutter. 1, 2, 3. Someone led the way and everyone slowly knelt down. Even second sister Lee, who was paralyzed, knelt on the ground and lost all her courage. The people were on their knees, looking prayerfully at their enemies, their mouths constantly pleading. Lin Tian, please let us go. I have an old man and a young man. I swear that I will never come back to you for revenge. Please let me go. Lin Tian looked at the group of old and weak women and children in front of him, and after thinking about it, he finally said, you can live if you want, but from now on you are all my slaves. He could spare these people, but there was a price. And this revenge incident had also given him a wake-up call that it was indeed difficult for him to cope with hundreds of people with one man and one gun. In addition, the hooked bullet in second sister Lee's hand. He felt scared even now when he thought about it. If someone did feel their way in, it would be a death sentence. But when everyone heard Lin Tian's words, they all had an unacceptable look on their faces. What? As a slave? No way. Beat it to death. We are all highly educated people. How can we accept this kind of thing? At this time, a young man stood up, and he pointed at Lin Tian. On what grounds? Everyone is. Bang! Without waiting for the man to finish speaking, Lin Tian directly ended him with a shot. The bullet went straight through the body, leaving a huge wound, blood gushing out like a fountain, while splattered flesh and blood scattered in all directions, some splashing onto the faces of bystanders. Some people subconsciously wiped the blood and flesh that crumbled onto their faces, and when they saw what was in their hands, their bodies trembled even more uncontrollably. Vomit. A few people just couldn't take the scene and bent right down and started vomiting, but everyone hadn't had a full meal in days, so how could there be anything in their stomachs to throw up? Is there anyone else who doesn't want to? I'll send you all down to reunite with your families. Lin Tian once again swept the circle. I do too. Everyone rushed to raise their hands in obedience. Better to die than to live. Lin Tian nodded and took out a dozen explosive neck rings from his system space. Put these on. The crowd put it on very obediently, even though they didn't know what it was. After everyone had put them on, Lin Tian continued. This is an exploding neck ring, connected to my heartbeat, and as soon as my heart stops, the neck ring explodes, just like this. For a better demonstration, Lin Tian asked the young woman to put a neck ring on the shot man on the ground as well. Blast! Boom! The neck ring exploded instantly, and the man's head moved straight away. It also kind of gave him a hard time, but when the crowd witnessed this scene, their faces instantly turned as white as paper. I had thought that being a slave to Lin Tian was just lip service and a stopgap measure, but no one expected that Lin Tian would have this kind of thing. Is it really necessary to be a slave? To be subject to Lin Tian from now on? To do whatever he was told to do? To have no dignity? No freedom? The hearts of the crowd were as heavy as a huge stone. They looked at each other, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. Lin Tian had probably guessed what the crowd was thinking at this point, and with a cold smile, he continued. This neck ring has another function besides exploding, which I'll show you again. ZRA. The neck ring instantly released a strong electric current. A dozen neck rings discharged at the same time. Blue arcs of electricity jumping and flickering across the rings with a creepy sound. A dozen people covered their necks at the same time, their bodies convulsing violently and uncontrollably. Ah. No. Spare me. I'll do whatever you want me to do from now on. All at your. A full half a minute passed before Lin Tian stopped punishing the crowd. Do you really think you can just come over here and get back at him? Apologize. Be soft, and be done with it? Where's the good in that? Do not really beat them into submission. The future may still make a mess of it. Sure enough, after half a minute of electroshock self-medication, the crowd was much more honest. One by one, they knelt on the ground with lowered eyebrows, not daring to think anything else. Only the deepest part of his eyes hid a deep fear. The devil! That's a devil! They cried out silently in their minds. At this moment, Lin Tian was like a demon crawling out from the depths of hell in their eyes, mercilessly tormenting them. That torture just now was worse than death. You know, even some agents can't carry the electric chair, let alone these ordinary people. It's a feeling that can't be felt by those who haven't experienced it. Of course, Lin Tian also knew that if he wanted to completely subdue these people, relying on forceful intimidation alone would definitely not be enough. Although he hadn't been much of a leader and didn't know how to manage, he had read some history books. At least the practice of hitting a stick and then giving a sweet date is something he knows, and it had been in his plans, just a little ahead of schedule. I blame that stupid woman Yelin. I'll go back and clean her up again. Thinking of this, a trace of viciousness flashed through Lin Tian's eyes, but at that moment, he still had to deal with these people in front of him first. He took out a dozen packs of single soldier rations from the system space and said to the crowd, "Don't think this is something unacceptable. At least, I can make sure you don't starve to death. From now on, you will receive a packet of this food every day." Lin Tian distributed the rations to these people, and the crowd hurriedly extended their hands to receive them. Everyone gulped involuntarily as they looked at the single ration in their hands. Food. Lin Tian had actually given them food. This was really out of the crowd's expectation. That devil would be so kind? But the food in your hand is so real. Some of them touched the bulging single rations, and there was actually a look of gratitude in their eyes. With this food, their children will not starve. Lin Tian looked at the varying expressions of the crowd and continued, "Don't think you're getting this for nothing. I have a mission for you." Chapter 37, Inviting Schoolgirl in Chang. The next thing you need to do is to hide among the crowd in the garage and keep me informed of the situation in the garage. Lin Tian swept his gaze coldly over the crowd. If anyone reports valuable information, there is meat. That's what he really left them for. There had to be eyes in the garage. The incident was a wake-up call for him. Moreover, these people are some old and weak women and children, and they are not conspicuous in the crowd, so they can hide their identities well and are not easy to be detected. The crowd felt incredulous when they heard Lin Tian's words. What are they going to do that's so simple? Originally, he thought that Lin Tian would make them do extremely dangerous or humiliating things, but he didn't expect it to be just that. Just keep reporting back and get fed? Why don't you tell me earlier? If you had known, why would we have fought and killed each other? A slight commotion began to rise in the crowd, and everyone's expression gradually shifted from horror to a hint of celebration. The few women in the crowd who were still young, in particular, were quietly relieved. There was a glimmer of light in their eyes, which were originally filled with fear and despair. It seems that things are going a little better than expected, they also thought. At this time, Lin Tian looked at second sisterly again. The man should come back to you when you return. And remember, try to find out who he is. Mud, how dare you count on him? Although Lin Tian already had some guesses, he still didn't dare to be careless and was relieved when he implemented them. Second sisterly hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, I will. Then, Lin Tian coldly scanned the crowd, confirming that they all understood what he meant. Okay, I'll go. Remember what I said. As long as I live, you will not starve. And if I die, neither will you. The crowd hurriedly answered yes, then hurriedly left. Compared to when he first arrived, when he was so angry and full of hatred, he seemed to have become relaxed and even a bit grateful. Not only did they survive, but they had a steady source of food. Everyone has renewed hope for the future. When they were almost at the garage, the men gathered again. Guys, remember, don't tell anyone else about this. Although Lin, that one has a lot of food in reserve. It's not enough for everyone to share. Yes, everyone must keep it a secret. Hide all the food from the others. The crowd nodded, their expressions serious. Besides, is it honorable to be a slave? Even if it wasn't for food, no one would talk about it outside the house. Say what? That they begged and pleaded on their knees and became slaves in order to stay alive? At that moment, another person reminded, and let's make sure we monitor every move in the garage. As long as the one lives, we can live, too. That's right. The crowd exchanged words until they were all of a unified caliber of thought, and then they re-entered the garage. At this point in time the garage was filled with hundreds of families and hundreds of people from the entire neighborhood. They were no more than 5 or 6 families and a dozen people, not really conspicuous. After Lin Tian returned to his room, Shen Shurhan carefully looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, should we have Nqing come over as well? Anyway, this time, it was thanks to Anaru who tipped him off. If it wasn't for Nqing delivering the message in time, they might have been in danger without any defense. Lin Tian thought for a moment and nodded after a moment, saying, yes, but you make the rules clear to her. I don't keep idlers here. Aha. Getting permission, Shen Shurhan hurriedly sent a message to Nqing, expressing her gratitude. She also invited Anaru to come up and join them. Anaru, thanks for informing us in time. Thank you. Oh. As for the rules that Lin Tian had said, Shen Shurhan also euphemistically conveyed them to Nqing. She paused briefly to organize her words and continued. Moreover, Lin Tian is really well. We might have misunderstood him before. There's plenty of food and water and electricity. Do you want to come up and join us? On the other side, and Chang received Shin Shirhan's message and gently exhaled a breath. It's good to be okay. And when she saw Shin Shirhan inviting her up, her eyes lit up. Will she be able to enjoy all that food? All that warmth, too? But when she then saw the so-called rules, and Ching frowned again. On what grounds? She, and Chang, had been the center of attention in the crowd since she was a child, with countless suitors following behind her ass. When had she ever ingratiated herself to others? It's never the man who pleases him. What makes this Lin Tian so confident? Besides, if she hadn't tipped us off in time this time, would you have gotten through this unscathed? It's ungrateful to have to make rules for her. The more Ching thought about it, the more angry she became, and replied directly, Sure Han, I'm glad you're okay, I won't be going up. She, and Chang, even if she starved to death, even if she froze to death, would never wag her tail to a man. And when Shin Shirhan saw in Chang's message, she directly threw her phone aside. Humph, you're a donkey with good intentions. You don't have to come. Still thinks she's the schoolgirl. Chapter 38, staring at In Ching. Brother Wu. Those people are back. Yellow Hair ran to report to Gao Wu again. Gao Wu rolled over and sat up from his chair, his originally somewhat scattered eyes instantly becoming sharp. Well, did they make it? No, I don't know. It should be successful, right? Yellow Hair wasn't very sure either. Anyway, those people came back and there was no cheering or fear. It was just quiet. Yellow Hair scratched his head, describing what he saw with a confused look on his face. He really couldn't figure it out. According to common sense, if those people had managed to Lin Tian to death, they should have been cheering happily when they returned. And if it fails, it should run back full of fear and ask for help. But now this state of calmness made him mutter in his heart. Straight up unreadable. Gao Wu was also confused, but his sharp intuition still told him that things were not unusual. Could it be that Lin Tian had some other means that he didn't know about? Gao Mo secretly speculated in his heart. On the side, Yellow Hair volunteered. Brother Wu, why don't I go ask? Don't go now. Wait a bit. Gao Wu raised his hand to stop Yellow Hair. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. At the same time, Gao Wu actually had a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. No way. I can't be horrible. I'm Gao Wu. I'm not afraid of anyone. Gao Wu kept repeating these words in his mind, cheering himself up. At this time, Yellow Hair saw that Gao Wu's face was cloudy, but instead came over and said mysteriously, Brother Wu, didn't you tell me to focus on some good-looking girls? And I actually found one. It's my duty to help my big brother out. Oh, hearing Yellow Hair's words, Gao Wu's eyes lit up, and the gloom that had been shrouding his face instantly dissipated a bit. Let's see. Yellow Hair hurriedly took out his cell phone and handed it to Gao Wu as if offering a treasure. The cell phone contained the very picture he had taken, and Gao Wu took it, his eyes glued to the screen. Although the light was dim and the shot wasn't very clear, the outline of that innocent face was still faintly reflected in Gao Wu's eyes. The girl seemed to have a unique aura. Even in the dirty underground garage, she still maintained a purity and detachment. Her hair was a little messy, but it didn't detract from her beauty in any way. What's her name? Gao Wu involuntarily gulped. Yellow Hair scratched his head, thought for a moment and said, It seems to be called In Ching. In Chang? Gao Wu repeated this name in his mouth, as if he was savoring a cup of fragrant wine. If you are well, it's a sunny day. Good name. From now on, you, and Chang, are mine. Gao Wu. The corner of Gao Wu's mouth hooked up a touch of evil smile, and then even more directly threw a whole package of huazi to Huang Mao. Good job. Keep an eye on the garage again and report back if anything happens. Brother Gawain seems to have some kind of plan and they are not allowed to mess with the garage right now. Gao Wu naturally wouldn't add to his brother's troubles. And anyway, now that everyone was trapped in the neighborhood, no one could run away. He had all the time in the world to play slowly. Yellow Hair excitedly received huazi with a pleasing smile piled on his face. Brother Wu, just don't worry. I guarantee that I won't let anyone else take the lead. The snow is still falling, and it's 10 days on the ground today. Outside was a silver-white pallor. The whole world seemed to be covered by a thick white quilt, silent and cold. The snow was already almost as thick as a floor. The once familiar streets and buildings have been buried deep under this thick snow, revealing only some vague outlines. The sky and earth were dead silent, except for the sound of the wind and the rustling of the falling snow. The garage was an even greater cloud of woe. Unsurprisingly, it was another night where many people didn't make it through. People huddled in corners with fear, exhaustion and despair in their eyes. Compared to cold and hunger, not seeing hope is the worst. There's not much food left, and who knows who will die next. And at this moment, in a warm bedroom, Lin Tian woke up leisurely. He felt a little breathless, His chest felt like it was being squeezed tightly by something. Dazed, he opened his eyes, then took off the 2 arms and 2 thighs that were pressed against his body left and right, and finally got a little more comfortable. Yesterday it ended up somehow. Some vague images flashed through his mind, but there was no time to think about them at the moment. Ding! Today's seconds, 10,000 caddies of various fresh vegetables, 10,000 pieces of assorted lingerie, 10,000 wireless surveillance cameras, 1 snowmobile, 10,000 liters of gasoline. I'll take 3. Ding! The spike was successful. Lin Tian's face showed joy, and he had to say that this surveillance had come at a really good time. He hadn't slept much last night, afraid that if he closed his eyes, he'd never wake up again. Now with this surveillance, it'll solve quite a few things. Lin Tian got up from his bed and began to check out the wireless security camera he had just secured. He pulled out a camera and checked its features and quality. These cameras are rechargeable and compact, making them easy to hide and install. With the self-contained network, you can connect to any screen. What's more, the camera even has a guard mode. Normally, it can be left inactive, and only when it detects a person will it start recording and give an early warning. This feature brightened Lin Tian's eyes. This was what he needed the most. Not only does it provide early warning, but it also extends the range considerably. Although he had taken in a group of eyes yesterday, people were never as reliable as machines. Not bad, not bad. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. The system produces a good product. Chapter 39, Chaos at Last. Sir, we're here. A few little young ladies stood in front of Lin Tian in a restrained manner, their heads lowered, not daring to look at Lin Tian's eyes. Some of the bodies were trembling slightly. These few people were precisely the eyes that Lin Tian had taken in yesterday, and were now coming over to pick up today's portion of rations on behalf of everyone. Lin Tian's heart was like water as he looked at these slightly attractive women. Here are today's rations. Lin Tian handed them a dozen packs of rations. Thank you, sir. A flash of gratitude flashed in the eyes of several women. They carefully took the rations, held them tightly in their arms and hid them. Yesterday, it was this packet of rations that allowed them all to survive the cold night without incident. If it weren't for Lin Tian's rations, they didn't know if they and their children would be able to see the sun today. Although Lin Tian had killed their men, he had also saved their children. And addressing Mr. was a decision that was made after deliberation. This title expressed both a kind of respect they had for Lin Tian and also seemed like a kind of acquiescence to the new order. Here's a couple more cameras. You guys put them in the first floor hallway, the garage entrance, and all around the garage. Lin Tian said as he handed the camera he had just killed in seconds to these women. Then he instructed, remember, don't let anyone else find out. The women hurriedly nodded their heads as they glanced at each other, seeing nervousness and caution in each other's eyes. Don't worry, sir, we'll get it done. We are all adults who have experienced the tortures of society and know that only value will be exchanged for survival. If they couldn't even do that right, they were embarrassed to eat the rations in their arms. Their minds had already begun to conceptualize how to skillfully place the cameras, how to avoid the eyes of bystanders, and how to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Well, all go back. It wasn't until they heard Lin Tian's words that a few people let out a soft sigh of relief. Thank you, sir. These young women bowed deeply to Lin Tian again. A few steps back followed, which slowly turned away. Lin Tian also returned to the room, and at this time, Shen Shurhan was directing Yelin to work. Bring that rag over here and clean the table first. Scrub carefully. Don't be lazy. Shen Shurhan crossed her arms, just like Rongmu. Yelin lowered her head and muttered in a small voice, got it. While wiping the table, he secretly glanced at Lin Tian. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't care about himself, he had to walk over to the table and casually wiped a few times. His movements were very perfunctory. Shen Shurhan took a look and immediately rushed over, grabbed the rag and said angrily, are you wiping the table? Look, this piece isn't even clean. Start over. Yelin beamed. Lin Tian didn't say anything, so she had to follow what Shen Shurhan said and rubbed it again. Lin Tian didn't pay attention to the two women fooling around there, but instead walked straight to the wood stove and made himself a pot of tea. Then he lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and began to think about his next plan. It's already the 10th day of the end times, and the garage should be in disarray according to the course of the last life. Revenge should also be on the agenda. And when the two girls saw that Lin Tian seemed to be thinking, they didn't dare to fool around. If Lin Tian gets annoyed, we'll all be in deep. Thus, the two of them both came over and accompanied Lin Tian to roast the fire. Shen Shurhan tenderly leaned her head on Lin Tian's thigh, a hint of concern and admiration showing in her eyes. Yes, it's worship. While others were still struggling for a bite to eat, suffering from hunger and cold, she was enjoying the warmth and food with abandon in her little sling. These were all brought to her by Lin Tian. Yelin sat silently on her knees on the other side, holding an ashtray in her hand, her eyes looking at Lin Tian from time to time, afraid that the ashes would fall onto the carpet. Unlike Shen Shurhan's gentle adoration, she had more of an awe. The last time a cigarette ash fell on the floor, it still hurts. Buzz off. Sir, the cameras are all set up. After Lin Tian saw the message on his cell phone, he directly plugged the wireless receiver of the camera behind the TV. Instantly, there was a picture of the garage on the screen. Although the garage was dimly lit, the camera captured it so clearly that even the sound came through clearly. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. It was worthy of being produced by the system. And, as he had predicted, the garage was already in disarray. At this point, it looks like there are two families fighting over food. The two parties are facing each other on the screen. Old Wang, I wasn't mean to you before, was I? Now I won't even borrow some food from you. Are you still a brother? Humph. Old Zhao, I've been good to you too, right? That $20,000 you borrowed from me. I'm not even asking you for it now. Old Wang's brow furrowed as he clutched the food in his arms, the only remaining rations for their family. Then you'll lend your brother some more food and double it back to you later. Old Zhao took a small step forward, his eyes locked on the food in Old Wang's arms. The family members behind him all looked at Old Wang with bated breath as well, the desire for food shining in their eyes. If you want food, go find the Gao brothers. I don't have any here. Old Wang's voice raised a few points with a hint of annoyance. What about doubling up in the future? It's a joke. We don't even know if there's a future. Old Wang, don't do it with respect. Don't force your brother to do it. Old Zhao's eyes became ferocious. He knew he didn't have much of a choice. He also knew there was food at the Gao brothers' place, but he had to have the guts to go. Old Wang looked at Old Zhao's ferocious appearance, and a wave of determination welled up in his heart. Old Zhao, don't mess around. It's not easy for everyone. I'm doing this so that my family can survive. Old Wang's voice trembled slightly, but the hand holding the food tightened. Lao Zhao was already overwhelmed by hunger and despair at this time, and simply could not listen to Lao Wang's words. Cut the crap. I have to get this food today. With that, he lunged at Old King. Old Wang subconsciously took a step back while shielding his food with his body. Lao Zhao pounced, but not willing to stop. He turned and charged at Lao Wang. The two instantly wrestled together. Lao Zhao used all his strength to try to snatch the food from Lao Wang's hands, while Lao Wang resisted to the death and refused to let go. The families of both men joined in the chaotic fight. Lao Zhao's wife rushed forward and tried to pull Lao Wang, her hair disheveled, her face full of anxiety and frantic. As she pulled at the old king, she shouted, "Give us the food. The children are starving." Lao Wang's wife was not to be outdone. She blocked Lao Wang with her body and desperately pushed Lao Zhao's wife away, crying, "You can't do this. This is our lifeblood." The two families became entangled in the chaos and the scene grew out of control. The children cried in horror, their voices echoing through the garage, adding to the confusion and sadness. Suddenly, only to hear a scream, the old king was somehow pushed to the ground, his head knocked heavily on a stone. Blood gushed out instantly. Old Wang's body twitched a few times and then stopped moving. "Honey!" Old Wang's wife let out a mournful scream as she flung herself to Old Wang's side, her hands trembling as she clutched his body. "Dad!" Old Wang's son also ran over crying, and he stared blankly at his father's lifeless face. The people around them also screamed in fear at the sudden turn of events. Dead man. Surprisingly dead. Although people died in the garage every now and then, a death caused by grabbing food was a first. Old Zhao, on the other hand, clutched the food that originally belonged to Old Wang's family, his body trembling slightly as he muttered, "Brother, don't blame me. I can't help it." Chapter 40, The Heavenly Dao Alliance. In the room, Shen Shurhan and Yelin were stunned when they saw the scene through the surveillance. I can't believe they killed a man because of a bag of food. Beaten to death alive. Knowing that someone has died, hearing that someone has died, and seeing someone die with your own eyes are completely different feelings. That strong visual impact and inner shock made their souls tremble. The two women just stared blankly at the screen, and the air in the room seemed to freeze, especially Shen Shurhan. She had always lived in the comfort zone brought about by Lin Tian, and although she knew of the cruelty of the end times, she had never faced the bloody scene of death so truly and directly. It wasn't until this moment that she really realized the world outside was far more frightening and dangerous than she had imagined, and the pressure and challenges Lin Tian faced were so great. Thinking of this, Shen Shurhan's hand holding Lin Tian's thigh unconsciously tightened a bit. Yelin was even more heartfelt. She had lived through the days of the underground garage and knew it was only a matter of time before people broke down. The scarcity of food, the shortage of water, the threat of disease, each day is a test of the will to survive. But witnessing such a brutal killing scene still shook her to the core. Yelin's body involuntarily trembled and her hands tightly covered her mouth. If Lin Tian hadn't taken her in, she didn't dare to imagine what her end would have been. She stole a glance at Lin Tian, a complicated light flickering in her eyes. Before, she had felt a bit humiliated. But now, it was a great honor to be able to eat and wear warm clothes. Thinking of this, Yelin even held the ashtray in her hand steadily. And even though her arm was a little sore, she no longer had the slightest complaint. Lin Tian also noticed the change in the two women and a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He probably guessed what they were thinking. They must have been shocked. But that's just where it's at. It's just been beaten to death. And I'm afraid that when a few more days pass, even death will be a luxury. Especially if they are young and beautiful college girls like them. They will live and die. What do you want for lunch? Lin Tian's words brought the attention of the two back. The two women involuntarily gulped. Originally, Shin Shirhan wanted to eat barbecued meat, and her taste buds began to get excited at the thought of the nourishing and aromatic barbecued meat. Yelin, on the other hand, wanted to eat hot pot. No fairy would turn down a hot pot, not to mention that she hadn't eaten hot pot in a long time. But at the moment, both. The two women replied cautiously. It's nice to have something to eat. How dare you pick and choose? It was already a great gift for Lin Tian to ask them what they wanted to eat. All right. Lin Tian took out a package of hot pot ingredients and stared at the vegetables and beef and lamb in the package, thinking about what exactly to make. Spicy hot pot or golden needle fatty beef? Or something else? Yesterday making a steak into a roast was a great success, and today he wanted to get equally whimsical. Eating steak or fondue every day is boring. Man, the garage is a mess. When someone died in the garage, Zhao Xiaolong was the first to run and report to Gawain. It seems the time is ripe for action. A glint flashed in Gawain's eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. He's been waiting for people to break down. Or rather, wait until they have problems internally first. In the midst of these last days, the fragility and confusion of the human heart was something he had long anticipated. Otherwise, with just 5 or 6 of them, it would be a fool's errand to try to control hundreds of people in the entire neighborhood, not even if he had a small steel gun. At best, it does self-preservation. And right now, the timing is just right. You and Tiger take 2 men and go to the garage and recruit some of the people who are intimidated and want to defect to us, Gawain ordered methodically, as if everything was under his control. Remember, don't look for the single guys, preferably with wives and kids. Those bachelors can be hard to control, and having a wife and kids is a whole different story. With attachments and concerns, it is easier to be controlled and utilized. I know, Vin. Zhao Xiaolong was equally excited. The past few days had suffocated him. He began to fist pump as if he had seen the future of controlling the destinies of others. By then, he will be the big man under one person and above 100 others. Don't make too much noise at first. Go into town quietly, and don't shoot the guns. Gawain continued to exhort, his expression serious. This is about his big plan. Sloppy, not half a point. Keep the number to 20 or 30 for now. At this stage, steady expansion of power was the key, and one should not venture too far in order not to cause unnecessary resistance and concern. Gawain was silently calculating in his mind that he would pick those who were easiest to control and gradually build up his sphere of influence. These people would become his cornerstones, laying the foundation for him to further control the entire neighborhood in the future. He imagined his power rolling bigger and bigger like a snowball, eventually becoming an existence that no one dared to underestimate in this post-apocalyptic world. Zhao Xiaolong nodded his head vigorously. He completely trusted his big brother Gawain's strategy and judgment. He and the 2 brothers, Little Tiger, had been following Gawain for several years, witnessing Gawain's step-by-step journey from an insignificant peddler to the present day. Well, go on. Gawain waved his hand. He was sure Xiaolong wouldn't let him down. Yes, brother man. Zhao Xiaolong took Little Tiger and the other 2 brothers who were a bit more resourceful and quickly turned around to leave. The 4 sneaked through the garage, looking for those who fit Gawain's requirements. It doesn't even really take much deliberate searching. There are just too many people like that in the neighborhood. Almost a third are 2 couples with children. Zhao Xiaolong and the others first noticed a corner where a couple was hugging their 2 children tightly. The children's faces still had undried tear stains hanging on them, obviously frightened by the chaotic scene just now. The wife's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, while the husband looked around with a wary expression. Zhao Xiaolong walked forward and said softly, "Big brother and sister-in-law, don't be afraid. We're here to help you." The husband frowned and looked at them suspiciously. "Who are you? What do you want?" The woman, on the other hand, held the child tightly in her arms. "We don't have any food. We really don't." Zhao Xiaolong tried to squeeze out a kind smile. "Big brother and sister-in-law, you've got it wrong. We're not here to rob food. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Xiaolong. My elder brother is Gawain. I'm sure you guys must have heard of him, right? Zhao Xiaolong straightened his back and said with slight pride. The couple looked at each other and the husband nodded. How can you not know the famous mobster in the neighborhood? Although they had never seen it, they had all heard the name. What do you want with us? I haven't offended you guys, have I? The husband's voice remained wary and his body tensed slightly. Zhao Xiaolong smiled and said, Don't be nervous, big brother. The garage is getting more and more chaotic now, and everyone is having a hard time. My older brother, Gawain, wants to provide a safe place with food and drink so that everyone can live well. As long as you join us, we'll make sure that you and your child will be safe and sound. Zhao Xiaolong leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on the man's eyes. Join you? You guys are? The husband's brow furrowed tighter, the suspicion in his eyes deepening. Zhao Xiaolong straightened up, a hint of smugness on his face as he said, we are the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Chapter 41 Heavenly Dao Alliance. Sounds like the good guys. The Heavenly Dao Alliance? What the hell? The wives looked at each other, suspicion and alarm in their eyes. What Tendo Alliance? The man frowned and subconsciously wrapped his wife and child in his arms. Zhao Xiaolong patiently explained. The Heavenly Dao Alliance is an organization founded by my big brother, Gawain, to help everyone survive in this icy post-apocalyptic world. Only if we help each other can we survive this difficult environment and get through this crisis. Zhao Xiaolong spoke impassionedly. Of course, these words were all taught to him by Gawain beforehand. The couple looked at each other again, but this time there was some relief. The Heavenly Dao Alliance. That sounds like it would be great. Help each other. This axiom naturally everyone understands, but it's easy to say, but very hard to do. In the beginning, everyone tried to help each other, but there was no consensus on the first step, the unified management of food. There is no one strong figure who can convince everyone. Although Auntie Wong of the neighborhood committee has status, her character is not good and people cannot trust her to manage food distribution. Security guard Uncle Tian character can be, for people upright and kind, usually also helpful, but he is stinking security. So, to the end, the crowd was not organized. And now, the appearance of the Heavenly Dao Alliance gave the couple a glimmer of hope. Maybe that mobster, he can really organize everyone? Still, there was a flash of hesitation in her husband's eyes, and he still hadn't let his guard down. Why should we trust you? Humph, do you think we have to lie to you? Do you have anything worth lying to us? Zhao Xiaohu, on the other hand, was not as patient as his brother and said with some impatience. In Zhao Xiaohu's opinion, it was tiresome that these people were starving to death and were still so squirmy. Zhao Xiaolong, on the other hand, raised his hand to stop his brother and said with a smile, Sorry, my brother has a bit of a temper. Don't mind if you guys do, but the word is out. Do you have anything worth lying to us about now? Zhao Xiaolong's words made the couple fall into silence. That's right, they had nothing now, not even much food left. The wife looked at the child in her arms, a flash of heartache in her eyes, and said softly, Honey, why don't we? Tendo Union, sounds like the good guys. The husband gritted his teeth, his mind still full of kinks at this point. He's not as naive as his wife. He looked at Zhao Xiaolong and the others, trying to find some signs of trustworthiness on their faces. Eventually, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. So what do we need to do? There was no way around it. He simply didn't have a choice right now. But let Zhao Xiaolong talk about the big sky. He didn't believe that pie would fall from the sky. What's more, that black boss Gawain, would he be so kind? So it's better to be clear about some things. Zhao Xiaolong smiled, knowing that he had succeeded. He looked at the man and said slowly, First of all, we have enough food there, so you don't have to worry about us robbing you. Not only will there be no looting, but everyone's basic diet will be protected. Besides, if you join us, then we are all brothers, and brothers' wives are not to be bullied, so you don't need to worry about it. Zhao Xiaolong paused and then said, The only thing you have to do is obey Brother Wen, and we'll do whatever Brother Wen tells us to do. His eyes became serious. Wen is our leader. He has the ability to lead everyone to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. As long as everyone follows his command, we will be able to get through the crisis together. I don't know. Did you hear me? Zhao Xiaolong stared at the man intently, waiting for his reply. The man gritted his teeth. He heard. It's killing him. It's just recruiting fighters. That's a nice thing to say. But he didn't have a choice. Good. As long as you can guarantee that my wife and child will survive. My life, I'll leave it to you. Husband. The wife's eyes reddened as she heard her husband's words and tears welled up in her eyes. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xiaolong laughed, then said to the couple, Don't make it so sad. As long as we are united, who can do anything to us? Hearing Zhao Xiaolong's words, the couple also let out a soft sigh of relief. It seems to be true. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaolong smiled with satisfaction and said, Big brother, Don't worry, follow us and you won't suffer. We're taking you and your sister-in-law and the baby to our base, where it's safe. There's plenty of food and water, and some other families are there too. With that, he signaled his brother behind him to help with the family's luggage. The man hesitated, but finally handed over the luggage in his hand. Holding his wife and child, he followed Zhao Xiaolong and the others, walking step by step towards the unknown base. After hitting an open door, Zhao Xiaolong was even more confident. 10 families were recruited in less than the next day, all in a family of 3. The recently established Heaven's Path Alliance had also rapidly expanded from 5 or 6 people to more than 30 in a single day. In the hallway, a bonfire blazed, the wood removed from the furniture. The previous few days Gawain and the others hadn't been idle. He had asked his minions to sneak through the doors and pick the locks, looking for something of value, especially something that can burn. In this icy post-apocalyptic world, warmth is always the first ingredient. You can't die from starvation for a day, but if you freeze for a day in -40-degree weather, you're bound to die. Gawain stood above the building, looking down at the 30 or so people below, an imperceptible smile on his face. Brothers, Gawain raised his voice, his gaze slowly sweeping over each face. We all know that this world today is not the same world we once knew. It's freezing outside, and the cold and hunger can kill us at any time. Some in the crowd nodded slightly, having long been familiar with this harsh reality. Gawain continued, but we have gathered together, and we are the Heavenly Tao Alliance. In this alliance, I, Gawain, promise you all that as long as you listen to me, I will definitely be able to lead you to survive. From this day forward, we are family. I know that some of you may still be skeptical and worried, but I want to say that I, Gawain, am true to my word. Our goal is simple, to survive in this icy post-apocalyptic world and live better than others. Gawain's eyes glinted with ambition. The crowd began to stir a little. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and a glimmer of hope gradually lit up in some people's eyes. Humans are pack animals. At least here, they didn't have to worry about being killed for fighting over food for a while. Gao Wu stood at the back of the crowd, looking at his spirited brother with a touch of admiration in his eyes. Growing up, he admired his brother. At that moment, he waved to yellow hair next to him, who rushed over. What can I do for you, Brother Wu? Gao Wu whispered a few words in yellow hair's ear, and yellow hair's eyes lit up, then hurriedly walked towards the underground garage. Chapter 42 Lin Tian was taken as a lifesaver. Miss Cheng, my family's vice alliance master has an invitation. Yellow hair stared at Cheng with a smirk, a hint of unkindness in his eyes. This woman was so beautiful, and even though her face was dirty, the freshness was like a pearl in the darkness that couldn't be hidden. What Gao Wu had just told him was, naturally, to bring Cheng to him, since his brother Gawain had already started planning. Gao Wu didn't want to wait, and Cheng frowned slightly, a hint of caution flashing in her eyes. What vice allies? Where did the vice lord come from? In fact, this vice ally was completely made up by yellow hair. In Huang Mao's mind, the boss, was naturally the ally, so Wu must be the vice ally, and he might be able to mix it up a bit if he did this beautifully. Even the name yellow hair has been thought of. It's called the Golden Lion King. So, with a more flattering smile on his face, he said, Ms. Anaru, don't be afraid. The vice ally just wants to talk to you and make sure you won't be harmed. And Cheng, however, shook her head. I don't know any of your alliance masters or vice alliance masters, and I don't have anything to talk to him about. As he spoke, he took a few steps back, trying to pull away from yellow hair. But yellow hair doesn't care. This can be about his promotion. He snorted coldly and said, it's not up to you. Our vice alliance master invited you. That's to give you face. Don't you dare to do it out of respect. With that, he was about to go forward and grab Anaru's arm. No, don't, let go of me. Yasuharu struggled in terror while looking at the guardian next to her, the man with glasses. Brother Zhou, help. When the man with glasses saw Cheng asking him for help, he was slightly stunned and a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. But he still said, this brother, it's not quite right for you to do that, is it? But the yellow hair glanced at him disdainfully. Where is it from? If you don't want to die, give me a roll. And the man with glasses actually subconsciously flinched a bit when yellow hair glared at him. And Cheng looked at the man with glasses in despair. She didn't expect this man to be so useless. But the man with the glasses had his own ideas. Mard, it's been a few ing days. You're not even allowed to touch your hand. Who the hell cares if you live or die? The man with the glasses muttered in his mind and quietly took a few more steps back, deciding to be clear. Seeing this, Anaru could only continue to struggle desperately. Asshole, get off me. But no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break away from yellow hair's big hands. She was a woman in the end, plus she hadn't had enough to eat for several days. Her body was weak and powerless. And how could she be a match for yellow hair? It could only be dragged a little bit towards the supermarket by yellow hair. Everyone around them watched the scene in silence, but no one dared to step forward to help. The security guard, Uncle Tian, thought about stepping forward, but was yanked back by his wife beside him. Seeing his wife shake her head at him, Uncle Tian sighed helplessly and turned his head to the other side. It's the ING world. In front of the supermarket, Gao Wu was waiting for his prey. From time to time, he paced in the doorway, playing with a box of 003 in his hand that he had taken off the supermarket counter. It's too cold for anything to go wrong. Soon, Enching was brought to him by yellow hair. At this time, Enching was unusually wretched. Her hair was disheveled and her face was covered in stains. However, in Gao Wu's eyes, this wretchedness of Enching added a different kind of charm. The more wretched he was, the more excited Gao Wu became. His eyes roamed greedily over Enching's body. That face, that figure, those little feet, and with that youthfulness and innocence between the brows, this is clearly still a yellow girl. Takomu gulped. How dare you? Who told you to treat the mess? And like that, Gao Wu pretended to reprimand yellow hair, and yellow hair knowingly apologized to Enching again and again. On the other hand, Gawain frowned when he saw this scene, but when he thought of his brother's ever-loving and rambunctious nature, he didn't say anything. It's been over 10 days and it's time to let my brother vent. And those who had just been recruited over, not only did they not recoil or accuse when they saw the scene, but instead, they exuded a touch of gratitude. It was fortunate that they had joined this what's-his-name Heaven's Path Alliance, or else the unlucky ones might have been them. There were even a few men staring at Enching with interest. It's been a long time since everyone has experienced life. I was too cold and hungry in the garage earlier to even think about that. Now that the crisis has just been slightly lifted, the nature comes back all at once. Enching looked at the dozen pairs of eyes that seemed to swallow her up and backed away. What are you doing? Gao Wu, however, smiled faintly and said, MS. Don't be afraid. I don't mean any harm. Enching looked at the box in Gao Wu's hand and thought, guess what I believe? Gao Wu continued. Hungry, eat something first. He handed Anaru a bowl of freshly brewed instant noodles. Anaru's throat involuntarily surged a few times as she smelled the aroma of the bubbly noodles. Her stomach also made an indisputable grumble sound at this time. It had been a long time since she had eaten such a steaming hot meal, but she quickly restrained her instinctive reaction. I'm not going to eat your food, and please let me go back. Gao Mo's face instantly grimaced. Humph, don't be ignorant. You think you have a choice? He took a step forward, exuding a sense of oppression. Enching subconsciously took a step backward, her back resting against the cold wall, the fear in her heart growing stronger. No, you can't. The other half of Enching's fantasy is a sunny and handsome, gentle and kind, upright and brave person. Never a svelte scum like Gao Wu. Gao Wu sneered. In this place, I have the final say. You either obey me or... He didn't finish his sentence, but the threat was unmistakable. I won't submit to you even if I die. Enching said through clenched teeth. Die? Ha ha ha. Gao Wu laughed openly. It's not that easy to die. If you don't want to put on a spring show in front of everyone, be a good boy and eat this bowl of noodles. Hearing Gao Wu's words, the eyes of all the men present lit up at once. Don't eat, don't eat. Enching died biting her lips were bitten out of blood. Tears slipped down a little. Is it possible that one really has to succumb to this demon? She knew that if she ate the bowl of noodles, it would mean giving in to Gao Wu, but if he didn't eat, Takamu might actually do those horrible things. She shuddered at the thought of the humiliation she might suffer in front of the crowd. Enching's body trembled slightly, her hands tightly clenched into fists, her nails sunk deep into the palms of her hands, but she couldn't feel a trace of pain. At this point, how she wished someone would step up and pull her along. Right at this moment, a figure actually suddenly surfaced in Enching's mind. Don't force me. Lin Tian is my boyfriend. What? Takamu froze. You're Lin Tian's woman? Chapter 43 Gao Wu's Madness. Lin Tian. Look. Shinshirhan pointed at the TV screen, in which Enching was being dragged by yellow hair. Yelin covered her mouth as the scene she feared the most still happened. In the post-apocalyptic world where order has collapsed, women, especially beautiful women, end up in such a miserable state. Lin Tian. Should we save Enching? Shinshirhan and Yelin looked at Lin Tian almost simultaneously. No matter what, that was their good sister, and they really couldn't bear to see Enching being spoiled. Lin Tian, however, snorted coldly, deserved it. Give her a chance and she won't take it. However, Lin Tian thought about it and sent a message to Gao Wan. It's not that he's having a Madonna attack or can't walk away when he sees a pretty one. Enching did help him for a while before, and Lin Tian's character was such that he would repay any enmity, but he also just sent a message to Gao Wan. And as for the outcome, it was up to Enching's fate. It would be impossible for him to rush out and fight Gawain and the others in a firefight just to save Ching. As for why Lin Tian was sure it was Gawain's group that did it, the Tian Dao Alliance, he can be too familiar. In the last life, this group of people had done a lot of raping and pillaging under the banner of acting on behalf of heaven. Buzz off. At this time, Lin Tian's cell phone rang again. Sir, it's that yellow hair. He's the one who came over to cooperate with me last time. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the message sent by second sister Li. Sure enough, it was Gawain's gang that was behind him. Mud. Now we'll settle old scores with new ones. Don't force me. Lin Tian is my boyfriend. In front of the supermarket, and Cheng almost instinctively shouted out the words, as if she had grabbed the last straw. If she had to choose, she would rather give it to Lin Tian. At least, it was just one person, and with two sisters to keep her company. Gao Wu's body subconsciously trembled when he heard Cheng's words. Soon, however, his expression became even more hideous. You think Lin Tian can scare me off? Gao Wu roared madly. What is he, Lin Tian, worthy of being compared to me? Gao Wu. Gao Wu's eyes burned with flames of jealousy and anger. In this post-apocalyptic world, he considered himself to be a dominant party. How could he be easily bluffed by a name? He would never allow himself to back down in front of a crowd because of a name. He. You're Lin Tian's girlfriend. Then I want it even more. Gao Wu approached Cheng step by step, each step carrying an almost out-of-control madness. Originally, he had wanted to be gentle and slowly tempered, but when he heard that Cheng was actually Lin Tian's girlfriend, the suppressed evil fire in his heart was instantly ignited to the extreme. If I can't Lin Tian, I can't your girlfriend? Gao Wu thought viciously in his heart and a hideous smile appeared on his face. Lin Tian? Humph. You think he can protect you? Cheng looked at the approaching Gao Wu step by step in horror, and kept retreating, but her back had long been pressed tightly against the cold wall, and there was no way to retreat. Her body shivered as if she was placed in an ice cellar, and she kept muttering under her breath. Don't come over. Gao Wu stretched out his hand, his rough fingers probing towards Cheng's face. The more you're his, the more I'll get my hands on you. I'd like to see what Lin Tian can do to me. His eyes glittered with crazy possessiveness, and his fingers came closer and closer to Anaru's face. Just when Gao Mo's finger was about to touch Cheng, a loud shout rang out like thunder. Stop! Gawain walked quickly with his cell phone. His face was horribly gloomy. Just now he was giving a speech to the crowd and didn't see the message Lin Tian sent him. It was only at this moment that he noticed, and just in time to hear Cheng call out Lin Tian, so he rushed over. Brother! Gao Wu stared at his brother Gawain dead in the face. He didn't understand why his brother was trying to stop him at this point. Was that Lin Tian that scary? Brother! Don't mind me. Today I'll make sure Lin Tian knows what happens when he dares to go against me. Gao Wu! Gao Wu turned his head and shouted at Gawain, his eyes red. Gawain walked closer and glanced at the terrified Cheng before turning his head to Gao Wu and scolding him in a low voice. Do you know what you're doing? You dare to touch Lin Tian's woman? The veins on Gao Wu's neck rippled. Brother, what's there to be afraid of that Lin Tian? We're a dozen big men. Are we afraid of him alone? As long as he dares to come, I'll make sure he doesn't come back. And those who had just joined were shaking their heads frantically in their minds. No, don't ever let him come. Last time it was also a dozen big old men who ended up escaping back with less than 10. Gawain frowned and said, what do you know? His dynastic career had just started, and this matter was already known to Lin Tian. In case he came over with a submachine gun to find them to fight for their lives, it would really be a midway collapse before the venture was halfway through. Gao Wu, however, couldn't listen. He snorted coldly. Brother, you're just too timid. How powerful can Lin Tian be? I'm going to move this woman today. Let's see what he can do to me. After saying that, he was about to pounce on Anaru again. Seeing this, Gawain immediately reached out and pulled Gao Wu. Calm down. He didn't know what was wrong with his brother today. He had fooled around before, but not like this. Gawain whispered in Gao Wu's ear. Brother isn't afraid of Lin Tian. It's just that this isn't the right time. When we're completely established, then I'll hand Lin Tian over to you. At your disposal. Kill or die as you wish. At this time, Gao Wu gradually calmed down, and he fiercely gritted his teeth. When the time comes, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces, so that he won't be able to beg for his life, and he won't be able to beg for his death. Gawain saw that his brother had calmed down, and then looked at Cheng. Excuse me missin, help me bring a good message to little brother Lin. Tell him that the door of our Heavenly Dao Alliance is always open to him, and he is welcome to join at any time. Hearing Gawain's words, Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her body was still trembling slightly, her heart palpitating from the thrilling scene just now. Okay. Cheng did not expect that just a name would subdue this hefty black boss. It turned out that the ordinary man had been so intimidating at this point. Gawain then took Cheng some more food. These will be taken as reparations. MS. And you can leave now. Anaru took the food, her fingers trembling slightly, not daring to stay longer. She turned around and quickly left this place that made her feel fearful. Gawain looked at Cheng's back, and a trace of imperceptible sinister intent flashed in his eyes. The fear in the eyes of those newcomers when Cheng mentioned Lin Tian just now. He could see it in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian had already left such a deep brand of fear in the hearts of the crowd. It seems like a way to get rid of this potential threat as soon as possible. Only then could he take complete control of the entire neighborhood. In this chaotic order of the end times, the strongest was king, and Lin Tian's existence was undoubtedly a stumbling block on his path to domination. Moreover, how did Lin Tian know that Cheng had been taken captive by them? Gawain rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Was it Cheng's plea for help, or had Lin Tian planted eyes in the garage as well? Slowly, the corners of Gawain's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Things are really getting interesting, but that's good too. There's something to be said for success with a challenge. Chapter 44 Lin Tian's Deterrent Power. Cheng returned to the garage with a pocket of food in her arms, and along the way, the thrilling scene just in front of the supermarket kept coming back to her mind. This time, thanks to Lin Tian. If she hadn't had the bright idea to move Lin Tian out in the end, the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. She was now hesitant to go find Lin Tian. However, looking at the bag of food in her arms, Cheng finally decided not to look for Lin Tian. He doesn't know anyway, Anaru muttered in a small voice. I'm not going to give him the stink eye. Unless, of course, he asks me to be his girlfriend. He'll never get me. A hint of redness rose on Cheng's face, and for some reason, the shadow of that person always unconsciously surfaced in her mind along the way. Suddenly, Anaru felt as if someone was staring at her. The feeling of being spied on snapped her out of her trance instantly, and an uneasy feeling came over her. She craned her head to look around, and sure enough, a dozen or so unsuspecting gazes were peeking out at her. Back so soon? A conspiratorial voice took the lead. Is that food you're carrying in your arms? It can't be traded for it, can it? A young guy followed suit. What a shameless woman. The other woman chimed in, her face full of disdain. Bah! Lowly. Anaru's face instantly turned pale as she clutched the food in her arms. Can you eat all this food? Why don't I give you a hand? A man stared at the food in Anaru's arms and kept swallowing his saliva. As he spoke, he slowly approached towards Anaru. It was only then that Yasuharu noticed how stupid she had been to walk through the garage with food in her arms. It wasn't just the man. There were more people coming towards her at that moment. The surrounding crowd slowly began to gather around, their gazes all locked onto the food in Cheng's arms. Don't you come any closer. Anaru looked at the approaching crowd in horror, her voice trembling badly. I'm Lin Tian's girlfriend. If you guys dare to rob my food, be careful of Lin Tian coming after you. Having no choice, Cheng had to move Lin Tian out once again. As expected, upon hearing Cheng's words, the few people who were slowly approaching stopped in their tracks. Lin Tian, that devil. If it was really that devil's woman, they wouldn't dare to rob her. Anaru let out a long breath, but before she could fully catch her breath, she only heard someone say, Don't clueless us? If you were Lin Tian's girlfriend, would you be here? The man's words were an instant reminder. That's right, Lin Tian's girlfriend would languish in a garage like them? Yeah, don't try to trick us. Hurry up and hand over the food or don't blame us. Mud, toast. Cheng's face became even paler as she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I'm really Lin Tian's girlfriend. If you guys dare to touch me, Lin Tian will definitely not let you go. Cheng shouted once again. However, this time, the crowd didn't stop at her words. They had already decided that Anaru was lying. Gawain doesn't even dare to touch me. So who are you to dare? Anaru shouted this out loud, with a hint of desperate determination. Sure enough, the men stopped in their tracks again at the sound of another heavy hitter's name. Anaru was slightly relieved to see this, but she knew that she had to make her words more convincing. That's right, it was Gawain and the others who took me captive. And they wanted. Anaru paused and then continued, but when they realized I was Lin Tian's girlfriend, not only did they not touch me, they also gave me this food to make amends. These were given to Lin Tian by Gawain. Do you dare to take them? Cheng's eyes revealed a hint of provocation while secretly observing the reactions of these people. Even Gawain had to give me food to make amends. Are you guys better than Gawain? Hearing Cheng's words, the faces of these few people clouded over. They looked at the pockets of food and kept swallowing. But in the end, no one dared to come up and grab it. They don't dare to bet. If you make the wrong bet, your little life could be lost. They looked at each other for a few moments, their eyes filled with resignation. but they slowly retreated. And Cheng watched their retreating backs, her taut nerves finally relaxing. She leaned against the wall, her legs weakening and nearly collapsing. The confrontation had left her physically and mentally exhausted, but she was glad she had escaped once again. It was just that she didn't know how much longer the name Lin Tian would be able to protect her. Buzz off. Lin Tian picked up his cell phone and glanced at it. It was a message from his eyes. Sir, just now your girlfriend was almost robbed of her food. Girlfriend? What girlfriend? Lin Tian was at a loss. When did he have a girlfriend? What's going on? He asked directly. The underground garage was just too big for those security cameras of his to cover it all. It was mostly all focused on the entrance to his building, guarding against a surprise attack. As for the rest of the place, there were only a few cameras placed sporadically. There's no need to cover all of it. He's been through it all in his last life, and he has a good idea of what's going to happen in the garage. Soon, the eyewitness replied. It's like this, sir. Your girlfriend has just been invited away by Gawain's gang. Apparently, the eyewitness is also emotionally intelligent. Highly emotional, please go away. Low EQ snatched it away. The eyewitness continued with her high level of emotion. But don't worry, your girlfriend will be back soon, so nothing should have happened. She said that when Gawain heard she was your girlfriend at the time, he let her back in, and not only that, he gave her a pocketful of food to make amends. And then just now there were a couple more people in the garage eyeing your girlfriend's food. Your girlfriend. That eyewitness repeated the entire process, and Lin Tian understood. It's that woman Yasuharu. When did he become her boyfriend? It seemed that Inqing was pulling the tiger skin and flag with him. I see. You did a good job. Extra meal tomorrow. Lin Tian sent a rewarding message back to Eyeliner. Management, first of all, must make a clear distinction between rewards and punishments. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The eyewitness kept thanking him. A packet of single rations was only a day's supply for one person, and it was not enough for the two of her and the child. At best, it guarantees that you won't starve. Of course, she was content not to starve. She just didn't realize there was a reward. The little young woman gulped and said to her daughter in her arms, tomorrow there will be good food. The daughter looked up when she heard her mother's words, her tiny face covered in the waxy yellow of malnutrition, but her eyes lit up at her mother's words. She reached out her little hand, gripped her mom's coat tightly, and asked in a milky voice, Mommy, is there really something good to eat tomorrow? The little young woman looked at her daughter. She nodded her head gently and said, That's right, baby, tomorrow we'll have good food. It's a kind uncle who rewarded us. The little girl tilted her head with an innocent face, her little finger unconsciously placed at her mouth. Kind uncle? Chapter 45, Additional Meals. In the room, Shin Shirhan also noticed Lin Tian's constantly changing face. With a nervous look on her face, she asked, What's wrong? Lin Tian smiled and told the story. Shin Shirhan couldn't help but laugh dumbly as well. And Qing is just like that, always pretentious. There was a hint of disdain in her tone, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. This time it wasn't thanks to you that I was able to get out of danger. Saying that, she lifted her little head and looked at Lin Tian with an adoring expression. I didn't expect that. So everyone is so afraid of you. There was a glint in her eyes, a kind of admiration for the strong. Even that black boss Gawain has to give you face. It wasn't clear if the woman was acting, but Lin Tian enjoyed the woman's adoration. Don't tell me, he actually didn't expect himself that Gawain would be so scornful of him. And in the garage, just your own name alone is such a deterrent? At this time, Shen Shirhan thought for a moment and then said, Why don't I call Inqing up? She tilted her head and looked at Lin Tian with a serious face. I know her. If we let her come up on her own, she definitely won't be able to wipe her face. Let's give her a step. Hearing Shen Shirhan's words, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly as he teased. What? Not afraid that she'll come up and compete with you for favor later? Shen Shirhan slightly pouted and said bluntly. I'm afraid, but I want to make you happy even more. There was a hint of pout in his tone. You dare to say you don't have a craving for Inqing? Lin Tian thought about it, but still said, Forget it, if she doesn't want to come up, forget it, there's no need to force it. I don't like to force people. Ding! Today's second sale item, snowmobile sets, 10,000 sets, 2,10,000 barrels of pure drinking water, 3,10,000 boxes of large umbrellas, 4,10,000 G of film and television learning materials. One by one. I'll take one. Lin Tian didn't hesitate for a second. There are kits that must be chosen for the kit. Ding! The spike was successful. In an instant, 10,000 snowmobile suits neatly appeared in the system space. It's just a shame there's not enough room to take it out and see what's all there right now. Ding! The host has accumulated 10 spikes. The system is being upgraded. System upgrade? Lin Tian froze, not realizing that the system could still be upgraded, and he didn't know how long this upgrade would take. Lin Tian patted the two women beside him. You two go and tidy up your original set of rooms in a while. He's going to vacate the house across the street. Useful. Soon, the two women returned with a large bag of luggage each, even packed some of Anaru's things along with her. It's supposed to be a rented house, so there's not much to take except for some clothes, personal items, etc. As for the bits and pieces, it's the end of the world, so what's the point of having them? Lin Tian also came to the room. This was the first time he had come to the three girls' room and nodded as he looked at some cute little decorations hanging on the wall. Shin Shurhan and the girls rented a 3-room apartment, which was a bit bigger than Lin Tian's room. Lin Tian paced around the room, calculating in his heart that if he squeezed it, it shouldn't be a problem to live with 10 or 8 people. The only problem is that there is no electricity. Just then, footsteps came from the hallway. The two girls were so frightened that they hurriedly hid behind Lin Tian and clutched his arm. Lin Tian waved his hand. Don't panic. Not long after, a couple of women came up leading a couple of small children. Sir, the women shouted in respectful unison. The little children, on the other hand, were hiding behind their moms, looking at the uncle with curiosity. Shin Shurhan and Yelin looked at the same neck rings those women wore around their necks and let out a soft sigh of relief. That neck ring was the mark of Lin Tian's men, and seeing this, they knew that these people were not enemies. In the future, your children will temporarily live in this house for the time being, and you will take turns to take care of them. Lin Tian pointed at the room behind him, his tone undeniable. Yes, he had vacated the 3 women's rooms just for these protégés. Moreover, since Gawain had already started recruiting people to expand his forces, he couldn't lag behind. However, right now, these women looked at the room behind Lin Tian with a slightly reluctant expression on their faces. Who wants to give up their kids? What if something happens? Lin Tian frowned as he looked at this group of women who didn't know any better. Zila. Ah. Seeing these women's gazes become clear again, Lin Genius slowly spoke. Come in. I said I'd give you extra food today. The tone of his voice was flat, as if the electric shock he had just received was just an insignificant hiccup. The women led their children and followed Lin Tian into the room. No choice. Like it or not, they simply don't have a choice. After the group of people walked into the room, Lin Tian pointed at the firewood stoves and said, assemble these. No electricity is fine. No fire is not. Good thing he had 10,000 sets of wood stoves, enough to house a lot of people. Under Lin Tian's command, although the women still had lingering fears in their hearts, they still moved swiftly to start assembling the firewood stove. Soon, 3 wood stoves were assembled. The 3-bedroom apartment is almost 100 square feet, and 3 wood stoves are enough. By the time the flames were completely burning, the temperature in the room was climbing rapidly. Soon the men were so hot that they began to sweat, and their faces showed a long-lost coziness. It's been almost a week since I've experienced such warmth since the water and power went out. At this time, a little girl walked out and said to Lin Tian, are you the kind uncle? The little girl's eyes were like clear lakes, innocently looking at Lin Tian. Nui Nui, come back. The little girl's mother hurriedly shouted, her voice revealing a hint of nervousness. Lin Tian raised his hand to stop the little young woman. Kind uncle? He knelt down, met the little girl's gaze levelly, and asked, what kind uncle? The little girl blinked her eyes and said in a milky voice, Mommy said that there will be a kind uncle who will give us good food today. Her little face was lightly flushed from the warmth of the room, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, as if in anticipation of the deliciousness that was to come. Lin Tian smiled. That's right, I'm that kind uncle. Chapter 46 Adoration of Women. Sir, I'm sorry, kids talk nonsense. The young woman hurriedly pulled her daughter behind her and continuously bowed and apologized to Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood up, the smile on his face fading away as he looked at the young woman and said coldly, a child can be unintelligent, but an adult can't be unintelligent. The other women and children didn't dare to utter a single breath as they silently looked at Lin Tian and the young woman. The young woman lowered her head, not daring to meet Lin Tian's eyes, only saying I'm sorry vigorously. Lin Tian was angry. Originally he had been merciful and wanted to give these people an extra meal, but as a result, each one of them was defending him like a thief. They really had long hair and short insides. The little girl also seemed to realize that she had intruded. She poked her little head out from behind her mother and looked timidly at Lin Tian. She whispered, Uncle, I'm sorry, Nui Nui was wrong. When she finished, she hurriedly pulled her head back again and hugged her mom's leg tightly. Seeing this, Lin Tian could only helplessly shake his head. He was not ruthless enough to punish even a little girl. Okay, all smiles. When the women heard Lin Tian's words, they were first stunned, then immediately tried to squeeze out a smile. Lin Tian frowned slightly as he looked at the women's smiles that were worse than crying. Then he slowed down his tone and said, I did prepare delicious food for you guys today, so you don't have to be so scared, he said as he took out 10 packets of hot pot ingredients as if by magic. The gazes of the women were instantly attracted, looking at the bright red beef and mutton, and the bright green vegetables, wildly gulping. Even the small children, who had never been fond of green vegetables, were now staring at those vegetables with wide eyes. Seeing the crowd of women's current reactions, Lin Genius had a hint of satisfaction. Alright, don't all stand around. Take these ingredients and take care of them. We're having hot pot today. As soon as Lin Tian's words fell, the women were first stunned, as if they couldn't believe their ears, and then their faces immediately blossomed into surprised smiles. It was a smile that was very different from the reluctance of the previous one. It was one of joy and excitement from the bottom of his heart. They took the ingredients with their hands and mouths, saying thank you sir over and over again. The young woman even had tears in her eyes. She hugged her daughter tightly and said softly, Nui, we have something delicious to eat. Quickly thank uncle. The little girl also smiled happily and said to Lin Tian in a milky voice, thank you uncle. Uncle is so nice. Lin Tian smiled as the women began to get busy. The kids were running around excitedly, coming up to their mom every now and then to check out the ingredients, their little faces full of curiosity and happiness. Before long, the fondue was ready. In the pot on the wood stove, the soup base began to roll over, giving off a tantalizing aroma. The women put the chopped ingredients into the pot one by one, and the room was filled with the aroma of hot pot. Everyone sat around the pot, eyes locked on the food, throats rolling involuntarily, not to mention the hot pot, even a mouthful of hot soup. Everyone had not tasted it for a long time. However, none of the women moved their chopsticks and instead looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded slightly and said, eat when you're ready, don't mind me. Only then did the women pick up their chopsticks and carefully pick up the food in the pot, handing it to the children first before starting to eat it themselves. As the first bite of food was brought into their mouths, a look of satisfaction appeared on the faces of the women. Sir, really thank you so much, a young woman said excitedly, even more so as she looked at Lin Tian with affection. If it weren't for you, we'd have starved to death. I'm afraid. The young woman looked at Xin Shihan and Yelin behind Lin Tian, and a touch of envy appeared in her eyes. Those two women are living almost like they were before the end times. Dressed in clean and tidy clothes and with light makeup on her face, she exuded a freshness that was out of place in this post-apocalyptic world. Unlike her, she hadn't bathed in days and was dirty and itchy. She looked down at her worn and stained clothes and an inexplicable feeling of inferiority welled up in her heart. Some people are starting to get ideas. Hubby, don't blame me. I did it all for the kids. As she ate the hot pot, she sneaked glances at Lin Tian every now and then, thinking about how to get his attention. And while she was still debating the plan, someone else was already making a move. Sir, your great kindness, Wei Wei is unable to repay. From now on, Wei Wei is your person. The other women, upon hearing Li Wei's words, all cast gazes of surprise and envy. Some women secretly regretted in their hearts that they didn't open their mouths first, while others hummed disdainfully in their hearts, but had to recognize Li Wei's boldness and initiative. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat subtle, and the heat of the hot pot couldn't seem to hide the undercurrent of emotion. There was a complexity in the air, a mixture of jealousy, envy, anticipation, and a hint of imperceptible tension. Xin Shihan and Yelin glanced at each other and coincidentally took a step forward, wrapping their arms around Lin Tian on the left and the right. What a bunch of watery women. Just now they were guarding my family Lin Tian like a thief, but now they can't wait to introduce themselves to the lowly. That's right, don't look at how old you all are, how old your children are. Shameless. The two women were constantly bellyaching in their minds. However, they only dared to think about it. They didn't dare to stop Lin Tian. They didn't even dare to show a hint of dissatisfaction. Lin Tian looked at Li Wei. Not bad looking. Above Yelin, below Xin Shihan. Although not as youthful as the two female college students, but there is a mature flavor. He walked over to Livy and cupped her chin, thwacking it on the young woman's face in disgust. She said, dirty. Li Wei's body trembled slightly, and a sense of shame welled up in her heart. She bit her lip and whispered, I'll clean it, sir. Lin Tian shook his head, then raised his volume and said, all right, you guys go ahead and eat. After a pause, he went on with the arrangements. From now on, 2 people will be left upstairs to take care of the children every day, while the others will continue to keep watch in the garage. Fondue, 1 meal a week. After that, he turned and left. When the ladies saw that Lin Tian did not respond directly, they could not help but all be a little disappointed. However, when they heard Lin Tian say that in the future, they would be able to eat a hot pot every week, The faces of the crowd instantly glowed again. It is important to realize that even before the end times, not all families could afford to have one hot pot meal a week. And for them, it's not just a meal, it's a hope, a small comfort in a difficult life. It gives them a sense that life might not be so bad and that there are some good things to look forward to. Li Wei was even more excited as she stared tightly at Lin Tian's back with a determined gaze. Chapter 47 Gao Win's Tactics. Xin Shihan and Yelin also followed Lin Tian back to his room on the left and right. Just as they entered the house, the two women's little mouths pouted. Just now outside, they naturally had to give Lin Tian enough face to show their understanding and good behavior in front of the crowd and uphold Lin Tian's authority. But back at home, there's still a little tantrum to be had. The two women felt that they had a special position beside Lin Tian and couldn't let other women easily steal Lin Tian's attention. Sir, I'll wash up. Xin Shihan clamped her voice and followed Li Wei's example just now, twisting her body with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Sir, Vivi will be yours from now on. Yelin was equally unwilling to show weakness, and also followed Li Wei's tone and demeanor, and even purposely blinked her eyes, pretending to be shy. Snap, snap. The two women covered their faces and were honest. One on the left and one on the right knelt at Lin Tian's feet, pounding the legs and pinching the feet. Lin Tian leaned back on the sofa and slightly closed his eyes. System upgrade in progress. It had been a morning, and the system hadn't even finished upgrading yet. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest of the sofa. It was the most important thing he relied on in the post-apocalyptic world, and he was able to have the peaceful and comfortable life he had now thanks to those items from the seconds. At the same time, Lin Tian couldn't help but start to look forward to what kind of surprises this system upgrade would bring him after it was completed. Now this spike system has no interaction with him except for one for-choice spike opportunity every morning. I don't know if there will be more features or more items you can buy or any other new modes that will appear with this upgrade. The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more excited he became, and the irritation he felt just now was washed away. Time passed by, and there was still no beep from the system that the upgrade was complete. Lin Tian couldn't help but secretly chant in his heart. System, hurry up, don't let me down. Underground garage. It's getting messy. The beatings and clashes are everywhere. In the corner, two men were arguing over a box of instant noodles they had found somewhere. Oddly enough, just this morning several packages of food appeared out of nowhere in several corners of the garage for some reason. There was instant noodles, bread and cookies. These foods are like a ray of light in the darkness, instantly igniting the deepest desires and greed. I found this first. Who are you to grab it? A man with a skinny figure reddened his face, his eyes fixed on the box of instant noodles, and yelled, You found out first that it's yours? Joke. Whoever snatches it is whoever owns it. The other tall and stout man did not show any weakness. He took a step forward and blocked the thin man's view with his strong body, his eyes full of provocation and greed. You're not being reasonable. The skinny man was shaking with anger. He tried to go around the tall man to grab the box of instant noodles, but was pushed away by the tall man. Humph. Reason? In this post-apocalyptic world, strength is reason. The tall man sneered, tightly hugged the bubble box, and turned around to prepare to leave. The skinny man was not willing to have his food taken away from him like that, and he rushed up to the man and was about to fight him. Soon, the two were fighting together. This attracted the attention of the others, and when the others saw the box of instant noodles, their eyes instantly flashed with greed as well. A man who was close by ran quickly and picked up the box of instant noodles and was about to run. Put it down. That's mine. The tall man roared. He glimpsed the man's movements out of the corner of his eye as he tangled with the skinny man. He pushed the skinny man away with a sharp force and turned to the man holding the bubblegum. And the skinny man was not to be outdone, as he gasped for air and lunged towards the tall man once again. At this point, there were also more people involved in the looting. For a while, the atmosphere in the underground garage became more tense and chaotic. For the sake of a box of instant noodles, people seem to have lost their minds, forgetting that they are in the same boat with each other, and are left with an instinctive fight for survival. Fists flailed in the air, bodies clashed with each other, and shouts and curses were intertwined. That chaotic scene Judas, like a crazy picture of the end times. If it was photographed at this time, it would be a world-famous painting. Every face was filled with madness and despair. One by one, people fell down, yet quickly got up again and continued to snatch. But there were those who fell and never got back up. The box of instant noodles, meanwhile, was ripped to pieces in the chaos, and the pasties were scattered and stomped on. But people still didn't let it go, and many of them got down on the ground, picking up the remnants of the pastry that had been broken and unformed, muttering, "Mine, mine, all mine." Their faces were covered in dust and blood, but they didn't care. They just desperately tried to shove the poor food into their arms. Similar scenes took place in several other corners. Some fought for the sudden appearance of bread, others for the sudden appearance of cookies. As for why these foods suddenly appeared, it was completely ignored. No one even thinks about where the food actually comes from. Whether it is a gift from heaven or some mysterious person is behind it, it didn't matter anymore. What mattered was how to grab food and how to survive. In the supermarket, a bonfire burns inside a used gasoline barrel. Gawain sat in a boss chair he'd picked up somewhere and crossed his legs. Brother man, that was a great move on your part. Now the entire garage is fighting into a pot of porridge. The newly joined junior brother, Lu Dayong, said with a fawning face, and a thumbs up as he said it. Those men are fighting over the little bit of food you deliberately threw down, and no one can think of anything else. The more Lu Dayong spoke, the more excited he became, and everyone else looked at Gawain with the same look of admiration. Just a few packages of food completely lit up the entire garage. The tactics are just so brilliant that it's amazing. Gawain skillfully exploits people's extreme desire for food and survival instincts in a post-apocalyptic world, and easily triggers the chaos. At the same time, everyone's eyes flashed with a flash of happiness. Fortunately they had joined this heavenly Dao alliance early, or else I'm afraid that among those crazy people, there would be a part of them. The corners of Gawain's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes revealed a kind of cunning and indifference, as if it was all under his control. It's just a snipe and a fisherman. It's not worth mentioning. Lu Dayong hurriedly catered. Brother one, you are too modest, so what do you plan to do next? We're all at your disposal. Gawain stood up, hands behind his back, and paced back and forth in the supermarket, thinking for a moment before saying, there's no rush. Let the bullets fly a little longer. The minions nodded. Yeah, we'll go down and clean up the mess when they're done fighting. Let them fight amongst themselves. Weaken them, and then we can easily control the entire underground garage. By then, all the resources will be ours. Brother man is wise. By following you, we will surely be able to live a good life in these end times. The newly joined juniors spoke as you spoke, their admiration for Gawain overflowing. It had to be said that Gawain did have 2 brushes, and in just less than 2 days, he had cleaned up these newly joined minions into submission. Gawain looked at his minions with satisfaction, feeling like a master in this post-apocalyptic world, able to manipulate everything. Alright, everyone get ready. When the time comes, we'll make our move. Remember, don't be soft-hearted. In this post-apocalyptic world, only the strong can survive. The minions responded in unison. Yes, brother man. Behind the crowd, Gao Wu looked at his brother with the same look of adoration. That's his brother, Gawain. Gao Wu's eyes flashed with excitement and fervor, as if he saw the future scene of their Gao family calling the shots in this post-apocalyptic world. Lin Tian, you wait for me. When our Gao family takes complete control of the garage, then it will be your time to die. No, you can't be allowed to die so painfully. I'm going to make you beg for your life and death. I'm going to savor your womanhood in front of you. Chapter 48, System Upgrade. Early morning. Lin Tian woke up early. He sat up and rubbed his head, finally clearing his head a bit. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a minute, there was no sign of the familiar spike prompt. I can't believe the upgrade hasn't been completed yet? Lin Tian was speechless. It's been almost a day. This system upgrade is taking too long, isn't it? He frowned and went to the living room to pour himself a cup of hot water. There's no point in rushing it anymore. You just have to wait. He carried the hot water and walked slowly to the window. Outside the window, goosefeather snowflakes were falling. As far as the eye can see, the streets have long been buried in snow, and the once familiar outlines of the roads have become blurred. Lin Tian looked at the calendar. 2025, January 11th. It's been 11 days, and it's like there's no end to this snow. Suddenly, Lin Tian, who was enjoying the snowy scenery, was hugged from behind by a pair of soft arms, and a pair of plump breasts pressed against his back. Without turning around, Lin Tian knew it was Xin Shirhan from the tightness. Honey, what's wrong with you? Xin Shirhan hugged Lin Tian from behind, her voice carrying a hint of lethargy from just waking up. She tilted her head slightly and looked at the side of Lin Tian's face, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Tian turned around, looked at Xin Shirhan, and smiled. Nothing, enjoying the snowy scenery. Although Lin Tian didn't say it, Xin Shirhan still sensed that her boy had something on his mind. Xin Shirhan looked at Lin Tian with a serious face and said again, no matter what you do, I will support you. And me. On the side, a flash of envy flashed in Yelin's eyes. Just because you're late? Couldn't help but feel a faint bitterness welling up in his heart. Ding! System upgrade complete. Host, Lin Tian. Physical fitness, 8. Skills, none. Mall, click to view. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Tian's eyes revealed a flash of light. It's finally done. He'd been worried that there would be problems with the system upgrade, but thankfully it was done. Looking at the transparent illusory system panel in front of him, Lin Tian trembled slightly with excitement. It was not in vain that he had waited so long anxiously. It's amazing how many new features have appeared. And the whole thing is a major upgrade. Lin Tian looked at the data on the panel. Physique 8. Skills none. Although it looked plain and ordinary, Lin Tian knew that the system certainly didn't just casually display this. There must be a way to enhance the follow-up. Afterwards, Lin Tian couldn't wait to click the all button. Instantly, an array of interfaces appeared before his eyes. Barrels of pure water, 20 yuan per barrel. Snowflake steak, 88 RMB/PC. Hot pot ingredients pack, 128 renminbi per PC. Type 95 submachine gun, $3.000/PC. High power generators, 28,000 yuan/unit. Polar bear warfighter set, $50.000/set. Lin Tian noticed that the items that appeared in the mall were all the items that he had gotten in seconds before. Only, the selling prices are all normal prices. Seeing this, Lin Tian could not help but feel a little disappointed. The system account balance is now just over 80,000, which doesn't buy much. However, if I collect the cash of everyone in the small area, Lin Tian silently calculated. There are almost 200 to 300 families living in this neighborhood. And even if each family only has a few $1,000s in cash, that's still hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's still not cost effective. After thinking about it, Lin Tian shook his head. How can he buy those items at the original price when he can get them for $1 a second? It's a loss any way you count it. Ding! Today's seconds. One fruit of the body. Chapter 49, The Fruit of the Body. 1. One fruit of the body. 2. One armed helicopter. 3. 10,000 tons of pork. 4. One sterile surgical medical warehouse. Boom! Lin Tian excitedly looked at these goods in front of him and drooled. That's right. Just watch. Unlike before when he could only hear the system prompts, now in front of Lin Tian's eyes, four illusory pictures of goods actually appeared. The helicopter was like a steel beast quietly hibernating, but exuded a powerful aura that could not be ignored. On both sides of the fuselage, all kinds of advanced weaponry are mounted, and the blackened muzzles of the cannons seem to be permeated with a cold majesty in the picture. Each piece of pancetta presents a perfect ratio of fat to lean, and the 10,000 tons of pancetta piled up together form a spectacular mountain of meat. As for the sterile medical silo, it presents a high-tech futuristic look. Through the translucent silo, one could see a variety of advanced medical equipment inside, flashing mysterious indicator lights and complex displays. Lin Tian's eyes were firmly fixed on these commodities, his heart excited. The upgraded system, is it that powerful? Not only have the features been updated a lot, but even the merchandise has received a major upgrade. In the past, commodities were either common survival supplies or more basic weaponry, but now this wide array of goods is simply opening the door to a new world. In the end, however, Lin Tian still focused his gaze on the first picture. Fruit of the body. The picture shows a fruit with a mysterious glow suspended in midair. The fruit is about the size of a fist and has a rounded shape, as if it had been carefully carved by nature. There were strange patterns on the surface, and those patterns were like flowing ribbons of light, constantly flickering with blue, purple, and gold light, intertwining together to form a dreamlike pattern. I choose one. Without much entanglement and hesitation, despite the other three items being very tempting, Lin Tian decisively chose the physique fruit. Not to mention the end times. Even in any era, strength is always king. Only when one is strong can one truly gain a foothold in this post-apocalyptic world. Ding! The spike was successful. In an instant, a fruit with a strange flickering light appeared in the system space. Lin Tian directly took out the fruit from his space. The fruit was warm to the touch, as if a life force was flowing through it. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tian took a bite. As soon as he entered the mouth, a majestic energy exploded in Lin Tian's mouth like a raging tide. This energy carried a fresh yet mellow flavor, mixed with a fruity aroma and an indefinable foreign fragrance, instantly filling Lin Tian's taste buds. The flesh of the fruit is very peculiar, with a jelly-like texture and a dense marshmallow-like texture. As Lin Tian chewed, the energy surged down his throat and into his body, rapidly spreading to all his limbs. Lin Tian could clearly feel his muscles trembling slightly, as if every cell was greedily absorbing the energy. On the side, Shen Shurhan sniffed the fresh fragrance in the air and kept swallowing her saliva. What's this? It smells so good. I want to eat it. Shen Shurhan's gaze was locked onto the magical fruit in Lin Tian's hand. For some reason, upon seeing this magical fruit, she had an instinctive desire to claim it for herself. Her throat kept welling up, but in the end she didn't say anything. The fruit was extraordinary at first glance, and she didn't dare to ask for it. She didn't dare to ask about any of those secrets of Lin Tian. The only way to stay by his side longer is to know what you're doing. In the corner, Yelin was equally attracted by the fragrance. However, seeing that Lin Tian was immersed in the marvelous sensation brought about by the fruit, she secretly put her feet all the way down and gasped softly. The aches and pains in her body left her no time to think about the mysterious fruit. Yelin secretly rubbed her thighs while peeking at Lin Tian. However, she didn't dare to show her desire for the fruit like Shin Shirhan did. After all, she knew that she didn't have much of a good impression in Lin Tian's mind to begin with, and if she annoyed Lin Tian again because of this, God knows what even more horrible punishments would be waiting for her. Seeing Lin Tian eat that fruit cleanly, Yelin had hastily crossed her legs. It's heartbreakingly skillful. Lin Tian unconsciously stretched his back after eating all of this physique fruit. There was a simultaneous crackling sound like a firecracker exploding in his body, which came from his bones and joints. With these sounds, a powerful sense of strength spread from deep within his body, surging to his limbs. Lin Tian looked down at his hands and seemed to be able to feel a force surging under his skin. Shen Shirhan and Yelin, who were on the side, were both stunned by this commotion emanating from Lin Tian's body. Shen Shirhan subconsciously covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yelin, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed with both envy and fear in her heart. System! Lin Tian softly called out in his heart, and instantly, a transparent panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Lin Tian. Physical fitness, 9. Skills, none. Mall, click to view. Physique went straight up from 8 points to 9 points. A full point increase. If Lin Tian hadn't guessed correctly, a normal adult male's physique should be 10 points. Although he was still a bit short of a full score, Lin Tian seemed to have thought of something as if he hurriedly tapped on the mall. Barrels of pure water, 20 yuan per barrel. Snowflake steak, 88 RMB/PC. Lin Tian's gaze kept going downward. Finally, seeing that item he wanted to see. Physique fruit, 100,000 yen/PC. Hiss. Seeing this price, Lin Tian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It's astronomical. 100,000 apiece. He now had just over 80,000 total in his account. Looks like we'll have to find a way to get money. Lin Tian muttered. He hadn't even thought about money before. With $1 a day for seconds and more than 80,000 in his system account, it was enough to last him until he died. But now, the appearance of a physique fruit broke his originally comfortable mindset. On the side, Shin Shirhan heard Lin Tian seem to mention something about money. She said cautiously, "Do you need money? I have a couple $1,000s on my card." Lin Tian shook his head, not to mention the fact that a few $1,000s was simply not enough. The money in the card was not recognized by the system. This dog system only recognizes cash. Seeing Lin Tian shaking his head, Shin Shirhan continued, "I also have some jewelry and stuff that are also worth a lot of money." Although she didn't know why Lin Tian needed money, as long as it was what Lin Tian needed, Shin Shirhan was willing to give everything. Woof woof. I have a gold necklace too. Yelin also hastened to show her loyalty. Even she herself was now vested in Lin Tian, let alone those things outside of her body. While hearing the two women's words, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Since the system has been upgraded, has there been any change in the recharge method? Thinking of this, Lin Tian hurriedly asked the system silently, "Brother Unity, can you only use cash to recharge? If only we could use gold." Chapter 50, Searching for Gold and Silver. Ding! The host can top up with cash, gold or silver. Beautiful. Lin Tian couldn't wait to shout out loud when he heard this news. In the post-apocalyptic world, cash can be hard to find, and even banks may not have much of it. There could have been a cash truck taking the cash away every night. As for where the cash was being transported to, Lin Tian had no idea. Maybe there are tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars in that special place for cash. But the problem was, Lin Tian didn't know where it was. But not so with gold. The private sector has a huge reserve of gold, and there is just as much gold in the gold stores at the mall. It's obviously much easier to rob a gold store than a bank. The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more excited he became. Previously, he was still questioning what the system upgraded out of the shopping mall was for, but now he understood. If the system later appeared with some rare, second-rate goods that didn't even exist on Earth, then the importance of the shopping mall would come to the fore. For example, like the physique fruit before, it had already given him a taste of it, and the increase in strength was crucial in this post-apocalyptic world. If more commodities like this that could directly enhance one's abilities or provide special survival guarantees appeared, then one would be able to gain a better foothold in this post-apocalyptic world. Go get the jewelry. Lin Tian patted Shin Shirhan's little head. Aha! Shin Shirhan nodded her head in a hurry. There wasn't the slightest bit of reluctance in her eyes. In her heart, Lin Tian's orders were the top priority. As long as she could help Lin Tian, she was willing to do anything. And you? Lin Tian glanced at Yelin in the corner. Soon, the two women returned with several pieces of jewelry. 3 gold necklaces, 4 gold rings, 2 pairs of gold earrings. Recharge, Lin Tian murmured in his heart. With a thought, the few pieces of jewelry in Lin Tian's hands suddenly disappeared into thin air. Ding! Recharge successful. Account balance $97. 356. Hearing the prompt, Lin Tian frowned. After all, there was only 10,000 more dollars, and it was still a little short of $100,000. I also wonder how the gold price is discounted in the system. On the side, Shin Shirhan and Yelin had different expressions when they saw the jewelry suddenly disappear into thin air. Shin Shirhan looked at Lin Tian. The admiration in her heart grew stronger. Her man was really extraordinary. Yelin, however, was dumbfounded and murmured with a stunned face. How? How did it disappear? Where did it go? She stared blankly at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Zira. Ah. Yelin covered her neck in pain, while Shin Shirhan looked at her with a gaze like she was looking at a retard. What a stupid woman. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Don't you even know that? Yelin obviously also realized that she had made a mistake and quickly shut her mouth. Lin Tian didn't care about the two girls. He didn't care about exposing some mysterious means in front of them. Anyway, even their lives and deaths are at their fingertips, so why cover them up? Moreover, being mysterious himself would give the two women more awe. Don't think that he's just an ordinary guy who has stocked up on enough food. Dang it. Suddenly, a crisp knock on the door broke the silence in the room. Sir, I'm Vivi. At the door, Li Wei bit her lip, her eyes full of anticipation. Last night, it was only after a good deal of fierce and clear fighting that she managed to obtain the task of receiving food today by virtue of her outstanding appearance. Vivi, if you succeed, don't forget sister. Yes, we are a whole. If we are rich, we will not forget each other. When the time comes, you'll have to do a lot of pillow talk for your sisters. Thinking of what the other sisters had urged her to do, Li Wei bristled with disdain. Heck, who's going to blow their pillows for them? If he counted himself, Lin Tian could be surrounded by 3 women. How could she still help the others? She ruffled her hair gently, giving off a light perfumed scent. She had washed herself carefully before coming here. Without letting Li Wei wait much longer, Lin Tian expressionlessly opened the door to his room and raised his eyebrows. Not bad for a woman who has given birth. She does have something. Li Wei blushed scarlet. She didn't know if it was an illusion. She felt that Lin Tian had become more handsome and stronger. First, sir, I've come to collect today's rations. Li Wei's voice trembled slightly. She felt that she had already hinted at the obvious. But who knew? Lin Tian suddenly asked. Is there money? Ha? Li Wei never thought that there would be more money? How much? How much? Pa. Li Wei covered her face and was instantly honest. Cash. Take it all out. As well as gold and silver jewelry. Lin Tian said expressionlessly. Mud. What goes through these women's heads day in and day out? Also, tell the others to hand in their money and jewelry. Lin Tian continued to command. Oh, got it. Li Wei held a dozen or so bags of rations. Her head lowered, a flash of disappointment in her eyes. Lin Tian continued. Also, tell second sister Li to bring that hooked bullet over as well. Before that, he either ate or slept every day, appearing to be very laid back, but in fact, he had just been waiting for an opportunity. Lin Tian knew what would happen in the garage, so he was in no hurry to take revenge. But now, with the system updated and the need for a large amount of gold and silver, he couldn't afford to be as idle as he was before. There are almost nearly 100 families in this building, and who doesn't have some gold and silver jewelry anymore? Though Lin Tian wasn't sure if everyone would have brought their gold, silver, or whatever to the garage as well. But what the heck? Dates or no dates? 3 shots first. If he could scavenge enough gold and silver to exchange for a large number of physique fruits, and strengthen himself into a super scion at that time, what chance was he waiting for? Just do it straight. Sir, this is all our belongings. All brought to you. Nice. Lin Tian looked at the pile of change and jewelry in Li Wei's hand as if he saw a physique fruit. But it's not enough. Not by a long shot. Did you bring the hook shot? Bring it on. It's here. Chapter 51, Sweeping the Building. Scavenging for gold. Click. Click. Lin Tian held a hooked bullet in one hand and held the door handle with the other. This hooked bullet is simply a lock picker. As long as it's one of those old-fashioned door locks, it can be picked in a few clicks. And it's very quick to get started. Soon, Lin Tian successfully opened a door and he cautiously stepped inside. There was no one in the room. It would have been in the underground garage, and I don't know if it was still alive. The lighting conditions were not very good, so Lin Tian held up his tactical flashlight and walked straight to the bedroom. He opened the closet first, going through each drawer and rummaging through the clothes inside. However, there wasn't much to be gained except for some ordinary clothing. Luckily he wasn't some kind of pervert and didn't have the slightest interest in those stockings. Nico. Then, Lin Tian returned his gaze to the nightstand. He pulled open a drawer. A box of small 003s. A small dolphin. Lin Tian threw these useless rags aside. Finally, in a corner, he found a small box. With a joy in his heart, he opened the box, but saw that it was just some worthless trinkets inside. And he couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Lin Tian didn't give up. He came back to the living room. He crouched down, checking the seams of the couch, and also running his hands around the bottom of the couch to see if anything was hidden there. He then opened the drawer of the TV cabinet and rummaged through various places where he might have stored his belongings. After some searching, I managed to find a worn wallet with a few $100s in cash and some change. Not much but a little something. After that, Lin Tian entered the kitchen again. He opened the cupboards, checking every jar and box, not even sparing the trash can for forgotten valuables. However, there was still nothing in the kitchen. Lin Tian reluctantly returned to the bedroom and scrutinized the bed once again. He lifted the mattress and finally found a gold ring between the mattress and the bedpan. Immediately after that, Lin Tian found another gold necklace in a corner of the room. The necklace was tucked away in a small cloth bag, and if he hadn't searched so carefully, he likely would have missed it. No, this efficiency is too slow. Lin Tian frowned and muttered. He looked at the only gold ring and a gold necklace in his hand, not quite satisfied, searching for most of the day to find this much. After thinking about it, Lin Tian called Xin Shirhan and Yelin up again. The two women immediately rushed over when they heard Lin Tian's call. Together, the three of them are instantly much more efficient, and they don't seem bored and lonely, especially the two women. This voyeuristic desire to rummage around in other people's homes made the two women feel a thrill they had never felt before, and the oppressive atmosphere of the room they had been held in before had left them gasping for air. Now it's time to come into a stranger's room and explore unknown corners, as well as relax and let off some steam. Xin Shirhan said to Lin Tian with a smile as she rummaged through the cabinets. Lin Tian, do you think we look like explorers searching for treasures in these rooms? Yelin's eyes lit up as she responded excitedly. Ha ha, it's kinda like that. It feels so exciting. I wonder what I'll find in the next place. Lin Tian shook his head helplessly from the side. Don't just get excited. You too, look carefully, don't miss anything important. Xin Shirhan spat out her tongue mischievously. I know, you don't have to be so serious. Just relax your mood appropriately. Yelin nodded along. That's it. However, when he saw Lin Tian's dangerous gaze, he hurriedly lowered his head again and searched carefully. And so, until dark, the three searched a dozen rooms. Looking at the small pile of gold jewelry and loose cash in front of us made everyone happy. Lin Tian was doing it because he was one step closer to being a super scion, while Xin Shirhan and Yelin were doing it solely because their tight spirits had been greatly relieved after a crazy day outside. Alright, that's enough for today. Go back and eat, Lin Tian said, and started to gather up the gold, silver jewelry and cash on the ground, putting them into a bag. Oh yeah, I'm all tired today. I want to eat hot pot at night. Xin Shirhan wrapped her arms around Lin Tian and said in a petulant manner. And me, people's legs are sore. Yelin was not shy about wrapping her arm around the other. She was really tired, especially those long legs. Originally, because of the torture in the morning, his thighs were already vaguely aching, and then after following Lin Tian for a day of running, he had long since given up. Lin Tian glanced at Yelin. What? You still want me to rub your legs? Yelin spat out her tongue. She wouldn't dare. As long as Lin Tian didn't torment her anymore, she would already thank God. She quickly said, No, I'll just go back and rub it myself. Back home, the two women gleefully prepare the fondue. Lin Tian, on the other hand, took out all the cash and gold and silver jewelry that he had collected today and neatly arranged them on the table, including those that he had gotten from the women. There was only about 20,000 in cash, which wasn't a lot, but there was a lot of jewelry. There were 24 gold necklaces alone. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like every woman had a gold necklace. Then, he stared intently at the pile of treasures in front of him and meditated in his heart. Recharge. Brush. All the cash and jewelry disappeared instantly. Ding. Recharge successful. Account balance $226. 358. Nice. Lin Tian waved his hand excitedly. The account balance surpassed the $200,000 mark in one fell swoop. Give me 2 body fruits. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tian directly redeemed 2 physique fruits from the mall. Ding. Purchase successful. Account balance $26. 358. In an instant, the balance was down to just a fraction of 20. 000, and at the same time, the two mysterious fruits in the system space emitted a tantalizing glow. Lin Tian took a deep breath and took out the two fruits, eating them in 2 bites. The fruit melted in his mouth, a sweet flavor spreading through his mouth, followed by a hot stream running down his throat and quickly spreading throughout his body. Lin Tian closed his eyes and felt this heat surge through his body. He could feel every cell of his body cheering as if he was welcoming this powerful force. A moment later, Lin Tian opened his eyes and put another fruit into his mouth. The same sweetness, the same flow of heat, immersed his body in a marvelous sensation once again. He could feel his strength increasing, and the tiredness of his body was swept away, replaced by an unprecedented vigor and vitality. After eating the 2 fruits, Lin Tian stood up and clenched his fists hard. Strength. He felt a power he had never felt before. Host, Lin Tian. Physical fitness, 11. Skills, none. Mall, click to view. Physique broke through the ceiling of ordinary people in one fell swoop, reaching a staggering 11 points. This is just the first day. Next, when he collects more gold. Honey, come over for dinner. It's all ready. Shen Shurhan's gentle call interrupted Lin Tian's thoughts. He walked over and sat down at the table. The aroma of the hot pot came to his nose, whetting his appetite. Ha! What's this? Suddenly, Shen Shurhan pointed at the dirt on Lin Tian's skin and was filled with doubt. It was then that Lin Genius noticed that his skin was covered with a layer of black stuff at some point. Scrub the marrow? For some reason, this word suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's mind. A surprise surged in his heart. It seemed that the changes brought about by this physique fruit far exceeded his imagination. Chapter 52 11 Points of Physique. Terrifying as it is. Wow. Honey, your skin has gotten so good. Shen Shurhan looked at Lin Tian with an envious expression. Not only did the muscles become very tight and more defined, but even the color code was one shade whiter. When the dirt that was plastered on Lin Tian's body was washed away, what was revealed was actually skin that seemed like that of a baby, delicate and tender without a single blemish. On the side, Yelin similarly gulped. Lin Tian also didn't expect that the physique fruit would have this kind of effect. Looking at the eager eyes of the 2 women, Lin Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry, you'll get your share later." The 2 girls had probably guessed why Lin Tian had changed the way he was now. It must have something to do with those mysterious fruits. That fruit had exuded a mysterious aura from the moment it appeared, and now that he saw such a remarkable change in Lin Tian's body, the answer was even more self-evident. If it was just the aroma that was tantalizing, the 2 women would still be able to tolerate it, but with this whitening effect, no woman could resist. Therefore, both women stared at Lin Tian with an expectant face, but they didn't dare to open their mouths to ask for it. They could only silently express their longing with their eyes. Their hearts were both expectant and a little apprehensive. When they heard Lin Tian say that there would be a share for them in the future as well, they instantly flew up in happiness. Early in the morning, Lin Tian sat up from his bed in a refreshed manner. Stretching his body, he felt energized, as if every cell was cheering. Last night's madness had given him a deeper understanding and experience of his current physique. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled up into a smile. An 11-point physique, terrifying as it was. Ding! Today's seconds, 1, 10, 000 sets of military-grade thermo-insulated suits. 2, 199 main battle tank. 10, 000 barrels of fuel. 3, 10, 000 bags of wuchang rice. 4, 1 sterile medical warehouse with 10, 000 medical kits. Hiss! When he saw today's spike item, Lin Tian sucked in a breath of cool air. The upgraded system is damn powerful. Even the ING tanks. I choose 4. After thinking about it, Lin Tian still chose the sterile medical warehouse. He's not short of clothes or food right now, and as far as tanks go, what's the point of this thing? And after all, he wasn't Superman yet, so he had a safeguard in case he got hurt or sick or something. As for the doctor, Lin Tian remembered that there seemed to be some kind of surgeon in the neighborhood, who should be able to be of some use in a critical moment. Ding! The spike was successful. With the system prompt, a sterile medical warehouse of roughly 10 square meters appeared in the system space. The overall minimalist sci-fi style, Lin Tian looked at the various instruments in the cabin. Instantly is full of security. Operating tables, shadowless lights, various medical instruments, and many mysterious devices that Lin Tian could not understand. Not bad, not bad. Lin Tian was very satisfied with this spike. Immediately after that, he hastily opened the shopping mall page. Sterile medical warehouse, 10 million/seat. Nima. It's damn expensive. What a great deal though. The dollar seconds are just buggy. Pop, pop. Lin Tian woke up the 2 women. Little plonkers, get up and get to work. The 2 women grunted and woke up, with a hint of disorientation in their eyes. But after a few moments they recovered some of their spirit. and their faces glowed with a different kind of radiance, as if they were nourished flowers, glowing with radiance. Honey, how did you get so all of a sudden? Shen Shurhan blushed. Yesterday by the end of the day, she was almost so disconnected that she didn't even know when she fell asleep. Woof dash. On the side. Yelin agreed. What? Wasn't I great before? Lin Tian deliberately teased them with a bad smile on his face. Of course not. It's always been great. Shen Shurhan wrapped her arms around Lin Tian in a petulant manner and leaned her head on his shoulder. Lin Tian smiled and touched Shen Shurhan's head, saying, alright, there are still things to do today. Only a third of the rooms in this building were raided yesterday, and there's still plenty of room left. We'll have to speed up a bit today. Lin Tian muttered. Through the physique fruit and gene potion, Lin Tian realized that the system would need a large recharge in the future. I'm afraid. After thinking about it, he called up the other women as well. There was still a hint of flirting with naming the female new army before, but with the physique fruit and gene potion, it might actually be possible to form an elite army. Other than leaving two at the entrance of the building for early warning, Lin Tian called all the others up. After the women came up, they looked at the stronger and more handsome Lin Tian and couldn't help but show a hint of wolf-like eyes, especially Livy. Before, she just wanted to climb up and please Lin Tian, taking the opportunity to live a better life. But now, looking at that face that was comparable to that of a creamy boy, Li Wei felt that her heartbeat had missed a few beats. There was more than just currying favor in his eyes. There was more than a little infatuation and admiration. Lin Tian swept over the women, who immediately lowered their heads slightly. Okay, is that all clear? Whether it's cash, or gold and silver jewelry, none of them can be missed. Lin Tian didn't care what the ladies were thinking and directly gave orders. Yes, sir. The warbling voices of the women rang out. Ever since the hot pot the day before yesterday, it's like these people have come back to life. Although it wasn't clear why Lin Tian had asked them to scavenge for gold, silver and cash. It was the end of the world. What was the point of having these yellow and white things? Still, the ladies did not hesitate to carry out Lin Tian's orders. Well, don't just stand there. Get your asses in gear. The ladies followed behind Lin Tian, and every time Lin Tian opened a door, these people quickly flooded into the room like locusts crossing the border, carefully searching every corner. Looking at the busy figures of the ladies, Lin Tian nodded. It's a job that really suits women. Women, with their hearts in the right place. Many small items in unassuming corners were turned up by the crowd, such as rings hidden in the bottom of vases, necklaces tucked into the crevices of sofas, coins placed in the corners of drawers, and so on. Li Wei searched while peeking at Lin Tian from time to time. There was an undisguised admiration and curiosity in her gaze. She wanted to know why Lin Tian had become so powerful and handsome. As she looked at Lin Tian's upright stance and resolute face, she secretly resolved in her heart that she must get this man. This man. She's eating it up. Supermarket. Brother 1. It's almost ready, isn't it? Zhao Xiaolong looked at his big brother expectantly. Yes, Brother 1. It's been 2 days. The garage has long been in chaos. Lu Dayong echoed from the side. Not only did a lot of young men die, but it's also the case that almost everyone was wounded. He continued to add, a hint of coldness in his tone. Gawain looked up, a calculating gleam in his eyes. After a moment of silence, finally, he nodded slightly and said, good, then let's get started. Chapter 53, Garage, Purgatory. Gawain had his own considerations. Originally, he wanted to wait a little longer, but his minions had been holding back for more than 10 days, and he couldn't keep it down. Moreover, the gang in the garage, now even walking and talking are going to have no strength. If they don't start moving, Yao Wen is afraid that they will die out. When the little brothers heard their big brother say to start the operation, each of them had 2 glowing eyes and were excitedly rubbing their fists. Finally, it's starting. The corners of Gawain's mouth rose slightly as he watched the reactions of his minions. He cleared his throat and said, listen up, all of you. This operation should be clean and ruthless, without any softness. Gawain is going to beat the garage once and for all. The only way to control them better is to make them completely fearful. Brother 1, what if one of them resists very hard? Someone said with slight concern. This man was a later addition to the group, far less ruthless than the punks before him. Gao Wen sneered and stared at the man tightly until he looked him straight in the heart, then said, anyone who dares to resist should be beaten to death. We'll show them that resistance only leads to death. After a pause, Gawain continued, but don't kill too many. We still need them to work. Okay, Brother 1. We all understand. The junior brothers replied in unison. Don't worry, brother man. I'm going to them up. The minions responded, full of fighting spirit. This is a moment that everyone has been waiting for far too long. They now can't wait to storm the garage and enjoy the thrill of conquest. These people are usually the punks that people hate dogs, but now they can finally act like a human being. They want to show the white-collar ladies, who usually don't even give them a second glance, that they know what they're made of. These punks' hearts were filled with pleasure as they imagined those white-collar beauties begging for mercy and terror in front of them. All of you, calm down and listen to my command, Gawain said loudly, trying to get his minions to temper that overexcited mood a little. We have to stick to the plan and not mess up. There will be plenty of time for you to enjoy yourselves when we take the garage. Yes. At that moment, an air of despair permeated the dimly lit underground garage. A skinny, bony man sprawled on the cold ground, shaking, reaching out, breathlessly crying out, "Here, give me that, that's my." The voice was hoarse and weak, like the last ounce of strength squeezed from the depths of his throat. I got it. It's mine. The other, equally frail man responded defiantly. He staggered so much that he couldn't even stand up, so he just sat down on the floor, clutching the half piece of bread that was already moldy, and swallowed it in one big gulp. There was an almost frantic look on his face, as if the moldy half of the bread was the most delicious food in the world. And throughout the entire underground garage, most of them are so miserable. They were all yellow and thin, with deep-set eyes, and their bodies were weak to the core. Some were leaning against the wall, their eyes slightly closed, as if they didn't even have the strength to open them. Others were lying in the corner, motionless, not knowing whether they were asleep or had lost consciousness. The garage, at this point, instead had the quietest moment in 10 days. There were no more of the usual bickering, crying and cries for help, because people don't have the strength to shout or cry anymore. In the other corner, Yasuharu was one of the few people who still had a shred of life left. She leaned quietly against the wall, her eyes revealing a hint of caution mixed with deep resentment. She really couldn't figure out why Lin Tian had never come to her again. This garage, shrouded in the aura of death, overwhelmed her with depression and despair. Every second she stayed felt like an ordeal, and she desperately wanted to escape this suffocating place. Now, as long as Lin Tian sent her another message, even if the words were hard and harsh, she would not hesitate to run to his side and accompany him. But she couldn't figure out how she could not understand that since that day, neither Lin Tian nor Shurhan or Yelin had contacted her again. Why? On what grounds? Anaru's mind repeatedly questioned. There was more than a hint of resentment in his heart towards Lin Tian and those two former good sisters. Yasuharu felt like they had forgotten and abandoned them. At the moment, it was as if she had become the loneliest person in the world, struggling alone in this corner of despair. At that moment, a nearby cry for help interrupted her thoughts. She turned her head to see her former escort, the man with the glasses, looking at her with a pleading face. "Anaru, please give me something to eat." The man with glasses looked at the flushed Chang and begged bitterly. "Anaru, have you forgotten that I was the one who gave you the roasted groundnuts when you first came to the garage? I'm your big brother Chow." The man with the glasses trembled slightly and reached out his hand, trying to touch Chang, trying to make Chang's heart soften and share some food with him. However, Chang just looked at him coldly, without a trace of pity in her eyes. She clutched her food tightly, her body shrinking back slightly. The glasses guy was right. He did pick them both up when she and Yelin first came to the garage, but nowadays, she doesn't have much food left. And Chang said expressionlessly, "That was your own initiative. I didn't beg you, so I don't owe you anything, and please stay away from me." And the man with the glasses instantly became hideous after hearing Chang's words. How can people be so shameless and heartless? Anger filled his heart. Then don't blame me for robbing it with my hands, the man with glasses said viciously. And Chang, however, was fearless. "I'm Lin Tian's girlfriend. If you dare to rob me, I'll let Lin Tian beat you to death." She had scared off quite a few people in the last few days with that rhetoric. You, the man with glasses pointed at Chang, so angry that he was shaking and unable to speak. Eventually, he gritted his teeth, as if he had made some sort of determination. "What the hell, Lin Tian? If you have the guts, tell him to come down and beat me to death right now," the man with glasses roared. He was so hungry and dizzy now that he couldn't care less. Even if he was killed, then he would be a full dead man. It's better than starving to death. And Ching panicked when she saw that the man with the glasses was really going to make a move. "No, you can't." Anaru clutched what little food was left in her arms, her body trembling slightly. I'm Lin Tian's woman. You're not afraid. Bring it on you." The man with the glasses lunged at Anaru, not listening to what she had to say. And just then, bang! A gunshot broke the dead silence in the garage and everyone was startled. Some of the people who could still barely breathe, whatever they were doing, instantly stopped what they were doing and looked in horror in the direction from which the gunfire came. Chapter 54, the climax is about to begin. Gawain held up a small steel gun, followed by a dozen or so minions. The minions held up a variety of weapons in their hands, including clubs, knives, and even homemade wolfsbane sticks, which glinted with an icy cold light in the dim light. Gawain looked at the crowd in the garage, each as if they were walking corpses, and grinned a cruel smile. I said. Gawain deliberately stretched his voice, and it echoed in the empty garage with a chilling sense of oppression. How's everyone doing? After waiting for half a day and seeing that no one answered, Gawain didn't care. It doesn't look like it's going well. The neighbors looked at Gawain's teasing demeanor, but instead it was like they had found a lifeline. Mr. Gao, please give us something to eat. Yes, Mr. Gao, please, I'm going to starve. A few days ago, Gawain had stopped selling food at high prices. These days, it's not like no one runs to that supermarket and go in for food, but it doesn't end well. All of them were thrown back half dead. The blood-soaked scene and the agonizing screams became a nightmare that no one else dared to touch in their hearts. Slowly and surely, no one dared to come to the door anymore. Now that they saw Gawain come over, they all rekindled a glimmer of hope again. For the love of all our neighbors, please, I'll pay for it and give you all the money on the card. Give us something to eat. The pleas were loud and clear. Gawain looked at these people in front of him, a meaningful smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. Yes, he shouted. Don't say I don't take care of everyone. I can provide the food, but from now on, everyone will do as I say. Gawain's gaze swept over the faces of the people one by one, with a confidence in his eyes that he was in control of everything. The neighbors, however, listened to the lightning of their eyes, hunger having taken away their reason and judgment. Okay, 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 all at your service, all at your service. We'll do whatever you tell us to do. Come on, give us something to eat. Everyone was now hungry, so how could they care so much about eating a meal first? Nothing else matters as long as we can live. The corners of Gawain's mouth slowly rose. Things seemed to be going much smoother than expected. He waved his hand back and his minions came slowly carrying a cauldron. It's from a restaurant in the neighborhood, and somehow they found it. If Lin Tian was here, he must look familiar. This cauldron, he's cooked it well. Gawain had his boys set up the pot on top of a campfire. He then picked up a bag of rice and tore open the bag and poured it all in. He's going to start the men off with some porridge. You have to have bait to fish. And these guys look like they're dying now. So it's not like they're not going to eat anymore. Let's make a deal. If you eat my food, you'll have to do everything I say from now on. Gawain's eyes became sharp, sweeping over the faces of the crowd with an undeniable majesty in his tone. We're all men. One spit and one nail. Don't blame me if anyone goes back on their word. The neighbors, however, were staring intently at the cauldron, their throats involuntarily wriggling. Yes, yes, yes. Well, well, well. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The crowd kept responding with their mouths agape. They didn't care what Gawain said. At the moment, the only thing on everyone's mind was the bowl of rice porridge that was about to enter their mouths, and everything else was left behind. Only a few, such as Lin Tian, who still retained their living sanity, had a flash of caution in their eyes, feeling that Gawain's move seemed like it must have an ulterior motive. Would this black boss be so kind? They don't believe it even if it kills them. But it had to be said that Gawain had saved Anaru once again. The man with the glasses has been attracted away by the rice porridge, and the crisis is over for now. Gobble gobble. The rice kanji rolled around in the pot, and the aroma of the rice grew stronger. It was a pure and primal flavor, a temptation no hungry man could endure. The crowd stared intently at the iron pot. Gulp, gulp. Nearly 400 or 500 people were looming at the same time with their mouths watering. Who would have thought that in just 10 days, only 400 or 500 people would be left in a neighborhood where nearly 1,000 people live? The number of people is mostly less. Those old people who are old are basically dying out. There is also a portion of the population that was killed while fighting for food. The smile at the corner of Gawain's mouth grew more pronounced as he looked at the group of people driven by hunger in front of him. He knew that these people were already in his pocket. As the aroma of the rice porridge grew stronger, the crowd began to stir a bit. Someone couldn't help but scuff a few steps forward, eyes full of eagerness. Seeing this, Gawain's minions immediately raised their weapons and forced the crowd back. Hold it all. There's something for everyone, Gawain said in a high voice, with a hint of warning. Finally, the rice porridge is done. Gawain had his minions take the broken bowls and began to distribute kanji to the crowd. There was only a shallow bit in each bowl, but it had been life-saving manna for these hungry people. People were frantically grabbing for it, and some even fought over a bowl of porridge. Gawain stood on the sidelines, coldly watching it all as if he was enjoying a farce. A shallow bowl of porridge couldn't really alleviate the crowd's hunger at all, but the crowd had finally regained some strength for the time being. Mr. Gao, you are truly our savior. We'll all listen to you from now on. That's right, whatever you tell us to do. You are the savior. Savior? Gawain raised an eyebrow. He didn't really like that term of endearment. The word seemed too holy to him, full of selflessness, and he wasn't that noble. He didn't want to be some kind of savior. What he wanted was absolute power, to make these people obey him, to become the master of this post-apocalyptic small world, to become the unique king. However, it was nice to have a savior persona on top. It would make these people more dead set on using it for him. Gawain nodded and raised his voice. Good. From now on, you're all mine. Now, I need you to clear the snow outside and open up the link to the outside world. The neighbors were dumbfounded when they heard Gawain's words. What? Snow plowing? It seemed like a crazy idea to them. These days, of course, it's not as if no one has tried to plow the snow and open up a link to the outside world, but all of them ended in failure. With those minus temperatures, it wouldn't take more than an hour to kill someone. Unlike indoors, a few campfires in a relatively confined space can keep the temperature in a barely survivable range. Outside, it is literally freezing. When Gawain saw the reluctance and hesitation of the crowd, his face sank and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. What? You just said something and now you've forgotten it? Everyone looked at each other. You look at me. I look at you. What were we talking about? Chapter 55, Targeting Police Stations. Mr. Gao, it's really too cold outside. Going out is death. We can't go. The one who spoke was the security guard, Uncle Tian, whose lips were a little dry and cracked, and whose eyes, though fearful, also showed a stubbornness. He tried to go out and plow snow before, but barely froze to death out there. On that occasion, he had just stepped out of the garage not far, and the cold temperature of several dozen degrees below zero stabbed into his body like countless steel needles. He felt like his blood was going to freeze, and if he hadn't returned in time, he would have become a frozen corpse in the snow. After all, in these low temperatures of tens of degrees below zero, going out would be tantamount to suicide. There was no chance of getting away with it. As soon as Uncle Tian's words fell, a number of people around him followed and nodded their heads, whispering in agreement. Yes, Mr. Gao. There were people who tried before, but they all failed. And it doesn't stop snowing. It doesn't plow as fast as it falls. Mr. Gao, you did save everyone's lives, but you can't turn around and save letting us die. It's more and more people are joining the protest, and the voices are getting louder and louder. We're afraid of a dozen of them? Quite a few people thought so. Gawain, however, had been prepared for this, and it had occurred to him that it wouldn't be so simple. Everyone listen to me. Gawain raised his volume, trying to drown out the cacophony of the crowd. Snowplowing? That's not for me alone either. It's for everyone for themselves. You guys don't think about it. With the little food in the supermarket, it's enough for a few hundred of us to eat for a few days. If we don't fight our way through, sooner or later we're all going to die here, either from starvation or being trapped. The crowd was silent again when they heard Gawain's words. Gawain did have a point. If he couldn't get in touch with the outside world, he would die sooner or later. But it's better to die late than early, isn't it? Going out now would be a death sentence. That low temperature of tens of degrees below zero is a death not set by nature. Who has the courage to break through it? When Gawain saw the silence of the crowd, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he continued. I know there are concerns. People have tried it all before and failed, but they all fight alone. Whereas we can stick together. Gawain looked at the crowd with a firm gaze. We can take turns going out and only work for half an hour each. Besides, we're not really plowing snow. We're digging holes. Gawain's eyes brightened as he explained his plan in detail. We can dig a snow cave from under the snow. That way, the passages won't be buried by fresh snow, and the snow caves are protected from the wind and cold, so people don't have to worry about freezing to death. The crowd lit up when they heard Gawain speak. Digging a snow cave? It's really a pie-in-the-sky scenario, but it seems to actually work. Some people were silently calculating in their minds that if they took turns working, they might actually have a chance to carve a way out of this icy landscape. Some of the eyes that had been like dead ashes flickered with renewed sparks of hope. Seeing that everyone was beginning to waver, Gawain added while the iron was hot. Not far outside the neighborhood is the Wingfield supermarket, which can have enough food. And now, maybe the rest of the neighborhood has moved on. And if we don't act, there's nothing left. Gawain's voice was full of temptation, like a demon whispering in his ear, tickling the most primitive desires of people's hearts. In this time of extreme food scarcity, the well-stocked shelves and piles of food in the supermarkets were like a vision of paradise to our neighbors. Finally, the neighbors were persuaded by Gawain. Mr. Gao is right. As long as we are united, there are always more ways than difficulties. Yeah, it and be done with it. Mr. Gao, what do you think we should do now? The crowd responded, their eyes focused on Gawain, as if this black boss had truly become the savior to lead them out of their predicament. The corners of Gawain's mouth rose slightly. He was very pleased with his eloquence. Being able to get these people to behave and use them for themselves without bloodshed is the best outcome. Good. Now everyone listen to me. In those 10 days, Gawain had long ago figured out how to act. Digging a snow cave was one of the brilliant ideas he meditated on. Of course, it wasn't that everyone else was stupid and couldn't think of it, but under starvation conditions, the brain was already low on blood supply, so how could there be any extra energy left to come up with such a complicated strategy? In addition, Gawain's purpose is not that Yonghui supermarket, that's just a bait he threw out, a temptation that can make people willing to go through fire for it. His real target was the police station in the neighborhood precinct. The weapons there are the key force that will allow him to truly establish his rule. Otherwise, the day everyone digs into the supermarket will be the day his rule disintegrates. Once the problem of feeding people is solved, they will no longer be easily at his mercy, coddling before the porridge, punching hard after, and Gawain will never allow that to happen. He wants to be the king of this post-apocalyptic little world and have everyone do his bidding, and the weapons in the police station are a key step in realizing that ambition. Under Gawain's command, people began to busily prepare. Listen up everyone, we're going to be digging out in a single long serpentine formation, with small sheltered spaces dug at regular intervals to make it easier to rotate. Gawain loudly explained to his neighbors, as soon as the time for each group's operation is up, the reserve team will immediately fill in without delay. The men split into small groups and slowly made their way toward the white world of death outside the garage. Upon walking up to the garage door, the icy coldness instantly sent a shiver down the spine of the crowd. Thick snow had blocked the garage door, but the group was able to get a general direction based on their familiarity with the neighborhood. The women weren't idle either, searching the garage for anything to keep them warm. For example, the foam in car seats. These sponges are a bit hard, but they are thick and can be used to fill inside clothes for added warmth. Others found some worn-out footbeds, which emitted an unpleasant odor, but in this life-and-death situation, they couldn't care less. They cut footpads to the right size and tied them around the men's knees and elbows, hoping to protect them from some of the cold. At this moment, Lin Tian, who was sweeping the building with his female slaves, also received a report from his eyes. Oh, it's finally starting. He knows all about digging snow caves. In his last life, it was he who dug the most aggressively. It's a good thing he's lucky to have dodged a bullet. Dig in slowly. Lin Tian wasn't in a hurry at all. If we could really dig through, there wouldn't have been so many tragic events in the neighborhood in the last life. Sure enough, when the neighbors had dug up to 50 meters and hadn't even touched the gate to the neighborhood, the accident happened. The snow cave collapsed. Chapter 56 The Butterfly Effect. The despair of having had hope is even more despairing. It's like chasing that glimmer of light in the darkness, and when you think you're about to hold it, you're mercilessly thrown back into deeper darkness, and the fallout is enough to destroy all of one's inner defenses. MacArthur said I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. At that moment, there were several women surrounding Gawain. Brother man, please save my husband. Yes brother one, hurry up and have someone keep digging. The person is still alive. Please Mr. Gao. Gawain scratched his hair in annoyance and looked confused. How could he not have expected this to happen? How did it collapse? Snow. So light. How could it collapse? Just now, just as everyone was digging a snow cave, there was a sudden collapse. A few unlucky people were buried in it. Gawain, who only had a high school education, naturally couldn't figure out why the snow cave had collapsed. But none of that matters. What matters is that he is now facing a serious crisis of confidence. If it was not handled well, the authority he had managed to build up would instantly collapse, and his plans would come to naught. You guys, go ahead and get the people out. Gawain pointed at a couple of men. In any case, let's get the man back first. Otherwise, the crowd, which had just obeyed him, would lose their trust completely. The few men who had been pointed out were standing still, looking at each other with hesitation in their eyes. Who knows if there will be another accident? And who will save them if they are buried inside too? When Gawain saw that they didn't move, his face sank, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. What? You want to disobey me? His voice raised a few notches, taking on a threatening tone. However, the men still didn't act. They just lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Gawain waved his hand to the minions behind him, who immediately stepped forward and surrounded the hesitant men. Don't make me say it twice. Gawain was like a cranky dictator at this point, and those same unlucky men, looking at the knives in the hands of the punks around them, could only harden their hearts, pick up their tools, and walk towards the collapsed snow cave. Luckily, this time it went well and there were no accidents, and the guys were saved, and the few people who were buried were just a little shaken up and not seriously hurt. Everyone around them breathed a sigh of relief as well. However, the accident still left a deep shadow in the hearts of the people, and the trust in Gawain was like the collapsing snow cave. cracking for the first time. Gawain saw a few more questions in the eyes of the crowd and hurriedly started his speech again. Guys, there was an accident, but luckily no one was hurt. It was just a false alarm. Let's figure this out together again. This is just a lesson. We can do better. We can't give up hope just because of this setback. We all don't want to starve to death here, do we? As he spoke, he paced back and forth through the crowd, his eyes sweeping over each face, trying to meet their eyes and reconnect. Mr. Gao, I think we can find something to back it up. Suddenly, a man with glasses stepped forward. The voice was not loud, but it came up with a program. Gawain's eyes lit up. You go on. The man with the glasses pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said slightly nervously, I think we can use a car's engine cover as a shed roof. These engine covers are stronger and can withstand a certain amount of pressure. We can set them up above the snow cave to act as a support, which reduces the risk of it collapsing. Gawain nodded slightly, an appreciative look in his eyes. What's your name? The man with the glasses smiled. I'm a graduate student at the University of the Capital C. My name is Zhou Kong. Graduate students? Not bad. Gawain's heart moved. From now on, you'll follow me. He then turned to face the crowd and said loudly, did everyone hear that? This method of Zhou Kang's is very good. Let's do as he says. Now, let's split into groups. One group will go to dismantle the car's engine cover, and one group will continue to dig the snow hole, but pay attention to safety and keep an eye on the changes in the snow layer at all times. The others are responsible for preparing any other support materials that may be used. When the crowd heard Gao Wen's words, although they still had doubts in their hearts, they knew that there was no better way now but to follow his arrangements. The garage was busy again, only this time, much less efficient. Wow! I can't believe I found so much treasure. Shin Shirhan looked at the pile of gold and silver jewelry in front of her and covered her small mouth. Lin Tian was also satisfied with today's harvest and said to the crowd, everyone worked hard. No hard work. It's all what we're supposed to do. Sir has had a hard day. Go back and Wei Wei will rub your feet. Brush. All the women looked at Li Wei in unison. Did you want to rub your feet then? You're cheap. Li Wei, however, did not care about the gazes of the crowd and looked straight at Lin Tian. Zira. Ah. The women covered their necks and looked at Lin Tian with uncertainty. Why are you punishing everyone? Was it something that wasn't done right? Lin Tian, however, leisurely said, a little electricity as a reward. The women were confused. What? Brother, are you the devil? A few people looked at Lin Tian grudgingly, but they didn't dare to complain in the slightest. Well, I'll do what you have to do. Lin Tian waved his hand and dispersed the women. Don't think that just because you've been working with him all day, you can't be big or small. Don't even look at how old you are. Subsequently, Lin Tian also carried a pocket of gold and silver home. Shen Shirhan and Yelin had their arms around Lin Tian on the left and right. Tired? Darling, come home and I'll give you a good rub down. I'll rub your feet. I'll rub your shoulders. I'll rub you. Zira. Ah. The two women were also honest. Back in the room, the two women began to prepare dinner, and Lin Tian laid a pocket of gold and silver flat on the table. Recharge. Ding. Recharge successful. Account balance $257. 329. The balance went up by over $200,000 all of a sudden. More than double what it was yesterday. Lin Tian looked at the string of numbers and a trace of satisfaction surged in his heart. It's still the power of many. Lin Tian couldn't help but lament. Give me 2 body fruits. Ding. Purchase successful. Account balance $57. 329. As the system prompt fell, 2 physique fruits that emitted a mysterious glow appeared in his hands. Lin Tian took one bite. The fruit melted in his mouth and instantly transformed into a warm current that flowed through his body. Then he summoned the system panel. Host, Lin Tian. Physical fitness, 13. Skills, none. Mall, click to view. Unsurprisingly, 2 more body points. Previously, Lin Tian was worried that the effect would diminish if he ate more, but apparently so far, it's still 1 fruit up a little bit of physique. Afterwards, Lin Tian turned on the TV. He wanted to see how the garage was doing now. Oh, it should have been a complete mess. In the last life, the turning point in the garage eruption was the snow cave collapse. Neighbors who have experienced hope followed by despair are completely frantic. There was a heated confrontation with Gawain's group. Suddenly, Lin Tian's gaze stagnated. Why is it so quiet? Chapter 57, Countdown to Revenge. Lin Tian stared at the TV screen. There was no imagined conflict in the surveillance footage. Instead, it was peaceful and lively. Neighbors went about their business in an orderly fashion, as if that previous snow cave collapse had never happened. What's going on? Lin Tian suddenly panicked. For the first time since being reborn, I panicked. He hadn't panicked before when so many people had come up to grab food from him. but now he looked at his calm neighbors and panicked instead. The heart beat involuntarily faster, and a feeling of being out of control spread through his mind. Hiss! What the is going on here? Lin Tian's brain raced. He didn't understand how it was different from his last life. No! Am I overlooking something? Lin Tian began to try to remember. In the last life, how did the conflict break out again? It's like someone took the lead and then everyone. Some blurred images gradually emerged in his mind. People's angry expressions, flailing fists, and chaotic scenes flashed before his eyes as if they were movies. Who led the charge at the time? The memory was a little fuzzy, and he was too starved and disoriented to remember much at the time. Wait! Lin Tian suddenly frowned. It can't be. The three Wu brothers, right? The speculation made his mind tighten. If it was really the three Wu family brothers who had taken the lead in triggering the conflict, then in this life, the situation could really be completely different. The three brothers of the Wu family have been killed by him. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Lin Tian muttered out of his mouth. Is this sort of the butterfly effect? Grass. Anyway, for whatever reason, things have deviated from the last one. His prescience, utterly dysfunctional. Lin Tian stood up and walked over to the window, looking out at the snow-covered world. Looks like something needs to be done. Suddenly, buzzing, the cell phone rings. I have to say, the Dragon Country infrastructure is really strong. The end of the world are more than 10 days, but there is still a weak signal. Lin Tian picked up his phone and realized that it was actually a picture that Enqing had sent him. He clicked on the picture and what was in it surprised him a bit, only to see that Enqing was tied up with 5 flowers, with rags stuffed in her mouth, and her little dirty face was even more pearly, followed by a couple of voices. Hello Lin Tian, introduce yourself, my humble self Gao Wu. I have your woman now, and if you don't want her to be savored in turn by a bunch of men, get your ass down to the garage right now. Right now. I'm not sure what will happen if I'm late. Ha 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 ha. Hearing that voice that he couldn't forget even if he died, Lin Tian instantly blazed with green veins. It wasn't because of Enqing. That woman, Lin Tian cared whether she lived or died. Gao. Lin Tian gritted his back teeth and squeezed the name out from between his teeth. Hearing Gao Wu's voice again, the nightmare-like memories of his last life came to him like a tidal wave. Gao Wu, that pervert, actually threw him alive into the steamer. Every second of that near-death pain and despair was the ultimate torture, and he would never forget it in his last life. This life, or the next. Very well, then let's settle old grudges with new ones. Lin Tian took out the set of Special Forces single soldier equipment from the system space and carefully put it on one by one. Shen Shurhan and Yelin were shocked when they saw it and rushed over to help, although he didn't know what had happened. Looking at Lin Tian's reddened eyes, it was obvious that he had encountered something extremely serious. The rage that burned in those eyes seemed like it could burn everything down. Honey, what's wrong? Shin Shurhan put on Lin Tian's Kevlar pants while looking at him worriedly. Yelin was equally nervous as she tied her shoelaces while staring closely at Lin Tian. Lin Tian checked the equipment on his body to make sure that every detail was foolproof. Nothing, just someone looking for death. Underground garage. Yasuharu whimpered and her body kept struggling and twisting. How could she not expect that she would become a bargaining chip to be threatened against Lin Tian? But she wasn't even Lin Tian's girlfriend. How could Lin Tian come to her rescue? Take it easy, little beauty. Yao's lecherous voice resounded in the garage as he slowly approached Enchang, his rough fingers ruffling Enchang's hair. Enchang was like a frightened deer, her eyes filled with disgust, and she hurriedly avoided his touch. Pa! Gao Wu went up and slapped, heavily slapping Enchang's delicate face. A reddish slap mark instantly surfaced on her white cheek. Martyr, toast to the death. When I Lin Tian to death, it'll be your turn. Haven't tasted a man yet, have you? I'll let you taste it this time. Ha ha ha. Hearing Gao Wu's words, Enching's body trembled violently. Was the most feared thing still going to happen? Could it be that the chastity she has retained for more than 20 years is today? She really regretted now why she was so strong. If he had gone up to join Lin Tian earlier, perhaps none of this would have happened. Perhaps equally incapable of preserving chastity, but at least, a human being. Enchang now very much hoped that Lin Tian would appear and save her from this group. If Lin Tian could really save her, she would be willing to do whatever Lin Tian asked her to do in the future. However, Anaru knew that was impossible. Not to mention that Lin Tian simply won't come out to die for her. Even if he comes. Anaru looked at the traps, incendiary bottles, and assembled shields prepared by Gao Wu's group. A heart sank to the bottom. At that moment, Gawain also came over. Well, is it all set? Speaking of which, Lin Tian had really misunderstood Gao Mo. In fact, this matter was planned by Gao Wan. Ever since the last kidnapping of Enchang and seeing how scornful the crowd was of Lin Tian, Yao Wan had been holding a grudge. He had long been thinking of completely getting rid of Lin Tian as a threat. Originally, Gawain was thinking that he would wait until he dug into the police station and got a weapon before dealing with Lin Tian. But the snow cave collapse was something he hadn't considered before, and although he had a new plan, it was much less efficient all of a sudden. Having no choice, Gawain had no choice but to hit Lin Tian with his idea. If he could get Lin Tian's submachine gun, not only would he solve the hidden danger that was Lin Tian, but he would also be able to shock the crowd once again. Don't worry, brother, everything is ready. The corners of Gao Wu's mouth rose, revealing a cruel smile. Now we're just waiting for Lin Tian to enter the jar. At that time, I'm going to make him beg for his life and beg for his death. The group of people were waiting at the entrance of this building where Lin Tian was. Of course it wasn't a big prickly wait for Lin Tian to burst them all with his submachine gun, but rather hiding next to various obstacles and traps. But what these people didn't know was that at this moment, Lin Tian was staring at them through the surveillance screen. The trap they thought was foolproof was seen by Lin Tian. Even their conversations were heard clearly. If Gawain and the others had ambushed Lin Tian at the entrance of the supermarket, it would have been possible to ambush Lin Tian, but they had actually ambushed Lin Tian at the underground entrance of this building. It was really a self-inflicted disaster. Unbeknownst to them, the entire underground garage is the place with the most security cameras, almost 360 degrees without dead-angle shooting. And at that moment, Cheng saw the man with glasses following Gawain, and in an instant, a flash of hope erupted in her eyes again. She struggled desperately, staring at the man with the glasses and making constant whimpering noises, as if saying again, "Brother Zhou, save me." And when Zhou Kong, the man with glasses, saw it, he hesitated but walked towards Gao Wu. Now, Anaru became even more excited. One is finally saved. Zhou Kong pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at Gao Wu. "Brother Wu, in a moment you have played enough. Can you, ha ha ha, all have a share?" Gao Wu said in a very atmospheric manner. "Thanks Wu, ha ha ha." The group of men around them laughed along with them as they stared closely at Cheng. That naked gaze made Cheng feel like falling into an ice cellar, and the hope that had just been ignited was instantly dashed. And just then, a voice came from the hallway. Instantly, everyone tensed up. Chapter 58, The Final Move. Gawain made a silent gesture, and no one dared to utter a breath. "That's a ING submachine gun. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared." Takamo held Anaru hostage and leaned behind a load-bearing wall. He, I didn't expect that you're still a sentient man. Then in a moment I'll taste your woman in front of you. A twisted smile appeared on Gao Wu's face. A flash of anger flashed in Cheng's eyes as she desperately struggled, but was strangled tighter by Gao Wu. However, on top of her anger, her heart was more touched. She didn't expect Lin Tian to actually come to her rescue. "In my next life, I will give you a chance to pursue me," she promised silently in her heart. Gawain also hid behind Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu. Xiaolong and Xiaohu held up the shield assembled by the car door, their arm muscles tense and veins bulging on their foreheads. The group held their breath, staring at the entrance to the building without blinking. However, everyone waited and waited, but no one came out. The garage was so quiet that only the nervous breathing of the crowd could be heard, and Gao Wu's brows gradually furrowed as he began to get a little impatient. "Lin Tian, you coward, don't you dare to come out?" he shouted towards the entrance of the building, his voice echoing in the empty garage, but receiving no response. "If you don't come out, I'm going to slash your woman's face a couple times." Gao Wu tightened the knife in his hand, the blade close to Cheng's cheek, and Cheng's body trembled violently, her eyes filled with fear. However, the building was still silent. Gao Wen's face also became gloomy. He vaguely felt that something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't tell. It was just that uneasy feeling spreading in the bottom of his heart. Time passes by. Humph, gutless man. Suddenly, Gao Wu let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain, and that body that was originally tense from tension relaxed slightly. He loosened the arm that was strangling Cheng, who suddenly collapsed to the ground, and her eyes completely lost all their luster. The crowd followed suit. "Looks like we overestimated Lin Tian." Zhou Kong pushed up his glasses, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. "He's nothing more than that." Lu Daong shook his pants. "That's right, he's just coming down with a gun right now and I'm not afraid of him." "What a wuss. Afraid to show his face when we scare him. Thought he was so good. What a joke." The crowd jeered at you and me, their previous fears long since thrown out the window. Gawain also breathed a sigh of relief, his taut nerves soothed a little, and just then, there was a sudden loud bang in the hallway. Boom! Instantly, everyone tensed up again, their newly relaxed nerves instantly straining to the limit. Gao Wu hurriedly ducked behind the load-bearing wall, his body pressed tightly against the wall. Gawain also took out his little steel gun and aimed it at the entrance to the building. The others also grabbed their weapons, some hiding behind barriers, some relying on each other. Their bodies were involuntarily trembling, and the whole garage was once again enveloped by an atmosphere so tense that it was suffocating. Time passes by. The entrance to the building was still silent. Mud, tricking us, aren't you? Gao Wu roared, his face filled with anger and agitation. Lin Tian, if you're a man you shouldn't hide inside. I'm going to count to 10, and if you don't come out, I'm going to rip your woman's clothes off. Takamu began counting down loudly. 10, 9, 8. Still not coming out, is it? Then I'll take your woman's coat off first. A grim smile appeared on Gao Wu's face. Tear dash. He roughly ripped off Nqing's jacket, who was like a walking corpse at this point, her eyes empty and lifeless. 3. A group of people stared intently at the entrance to the building. 2. A fine sweat began to break out on someone's forehead. The moment Gao Wu shouted out the last number, a mournful scream suddenly rang out. The crowd was shocked by the sudden sound, and they hurriedly turned back to see Gao Wu collapsed on the ground, his body convulsing. What's going on? Before the crowd could react, there was another scream. Gawain also fell to the ground and began to convulse. It was only then that the crowd noticed that at some point, a strange person had appeared behind them. This person wore a set of white weaponry, as if he was a god of war in a snowy region, exuding a powerful aura. The crowd stared blankly at this mysterious man who had suddenly appeared, their hearts filled with fear and doubt. They didn't know who this man was or why he was here, but they could sense that the danger this man posed was far greater than they could have imagined. Not only do they have guns, they have armor. Anyone who has been to war knows how deep the door is here. Don't move. Whoever moves dies. As if it were the whisper of a demon, everyone was as if they were immobilized. The two brothers Gawain and Gao Wu were still twitching on the ground, and without a backbone. These people turned into a scattered mess. On the count of 3, drop all weapons in your hands. 321. Lin Tian quickly counted out 3 numbers, and then there were 2 bang-bang shots. The 2 unlucky men with the Molotov cocktails instantly fell to the ground and wailed. Everyone dropped their weapons in a hurry. Brother, why don't you follow the rules? Which is counting so fast? Zhao Xiaolong trembled. Gao Wu was subdued, and he was the one who could still speak. This big brother, who are you? Zhao Xiaolong asked bravely. Lin Tian coldly looked at this one. What? After writing a kill on my front door, you still don't know who I am? Zhao Xiaolong's knees went weak as he flopped to the ground. Lin, Master Lin, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Lin Tian sneered. He pointed at the disheveled Anaru. Is this a misunderstanding? At this moment, and Cheng stared tightly at Lin Tian. He's coming. He's really coming. He came as if he were a god from heaven, looking at Lin Tian's reddened eyes, as if he wanted to eat people with a fierce expression, and Cheng was in a trance. So, he cares so much about me? Am I so important in his heart? Suddenly, a flash of resentment flooded in Cheng's heart. Then why didn't you come earlier? Why didn't you come until now? I almost got. Did you know that? And Lin Tian didn't even look at Cheng as he pulled out a dozen explosive neck rings and threw them in front of the crowd. Put them all on. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. And no one moved. At the same time a flash of shock passed through his eyes. Is this Lin Tian? Since when is there such a strong man in the neighborhood? Fully armed. It's a drop-dead gorgeous. You've come from a ING war, haven't you? Lin Tian looked at the indifferent crowd and said, I'll count to 3. Whoosh. Without waiting for Lin Tian to finish, the crowd hurriedly picked up the collars on the ground and put them around their necks. Lin Tian nodded. It's true that when people teach, they can't be taught, but when things are taught, they can be taught once. After seeing that all the people had put on their neck rings, Lin Tian found the control buttons for these people on the system panel. Subsequently, a beautifully moving scream rang out from the garage. A dozen people covered their necks at the same time and wailed in agony on the ground. I was wrong. Spare me, Master Lin. Please. Spare me. A scream echoed through the garage like the music of hell, sending shivers down your spine. Lin Tian, however, was filled with pain. He walked over to the Gao brothers, who were still twitching. Earlier, he used a stun gun to sneak up on these 2 people, shooting people first, catching thieves first. Moreover, there was no way he would let these 2 die so painfully. Lin Tian first carefully snatched the small steel gun from Gawain's hand, and then he also put a neck ring on these 2 brothers. Who dash? Lin Tian let out a long breath. Being reborn for 10 days, I can finally take revenge. It was then that he looked at Anaru, who also looked at him, her eyes red. Lin Tian shook his head, and really looked like he felt sorry for me. He ripped the rag out of Yasuharu's mouth. Anaru was finally able to speak. She stared at Lin Tian tightly, as if Lin Tian had done something wrong to her. What took you so long? Chapter 59. What does it mean that life is worse than death? Lin Tian was confused. I saved your ass and I don't even get a thank you? Anaru raised her head proudly. If it weren't for you, could I have been kidnapped by them? I didn't start your vendetta, but you brought my suffering. But, seeing as you've been doing pretty well, I can give you a woo-woo. Lin Tian stuffed the rags back in. Mud. This woman is crazy. Instead, Anaru began to struggle and squirm wildly. Ah, asshole. How could you do this to me? Don't you like me? Why haven't you put me down? Release me now. Lin Tian, however, no longer cared about this crazy woman as he looked at Gao Wu who was howling in pain at his feet. Lin Tian. I was wrong. Gao Wu's face was full of pain at this time, and his face was as pale as paper. The electric currents coming from that collar were like countless poisonous snakes, raging through his body. Through his central nervous system, the strong electric shock feeling made his body involuntarily twitch. Every second, it was as if there were millions of needles stabbing his body, causing him pain. The look he gave Lin Tian was filled with fear. Devil! That's a devil! The same goes for Gawain. Ah, Lin Tian, it's all my fault. Let my brother go. This has nothing to do with him. Ah, Lin Tian looked at the pair of brothers with an expressionless face. Oh, it's really a brotherly love. With a hint of mockery, and a hint of relief. After a full minute, Lin Genius stopped punishing the crowd. The group gasped heavily as if they had just returned from the 18 layers of hell. The eyes that looked at Lin Tian were filled with fear and awe. What it means to be worse than dead, they deeply realized in this minute. That minute was literally longer than a century. And every second was one of endless pain and agony. Lin Tian sneered. Can't take it anymore? There's still a long way to go. Follow me. How to dispose of these people? Lin Tian had already thought about it. But first the neighbors in the garage had to be put in place. Especially those foods in the grocery store. You can't let someone else pick the peach. The group of people obediently followed Lin Tian towards the garage. Who told you guys to stand up? Lin Tian looked at these people playfully. Bang! The crowd rushed to their knees knocking heavily on the ground. Hands and feet, rolling and crawling. Their faces were filled with fear, not daring to disobey in the slightest. Let them do whatever they want as long as they don't electrocute them again. Only Gawain was still standing, his eyes revealing a hint of resignation. Lin Tian, listen to me. Ah! Before Gawain could finish, another scream rang out. Not Gawain's though, but Gao's. Looking at his brother's agonized appearance, Gawain hurriedly said, I'll kneel. Gawain slowly knelt down, his body trembling slightly, his heart filled with humiliation and remorse. He hated his impulsiveness and stupidity, hated that he had messed with Lin Tian, a powerful enemy. Afterwards, Lin Tian led a group of people towards the garage, and at this moment, Chen Shirhan, Yelin, Li Wei and the others all came out of the building. Just now, it was the girls who had cooperated with Lin Tian to make noise in the hallway 3 times to attract the attention of Gao Wen's group. Lin Tian, on the other hand, had long since climbed to another unit through his 13 points of physical fitness and went directly around behind the enemy. It came as a surprise and a falsehood. While the other party's attention was on the building, he pulled out his stun gun and fired 2 shots, directly putting down the Gao brothers. Without a backbone, then the rest is much easier. The girls looked at Lin Tian's back, their eyes full of little stars. This, then, is their master. His strength and wisdom made them feel immensely reassured and proud. In this unknown post-apocalyptic world, they are lucky to have such a strong man to rely on. Afterwards, Shin Shirhan looked at In Chang, who had a wretched face, and after thinking about it, she still walked over. She ripped the rags from Yasuharu's mouth and then began to untie her. How could he? And Shing still had an aggrieved look on her face and kept cricketing Lin Tian. How can he, when I've said I can give him a chance to woo me? Before the words were out of his mouth, the rag was once again shoved into his mouth. Shin Shirhan looked at In Chang with the eyes of a retard and walked away with a cold face. After a while, Yelin came back. Yelin thought, unlike the little rift between her and Shin Shirhan, she and In Ching were still like sisters to each other. If she could drag Anaru into it, she should be able to have an easier time in the future. Yelin similarly removed the cloth from In Ching's mouth first, and then began to loosen the ties. What's wrong with the two of them? In Ching's eyes were red, not expecting Shin Shirhan to do the same to her. If I don't get an apology, I sure as hell won't. The words were not finished, and the cloth returned again. Yelin also walked away with a cold face. If such an In Chang was brought to Lin Tian, perhaps she would be even more miserable. She knew the screams of the men just now. This time, In Chang was completely dumbfounded. In the middle of the garage, the neighbors were sitting around nervously. Just now, that gurgling scream was like a demonic sound coming from the depths of hell. Everyone's face wore a look of horror, and their eyes revealed uneasiness and confusion. They didn't know what would happen next or what their fate would be. And just then, the crowd saw a white strange man walking towards them. Behind them, there was a group of drooping, fearful people. The group kept their heads down, not daring to look their neighbors in the eye, much less stand up. Is that Gawain? Someone cried out in surprise, disbelief in their voice. How is this possible? Oh my God. The hearts of the crowd were filled with shock. Neighbors couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Gawain following the white freak like a dog. Who was this mysterious person who had such a powerful force that could make Gawain and the others so fearful and submissive? Lin Tian? Suddenly a cry of alarm rang out. The neighborhood committee Wang Dama covered her mouth, eyes full of incredulity. What? He's Lin Tian? The neighbors' eyes widened in shock as they couldn't connect this powerful and mysterious man in front of them with the Lin Tian they remembered. In their memories, Lin Tian was just an ordinary neighbor. Yet now he seemed to be transformed, full of majesty and power. No wonder so many people tried to deal with him and ended up failing. With this outfit, I'll be fine on my own. Some people looked at the fine equipment on Lin Tian's body and a touch of greed showed in their eyes. However, when he saw Gawain and the others, he hastily restrained his greed, and Lin Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Auntie Wang, long time no see. Auntie Wang winced. Good, long time no see. Chapter 60, Revenge is just beginning. Everyone, I am Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the garage and said to the crowd, some of you know me, some of you don't, but it doesn't matter. Everyone will get to know each other in time. Little Lin. Lin Tian, what are you doing? Uncle Tian, the security guard, opened his mouth and asked. Lin Tian smiled at Uncle Tian, who was indeed considered one of the few good people in the neighborhood. I want to make a deal with everyone. A deal? The neighbors froze when they heard Lin Tian's words. What else do they have to trade now? Lin Tian looked at the puzzled eyes of the crowd and continued. I know everyone is out of food right now, so I'd like to trade food with everyone. What? Trading food? The neighbor's eyes lit up for a moment. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I'll transfer all the money in my card to you. And me. Here's all the money. Hurry up and give us some food. Neighbors are scrambling one by one. Money is no better than scrap paper these days, especially if it's on a bank card. But it's just a string of numbers. Lin Tian smiled and pressed his hands down. Everyone, don't rush. Just hear me out. The crowd immediately quieted down, their gazes tightly fixed on Lin Tian in anticipation of his next words. I don't want money from your bank cards. I want cash and bullion. Ha! The neighbors were dumbfounded. Who has cash in their house these days? Even if they did, it wouldn't be much. What can you buy for a few $1,000s? People didn't think that Lin Tian would sell them food at normal prices. What good will a few buckets of instant noodles do when the time comes? Seeing the neighbors' reactions, Lin Tian probably guessed what they were worried about. Don't worry people, the food won't be too expensive. Just settle for 10 times the price of before the end of the world. 10 times? Once again, the neighbors were shocked. Not too expensive, but too cheap. 40 to 50 buckets of instant noodles. What difference does it make to give it for nothing at this point in time? Wait for me. I'm going home to get the money. Neighbors are turning around, and that's when the benefits of living on the lower floors become apparent. There's no elevator, and the higher you go, the harder it gets. Shaolin, you're really a good person. In the past it was Big Mother who misunderstood you. Don't hold a grudge against Big Mother. Auntie Wang of the neighborhood committee said with a low brow. She was scared now. Even Gao Wen's group had been tamed by Lin Tian. Auntie Wang's son was even hiding behind his mom, not daring to look at Lin Tian's eyes. Lin Tian braced his teeth and smiled at the mother and son. Take it easy. It's not your turn yet. He then shouted back to the crowd. That third floor one won't have to go. Lin Tian touched his nose. Building number 3 was the very one he was in, and it had long since been raided. But don't worry, you will be compensated. Upon hearing this, the neighbors on the third floor dropped their hearts. Then, Lin Tian spoke again. Dr. Tang Wanru? Which one is Dr. Tang? Please stay back. In the crowd, Tang Wanru stopped in her tracks. She didn't know why Lin Tian left her alone. Mr. Lin, I'm Tang Wanru. What can I do for you? Lin Tian sniffed and looked over. A small young woman in her early 30s with the intellectual elegance of a doctor. There was a hint of doubt and nervousness in his eyes. Lin Tian smiled faintly and said, Don't be afraid, Dr. Tang. I have something I want to ask Dr. Tang for help. Don't worry, I will pay for it. Tang Wanru froze slightly, then nodded. Mr. Lin, please speak. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best. Lin Tian didn't say anything. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the Gao brothers. Lin Tian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have kidnapped your woman. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. Gawain's eyes were full of pleading. But it has nothing to do with my brother. And please let my brother go. I'll do anything you want as long as you let my brother go. On the side, Gao Wu saw his brother's lowly appearance and his heart ached. When has brother ever been like this? Even once when a gun was held to his head, he never said a soft word. I blame myself. I blame myself for having to mess with this devil. Thinking of this, Gao Mo crawled to Lin Tian's feet on his hands and knees and grabbed Lin Tian's pants leg. It's all my fault. Nothing to do with my brother. It is I who have eyes to see. It is I who am horny. Please let my brother go, Gao Wu said while still slapping himself. No, 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 it's my fault, not his. Gawain also crawled to Lin Tian's feet and begged bitterly for mercy. Where is there a trace of the king of the neighborhood? The arrogance and dominance that was once there was gone at this moment, replaced by endless fear and humility. Tang Wanru's eyes flashed with a glint when she saw this scene. What exactly had Lin Tian done to make these two brothers so fearful? At this time, Lin Tian looked at the others again. Master Lin, I was wrong. Please let us go. We've got our eyes on the ball. Your Honor. A group of people kowtowed as if they were pounds of garlic. Let go and you won't have to think about it. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the eyes of the group instantly dimmed. And with Lin Tian's next sentence, the group's eyes all lit up again. But if you are obedient, you can be given a way out. Here. We'll do whatever you tell us to do from now on. Yes. I'll do everything you say from now on. Just being alive is better than anything. Lin Tian nodded and said, you guys go and bring all the food from the supermarket. Yes. A dozen people got up in a hurry and ran in the direction of the supermarket. Only the Cow brothers were left on the scene still kneeling on the ground. Gawain gritted his teeth and said, Lin Tian, as long as you give us brothers a way out as well. From now on, I'll be a dog by your side. I'll bite whoever you tell me to. Brother. Gao Wu looked at his brother in pain. He knew that his brother was not afraid of death, but afraid of his own death. Brother, big deal. We two brothers will die together. A scowl appeared on Gao Wu's feminine face. He would rather die than see his brother humiliated. Die? Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. You brothers are thinking too simply. Zila. Gawain covers his neck in pain. Brother. Gao Wu rushed forward. His eyes filled with anger and despair. He cursed madly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you have the balls to kill us. Lin Tian, if you have the guts to come at me, let my brother go. Lin Tian, you devil. Lin Tian, I was wrong. Please let my brother go. Lin Tian, as long as you let my brother go, I'm willing to be a dog at your feet. From cursing to begging for mercy to humble supplication, Gao Mo's spine was completely broken by Lin Tian. He wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid of his brother's humiliation. But he was even more afraid of his brother being subjected to this inhuman torture. At this moment, Gawain's eyes were about to burst out, and his face was filled with pain, as if he was experiencing the cruelest punishment in the world. On the side, Tang Wanru looked at Lin Tian in horror, although she didn't know how Lin Tian did it. As a doctor, she was clear about how much damage electric shock could cause to the human body. Lin Tian, please stop quickly. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Want me to stop? That's up to you. Gao Wu knelt at Lin Tian's feet, grabbing his pants leg and begging bitterly. Lin Tian looked down at Gao Wu without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. Gao Wu nodded his head in a hurry. I will definitely perform well, as long as you spare my brother. Finally, Lin Tian stopped the punishment. Thank you. Gao Wu kowtowed a few times to Lin Tian, then hurriedly helped Gawain up again. Brother, are you okay? Gawain's face was pale and his body was still trembling slightly. He shook his head with difficulty but couldn't say a word. If you don't want each other to suffer anymore, you'd better behave. Yes. The two brothers nodded their heads in a hurry. This time they were completely convinced. At this moment, Lin Genius looked at Tang Wanru and said quietly, Dr. Tang, you're a surgical plastic surgeon aren't you? Tang Wanru nodded. Yes. So, would you do a sex change operation? Chapter 61 Brother to Sister? So, would you do a sex change operation? Tang Wanru couldn't help but be stunned. Her slender eyebrows slightly raised, and after a moment, she still lightly nodded her head. Will do. That's good. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth hooked into an evil smile. It made Tang Wanru shudder. What is this man going to do? In fact, since being reborn for 10 days, Lin Tian had been thinking about how exactly to take revenge. Throw Gao Wu directly into a steamer and steam him alive? Let him taste the same pain and despair he felt in the beginning? Lin Tian didn't find it enjoyable. Electricity once a day? Lin Tian again felt too relaxed to be relieved. It wasn't until today when he drew that medical silo that finally made Lin Tian think of an excellent revenge plan. He wanted to make Gao Wu's every second of his life from this moment onwards to be tightly wound by pain. remorse and despair, a life worse than death. After receiving Tang Wanru's affirmative answer, Lin Tian led her and Gao Wu away. Only Gawain was left sprawled on the ground, disoriented. Gawain's eyes stared blankly at their faraway back. Brother, is going to become a sister? He turned his head slowly, looking toward the solid, load-bearing wall of the garage, and a flash of determination flashed through his mind to run headlong into it. But in an instant, hesitation dragged him back to reality. If he died, who would take care of TA in the future? Don't think about dying. If you do, I promise you, your brother will live and die. Lin Tian's voice rang coldly in Gao Wu's ears, and Gao Wu shuddered violently. Indeed, in that moment just now, he did want to end his life. When I think of the miserable fate I'm about to face, I might as well die. But Lin Tian's words forced him to obediently follow Lin Tian and be at his disposal. On the side, Tang Wanru sidelong glances at Gao Wu. Not to mention, Gao Wu looks clean and feminine. Maybe it can really be a good transformation. She kept envisioning scenarios in her mind. Thinking about it, Tang Wanru suddenly said, Mr. Lin, although I can do that kind of surgery, we currently don't have the conditions for it here. Unless you can take me back to my plastic surgery hospital. I'm afraid. Gao Wu's eyes instantly lit up when he heard Tang Wanru's words. Yeah, now that the snow is blocking the road, people can't get out at all, and they've just been really dumbfounded themselves. Gao Mo sneaked a look at Lin Tian and quietly sighed in relief. And Lin Tian didn't say anything. He just smiled bashfully. Plastic surgery hospital? Your plastic surgery hospital may not be as advanced as mine. Each with their own thoughts, the three of them slowly made their way through the dimly lit hallways of the building. After walking for a long time, both Gao Wu and Tang Wanru were already panting from exhaustion and finally reached the 18th floor. Lin Tian, on the other hand, did not have any fatigue at this time. His pace was light, and his breath was smooth and unperturbed. For him now, climbing 18 floors in one breath is a piece of cake. Ka. Lin Tian opened the room and led the two in. As soon as Tang Wanru entered the room, she felt a wave of enthusiasm come over her. In the center of the living room, the wood stove was roaring, its exuberant flames licking the walls and warming the entire space. The air conditioner was also running quietly, continuously outputting the right amount of warm air, working in tandem with the wood stove to keep the room just the right temperature. This is where people stay, both thought at the same time. Tang Wanru's pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at Lin Tian. Just how many more secrets did this man have? Gao Wu was also astonished. He had thought that Lin Tian was nothing more than a lucky guy with a submachine gun, but at this moment, he finally realized that Lin Tian was a completely unrecognizable existence to him. Lin Tian walked to the guest bedroom as if he hadn't noticed the two men's probing gazes, minding his own business. Just before coming down, he had placed the medical bin in the guest bedroom. After all, he was the only one with electricity in this house. The medical silo is no more advanced than that, but it's not so advanced that it doesn't use electricity. Come in, Lin Tian said indifferently. Tang Wanru sniffed and followed into the bedroom, her eyes instantly widening when she saw the medical silo full of sci-fi style. She stared straight at the sci-fi style medical silo, and her whole body felt like it was under a spell. All sorts of equipment, all sorts of instruments, although others didn't recognize them, they seemed so familiar, so kind to Tang Wanru. Those uniquely shaped instruments seemed to call to her silently. Her heartbeat unconsciously accelerated, and an unspeakable excitement spread in her heart. It's been a while since I've given a cut, and my hands felt itchy all of a sudden. Lin, Mr. Lin, where did you purchase this medical warehouse? Tang Wanru turned her head to look at Lin Tian with more than a few moments of admiration in her eyes. As far as she knew, there were no medical technology products so far ahead of their time in China. Lin Tian just slightly raised the corners of his mouth and did not reply. Tang Wanru couldn't get a response, and her attention was drawn back to the medical silo. She paced slowly along the edge of the medical silo, her eyes scrutinizing every detail as she muttered something under her breath. Incredible, just incredible. And when Gao Wu, who followed up later, saw the medical warehouse, his body couldn't help but stiffen, and the trace of fluke that was originally in his heart completely dissipated. His face turned white and his legs trembled slightly, as if he saw the horrible abyss he was about to step into. Flop. Gao Wu heavily knelt on the ground, rolling and crawling to Lin Tian's feet, grabbing Lin Tian's pants leg. Lin Tian, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. You can do anything you want me to do as long as you don't. Please, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Desperately shaking Lin Tian's leg, his eyes were filled with pleading, itching to pull out his soul in exchange for Lin Tian's forgiveness. And Lin Tian just looked at him coldly. Go in. No, I don't want. Gao Wu retreated back and forth, his body trembling nonstop like sifting chaff. He didn't dare to go in at all. He was afraid that if he went in, he wouldn't be the one to come out again. Zila. Ah. Gao Wu instantly covered his neck and his body convulsed uncontrollably. His muscles tightened, his teeth clenched, and his face was twisted to the point of pain. In just a few seconds, he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. I'm in. Please don't power up. Gao Wu's voice trembled with endless despair. Though he was overwhelmed with fear and shame at having that kind of surgery, the pain that seemed to come from his soul at that moment forced him to give in. Humph. Toast to toast. Lin Tian stopped the punishment and looked at Gao Wu, who was like a dead dog at his feet, and finally felt a hint of relief. Gao Wu raised his head with difficulty and looked at Lin Tian, the pleading in his eyes increased. Lin Tian, please, don't do this to me. Gao Wu was not willing to be pushed into that horrible medical warehouse like this, but the severe pain in his body and the fear of a harsher punishment made him not dare to resist in the slightest. At this time, Tang Wanru, who had already changed into her surgical clothes on the side, suddenly said, "Don't be afraid, put on the anesthetic, and it will pass after a nap." Anesthetic? Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. I didn't say anything about using anesthesia. Tang Wanru froze slightly, a chill surging through her heart. She looked at Lin Tian and then at Gao Wu who was kneeling on the ground, and said with some hesitation, "Mr. Lin, if we don't use anesthesia, I'm afraid that the pain during the surgery will be too much for him to bear." The corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled into a cruel smile. The pain he once caused me can't be compared to this amount of pain? He must be awake to feel every second of fear and despair. Gao Wu's body jolted when he heard their conversation. His eyes filled with panic. He tried to struggle to escape, but his body was stomped on by Lin Tian's foot, so he couldn't move at all. Gao Mo looked at Lin Tian in despair and muttered under his breath, "No, don't, please, you can't do this to me." The Devil. Chapter 62, Please, be a human being. Woo. On the operating table, all 4 of Gao Wu's limbs were immobilized, and even his head was firmly confined by a special device that prevented him from moving. Still, he squirmed as best he could, trying to break free of the nightmarish bondage. The metal clamps that confined him were deeply embedded in his skin, strangling a trail of blood, but he had already ignored them, his survival instincts making him struggle as hard as he could. Woo. Gao Mo looked at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with desperate pleas, endless remorse. If he was given another chance, he would never mess with Lin Tian. This person is really horrible. His gaze followed Lin Tian closely, as if he was praying that Lin Tian would suddenly show mercy and spare himself. However, Lin Tian just stood aside expressionlessly, coldly watching all of this. On the side, Tang Wanru's eyes flashed with a hint of intolerance. Is it really not necessary to use anesthesia? This kind of surgery doesn't use anesthesia. So what's the difference between that and a lingering death? Especially the face and the lower body. That is the most fragile and nerve-intensive part of human beings. If you don't use anesthesia, that knife, just thinking about it makes people shudder. Tang Wanru looked at Lin Tian once more, trying to find a hint of faltering on his face. But not only did Lin Tian not falter in the slightest, he instead spoke even more terrifying words. "Remove 2 more of his ribs for me. A little thicker in the waist. That's not quite the same as a woman." What? Tang Wanru froze, clearly shocked by Lin Tian's cruel request. And without anesthesia? She subconsciously glanced at Gao Wu, only to see that his face had already turned from pale to deathly gray, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Gao Wu's body stiffened violently when he heard Lin Tian's words, and then he struggled even more frantically. A harsh whimper escaped his throat, as if accusing the inhuman torture. But no matter how much he struggled, he could not escape this doomed fate. Gao Wu's eyes were filled with despair, as if he had already seen himself being tortured beyond human shape. At this moment, the remorse in his heart reached its peak. He regretted what he had done in the first place, regretted that he had provoked this devilish man. Tang Wanru looked at the desperate struggling Gao Wu on the operating table. Her heart was full of intolerance. She could imagine what kind of pain Gao Wu was about to endure. It was a kind of torment that was difficult for ordinary people to endure. But she didn't have a choice. As cruel as it was, she was more than afraid to disobey the terrible man in front of her. Don't look at Lin Tian being polite to her now. Who knew what would happen if she refused? She didn't dare to gamble, and she couldn't afford to. Tang Wanru took a deep breath and stared at Lin Tian. "Mr. Lin, I've just taken a look. There are all the basic surgical instruments here, but there's still one thing missing if you want to complete this surgery." "What else is missing?" Lack of prosthesis." Lin Tian nodded, understanding what Tang Wanru was talking about. "Do you have it in that plastic surgery hospital of yours?" "Yes, but..." Tang Wanru showed a difficult face, slightly frowning. now that the snow had blocked the road. Even if Lin Tian was well equipped, he couldn't get out all the same. Lin Tian, however, just nodded indifferently. Anyway, he was just about to go out for a trip, so it didn't matter if he went to pick it up on the way. The neighborhood is not expected to have much cash jewelry. There were 4 buildings in his neighborhood, and he had previously scavenged a total of more than $300,000 worth of gold and silver cash from this building. Using this for estimation, the other 3 buildings together would be almost $1 million or so. Being able to exchange 10 or so physique fruits was quite a lot though, and would allow Lin Tian's physical quality to reach more than twice that of a normal person in one fell swoop. But Lin Tian wasn't satisfied with that. He had to scavenge for more gold and silver, so a trip out there was necessary. At the very least, a trip to the jewelry section of the mall will give you access to a lot of gold. Lin Tian stared at Gao Wu, who was on the operating table, and said softly, "I'll figure out the prosthesis. You do the lower part of the surgery first." Tang Wanru froze, but it wasn't impossible to do the bottom first. She was a little embarrassed. Okay, but is it all down there? Still, or do you keep it? Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. Keep what? It's just keeping that. Tang Wanru's pretty face flushed with a faint blush before she explained to Lin Tian. When I was at the plastic surgery clinic before, someone had done this procedure, but it was just the upper body and fine-tuning of the face. According to those who do, retaining both features will cost a bit more. Lin Tian cried and laughed when he heard it. Well, he understands, but that's not what he wants. Leave no one behind. Not a single one. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Gao Mo completely despaired. He stopped struggling and resisting, lying on the operating table like a walking corpse, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Tang Wanru took the scalpel and approached Gao Wu step by step. Just bear with it. You'd better not move or you'll be in more pain. Yet Gao Wu did not respond, as if he had lost all feeling. Tang Wanru bit her lip, her hand rose and fell. Gao Wu couldn't help but let out a mournful scream that sounded as if it came from the depths of hell, filled with pain and despair. At the same time, his body trembled violently, and the expression on his face was so distorted that one could not bear to look at it. But that's just the beginning. Outside the medical warehouse, Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly as he listened to the screams that gradually became shrill. He clasped his hands to his chest and his eyes were cold, as if he was enjoying a carefully choreographed drama, just like Gao Wu in his last life. In his last life, Gao Wu had looked at him with the same indifference outside the steamer. At that time, Lin Tian was imprisoned by Gao Wu in a steamer, the boiling heat eroding his body and will little by little, while Gao Wu watched his struggles and pleas for mercy playfully and indifferently from the sidelines. And now, the wheel of fate had completely flipped, and Lin Tian had become the master. Letting Gao Mo also taste that life was worse than death. The surgery continued, and beads of sweat continued to roll off Tang Wanru's forehead, and her breathing became rapid. Each fall of the blade was accompanied by Gao Wu's heartbreaking screams. In just less than 10 minutes, Gao Wu had already fainted 3 times. Mr. Lin, he might not be able to hold out at this rate. Why don't we put on anesthesia? Tang Wanru summoned up the courage to shout to Lin Tian outside the medical barn, a hint of pleading in her voice. Lin Tian looked at Gao Wu, whose consciousness had begun to blur, and nodded. All right. Tang Wanru let out a long breath. The surgery she had just undergone was definitely the most brutal surgery she had ever done in her life. Every movement felt like it was pushing her mental limits, and Gao Wu was equally relieved when he heard Lin Tian's words. No matter what, one finally doesn't have to watch his. Just now, he is suffering great torment both physically and psychologically. But at this time, Lin Tian said, all right, let's stop here for today. Tang, you stitch up the wound first and continue tomorrow. What? Tang Wanwei and Gao Wu froze at the same time. Please, be human. Chapter 63, When a Man Achieves the Tao. His poultry and dogs rise to the occasion. Underground garage. Everyone line up and don't mess up. Shen Shirhan shouted at the crowd. But the crowd was still in disarray, as if they hadn't heard her. I want a case of instant noodles. Give me a bag of rice. I want. People held up the gold and silver jewelry they had married from their families with eager faces. They had long since lost sight of anything else, and only wanted to exchange it for food as soon as possible. Seeing this, Gao Wen's brows furrowed as he raised his volume and shouted, didn't you hear what Ms. Shirhan said? All line up for me. Anyone who doesn't get in line is disqualified from buying. As expected, hearing Gawain's words, everyone quickly lined up. A man at the front of the line held up a stack of cash and a handful of gold and silver jewelry. You can have all of this. Whatever you see fit to give me. Anything. He couldn't care less about haggling. He just wanted to be able to trade for food quickly. You have over $3,000 in cash in these, and the jewelry is probably worth Shin Shirhan looked at the things in the man's hand and was still seriously estimating, but Gao Won on the side directly threw a box of instant noodles to the man. Well, get lost. Hey, thanks. The man held a box of instant noodles and bowed repeatedly, his mouth still saying, thank you Mr. Gao. Thank you Ms. Shirhan. Shen Shirhan, however, slanted her beautiful eyes and pointed her finger at Gawain. Hey? What do you mean? Lin Tian said when he left that he would all listen to me. I haven't figured it out yet. How can you just give it out? Gawain looked at the little girl who was scowling at him and felt a pang of frustration in his heart. When did one little girl, fresh out of college, have the nerve to point her finger at him? However, thinking of his younger brother whose gender was now unknown, Gawain could only endure the shame and said with a pleasing face, Miss Shirhan, there are still 300 to 400 people in the garage right now, so if we count them over one by one, how long will it take? Lin, we can't make Mr. wait too long, can we? Hearing Gao Wen's words, Shen Shirhan thought about it, and it seemed like it was really something like that. Aha! She gave Gawain a snort back before continuing. Then you should have consulted me first as well. Gao Wen heard a mushy feeling in his heart, but he still said, yes, it was my fault just now. I won't do it next time. Shin Shirhan's face finally looked a little better as she watched this once formidable black boss grovel to herself at this moment. Never again. Yes. Subsequently, redeeming food went a lot faster. The other side of the garage. Yelin clasped her hands on her chest and looked at the two brothers Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu as well as a few others with cold eyes. She lifted her chin slightly, her mouth curving in mockery. Come here, you guys. Yelin pointed at the two brothers Zhao Xiaolong Zhao Xiaohu and a few other juniors. Her voice was not loud but carried an irresistible majesty. Zhao Xiaolong, Zhao Xiaohu, and the others came forward shivering, their hearts filled with remorse. Marred. Who would have thought that this woman would now become Lin Tian's woman? And the most unacceptable thing was that they were the ones who had personally put this woman into a sack and given it to Lin Tian in the first place. At the thought of this, these people couldn't wait to smack themselves with their big mouths. Ms. Yi, what is it that you are looking for us for? Zhao Xiaolong's voice trembled as fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Yelin snorted coldly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd like a knife. You were the ones who stuffed me into the sack in the first place. Am I remembering correctly? Zhao Xiaolong squeezed out a pleasing smile on his face and hurriedly explained. Miss Yi, look at what you're saying. If it wasn't for my brothers, you wouldn't be living such a nourishing life right now, would you? So, I still have to thank you guys? Yelin's eyes became even colder and her voice raised a few points. You're having a good time? Do you know what it's been like for me these past few days? Hearing Yelin's tone of voice, the crowd hurriedly waved their hands. No. Yelin looked at these people who had once bullied her, and her heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. She laughed coldly. Now you know you're afraid? When you guys stuffed me into a sack, did you ever think there would be today? The crowd lowered their heads, not daring to look at Yelin's eyes. Kneel down for me. Yelin suddenly bellowed. The crowd froze, and no one moved. To have a few of them kneel down for a woman? How is that possible? When Yelin saw that they didn't move, the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. What? Have you forgotten what Lin Tian said just now? You guys have to do whatever I tell you to do. If you don't listen to me, you don't listen to Lin Tian. Do you guys still want to taste the electric shock? The crowd couldn't help but shiver at the sound of electric shocks. That kind of severe pain that penetrated into the marrow of the bones. The feeling of life being worse than death. They never wanted to experience it again. Kneel down. Yelin shouted angrily again. Bang, bang, bang. A few people couldn't hold it together. They also didn't know how much weight this woman had in Lin Tian's heart, but they didn't dare to bet. In case Lin Tian really electrocuted them again because of a few words from this woman, it would be a complete disaster. Yelin looked at the crowd kneeling in front of her, the pleasure in her heart surging like a raging tide. Humph, when you guys were wreaking havoc on me, did you ever think that you would end up like this today? Beads of sweat on Zhao Xiaolong's forehead slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground. He forced himself to endure the humiliation and said in a low voice, Miss Yi, we know we're wrong. I beg you to be generous and let us go. Yelin stopped and looked at him condescendingly, her eyes full of disdain. Knowing you're wrong? Is it too late to realize your mistake now? She lifted her foot and gently stepped on Zhao Xiaolong's shoulder, exerting a slight force to press his body lower. When Zhao Xiaohu saw this, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He raised his head and stared angrily at Yelin. Don't you go too far. Yelin, however, was not the least bit afraid, but instead sneered. Excessive? This is excessive? Compared to what you guys did to me back then, this is just a drop in the bucket. She continued. From today onwards, you'll behave yourselves. You'll do whatever I tell you to do. And if you don't satisfy me, Yelin didn't finish her sentence, but the unfinished meaning emboldened the crowd. Zhao Xiaolong gritted his teeth and said in humiliation, "Yes, Miss Yi, we will definitely follow your orders." Yelin finally revealed a hint of satisfaction as she looked at the crowd's outraged appearance. Finally, she had vented some of the aggression she had suffered in the past few days at Lin Tian's place. "Clean my shoes." Zhao Xiaolong responded with difficulty as he slowly stretched out his trembling hand towards Yelin's dusty shoes. For her part, Yelin lifted her chin slightly, enjoying the thrill of this revenge, and she also gently wiggled her little feet, deliberately humiliating a few people. "Scrub carefully, if there's even the slightest stain, you're all out of luck." What does it mean by one man gets a government position? It's called one man gets the job. All the men get the job. It wasn't just Xin Shihan and Yelin. Even Li Wei's women were likewise enjoying the pleasing of their neighbors. At this moment, quite a few women were surrounding Li Wei and the others, their mouths constantly saying pleasing words. It's called lady diplomacy. No one was stupid. If they wanted to live peacefully in the garage in the future, they would definitely have to look at Lin Tian's eyes, and pleasing the women around Lin Tian was undoubtedly a shortcut. Liddy and a few of her companions grew to feel a sense of superiority as they were flattered by the crowd. They were now very glad that they had followed Lin Tian early on. And in the corner, Chang, who had already been untied, had her eyes glued to those women with a complex expression as she watched their springy and highly flattered appearance. Envy, jealousy, resentment, regret. The mouth kept muttering, "No, he's mine. It's me he likes." Chapter 64, Tang Wanru's Initiative. When Lin Tian came to the garage again, he saw just this scene of the women being pleasured. When Yelin saw Lin Tian walking over, she hurriedly took her shoes off Zhao Xiaolong's head. Just now, she was just a fox and a tiger. Who knew if Lin Tian would punish her? Perhaps among all the women, only Xin Shihan currently had this qualification. But even though Yelin moved quickly, she still didn't manage to escape Lin Tian's eyes. A 13-point physique strengthens more than just strength. But Lin Tian didn't say anything and just glared at Yelin. This scared Yelin, and she hurriedly covered her neck until the imagined tingling didn't come. Then she let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. When she looked at Lin Tian again, there was a hint of adoration in her eyes. Women always move strong. If the end times were compared to the most primitive jungle, then at this point, Lin Tian had supreme spousal rights. Of course Lin Tian had his own ideas. First of all, Zhao Xiaolong and the others were also his enemies from his previous life. And it was Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiuhu who threw him into the steamer. He was still thinking about how to take care of these two brothers, which was why he didn't say anything when he saw Yelin's little action. In addition, if he wanted to manage so many people, or even establish a party of his own in the post-apocalyptic world in the future, Lin Tian felt that dividing a certain class was also necessary. The world is in turmoil. If you go for equality for all and a big meal in the end times, you will definitely not end up well, and power comes from the bottom up. And only when the people around you enjoy the benefits of being dependent on you will they be more convinced and work harder to serve you. At this time, the crowd also saw Lin Tian, and the chaotic garage suddenly became much quieter. People's eyes turned to him with awe, anticipation, and fear. Although Lin Tian hadn't said anything, he didn't need to say anything now. He just stood there quietly, and people couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Only Xin Shihan and Yelin looked at Lin Tian with a little more fervor and pride in their eyes. That's their man. Xin Shihan slightly bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with love for Lin Tian. Yelin, on the other hand, was infatuated, and there was a hint of awe in her eyes in addition to adoration. When she thought of her previous actions of being a fox and a tiger, she still had some fear in her heart, but at this moment, when she looked at Lin Tian's stance that exuded a powerful aura, she felt incomparably at ease. Lin Tian walked towards Xin Shihan and slowly spoke. How about it? How much cash in gold and silver have been collected now? Xin Shihan hurriedly pointed to a few half-open boxes and said, now there is more than 100,000 in cash. And these jewelry. Xin Shihan looked at the pile of gold and silver jewelry on the table, and she didn't know roughly how much it was worth. Lin Tian nodded, satisfied with the gains so far. He was about to go out on a trip and wanted to reinforce the wave again. Who knows what dangers await him out there? Not bad. Go on. After praising him, Lin Tian was about to turn around and leave with a pocket of cash in gold and silver. On the side, Gawain finally couldn't help but speak. Mr. Lin, my brother, how is he? The situation is stronger than others. Gawain also had to follow those women, using the title of Mr., which has a special meaning. Lin Tian coldly glanced at Gawain. Don't worry, you can't die yet. As long as you behave yourself, there's still a day for you siblings to meet. Brother and sister? Gawain swallowed hard. a bitter look on his face. I know, sir. Please don't worry. I'll take care of everything for you. Lin Tian heard Gawain's words and didn't stay any longer, turning around to leave. Back in her room, Tang Wanru had just finished taking a shower. She hadn't taken a shower for a long time in the post-apocalyptic world. At the moment the washed-up woman looked sexy and provocative. Her wet hair draped casually over her shoulders, a few strands of it plastered to her slightly flushed cheeks, adding a little more flirtation. She was wearing a loose white bathrobe, loosely tied around her waist, revealing a large portion of her pale skin, and her hidden collarbone and slender neck exuded a fatal attraction. I don't know if the woman meant it or not. When Lin Tian entered the house, she was eating the hot pot that Lin Tian had rewarded her with. Dense hot air rose up, enveloping her face in it like a fairy in a fairyland. Seeing Lin Tian come in, a trace of surprise instantly flashed across Tang Wanru's eyes, and then a charming smile bloomed on her face. Mr. Lin, you're back. Tang Wanru's voice was soft and gentle. Lin Tian nodded slightly, and after his gaze briefly lingered on her, he walked straight to the sofa and took the cash in gold and silver in his hands. A woman would only affect how fast he could draw his sword. On the side, Tang Wanru looked at him curiously, only to see Lin Tian closing his eyes, seemingly performing some sort of operation. A moment later, he recharged these belongings into the system, which showed that this recharge was worth more than $500,000. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tian immediately exchanged 5 physique fruits. These fruits emitted a strange light, as if they contained endless power. Lin Tian picked up a fruit and put it into his mouth, and instantly, a powerful energy erupted within him. His body trembled slightly, his muscles tensed, every cell greedily absorbing the energy of the fruit. As one fruit was swallowed, he could clearly feel his body getting stronger. His strength, speed, endurance, and other qualities were improving by leaps and bounds. When the energy of the last fruit was completely absorbed, Lin Tian's physical quality came to 18 points, and an unprecedented sense of power surged through him. Tang Wanru quietly watched this from the side, the color of adoration in her eyes growing stronger. She didn't know what was going on, but the mysterious fruit wasn't simple at first glance. Also, Lin Tian was emanating an even more powerful aura at the moment. She slowly walked over to Lin Tian, slightly sidestepped, letting the neckline of her bathrobe open a little wider, revealing more tantalizing spring light, and said softly, Mr. Lin, your aura is even more awe-inspiring now. Lin Tian glanced at her and just nodded lightly. Aha! Tang Wanru gently bit her lip. Mr. Lin, if there's anything you need my help with in the future, just give me a command and I'll do my best. Hot showers, warmth, fondue. These things that were commonplace before the end of the world had become incomparably precious enjoyment in Tang Wanru's eyes. She never wanted to go back into the underground garage. Tang Wanru looked at Lin Tian's increasingly powerful figure. She understood that she had to hold on to the man in front of her, not just to survive, but also to be able to have a shred of dignity and hope in this post-apocalyptic world. Lin Tian, however, didn't care too much about Tang Wanru's mind as he left again without hesitation after feeling the changes after his body was strengthened. However, when he went out the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at Tang Wanru. By the way, that prosthesis you were talking about, where do you keep it? Chapter 65, Treasure Hunting. In a certain room located on the second floor, a few big men were busy. They removed the aluminum windows of the room, and at once, the whistling cold wind poured in like a raging tide, and the icy, bone-chilling breath instantly filled the entire room. But the men, not caring about the cold, hastily threw the hoods of several more cars through the windows. At this point, the snow is almost level with the windows and the hood is directly flat on top of the snow. That way, when you go out, you won't be afraid to get stuck in the thick snow. A simple snow dock is completed. Hard work. Lin Tian's faint voice resounded within the room. No hard work. The crowd waved their hands in a hurry. One of the big men wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked up at Lin Tian and said, Mr. Lin, according to your instructions, the snow dock has been set up. What do we do next? There's nothing more for you guys here. All go back. Lin Tian said expressionlessly. Hey, good. The crowd didn't dare to disobey Lin Tian's orders and nodded their heads in response. Although Lin Tian hadn't said that he had asked them to build this pier to use for what, he knew with his but that it must be used to go out. Does he have a way out? Someone muttered in a low voice as the crowd went out. You can't. Not to mention the freezing temperatures outside. How can you walk with nearly 3 meters of snow? Some people thought it was impossible. Even if Lin Tian was more powerful, unless he could fly, he wouldn't be able to get out. Will there be any tools, like skis or something? Another person said, and when the crowd heard this, they all brightened up, thinking that this possibility was very high. After all, what's a pair of skis when you even have an assault rifle? Bulletproof undershirt and everything? Everyone thought that Lin Tian must have a way to get out. Otherwise, why did he let them build this snowy dock? The more the crowd thought about it, the more excited they became. At this point, everyone was like being trapped in an island, long besieged by the ice and snow of these last days, and the helplessness and despair in their hearts was growing with each passing day. And if someone can get out and get some supplies, then everyone's day might be better. Even a small improvement is like a lifesaver in this hellish environment. When the people went back, they told the people around them about this matter, and Lin Tian didn't ask them to keep it a secret anyway. Then word spread and the whole garage was abuzz. The originally dull and depressing atmosphere was broken, and people drilled out from their respective corners and gathered around, talking and discussing. Really? Lin Tian really has a way to get out? What do you guys think Mr. Lin will bring back when he goes out? Is it food? Or medicine? Whatever it is, if we can get something new, we have something to look forward to. And amidst the crowd's anticipation, Lin Tian was methodically making the final preparations in his room. When everything was ready, Lin Tian stood up, took a deep breath, and walked towards the simple snowy dock. Taking a step to the outside of the house, the cold wind cut into his face like a sharp blade, and the cold and piercing breath instantly penetrated through his clothes. But for Lin Tian, who had an 18-point physique, it was already at a bearable point. Then with a thought, the set of snowmobiles that he had spiked earlier appeared at his side. The body of the car is grayish-white, and under the refraction of the sunlight, a cold and chilly light is faintly seen, as if it is the exclusive seat of this ice and snow world. The tires are wide and thick with a special anti-skid pattern, enough to go through deep snow without any obstacles. Also, the motorcycle comes with a crawler on the back that can be used to pull some cargo. Lin Tian lifted his leg and straddled the snowmobile, holding the handle and gently twisting the key. The motorcycle instantly emitted a low and powerful roar, breaking the silence of this snowy field. He once again took a deep breath, feeling the surging power in his body and the strong power of the snowmobile, and then violently twisted the throttle. The snowmobile rushed forward like a reined-in wild horse, raising a cloud of snow and fog, driving the motorcycle slowly forward. Lin Tian raised his eyes and looked around. The entire world seemed to be covered by a huge white and flawless velvet blanket. The once bustling and hustling city has now been completely transformed by the snow. The streets lined with skyscrapers looked as if they had been trampled by white beasts, and the snow had almost completely buried the height of one floor. However, this was convenient for Lin Tian to travel, and he didn't have to care what was under the snow. He just stepped on the gas. Lin Tian drove his snowmobile carefully through the city, vigilantly observing the movements around him. Follow the memorized route to the Yonghui supermarket not far from the neighborhood. The doors of the supermarket were closed and the snow piled up around them, burying almost the entire lower part of the building. Lin Tian retrieved the snowmobile back into his system space. Then with his weapon in hand, he carefully walked towards the entrance of the supermarket. The main door had been buried by snow. Lin Tian directly broke one of the windows on the second floor and flipped over to leap into the interior of the supermarket. The supermarket was dim and lightless, with only a few faint rays of light filtering in through the cracks in the windows, barely illuminating the surroundings. Lin Tian turned on his tactical flashlight. Into the eyes of the scene is a messy scene. The shelves fall to the side. The merchandise scattered all over the place. Obviously here suffered from looting. There were still quite a few corpses on the ground. Some were frozen. Some were in twisted and grotesque postures. And the dried blood around the corpses spread out as if telling of a once grueling process of scrambling. Looks like someone has been here before. Lin Tian whispered softly to himself. This supermarket was situated right at the entrance of a neighborhood. And at the beginning of the end times, it was normal for someone to be able to carry the wind and snow to this place. It's just too empty, with no water, no electricity, and no facilities capable of keeping you warm. So there's only one possibility if those people continue to stay here. These should be the ones that froze to death here. Lin Tian glanced at the corpses next to him that were clutching food and their bodies had long since stiffened. Without too much emotion, too many people had died in the end times. Lin Tian continued to carefully feel his way forward. Finally, the place where jewelry and jewels are sold. Only, it appears to have been similarly looted. Although money has been reduced to waste paper in the post-apocalyptic world, when people see those golden gold products and crystal-clear jewelry, they still can't help the greed in their hearts and go on a looting spree. It may be that the instinctive pursuit of wealth is etched in the genes, and it's hard to suppress the urge even when survival is an issue. Lin Tian was a bit disappointed. He thought that he would be able to harvest a large amount of gold and silver if he found this place. As it turned out, he had underestimated human nature, but the jewelry hadn't been scavenged. There was still some scattered on the floor and in the cabinets. Lin Tian held up his flashlight, keeping a vigilant eye on the surrounding movements while recharging these gold and silver jewelry into the system. Not to mention, at this moment, The supermarket was pitch black, and there were quite a few corpses around. If Lin Tian hadn't experienced the madness of his last life, he really might not have dared to scavenge for supplies here alone. Soon, Lin Tian had pretty much searched the gold and silver jewelry that he could see in this area, at least as far as the eye can see. The flashlight sweeps by and you can't see any gold or shiny jewelry. Lin Tian straightened up and recharged the last gold chain in his hand into his account. Ding! Top up successful. Account balance. Chapter 66 attacks. Ding! Recharge successful. Account balance 873. 291 yuan. Just over 800. 000. Lin Tian shook his head, a little less satisfied. He originally thought that a handful of them could him for millions, but he didn't realize that it was only this much. In fact, if the jewelry area hadn't been looted, it might have been possible for Lin Tian to ascend as soon as he could, but reality was so cruel. Lin Tian sighed helplessly, but he also understood that it was not bad to have this harvest of more than $800,000. Alright, be content. It's only been one day, Lin Tian said to himself. There are so many other malls in the city, even those specialized gold stores, and this is just getting started. Thinking of this, Lin Tian suddenly became a bit more energized. The gold stores in the malls may get passed over, but those specialized gold stores, I don't think anyone's going to rob them, are they? This heavy snow sealed the sky. Even if someone got out by chance, then certainly have to run to eat. It is impossible to put can save the life of the food. Do not want to go first to rob the gold and silver jewelry. Lin Tian quickened his pace and walked towards the exit of the supermarket. As he walked, he didn't forget to exchange a physique fruit and eat it as he walked. Not to mention, after the fruit entered his mouth, a warm current instantly flowed throughout his body, and Lin Tian even sweated slightly. The body that was originally slightly stiff from moving for a long time in this icy sky and snow, at this moment became incredibly comfortable, and even the whistling cold wind felt less harsh. After eating one of the physique fruits, Lin Tian slowly exhaled, the long haze quickly condensing into a white mist in the cold air. It's time to go to the plastic surgeon. This time out he was going to run 2 errands, one for gold and the other for prosthetics. Bringing the snowmobile back out, Lin Tian lifted his leg and straddled the motorcycle. Although the system space could not store items outside the system, those produced by the system could be stored at will. In the future, there will be more and more goods in seconds, and this system space can really be used as a carry-on space. Lin Tian thought. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. He started the engine. With a low and powerful roar, the snowmobile rushed forward like a wild horse out of control, raising a cloud of snow and fog. Following the location Tang Wanru had told him, Lin Tian drove his snowmobile as he sped through the frozen streets. The skyscrapers on both sides of the street are like silent beasts covered in snow and ice, and the once bustling city is now dead silent, with only the sound of his motorcycle echoing in the empty streets. Lin Tian drove while vigilantly observing his surroundings. For some reason, he always felt as if someone in the building around him was watching him. It was a subtle intuition, as if there were many pairs of eyes hidden behind dark windows, peering at his every move. His eyes were like torches as he tried to penetrate the layers of ice and darkness to find the hidden source of the sight, but found nothing. Never mind. It's normal for someone to see it. At the moment, he was alone in the street with one car, and it was impossible not to attract attention. It's been 10 days since the end times, but there are always miracles. There will always be those who are resilient. Lin Tian remembered that in his last life, before the end of the world came, he had seen on short videos that there were doomsday fantasists who had stocked up on a large amount of supplies in advance, from food and water to all kinds of tools, and even some improvised defense facilities and weapons. Those preparations, Lin Tian felt, were even more abundant than the items he had now. Needless to say, those people are definitely alive and well. Lin Tian shook his head, no longer paying attention to those lines of sight if any, and continued to move in the direction of the plastic surgery hospital. Finally, the outline of the plastic surgery hospital came into view, a white building that stood out in the snow. Lin Tian parked the snowmobile in front of the hospital and turned off the engine. The surrounding area instantly fell into a silence, only his slight breathing and the rustling sound of snowflakes falling. Again, entering through a broken window on the 2nd floor, he walked slowly into the hospital, weapon gripped tightly in his hand, careful with every step. The 5th ward. For some reason, this word suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's mind. It was dim, deep, and smelled of disinfectant water, like the kind of eerie, spooky scenes you'd see in certain island productions in your previous life. He tightened the weapon in his hand and eased his footsteps even further down the corridor. As he walked, he warily surveyed the room around him. Some of the room doors were closed with an air of mystery, while others were half covered, and the darkness coming through the cracks looked like a prying eye. Lin Tian tried hard to control himself from thinking about those horrifying scenes. He took a deep breath and followed what Tang Wanru said, directly walking quickly up to the equipment room on the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he quickly located the equipment room. Pushing open the door, a stale scent mixed with the faint smell of disinfectant water hit the face. The interior was slightly cluttered, with all kinds of medical equipment placed randomly. Lin Tian began to rummage around carefully. He waited from cabinet to cabinet and drawer to drawer, and finally, in a corner cabinet, he found some prosthetics. The prostheses were sealed in boxes of various sizes and appeared to be in fairly good condition. Lin Tian didn't care about picking them out, and brainlessly stuffed all these prosthetics into his backpack. Just as he was putting the last prosthesis into his backpack, he suddenly heard a low humming sound coming from the adjacent operating room. The sound was particularly abrupt in the silent room, and Lin Tian's nerves instantly tightened. He looked up alertly, his eyes locked on the direction from which the voice had come. Something seemed to be slowly approaching in the darkness, but he couldn't make out what it was. An inexplicable tension spread in his heart. Lin Tian gripped his weapon tightly, his body crouching slightly, ready to fight at any time. Suddenly, the flashlight caught a dark figure slowly emerging from the corner. What is this? Lin Tian instantly exploded in sweat. He originally thought it was some kind of survivor or something, but he didn't expect it to be such a strange-looking unknown creature. It was only that the monster was tall, more than 2 meters tall, and its overall silhouette took on a twisted and irregular shape. The head is exceptionally small, extremely disproportionate to the huge body, and the 2 eyes are like deep pools, emitting a strange blue light, making people feel chilled at the bottom of their hearts when they look at it. The unknown monster was extremely fast and pounced in front of him in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian only saw a black shadow and instinctively dodged sideways while pulling the trigger. The bullet struck the monster's body, but instead of scarlet blood, what flowed out was a light blue liquid, which was indescribably bizarre to look at. Ow dash! The creature let out a hiss, then actually disappeared back into the darkness. Lin Tian didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. He tightly gripped his weapon and leaned his back against the wall, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. At this moment, a dead silence fell around them again. Suddenly, a slight rustling sound came from the top of his head, and Lin Tian jerked his head up, the light from his flashlight shining towards the top. I only saw that the monster had climbed up on the ceiling at some point, and was staring down at him, with a fierce and greedy light flashing in its ghostly blue eyes. Chapter 67. When Lin Tian saw the monster swooping down like black lightning, he quickly dodged sideways and the monster's sharp claws grazed the corner of his coat, bringing up a cold wind. Lin Tian smoothly rolled and pulled away from the monster, then raised his hand to fire a series of shots. The bullets sparked in the darkness and flew towards the monster as much as they could. But the monster was extremely agile. It twisted its body in the air and avoided most of the bullets, with only a few hitting it, splashing a few light blue droplets. After the monster landed, it did not stop and once again pounced on Lin Tian with open teeth and claws. Lin Tian stepped back while switching the weapon in his hand to melee mode and drew out a sharp dagger. The moment the monster lunged in front of him, he took a sharp step forward, sidestepping the monster's frontal attack while swinging the dagger in his hand viciously. The dagger sliced through the monster's body, but only left a shallow white mark on its hard shell, as if it had only tickled it. The monster was enraged by this blow and let out a more ferocious roar. Its thick arm swung violently. Lin Tian hurriedly shortened his body to avoid it. The arm swept past his head with a whistling wind sound and smashed heavily on the instrument next to him, instantly smashing the instrument to smithereens. Lin Tian took the opportunity to roll and came to the monster's side and back. He saw the right moment and stabbed his dagger hard into the monster's joints. This time, the dagger managed to pierce, and a light blue liquid slowly flowed out along the blade. However, this monster was also extremely cunning. It suddenly curled up its body and rolled towards Lin Tian like a huge metal ball. Lin Tian couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely by the monster. His entire body flew backwards and fell heavily on the ground. He only felt that his whole body's bones seemed to be falling apart in pain, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up. At this moment, the monster pounced once again. A trace of viciousness flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He no longer dodged, but charged up against the monster. In the moment when he was about to come into contact with the monster, his body flashed like a phantom, skillfully avoiding the monster's attack, while the dagger in his hand stabbed deeply into the monster's abdomen. With a forceful slash, a long gash appeared on the monster and a large amount of light blue liquid gushed out. The monster let out a wail of pain and struggled frantically. Lin Tian took the opportunity to jump away, then took out a grenade from the system space, pulled the safety ring and threw it towards the monster. Boom! With a loud bang, the grenade exploded underneath the monster's feet, and the powerful impact toppled the monster to the ground. Its body was crippled by the blast, and its limbs twitched a few times before it finally stopped moving. Lin Tian panted wearily. His clothes were soaked with sweat and his body was injured in multiple places. But luckily, with body armor on, most of the scrapes and bruises from the impact were not a big problem. This is not the place to stay. Who the hell knows if there are any monsters waiting for him? In his last life, he didn't even go out of the neighborhood and had no idea what was going on outside. And this monster attack has made him deeply realize that the danger of this post-apocalyptic world is far beyond his imagination. He forced himself to endure the pain, packed his backpack, and walked out quickly. And just at this time, behind Lin Tian, the monster's fingers suddenly moved. It was a pity that Lin Tian didn't notice. It wasn't until he was out of the hospital that Lin Tian let out a long breath. He gasped and wiped a handful of the blue liquid from his face, only to feel a wave of nausea. Marred. It's a good thing I strengthened a wave before coming here, or else I could have really fallen in the gutter. Who would have thought that there would be monsters in a good post-apocalyptic world? Originally, Lin Tian felt that he was fully armed, coupled with a physical quality that was close to twice that of a normal person. Even if he encountered any special forces, he would not be afraid at all. But to his surprise, reality played a joke on him. Lin Tian started his snowmobile and drove back with the wind. As he hurried along, he reviewed the battle with the monster just now in his mind, thinking about the shortcomings in his battle. You could say it's all insufficient. One has empty strength right now and doesn't know what to do with it. Lin Tian was very dissatisfied with his performance just now. Thinking back to the fierce battle with the monster, he realized that he was too blind when he attacked, and his defensive movements were even more haphazard, just dodging by instinct, resulting in multiple injuries. It seems like we have to hone our combat skills. We can't just rely on physical fitness and weaponry. Lin Tian secretly made up his mind. He decided that when he returned to the garage, he would develop a systematic training program to improve his combat literacy. Not only do you need to practice your melee fighting skills, but you also need to improve the accuracy of your long-range weapon shooting, and you need to learn to anticipate enemy actions to preempt them or dodge them in time. Originally, Lin Tian felt that he was relying on the system and was enough to have a place in this post-apocalyptic world, but the monsters that appeared this time gave him a wake-up call. It was then that Lin Genius realized with a shock that he simply didn't know enough about this post-apocalyptic world. In his last life, he hadn't even left the neighborhood and had no idea what was going on outside. In this life, he had thought that with the advantages granted by the system, he would be able to easily deal with all kinds of situations. But the strange monster that came out of nowhere mercilessly shattered his illusions. He recalled the strange shape of the monster, its hardened shell, the strange light blue blood, and its unimaginable speed and attack power. This never-before-seen monster may just be the tip of the iceberg. Mud. Big deal. I'm hiding. Lin Tian thought of the Fortress of Doom that he had drawn earlier. The big deal was to find a ravine and meet up with his army of female Nu. After all, a fortress of tens of thousands of square feet has to be cleaned by someone, doesn't it? And just as he was thinking about the road ahead, a sudden wave of alertness surged through him as Lin Tian maneuvered his snowmobile with a divine dragon swing. Whoosh! It seemed like something had flown past Lin Tian. It was followed by a loud bang. Bang! It's gunshots. It just didn't sound like a pistol or an assault rifle. Asterisk 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 big sniper. Lin Tian had a jolt. Someone sniped him. Nima, is it so dangerous out there? Lin Tian's adrenaline surged as he drove his snowmobile in an irregular serpentine walk. This body armor of his may not be able to protect against sniper rifles. Bang! 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 A few more shots. However, he didn't know whether it was because of Lin Tian's flexible positioning or the other party's general marksmanship that they didn't hit him. Lin Tian maneuvered the snowmobile to continue weaving through the snow in a serpentine pattern while observing his surroundings with wide eyes. But there was a white landscape all around, with snow falling heavily, and no one was visible at all. Damn! Who the hell is it? Lin Tian cursed angrily in his heart. Being targeted by a sniper was no joke. Not daring to slack off, he continued to frantically twist the handlebars of the snowmobile, making its trajectory even more elusive. Finally, after crossing another intersection, the inexplicable alarm in his heart disappeared, and Lin Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Another inexplicable premonition. Lin Tian muttered. It was the same hunch that had brought the monster to his attention earlier at the plastic surgery hospital. You could say this premonition has saved him twice. Is this an added effect from the physique fruit? Or something else? Lin Tian frowned. But anyway, it's a very good boost. Chapter 68, The Great Harvest. Honey, you're back? When Xin Shihan saw that Lin Tian had returned, she hurriedly went forward and wrapped her arms around Lin Tian. She had already heard earlier in the underground garage that Lin Tian was suspected to have gone out. What's going on outside now? Chen Shihan asked with a nervous face. On the side, Yelin and Tang Wanru were equally very curious. Lin Tian sighed and told a few women about the situation outside. There was no need to hide it in the first place. And when they heard Lin Tian talk about that monster, the three women couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. How is it possible? Shen Shurhan's eyes widened with disbelief. Snow is understandable and an ice age is acceptable. But what the hell is a monster? What exactly is in your hospital? Yelin stared intently at Tang Wanru. In her opinion, Tang Wanru had worked in that hospital and might know something about the cause of the monster's appearance. Tang Wanru, on the other hand, was at a loss as she frowned slightly, trying to recall every bit of the hospital. I don't remember any special patients in the hospital or... Her voice carried a slight tremor, obviously frightened by the monster Lin Tian had spoken of. We're just a normal plastic surgery hospital there, not some underground clinic. I haven't heard of anything weird going on. Tang Wanru stared at the blue spots on Lin Tian's body again and said, Is this the blood of that monster? Lin Tian nodded and said, In a moment, Dr. Tang, you take it to the lab to see what the hell this is. Tang Wanru nodded woodenly. Blue blood? Blue-blooded people? Shen Shurhan held onto Lin Tian's hand tightly, as if this could put her at ease a little. What happened then? How did you get rid of that monster? She looked towards Lin Tian, her eyes filled with worry. Lin Tian patted Shen Shurhan's hand and comforted. It took a lot of trouble. That monster is really powerful, but I'm not a vegetarian. I fought with it fiercely for a while, and finally found the right opportunity to give it a fatal blow, and that's how I got rid of it. The three women's eyes lit up with a feeling of being honored. Shen Shurhan was even holding Lin Tian's hand tightly, her eyes filled with pride and honor. You're really something. If it were me, I'd probably have been caught by that monster a long time ago, and I'm sure I wouldn't be as brave and capable as you are. Yelin also chimed in. That's right, Lin Tian, your fighting prowess is too strong. You actually managed to single-handedly get rid of such a terrifying monster. Lin Tian smiled and continued, but when I came back, I encountered someone with a sniper rifle trying to snipe me again. The three women's faces instantly changed again. Why were there so many things going out for a trip? Outside was simply more dangerous than imagined. Tang Wanru's eyes widened in surprise. Snipers? Could it be trying to rob you? Lin Tian nodded, feeling that it was very possible. The guy who sniped him probably had his eye on his snowmobile. In this post-apocalyptic world, transportation is extremely difficult to get around, with bad weather and obstacles all over the place making ordinary transportation useless. And having a snowmobile means having a relatively easy way to get around, and being able to more efficiently go in search of food, supplies, and other survival necessities, and hopefully stay alive. Otherwise, even if the family has stocked up on food, there will be a day when it runs out. And then if you can't go out to get new supplies, you'll just have to sit back and wait for death. Shen Shurhan grabbed Lin Tian's arm tightly and said with a worried expression, So are you alright? Are there any injuries? Her gaze swept back and forth over Lin Tian's body, afraid of seeing any wounds. Lin Tian gently patted her hand and comforted. Don't worry, it's fine. Yelin frowned and said, This is too scary. What can we do when we go out in the future? Not only are there those strange monsters out there are also such people with bad intentions. It feels like there are dangers everywhere. Lin Tian nodded. In the future, don't go out if you can. It's too dangerous. After telling the three girls about the experience along the way, Lin Tian took out another bunch of prosthetics from his backpack. The size varies. Duong, Duong, Duong. The three women's small faces instantly turned red, especially Tang Wanru. She hadn't interacted deeply with Lin Tian yet, so naturally she was a bit embarrassed to see this. Dr. Tang, I didn't know what kind you needed, so I brought some of all of them. Do you think it's okay? Lin Tian looked at Tang Wanru, his eyes carrying an inquiry. Tang Wanru nodded. May. After saying that, she hastily put away all these prostheses. At this time, Shen Shurhan took out another cloth pocket and handed it to Lin Tian like a treasure. It's cash collected from the neighbors and jewelry. Lin Tian swept a glance and then recharged all of them into the system. A large pocket of items instantly disappeared into thin air. Shen Shurhan and Yelin were already not surprised, but Tang Wanru's eyes were wide with disbelief. This was all just too much for her. Tang Wanru opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but said nothing. She was a smart woman, knowing what to ask and what not to ask. Ding! Recharge successful. Account balance 1,327,366 yuan. There was another $500,000 in the account, which was similar to Lin Tian's previous estimation. He'd collected over $500,000 before, and now he had another $500,000, for a total of over $1 million, which was not far off from what he'd predicted before. Alright, you guys go and get busy. Lin Tian waved his hand and said. He was indeed a bit tired at this moment and wanted to have a quiet moment to organize his thoughts before planning his subsequent actions. Shen Shurhan and Yelin sniffed. Then each of them got busy. The one who cooked, and the one who washed clothes went to wash them. After all, Lin Tian had gone out for a day, and the clothes on his body were all dirty. Yelin squatted down and helped Lin Tian take off his shoes and socks. Her movements were skillful and natural, without the slightest hint of dislike, not to mention the fact that she was already used to it, or that she was so high and mighty in the garage before. Yelin had to serve Lin Tian well. Lin Tian looked at Tang Wanru again. Dr. Jean, I'll entrust you to deal with the medical barn for the night. By the way, keep an eye on that guy. Don't let him die. The surgery hadn't been completed yet. Lin Tian wouldn't let Gao Wu die that quickly. Oh, okay. Tang Wanru came back to her senses and hurriedly answered. After a few women left, Lin Genius lay comfortably on the big bed. There was just so much going on that day. First, he swept the building with an army of female Nu. Then he pacified the attack by Gawain's group. Then he took revenge on Gao. Then he went out to look for gold and prosthetics, encountered monster attacks, and was sniped. One thing, so many things really. Before, it was easy for 10 days or so, but it turned out that once he got busy it was a succession of situations that overwhelmed Lin Tian. Lin Tian exchanged a physique fruit and started taking it with a whimper. The moment the fruit entered his mouth, a warm current flowed through his body, slowly spreading to his limbs and bones. However, he didn't know whether it was because his body was now stronger or he had adapted to it, but Lin Tian always felt that the warmth didn't seem to be as strong as it was at the very beginning. After eating one, Lin Tian summoned the system panel, and his physique had come to 20 points, just about double that of a normal person. He continued to eat the second, then the third, but just as he was about to eat the third, the system suddenly sent a prompt. Chapter 69 Two Girls Evolve. Ding! Physique fruits can be taken up to 10 per day. More than 10 will have no effect. Dry. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Tian was dumbfounded. There's a ing limit? Besides, you've had 10 today? He did some careful math and ate 2 after sweeping the floor. Then 5 more before going out. 1 at the grocery store. And 2 more just now. No more. No less. Exactly 10. No wonder he just felt that the effect of the physique fruit didn't seem to be as fierce as it was at the very beginning. So it turned out that it was nearing its limit. Thinking about it, Lin Tian actually fell asleep. What he experienced this day was too thrilling and exhausting. His body and spirit had long reached their limits, and once he relaxed, drowsiness came in like a tidal wave, instantly drowning him. When he woke up again, he felt a warmth wrapped around him in a blur. Lin Tian opened his eyes and realized that it was the 2 women who were wiping their hands and feet. After a hard day's work, you do sweat a lot. Shen Shurhan took a warm wet towel and gently wiped Lin Tian's hands and body, while Yelin carefully wiped Lin Tian's legs and feet on the side. She was equally focused and serious. That usual somewhat reluctant look had long since disappeared, replaced by a look full of tenderness and consideration. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled up when he saw the 2 girls taking care of each other in such a thoughtful manner. Shen Shurhan was the first to notice that Lin Tian had woken up. She stopped the movement in her hands. Her eyes were full of concern and she said softly, "You're awake. How do you feel? Seeing that you slept so deeply and your body was sweating so much, I thought of wiping you off to make you feel more comfortable." Yelin also raised her head and followed. "Yes, this day has exhausted you. Take a good rest." Lin Tian moved his body slightly, feeling a bit more refreshed than when he first woke up, and replied with a smile, "Well, it feels much better." He said that he was about to sit up, but was stopped by Shen Shurhan. "You rest, I'll help you with what you need to get. Want some water?" Lin Tian, however, looked at the 2 women with a smile on his face. The 2 women instantly blushed scarlet when they heard Lin Tian's words, and then they couldn't help but puff and laugh out. This smile, in turn, instantly dissipated the little bit of a grumpy atmosphere just now. Seeing this, Lin Tian also laughed along with him, saying while laughing, all right, here's a good meal for you guys." Yelin licked her lips and whispered, "It's not still for us to eat, is it?" Lin Tian smiled mysteriously, then slowly took out a physique fruit that emitted a strange light from the system space. As soon as that fruit appeared, a faint fragrance filled the air, causing both women to not be able to help but lock their gazes onto it. "This is the physique fruit. It will be very beneficial to your bodies," Lin Tian said softly, then split the fruit into 2 and handed them to Shen Shurhan and Yelin respectively. The 2 women were first stunned, and then their eyes lit up, and their faces were filled with the color of joyful longing. Shen Shurhan was the first to receive the half-fruit, her hand trembling slightly, as if she couldn't believe that Lin Tian would take out something so precious to share with them. Yelin also hurriedly took it and held it tightly in her hands, her eyes filled with gratitude and love for Lin Tian. "Can we really eat it?" Shen Shurhan asked softly, a hint of excitement and anticipation in her voice. Of course, after eating it, your bodies will become stronger, and you will be able to protect yourselves better in this post-apocalyptic world. Lin Tian nodded in affirmation. He had considered giving the two girls the physique fruit before. After all, in addition to enhancing their physique, this fruit also had the effect of cleansing the muscles and marrow. The two women's skin is better and cheaper for him. Moreover, this encounter with the monster also gave Lin Tian a wake-up call. Who knows how many mysterious things there are in this post-apocalyptic world. Making the people around him stronger might even be a help to him in critical moments. But he wasn't rich right now, so he could only have half a pill each. Besides, the rewards, a little bit to come. Leader Rice Grace, Bucket Rice hatred of things, he did not want to happen around him. Shen Shurhan no longer hesitated and slowly brought half of the fruit into her mouth. The fruit melted in her mouth, and a wave of warmth instantly spread through her body. A blush spread across her face, and her body trembled slightly, as if every cell was rejoicing, absorbing the magical power of the fruit to its fullest. She softly chanted, feeling the unprecedented changes within her body, and her gratitude towards Lin Tian grew stronger in her heart. Yelin watched Shen Shurhan's reaction from the side and couldn't wait to eat her half of the fruit as well. In an instant, she was also surrounded by that warmth, and her body felt like it was infused with boundless vitality. Her eyes narrowed slightly, immersed in this marvelous feeling, her already delicate face adding a few more touches of moving luster at this moment. After a few moments, the two women slowly opened their eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Shen Shurhan was the first to speak. Lin Tian, this is simply amazing. I feel full of strength and my body has never been lighter. Yelin also nodded her head repeatedly from the sidelines and said in a wriggling manner, yes, Lin Tian, you're really too good to me. I don't even know how to repay you. Lin Tian went up and slapped him. Afraid. Yelin covered her face and was honest. Still don't know how to repay? I think you've even thought about what position you're going to be in. Shen Shurhan, on the other hand, snickered, letting you act, and then failing to act again. Subsequently, she also looked at Lin Tian with affection, and it seemed like there were 1,000 words in those big watery eyes. In the next room, Tang Wanru tried to cover her ears. 3 minutes passed. It's been 5 minutes. 10 minutes later, Tang Wanru gently shook her head, as if to shake those voices out of her head. 20 minutes in, Tang Wanru changed her position. She coiled her legs up and shrunk her entire body into a ball. 30 minutes, Tang Wanru is shocked. 40 minutes, Tang Wanru can't hold out. Chapter 70, Imperial Enjoyment. Ding, today's seconds. 1, 10, 000 sets of military-grade thermal underwear. 2, 10, 000 self-heating rations. Type 13. 3, 10, 000 sets of high-power generators. 4, 10, 000 boxes of emergency medical kits. Lin Tian thought about it. I'll take 3. First of all, clothes and food he does not lack. As for medicine, there are several pharmacies around the neighborhood. The big deal is to go out again. And electricity, indeed, was something he was currently in short supply of. In the whole neighborhood, except for the underground garage, he was the only room with electricity, and it was quite inconvenient to do anything. For example, last night, Tang Wanru had the audacity to knock on his room door. Shaking his head, Lin Tian got up from the messy bed and Shen Shurhan and Yelin grunted as if they were tired and hadn't slept enough. Lin Tian didn't care about these two women, and went to the living room to make himself a cup of tea. In a short while, a cup of steaming tea was brewed. Lin Tian picked up the teacup and gently blew on it before taking a sip, feeling the warm tea flowing down his throat as if it could dispel some of last night's residual fatigue. At this time, Tang Wanru also got up, wearing 2 large dark circles under her eyes, adding a few more points of haggardness to her originally delicate face. She glanced at Lin Tian grudgingly. This man had refused her invitation to fight yesterday. It was really hateful. Although she was a bit older than Lin Tian, there were advantages to being big, weren't there? However, Lin Tian had rejected her without hesitation, which had always caused her to hold a resentment in her heart. For Tang Wanru's resentment, Lin Tian pretended not to see it. Don't think that just because you're a woman, you can climb into his bed. What do you think he is? A stallion? Don't think that just because you're a woman, you feel like doing that kind of thing as if Lin Tian took advantage of something. To put yourself in your place, not just anyone can be attached to him. After a while, Shen Shurhan and Yelin also came out. Both of them were glowing. Shen Shurhan had her hair in a ponytail, looking spirited and cute, while Yelin had her hair down, adding a bit more of a lazy softness. They had faint smiles on their faces and bright eyes, contrasting with the listless Tang Wanru. As soon as Shen Shurhan came out, she saw Tang Wanru's dark circles under her eyes, and couldn't help but laugh and joked. Sister Wanru, you didn't sleep well last night? How come you're wearing such two big dark circles under your eyes? Did you have a nightmare? Yelin also followed and chimed in. Yes, Sister Wanru, look at how haggard you look. Tang Wanru glared at them in an unfavorable manner and said, it's still not because of certain people. Ha! The meaning of her words was naturally complaining about Lin Tian's refusal of her invitation to fight yesterday. When Lin Tian heard this, he just smiled helplessly and didn't answer. With that attitude, you really think you're somebody if you don't get knocked around a bit. The two women covered their mouths and laughed, not saying anything else. Yesterday Lin Tian's rejection of Tang Wanru made the two women's vanity even more greatly satisfied. It's not like any cat or dog can be a sister to us. Shin Shirhan and Yelin glanced at each other with a small touch of pride hidden in their eyes. Both women were glad that they had followed Lin Tian early on. Although there were some twists and turns at the beginning, the good thing was that it turned out to be good. The two women then began to prepare breakfast. Yesterday Lin Tian was so tired. Of course he had to make up for it. Before long, the aroma of breakfast filled the house. Shin Shirhan and Yelin came over to Lin Tian's side and took his arm left and right. My dear, don't mind Sister Wanru, come and eat breakfast. We have specially prepared delicious food for you today, Shin Shirhan said petulantly, her voice full of tenderness and pleasing. Yelin also hurriedly nodded her head and gently shook Lin Tian's arm. Yes, this is what we have carefully prepared for you. You must eat more. Oh. Lin Tian was flanked by the two women and came to the dining table, only to see that the table was filled with exquisite food. There were steaming hot omelets, golden and crispy fritters, and rice congee that emitted a tantalizing aroma. Yesterday, the two women had naturally obtained a large amount of food from the supermarket. Although it was not as good as Lin Tian's spike system, it was better because of the variety. Originally, they had prepared a sumptuous dinner last night, but unfortunately, Lin Tian fell asleep later. So this morning they were even more energized to put on a good show. Shin Shirhan picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of omelette, gently blowing on it before handing it to Lin Tian's mouth, her eyes full of anticipation. Darling, try this. Lin Tian opened his mouth slightly and ate the omelette, nodding his head with a smile. It tastes good. Seeing this, Yelin hurriedly picked up the rice porridge, scooped up a spoon, blew on the same, and said, then have another mouthful of porridge and eat it with an omelette. It's definitely more delicious. Lin Tian took a sip of congee. The warm rice porridge slid down his throat, making him feel extra cozy. Are you two serving me like an emperor? Lin Tian laughed and joked. Shin Shirhan pursed her lips and gently snuggled into Lin Tian's shoulder, saying, if you are the emperor, then I am the empress. Yelin also nodded her head as if pounding garlic. And I am noble consort Yi. Both women couldn't help but laugh after saying that. Tang Wanru watched this mushy scene from the side, envious and jealous at the same time, and couldn't help but say, you too, don't spoil him. Shen Shirhan, however, said in disbelief, Sister Wanru, Lin Tian has done so much for us, it's only right for us to take care of him. Yelin followed suit. That's right, are his woman. Of course we have to be nice to him. Saying that, he even glanced at Tang Wanru smugly. Certain people just couldn't eat grapes and said grapes were sour. Lin Tian looked at the two women in this state, then looked at Tang Wanru and said to her with a smile, Dr. Tang, don't stand around. Come over and eat together. Tang Wanru gave him a blank look and said, I'm not as excited as they are, so just enjoy your emperor treatment. Despite saying so, she slowly walked over and sat down at the table. Shen Shirhan and Yelin were still attentively serving Lin Tian, giving him food at one time and handing him tissues at another. Lin Tian was made to laugh and cry a little by the two women. He didn't expect the two women to have changed so much overnight, so he had to enjoy the kind service. As he ate, Lin Tian suddenly felt as if he almost had something. Honey, what's wrong? Shen Shirhan noticed Lin Tian's difference and her face was filled with concern. Yelin also looked over with a nervous face. Lin Tian smiled and looked at Tang Wanru. Dr. Tang, have you eaten yet? Tang Wanru nodded. It was just breakfast. Almost fine. She didn't know what Lin Tian meant when he asked her. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Since you're full, let's get on with the work. He pointed to the medical warehouse in the guest bedroom. And Tang Wanru understood that Lin Tian was asking her to continue to look after Gao Wu as well as perform some necessary treatment operations on him. Soon the room resounded with screams. Ah, Lin Tian, please spare me, please. Numbing, give me some numbing will you? Just a little, please. Listening to Gao Wu's screams, Shen Shirhan and Yelin only felt creeped out, but Lin Tian looked like he was enjoying himself. He looked at the two women and pointed to the breakfast on the table. Continue. Chapter 71, Fighting Techniques. Put these together. Lin Tian pointed at the wood stove and generator in front of him and said to Zhao Xiaolong and the others. Zhao Xiaolong hurriedly nodded his head and responded with a fawning face. Master Lin, just watch. A couple of large men began to give the wood stove and generator a whirl. This was another room that Lin Tian had opened, and he was going to use this room as a fighting room. After eating breakfast, Lin Tian dried 10 more physique fruits in a row, and his physique came to 31 points. At this moment, he could clearly feel the surging power surging within his body, as if every cell was full of vigor. However, he was empty of power and had absolutely no idea how to effectively utilize that power in a real battle. Yesterday when he encountered that monster, he only dealt with it by instinct. This can't go on like this. In case he runs into a formidable opponent or a large number of enemies someday, it will be difficult to win just by relying on brute strength. So he asked the neighborhood group if anyone knew martial arts, not realizing that there just happened to be an instructor who taught children sparring. Lin Tian thought to himself, although the teaching is children's sparring, but at least there is relevant experience. Follow a few hands, there is better than nothing. Then he had Zhao Xiaolong and the others clear out a room for practicing their fighting skills. In fact, in the system space, Lin Tian still had a magnificent fortress of doom that he hadn't been able to place. It wasn't that he didn't want to. The main reason was that it was a bit difficult to find a piece of open space in the city that was more than 100 meters in length and width. Then again Lin Tian wasn't sure if this fortress could be retrieved back into the system space once it was placed. If he couldn't move again once he was realistically placed, he would have to abandon the fortress if he tried to run in case of any emergency. So without finding the right opportunity or as a last resort, Lin Tian wasn't going to use that fortress yet. For the moment, at least, he felt that life was pretty good and that he was living it up. That fortress was used as his last card. In case of any emergencies, such as encountering that kind of extremely powerful mutant monster, he would simply find a large mountain off the beaten path to hide. Soon the wood stove and generator were installed and the house came up to temperature. Zhao Xiaolong came over and said curtly, Master Lin, this is all done. Do you see any more orders? Lin Tian glanced at him and said, go and invite that coach who teaches sparring to me. In addition, have someone guard the entrance. Don't let anyone else just come in and disturb. Zhao Xiaolong hurriedly responded. Yes, Master Lin, I'll get right on it. After saying that, he ran out in a huff to do his job. It wasn't long before Zhao Xiaolong hurried over with that sparring coach. Master Lin, I've invited the people for you, Zhao Xiaolong said respectfully, then retreated to the side. Lin Tian sized up the coach in front of him, a middle-aged man with an athletic body and tight muscles. But there was some trepidation at this point. This coach didn't know if he was right or wrong in this decision, but he had to come out and fight for a better life. In case he got along well with Lin Tian, he might be able to have an extra security in the future, and his family could follow him to live a relatively peaceful life. Lin, Mr. Lin, hello, my name is Chen Gang. The coach stumbled. Lin Tian nodded. Coach Chen, please, I have empty strength but not much fighting skills. I still need to learn from you. Chen Gang hurriedly waved his hand, barely squeezing out a smile on his face, but he still couldn't hide his nervousness in that smile. Mr. Lin, you're very kind. Don't worry, I will do my best to teach you. I was teaching children sparring before, but I'm still pretty solid in the basics and stuff, so I'm sure I can make a difference for you. Lin Tian could see Chen Gang's nervousness, so he smiled and said, Coach Chen, don't be nervous, I'm just a beginner. Just teach me the way you would normally teach a child. I don't have that much to say. Chen Gang's heart relaxed slightly after hearing Lin Tian's words. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Okay, Mr. Lin, then let's start with the most basic movements. This sparring, is about the use of hands and feet. The movement should be fast, accurate and ruthless, and the force should be from the soles of the feet all the way through to the peak of the fist or the toes. With that, Chen Gang first demonstrated a few basic sparring moves, such as straight punches, hooks, and side kicks, etc. The moves were clean and sharp, and each one carried full explosive power. Lin Tian watched attentively, his eyes unblinking as he tried to memorize the essentials of each movement. Mr. Lin, try the straight punch. Pay attention to the fact that the power should start from the legs, through the twisting of the waist, and then transfer it to the arms, so that you can strike with maximum power. Chen Gang instructed Lin Tian as he spoke. Lin Tian took a deep breath and punched out as Chen Gang had taught him. Only heard a whoosh sound. The wind of the fist whistled past, and the force actually made the air seem to tremble. Yes, Master Lin's punch almost shook the piss out of me. Master Lin is so handsome. Beside them, Zhao Xiaolong and the others desperately applauded and applauded. Lin Tian gently glanced at a few people, and a few people hurriedly closed their voices, not daring to disturb Lin Tian anymore. even holding their breaths, not daring to utter a single breath. After waiting for a while and seeing no current coming from the neck, a few people sighed softly in relief. It was true that 1,000 times a horse's ass would not be worn. Chen Gang was also surprised by the power of Lin Tian's punch, but he quickly came back to his senses and was filled with amazement. Mr. Lin, this physical quality of yours is also too amazing. This power. Ordinary people can't match it by a long shot. He was genuinely surprised. He had thought that Lin Tian had only relied on his weaponry to build up a certain amount of prestige, but he hadn't expected the physical quality to be so powerful. And just this punch alone had manifested a strength that far exceeded that of normal people. This made him unable to help but feel a little more awe and curiosity towards Lin Tian, wondering what kind of chance and coincidence Lin Tian had gone through to possess such a powerful force. Lin Tian just nodded lightly. I'm just slightly more powerful. My skills are far worse. Where? You're not only strong, but you also have a natural way of generating force. With a little training, you can definitely become an expert. Chen Gang praised while letting Lin Tian try a few other moves. Lin Tian did as he was told one by one. Each action was completed in a decent manner, and as he continued to practice, his movements became more and more skillful, and his agile hands made Chen Gang nod his head and praise him uncontrollably. Mr. Lin, this agility of yours is quite outstanding as well. Many professional athletes don't necessarily have reaction speeds like yours, Chen Gang sincerely exclaimed. Lin Tian smiled and didn't say anything else. In the following time, Chen Gang taught Lin Tian even more attentively, from the use of various combinations of moves, to the techniques of strain in actual combat. All of them were unreservedly passed on to Lin Tian. And at that moment, the underground garage. Since Lin Tian had opened the barn and released the grain yesterday, the neighbors had all obtained sufficient food again, and at this time, each one of them appeared to be full of energy, and gathered in groups to gossip. Hey, have you guys heard? It's rumored that Lin Tian encountered a monster when he went out yesterday. Chapter 72, Complicated Hearts. Vengeful Monster. Mysterious Cave. What? Monsters? Some people's eyes widened in surprise. Their voices were unconsciously raised a few points, and the originally relaxed atmosphere instantly became tense, as the gazes of the people around them all looked at the person who spoke in unison. I heard it from someone else, so I'm not too sure about the specifics. I only heard that the monster was especially scary. It was big, and it had an eerie aura all over it. The man who first spoke of it described it colorfully, gesturing the general appearance of the monster as he spoke, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This matter Lin Tian didn't think to hide it. It wasn't something of a chance treasure. There was no need to hide it. Of course he didn't intentionally proclaim it. It was just natural for the three women around him to spread the word when they found out. Seriously, how can there be monsters? Some people don't believe it. Snow is understandable. What the hell is a monster? In their past cognition, although the world has become difficult, but it is also a lack of resources, poor living conditions, but never really seen what monsters are, so at first glance, only think it is a fantasy. Is it possible that Lin Tian was afraid that we would run out and deliberately made it up to scare us? After eating and drinking, some people feel like they can do it again. After all, after spending a lot of time in a secure environment with food, that blind confidence in some people's hearts bubbles back up. I think nah. Maybe it's Lin Tian who wants to trap us all here so that we'll all listen to him. A big and thick man said in a jar, his face full of disbelief. That's right, there's no such thing as a monster. I think he's just scaring people. A young man next to him followed suit, and also disdainfully skimmed his mouth. However, there were also many people who looked worried. An older woman frowned and said, I don't think Lin Tian would say something like that for no reason. Maybe it's really dangerous out there. We'd better be careful. Yes, Auntie is right. Lin Tian was so nice to us before. He was finding us a place to live and giving us food. There's no reason for him to make up this kind of lies to cheat us. A young girl said softly. In her heart she still trusted Lin Tian. Auntie, don't be fooled by his appearances. In this world, people have different hearts. Who knows what he, Lin Tian, has in mind. Maybe one day he'll sell us out and pat himself on the back. The big man with a cross-faced face glared at Big Mother and said in a rough voice. Yeah, we can't just stupidly believe him. If he says there are monsters, right? I think it's just that he wants to monopolize the power and use us all as his pawns. Although the voices of discussion were not loud. After all, everyone was not stupid. No one dared to stand up and oppose Lin Tian in public, but it was hard to say what the people thought in their hearts. Many people listening to these words similarly began to mutter, and their trust in Lin Tian was shaken for a moment. Or perhaps these people had never trusted Lin Tian at all. The food was something they had exchanged with their own money. So what did it have to do with Lin Tian? I buy my own food. Who are you to say you're handing it out? And it's so expensive. It's actually 10 times what it was before the end of the day. It's just a crooked business. There are even many people who think that Lin Tian is just relying on a fine piece of equipment to show off in this post-apocalyptic world. And if he is really bare-handed and empty-fisted, who might be stronger and who might be weaker? Even, surprisingly, there are people who have gotten the wrong idea. The man took a can of snowflake beer, slammed it down a few times, and lowered his voice. Humph. I don't think this Lin Tian is anything great. Let's find a chance to snatch his outfit. Then this territory will be ours. And we'll be able to be the boss and make all those people obedient. A man wearing earrings next to him sneered. I'm afraid he's not easy to deal with. But we can observe and look for him to strike when he's alone. As long as the plan is well thought out, we can definitely succeed. Big deal with stealing. I don't believe he sleeps with that gear on. Since Lin Tian could rely on a piece of equipment to overpower the crowd, why couldn't they? At this moment, Lin Tian's fine equipment seemed to have become the existence of the leaning sword and dragon slayer in the eyes of the crowd. As if whoever got it would be able to command the world, and no one would dare to disobey. And just as some people were dreaming, in the vast snow, a monster that looked like a man, not a man, and a beast, not a beast, was approaching silently. If Lin Tian was here he would definitely recognize it. Wasn't this the same one he had killed in the plastic surgery hospital? Just, how did it come back to life? And what was even more unexpected was that the wounds on this monster's body had completely healed. And the parts that had originally been heavily injured by Lin Tian couldn't see the slightest trace of having been injured at the moment. The creature was walking and sticking its neck out as if it was sniffing something. Near Jinghai City, a certain unknown mountain. The interior of the mountain has been completely hollowed out, and inside the cave, you can still see some traditional Chinese characters' slogans that have lost their paint, as if they came from the 1960s and 1970s. Those slogans with a strong imprint of the times, although already mottled and faded, but still let a person vaguely feel the year's blood and passion. Only now the atmosphere in this cave was very different from that former warmth. Inside a cave somewhere, a noblewoman was holding a chihuahua, sitting on a rather comfortable couch, gently stroking the dog's fur while grumbling with displeasure. Egu, how can you still let people out? Really Allah. A man was sitting in a chair not far away, crossing his legs and holding a cigar in his hand. When he heard the woman's complaint, he frowned slightly and said slowly, Egu, I take you to say that you do not want to complain again. Listen to say that the snow has not stopped. You now have to eat. Have to wear quite good Allah. When the woman heard, it was even more angry, raised the volume and said, the snow has not stopped? It's been more than 10 days. How many people have to die outside? The man waved his hand impatiently, the ashes of the cigarette rustling down. He glanced at the woman, speaking, you do not want to worry about other people's family matters. The woman is not relentless, holding the chihuahua in place pacing back and forth. Mouth still chanting, humph, I just feel stuffy. All day long in addition to eating is sleepy. Almost do not take people to suffocate out of the disease. The man took another puff of his cigar and spoke slowly. The top told me that it would be good to go out when the snow stops coming off. The woman frowned and said, who knows how much longer it will take. It's only ghost weather. Not only this cave, but all the other caves were much the same. No air for 10 days, almost suffocating people. Here are a number of other familiar names, such as celebrity singers and actors. And in the middle of the big mountain, there was a huge cave, and at this time the cave was filled with various display instruments. Several staff members in white coats, their foreheads covered with beads of sweat, stared nervously at the instrument's screen. Report leader, the energy continues to rise and is now. Chapter 73, Little Old Sister. In the fighting room, Lin Tian took the towel Shin Shirhan handed over and wiped his sweat, ending the day's training. Chen Gang looked at Lin Tian in awe and couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Lin, I've taught quite a few students, but those with physical qualities like yours are simply rare. To be honest, in the beginning, Chen Gang just treated this as an ordinary teaching assignment, but nowadays, he was in awe of Lin Tian from the bottom of his heart. Lin Tian's strength, speed, and agility, every single one of them far exceeded that of normal people, and this was never something that could be easily attained through mere acquired training. Others might have thought that Lin Tian had only gotten to where he was now by virtue of his weaponry, but only Chen Gang knew just how perverted Lin Tian really was. He clearly remembered that during the training process, Lin Tian's comprehension and execution of some difficult maneuvers was almost instantaneous. That kind of body coordination and explosive power was like an ancient beast that had been awakened. Moreover, Lin Tian's physical recovery speed was amazingly fast under the continuous high-intensity training. While ordinary people would have long been paralyzed with exhaustion, he was only slightly short of breath, and could continue to put in training after a little rest, as if he had endless energy. As Chen Gang spoke, He secretly speculated in his heart about what kind of experiences or strange encounters Lin Tian had had to create such amazing physical qualities. When Zhao Xiaolong and the others beside him heard Chen Gang's words, they similarly surrounded him and flattered him with flattering faces. That's true. Who is Master Lin? That's a natural-born strongman. Our Master Lin's power is not comparable to ordinary people, Zhao Xiaolong said with a smile on his face. That's right. Master Lin's physical fitness. That's 1 in a million. Follow Master Lin and we'll just wait to eat and drink. Zhao Xiaohu also hurriedly chimed in. Lin Tian frowned slightly. You want to eat and drink spicy food. It's good that you didn't you. Afterwards, he turned around and took out 2 packs of single rations from the backpack on the side and handed them to Chen Gang. Coach Chen, it's been hard on you today. Consider these 2 packs of rations as payment. When Coach Chen Gang saw the single soldier rations, his eyes instantly lit up, while he also gulped. In this post-apocalyptic world, food is the most precious thing, bar none. He excitedly took the rations and said, Mr. Lin, how can this be a pleasure? It's my honor to teach you, and you're still so polite. Chen Gang's hands were trembling slightly. These 2 packs of rations were not just food for him, they were a rare guarantee. Zhao Xiaolong and the others watched as the coach got rations, their eyes filled with envy, but they don't dare to hope. It's good to be alive. The electric shock that is worse than death. Only those who have experienced it understand. Lin Tian glanced at them and said, All right, all disperse. Yes, Master Lin. Zhao Xiaolong and the others hurriedly answered. Then dispersed. At this time, Xin Shihan and Yelin wrapped their arms around Lin Tian's arms on the left and right and began to offer various emotional values. Honey, you're getting good at this. Xin Shihan tilted her head, her eyes full of adoration and love, and with a hint of petulance. I think you're like a superhero. Surely you can protect us. Yelin wasn't willing to show weakness either, gently shaking Lin Tian's arm, saying, That's right, Lin Tian, you're progressing simply too fast. I knew you were the best. Xin Shihan continued. By the way, dear, you must be tired after training for so long. I've prepared hot water for you. Go take a bath and relax. Yelin also nodded her head in a hurry. Aha, after the bath we'll give you another massage to make you comfortable. Thus, Lin Tian enjoyed another imperial service. From the bathroom out, the 2 women began to give Lin Tian a massage again. This is not just the 2 women want to please. The coach is equally accounted for. After a lot of exercise, it's best to give your body a bit of a detox. The 2 women let Lin Tian lie down on the bed. Shen Shihan poured out some warm essential oil in her palm, gently rubbed it together and then began to slowly spread it on Lin Tian's back, starting at the shoulders, along the sides of the spine, slowly pressing downward, kneading with moderate intensity, soothing a little of those muscles that had been tightened by training. Yelin wasn't idle either. She sat at Lin Tian's feet, gently lifted his feet and used her thumbs to carefully press on the acupoints on the soles of his feet. Under the elaborate massage of the 2 women, Lin Tian felt the exhaustion of his body gradually dissipate, as if every cell was cheering. In fact, there was absolutely no need to go through so much trouble. Just the matter of 1 physique fruit. By taking 1 physique fruit, one could likewise drive away all the fatigue in the body and restore it to its best state. But Lin Tian has already taken 10 fruits today. And, what's wrong with me enjoying myself? After enjoying himself, Lin Tian came next door refreshed. Gao Wu was lying on the operating table, grunting in pain and with a lifeless look on his face. He felt as if he had gotten heavier on his chest, and underneath, empty, a feeling that made him very uncomfortable. Lin Tian walked up and looked at Gao Wu's appearance. He couldn't help but tease. Gao Wu, your look is quite chic. What? Still not adapting to your new body? Gao Wu glanced resentfully at Lin Tian. In your place, would you be able to adapt? Lin Tian, however, raised his eyebrows. You've got quite a temper. Little girl. Zra. Ah. Gao Wu's miserable scream resounded throughout the room. I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Please spare me. Don't. Gao Wu's face was filled with pain. Sweat kept coming out of his forehead, and his body kept twitching. After 10 seconds or so, Lin Tian stopped the punishment and said faintly, At first it will be a bit uncomfortable. After a while it will be fine. Just think of it as practicing a unique gongfu. It's bitter before it's sweet. Remember? He stared at Gao Wu. Remember. Gao Wu panted heavily, but he was much more honest this time, not daring to show even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Tang Wanru watched from the sidelines, only to feel a chill run straight up from the soles of her feet. How could she not have imagined that Lin Tian would be so ruthless? Gao Wu was like this, but Lin Tian still wouldn't let him go. What kind of hatred and what kind of grudge was there between the two? Lin Tian turned his head to look at Tang Wanru and said, Dr. Tang, how long will this surgery take? Tang Wanru thought for a moment and said, "It will take a few more days. Now that the two main parts have been completed, what's left is the plastic surgery on the face. And the vocal cords. Oh yeah, and you said you were going to take out 2 ribs." Gao Wu couldn't help but tremble when he heard Tang Wanru's words. His face was filled with death. He couldn't wait to die headfirst right now, but he was bound to the operating table. He couldn't move at all. Lin Tian was greatly satisfied when he saw Gao Wu's expression. The more Gao Wu suffered, the more satisfied he was. "What do you mean? Life is worse than death? This is just the beginning." Lin Tian coldly looked at Gao Wu. "Waiting for you to come off the operating table. Little old girl." Chapter 74 Fruit of Skill. Ding! Today's seconds. 1. 10,000 bags of highly effective snow-melting agent. 2. 10,000 barrels of pure drinking water. 3. 1 helicopter gunship. 10,000 barrels of fuel oil. 4. 1 A-class skill fruit. 4. I'll take 4. What the hell is there to hesitate about? Just close your eyes and choose. Ding! The spike was successful. Instantly, a fruit that looked even more mysterious than the physique fruit appeared in the system space. This fruit was surrounded by a faint halo of light, and its epidermis showed a deep purple-black color, vaguely with strange patterns flowing on it, as if it were ancient and mysterious runes. Looks awesome. Lin Tian then hurriedly clicked on the mall page again and found the redemption list. Grade S skill fruit, 10 million yen per fruit. I'm Nima. Lin Tian was stunned. This skill fruit was selling for as much as $10 million. A whole $10 million. That's enough to redeem 100 body fruits. But in a flash, Lin Tian felt that it was gray and reasonable. It's a ING skill. 100 physique fruits were actually just raising the physical quality to 10 times that of a normal person. For example, if a normal person has 50 kilograms of force in one punch, 10 times that would be 500 kilograms. And while that sounds scary, it seems to be just that. But skills are different. This if you get a skill of some water-breathing, fire-breathing skill, then it will not take off? The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more excited he became. And in his mind, he had already begun to fantasize about all sorts of scenarios after possessing magical skills. If he could obtain an instantaneous movement skill, then in this post-apocalyptic world, whether it was to avoid danger or quickly reach a certain place, it would be as easy as pie. By then, those who wanted to turn against him would have disappeared without a trace before they could react, and would only be able to stare from where they were, or get a skill to manipulate lightning. That could be even more awesome. Just by gently lifting his hand, a dazzling thunderbolt could split out from his fingertips, instantly electrocuting his enemy to the point of being scorched on the outside and directly reduced to ashes, which was too much to think about. Lin Tian rubbed his hands together as he thought. His eyes filled with anticipation as he once again looked towards the A-rank skill fruit in the system space that was emitting a mysterious halo. In fact, ever since he had encountered that monster the day before yesterday, Lin Tian had been a little uneasy in his heart. He didn't know where this uneasiness came from. The monster's appearance was just too bizarre, incredibly fast and powerful beyond imagination, and it seemed to possess some elusive special abilities. Although he barely managed to cope with it by virtue of his superior physical quality and some equipment, the process was very thrilling, and several times he was almost hurt by the monster. That's why he purposely sought out a trainer yesterday to practice some martial arts techniques, in the hope of being able to have an additional ability to defend himself in the face of unknown dangers. And now the appearance of this A-rank skill fruit had undoubtedly given him new hope. Lin Tian took a deep breath and tried to calm down his excitement a bit before taking out this mysterious fruit from the system space. As soon as that fruit was out of the system space, it emitted an even more intense halo of light, and on its purple-black skin, the strange lines seemed to be pulsing slightly. Lin Tian no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and slowly sent that a great skill fruit into his mouth. As soon as the fruit entered his mouth, it turned into a cool juice that flowed down his throat. The flavor was a bit peculiar. It was impossible to say whether it was sweet or bitter, but Lin Tian didn't have time to care about that. He only focused on feeling the changes that were about to take place within his body. In an instant, a powerful energy surged up from the abdomen, rapidly spreading out to the limbs and bones like a raging tide. Lin Tian only felt that the meridians in his entire body felt as if they were struck by electric current, tingling and distended. He couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt, but he still managed to hold himself back and stabilize his body. And a strong stinging and burning sensation came from his eyes, as if there were flames burning inside the eye sockets, and as if there were countless needles stabbing violently at the eyeballs. Lin Tian closed his eyes tightly as tears came out of his eyes uncontrollably, and he covered his eyes tightly with both hands in an attempt to alleviate the heartbreaking pain. In the midst of this excruciating pain, however, a large amount of strange light and information began to pour into his mind, like a picture flashing by at high speed. blurry yet seeming to contain some kind of deep meaning. Gradually, the intense energy fluctuations began to subside, and the pain receded like a tidal wave. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that the world in front of him was brand new. Everything that had seemed ordinary became extraordinarily clear and vivid at the moment. At this moment, he could clearly see the tiny dust floating in the air, the extremely tiny cracks in the walls, and even the texture on the wings of a small insect in the distance. This is. Lin Tian felt that the world in front of him seemed to have been pressed with the HD zoom plus slow play button, and all the subtleties were hidden from view. This unprecedented visual experience both shocked and excited him. He then hastily summoned the system panel. Host, Lin Tian. Body mass, 31. Skill, dynamic vision, A. Mall, click to view. Dynamic vision. Surprisingly, this is the skill. Lin Tian was surprised and delighted. He knew what it meant to have such a special skill in the midst of this alternative-oriented post-apocalyptic world, whether it's detecting danger in advance when exploring an unknown area, or accurately predicting the trajectory of an enemy's attack during a battle. Dynamic vision will play an immeasurable role. Class A. Lin Tian muttered. And that's just an A rank skill. So is there going to be an S rank later? An SS rank? Thinking of some of the novels he had once read, Lin Tian's mind couldn't help but have such a doubt emerge. If there really were higher level skill fruits, wouldn't the skills granted be even more unbelievable? The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more excited he became. But he also understood that he couldn't be overly ambitious. The most important thing to do now is to master and utilize these A-level dynamic vision skills first. After casually eating 2 bites of the breakfast that the 2 women had prepared for him, Lin Tian couldn't wait to call Chen Gang to the fighting room, wanting to test how much of a boost dynamic vision could give him in a real combat confrontation. When Chen Gang received Lin Tian's summons, he didn't dare to slack off and quickly came to the fighting room. As soon as he entered the fighting room, Chen Gang sensed the leaping aura of Lin Tian. Lin, Mr. Lin, good morning, Chen Gang greeted somewhat nervously. Good morning Coach Chen. Let's spar and see before we learn today. Lin Tian's gaze was filled with anticipation. Chen Gang froze and his face became a bit ugly. Practice? Sparring with you? With your perverted physical fitness and strength? You're afraid you'll kill me with one punch? Lin Tian also saw Chen Gang's concern and said with a smile, Coach Chen doesn't need to worry. I won't attack. You just attack me. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Chen Gang let out a soft sigh of relief. Then, Mr. Lin, I'm offended. Chapter 75, Perverted Skills. Chen Gang didn't make any pretense, and said that he slowly set up his stance. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then violently took an arrow step and rushed towards Lin Tian. His right fist wrapped in the sound of wind and smashed towards Lin Tian's shoulder. With this punch, Chen Gang used 8 points of force. He wanted to try his best to show his strength, but he also didn't dare to be too reckless for fear of really angering Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood in place, his eyes calm and focused. The moment Chen Gang threw a punch, he turned on his dynamic vision. In an instant, Chen Gang's movements seemed to be slowed down several times in his eyes. He clearly saw Chen Gang's fist approaching a little, the veins on his fist bulging out, the texture of his arm muscles twisting slightly as the force was transmitted. However, most importantly, it was as if Lin Tian saw where this punch would eventually land. Prejudgment. This was the most perverse part of dynamic vision, being able to accurately determine the final location of an enemy's attack the moment it struck, so as to take countermeasures in advance. And if it was an ordinary person, they might not be able to easily dodge the punch even if they had enough forethought about it. After all, human reaction speed is limited, and many times even if you know the direction of the attack, your body is too late to make the appropriate movements. But, Lin Tian slightly sidestepped and easily avoided the strike. Kidding aside, with 31 points of physical fitness, agility is not something to sneeze at. Chen Gang was secretly surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that his punch, which he had put his best foot forward and which he thought was quite powerful, would just be easily dodged by Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the surprised expression on Chen Gang's face, smiled slightly and said, Coach Chen, don't stop, continue. Chen Gang came back to his senses and gritted his teeth, thinking that he couldn't be so easily looked down upon by Lin Tian. If Lin Tian felt that he was nothing more than that and stopped looking for him to practice in the future, that would be a disaster. So he quickly adjusted his state, followed by another left hook towards Lin Tian's abdomen. Lin Tian remained unperturbed. This time, not only did he see the trajectory and landing point of Chen Gang's fist, he also noticed the slight shift in Chen Gang's body center of gravity, as well as the subtle adjustments in his footsteps when he threw a punch. Breaking the bloom. This is another extremely powerful manifestation of the role of dynamic sight. Being able to gain insight into the loopholes that are inadvertently revealed during the entire course of an enemy's movements at the moment of their attack. Lin Tian's feet were like the wind. gently sliding back a step, so Chen Gang's left hook punch fell short again. Chen Gang felt more and more incredulous that he had landed these 2 consecutive punches. Don't look at him as just a sparring coach who teaches little kids, but at least he's at the professional level and has won many provincial and municipal tournament awards. As for Lin Tian, he was nothing more than a novice who had just learned the basics of sparring for a day, but he had dodged his continuous attacks so easily, which had caused Chen Gang's pride to suffer a considerable blow. He couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined in his heart, secretly blaming himself for whether he was too careless just now and didn't use his full strength. But he was also clear that those 2 punches just now had indeed used 7 or 8% of their force. It was just that Lin Tian's performance was just too amazing. Chen Gang took a deep breath and decided not to hold back any longer, to use his full strength. His eyes became sharper, and his entire aura changed abruptly, as if he was a cheetah about to pounce on its prey, only to see that he first made a false move, feigning a punch to attack Lin Tian's head, but in reality, he changed his stance in an instant. A low sweeping leg swept swiftly towards Lin Tian's lower disc. This leg sweep was extremely fast and powerful, bringing up a whistling sound of wind, and the dust on the ground was swept up. Lin Tian instantly captured Chen Gang's intentions. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and without panic, he gently leapt up, his body making a beautiful spin in the air, not only dodging Chen Gang's sweeping leg, but also adjusting his posture in the air in the process, preparing for Chen Gang's possible next attack. Chen Gang's leg sweep once again fell short, his eyes wide with disbelief. At this time, he was already a bit out of breath. The continuous high-intensity attacks without a single hit on the target made his stamina depleted very quickly. At the same time, his heart was getting more and more panicked. Lin Tian steadily landed on the ground, looked at the somewhat wretched Chen Gang, and said, "Coach Chen, your moves are very varied, but you still need to be faster and more ruthless." Oh, Chen Gang's heart was depressed again when he heard Lin Tian's words. He knew that Lin Tian wasn't being sarcastic, but at the moment, he only felt that he was like a fledgling rookie in front of Lin Tian, completely powerless to fight back. It was as if Lin Tian was the coach and he was the student. Chen Gang gritted his teeth and decided to throw his weight around. He roared and rushed towards Lin Tian like a madman. This time he performed his own streak of stunts. His fists rained down towards all parts of Lin Tian's upper body, and his legs worked together as well. For a while, the fighting room was crisscrossed with fist winds and leg shadows. However, Lin Tian remained calm and collected. With the added power of dynamic vision, it was as if he had entered a world of slow motion. Chen Gang's transmission of power with every punch, the change in angle of every kick, and even the subtle fluctuation of expression on his face were all captured in Lin Tian's eyes. Lin Tian easily dodged from side to side while still being distracted to observe the rhythm of Chen Gang's attacks and even learn from them. It was found that Chen Gang had a few moves that were very skillfully articulated when he was connecting his moves. Thus, he silently memorized in his mind the main points of these moves and the way they were delivered, while continuing to respond to Chen Gang's attacking frenzy with a dexterous stance. After about 10 minutes or so, Chen Gang stopped his attack and propped his hands on his knees, panting heavily. "Lin, Mr. Lin, this is too perverted for you." Chen Gang was convinced, thoroughly convinced. Yesterday, he was clearly still a rookie, but today, he suddenly became a zongsher. Who can stand this? Besides, he's not accomplishing anything at all. If it was after he had taught Lin Tian for a while, and Lin Tian became as powerful as he was now, he would probably have a feeling that the blue was better than the blue, and his heart would be filled with pride and gratification. But now, he had attacked with all his might without any reservation, yet he couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Tian's coat, which made him feel incredibly frustrated. Lin Tian smiled. He also didn't expect dynamic vision to be so perverted. Prejudging, breaking, and even learning. Coach Chen has worked hard, so let's call it a day. Saying that, Lin Tian took out 2 more packs of single soldier rations and handed them to Chen Gang. Chen Gang suddenly had the feeling of receiving a reward without merit. He had failed to pose the slightest threat to Lin Tian with his own all-out attack, yet he was still accepting the rations given by Lin Tian, which caused a blush to rise on his face, making him quite embarrassed. But at the same time, there is a feeling that his job, as if not long, and after Lin Tian examined the skills he had just acquired, he felt that he could do it again. He was ready to go out again. The system account balance was now left with less than 500,000, and he couldn't even redeem the 10 physique fruits for today's portion. After dressing up, Lin Tian went to the simple dock and prepared to go out again. Chapter 76, Out Again. Buzz, buzz, buzz dash. Lin Tian drove his snowmobile and winded his way through the silver-white world. Not to mention, this feeling of wading through a frozen steel jungle with abandon is quite enjoyable. He could feel the biting cold wind slashing across his cheeks like a knife. Yet there was a different kind of free flow, as if he was the only being who could roam freely in the icy sky and snow of this post-apocalyptic world. Through the goggles, with the help of the recently acquired dynamic vision skill, everything around him was clearly visible. Suddenly, Lin Tian made a divine dragon swing. The rear wheel of the snowmobile drew a beautiful arc on the snow. The body instantly changed direction, bringing up a large area of snow mist. Whoosh! It was as if something had flown past. With his dynamic vision, Lin Tian instantly saw that it was a bullet. Immediately after, bang! It was a gunshot. Lin Tian looked in the direction where the bullets were flying from. Then the corner of his mouth slowly curled up. Found you! He was almost sniped last time. How could he forget? On that occasion, he was traveling through this icy landscape, defenseless, when a bullet whistled past him, nearly killing him. It was just that the snow was so white that he couldn't see where the bullets were coming from. And now, with dynamic vision, everything is different. Following the direction the bullets flew from, Lin Tian's gaze was like electricity, instantly locking onto a room a few hundred meters away. He even saw another spark erupt from the muzzle. Lin Tian once again turned on his serpentine walk and quickly ran towards the building where the sniper was hidden. The snowmobile weaved from side to side across the snow, each twist and turn just right, making the flying bullets pounce again and again. With his dynamic vision, Lin Tian could clearly see the trajectory of the bullet's flight, thus making precise evasive maneuvers in advance. There was an icy killing intent in his eyes. All the damn end of the world. I still do not fast and furious. Then the end of the world is not in vain? In these crazy post-apocalyptic times, mercy is the greatest luxury. And the only way to truly gain a foothold is to fight violence with violence. Soon, Lin Tian arrived underneath that building, and he directly broke the window from the second floor. In the living room, there were two bodies embracing each other. Long gone. Lin Tian just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to it, then quickly ran towards the floor where the sniper was. When he climbed to the target floor, he didn't rush to kick in the door. Who knows if the other guy is waiting for him with a gun. Even if his dynamic vision was great, Lin Tian didn't have the confidence to dodge bullets at such a close distance. Therefore, Lin Tian was prepared to give his opponent a descending blow. He pulled out a tactical grenade, pulled off the safety pin, and threw it directly toward the door of the room. Boom! The door to the room was instantly blown to smithereens. Immediately after that, before the smoke cleared, Lin Tian quickly threw in another grenade. This time, the grenade exploded in the room with an even more deafening boom, and the entire room was covered in fire and smoke. That sniper was originally hiding in a corner, ready to wait for Lin Tian to come in to give a fatal blow. But he didn't expect Lin Tian to be so decisive and ruthless, directly greeting him with a grenade. It's simply not martial. He was shocked by the airwave of the explosion, and the sniper rifle in his hand fell to the ground. His entire body collapsed in a pool of blood. With only a faint breath left, Lin Tian kicked open the rickety doorframe that had been blown up and strutted into the house. At this time, he realized that in addition to the dying sniper in the house, there was a woman, and thought that it should be the sniper's wife. When that woman saw Lin Tian come in, her face was filled with panic and she fell to her knees with a thud, crying and begging for mercy. Please, let us go. We had no choice. We just wanted to survive before we took a shot at you. The sniper also raised his head with difficulty, his eyes full of pleading. Brothers, spare me. I'm wrong. I'll never dare again. Lin Tian stood there, his expression as cold as this icy sky. You don't know it's wrong. You just know it's scary. After saying that, he pulled out his pistol and aimed it at the two people on the ground. Bang, bang. Two gunshots echoed through the silent room. The couple, wide-eyed and with a look of shock and despair still lingering on their faces, slowly collapsed. Lin Tian put away the pistol, while picking up the sniper rifle on the ground, and found a few dozen more rounds of ammunition in the room, before turning around and walking out of the room. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Since the other party wasn't thinking of torturing him and only wanted his life, he wouldn't torture the other party for no reason. He's not a pervert. As for whether or not there were still living people in this building, Lin Tian didn't know and didn't want to know. Lin Tian drove his snowmobile and sped towards Wanda Plaza, another well-known shopping mall in the surrounding area. When he arrived at the Wanda Plaza, the sight before him made him faintly stare. The doors of the mall were tightly closed, but through the glass one could see a fire flickering faintly inside. Lin Tian's heart tightened. He didn't expect there to be anyone here, but come to think of it, Wanda Plaza is usually built near residential areas, and in desperate situations, there are always people who will burst out with a strong desire to survive, thus gathering here to seek shelter and resources. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Tian still decided to go in and take a look. Again, the window was broken and a warmth mixed with a slight burnt odor hit the room. What came into view was the blazing fire in the center of the hall, surrounded by a number of people sitting around it. their faces all weary and wary. The men were roasting a fire, burning clothes from the mall, and appeared to be trying to keep warm in this cold post-apocalyptic world. Lin Tian's appearance instantly caught the attention of the crowd. There was a burly, cross-faced guy who seemed to be the head of the place, and he looked Lin Tian up and down with a contemptuous look. Beside him, a few of his juniors followed suit and laughed, with one of them, a sharp-tongued one, scoffing, "Yo, where's this kid from? Still carrying a toy gun, trying to scare who? If it is a pistol, a few of them may still be afraid, but this sniper rifle, submachine gun, this is not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can someone have this kind of thing?" Lin Tian frowned. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people. Without saying a word, he quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist. Bang! With a sound, the bullet grazed the sharp-tongued little brother's feet and flew past, splashing a spark on the ground. This sudden gunshot caused the entire hall to instantly fall silent, and the faces of the people who had just been laughing and cooing instantly turned white. The few little brothers are even more scared, legs soft, flop a sound, have fallen to their knees. How could they not expect that Lin Tian would actually dare to shoot? And this shooting skill was obviously not a joke? The so-called head also froze, and the contempt on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by shock and panic. He said in a trembling voice, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Impulse is the devil." Chapter 77, Bank Robbery. Seeing that these people were shocked by himself, Lin Tian did not make things too difficult for them. Ever since Gao Mo was captured by him, the hostility in his heart had dissipated a lot. Not sanctimonious, but not abusive either. There's no need to the other guy over just because of an offense. Coldly glancing at these people couldn't help but shiver. And at that moment, when they looked at Lin Tian again, they realized that the other party was like a snowy war god. The icy cold eyes seemed to penetrate their souls, causing a deep fear to well up in them from the bottom of their hearts. The sharp-tongued little brother in the crowd was filled with regret. His legs were still trembling slightly. His forehead was full of cold sweat, and his eyes didn't dare to meet Lin Tian's eyes at all. He could only sneakily glance at him with his afterglow, and then hurriedly lowered his head, fearing that he would once again offend this fatal star. Lin Tian no longer paid attention to these people and walked straight towards the jewelry section of the mall. Stepping into the jewelry area, Lin Tian could tell at a glance that it had already been mostly raided. The display cases that were once filled with fine jewelry now look empty, and the glass still bears some traces of violent damage. Lin Tian was a bit depressed, picking up the leftovers from other people's food again. He was now itching to rush back with his submachine gun and make those people hand over the gold. But after thinking about it, I still think it's a bit too rough. What's the difference between this and a robbery? No longer thinking about these has-beens, Lin Tian began to scavenge the rest of the gold, worthy of being Wanda Plaza. Lin Tian sighed in his heart as he picked up the gold necklace that had fallen on the ground. That's more than one level higher in gold content than Yonghui Supermarket. There are many brand counters in the plaza, and in no time, he picked up more than $1 million in gold. It wasn't until all the gold had been recharged into the system that Lin Tian stood up from the jewelry area and moved his somewhat sore body. He glanced at the system balance. $2, 875, 396, nearly 3 million. Lin Tian murmured softly, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising in an arc. If all of them were converted into physique fruits, it would almost raise their physical quality to 50 points. Coupled with dynamic vision, Lin Tian suddenly felt as if he was a bit strong and scary. Suddenly, Lin Tian's gaze froze. Puff. He saw a bank in the corner of the first floor and couldn't help but rise with a bold idea. Rob a bank. Lin Tian felt excited just thinking about it. Before the end of the world, he had no shortage of fantasies about robbing banks, hijacking airplanes, blowing up schools, or whatever. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about robbing a bank after the end of the world. It was just that banks were usually located on the first floor of a storefront and had long since been covered in snow. And this bank, located in the mall, was just the thing to satisfy his bad taste. Lin Tian quickly arrived at the entrance of the bank. He first vigilantly observed the surroundings. After making sure there were no hidden dangers, he removed his submachine gun from his back, checked the magazine, and then fired a burst of shots at the bank's roll-up door. Ta-da-da-da. The bullets hit the roll-up door with a shower of sparks, and the lock was quickly broken. Lin Tian went forward, grabbed the edge of the rolling door with both hands, and pulled it upward with force, and the rolling door slowly rose up with an ear-splitting friction sound. He stepped into the bank cautiously, catatonic and armed with a submachine gun. There are neither living nor dead people in the bank. Lin Tian then took a swipe at the door leading inside the bank. However, to his surprise, this big iron door was exceptionally sturdy. The bullet hit on it only left some shallow bullet marks, and was not shattered as he expected. Lin Tian frowned. It seemed that the doors of this bank were stronger than expected. He unhooked a grenade from his belt, removed the safety pin, and then threw the grenade with precision into the gap between the large iron door and the ground. Boom! After the loud bang, the big iron door actually didn't move at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Tian was stunned. Surprisingly, not even a grenade can shake the doors of this bank. He then pulled out another grenade, but this time threw it at the bulletproof glass. The grenade fell with precision into the groove of the deal below the bulletproof glass. Another boom. The powerful impact shattered the bulletproof glass, and glass slag flew everywhere. Lin Tian smiled in satisfaction. Bulletproof glass may not protect against grenades. After the smoke cleared a little, Lin Tian quickly walked inside the bank. He went to the work area behind the counter and opened one of the drawers and safes, only to find the counter empty, not a penny in sight. At this time Lin Tian then realized that the doomsday outbreak was during the New Year's Day holiday. The bank was in a state of rest, and the money should have all been transferred away. After all, banks don't store cash after hours and usually rely on money trucks for escort, delivering it in the morning and picking it up in the evening. Marred. Lin Tian cursed. All this ing effort for nothing, but experiencing a bank robbery was a treat. Just as Lin Tian was a bit chagrined, he saw two A-teams inside the bank. Old me can't come here for nothing, right? Lin Tian thought in his heart. So he picked up the submachine gun again and fired at the ATM's protective casing until it was riddled with holes, then smashed open the ATM machine with force, and there was really money inside, but not a lot. The two ATM machines together only had more than 100,000 cash. Okay, it wasn't a waste of time. Lin Tian recharged the cash into the system, and the balance broke right through 3 million, and his heart gradually balanced out a bit. And at that moment, in the lobby of Wanda Plaza, a group of people were shivering and snuggling close together. It's atrocious. It's simply atrocious. There were submachine guns and grenades again, and everyone was living in peacetime. So where had they seen such a scene? The crowd was scared out of their wits by Lin Tian's violent behavior, not daring to utter a single breath. And the person who had a cross-faced face before, as if he was the head of a bully, had his eyes rolled, and then walked towards an individual. Want money or life? The leader of the bullies said towards one of the men. To life. The man stammered in reply. Take all the money if you want to live. 4. Why? The leader of the bullies glared with big eyes. Didn't you see that master's searching for gold and robbing banks? He must be obsessed with money. It's better for us to take the initiative to hand it over than to be passive, right? And the robbed man couldn't help but nod at that. That makes sense. He then took out half of some of the gold and silver jewelry he had picked up at the mall earlier, which he had picked up for nothing anyway, so he considered it a breakthrough. And the bullies didn't think too much of it. It was pretty much just a matter of getting it right. One by one he searched for them, some paying more, some less, and soon he had scavenged a pocketful of gold and silver. At this moment, Lin Tian happened to come out of the bank with a gloomy face. After half a day's effort to get more than $100,000, it would be strange for him to be in a good mood, mainly because I was expecting too much before, thinking that it was at least a bank, but I ended up getting over $100,000. As for the head bully, he couldn't help but shiver when he saw Lin Tian's gloomy face, and then he was secretly glad that he was lucky to have a quick turn of mind. He quickly greeted him and handed Lin Tian a pocket of gold. Master, this is the brother's filial honor to you. Lin Tian froze, then opened his pocket and looked at it. Ooh, these guys are on the up and up. Chapter 78, Monster Attack. After coming out of the Wanda Plaza, Lin Tian recharged the gold that those people had honored him with into the system. Ding! Recharge successfully. Account balance 5,287, 359 yuan, 5 million. The account balance broke the 5 million mark in one fell swoop, and Lin Tian was in a great mood. He then exchanged a physique fruit, and after eating it, his stamina was instantly pulled up to full strength, and his head didn't hurt and his waist wasn't sore anymore. Then drive home on a snowmobile, and at that moment, the underground garage. Hey, did you guys hear that? It seems like there's some kind of sound, a young man said softly with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. His body leaned forward slightly, his ears straining to catch the sound if any, trying to discern exactly what it was. The wind is blowing, another middle-aged man responded, full of concern. It's not too normal to have sound when the snow keeps falling and the north wind is howling. Nope, doesn't sound like the wind. The young man frowned, his eyes glancing around in the dim garage light but unable to find the source of the sound. At that moment, another man stepped forward and said, I heard it too. It seems to be coming from that corner over there, kind of like something dragging something heavy. Shoo, listen carefully, you guys. The man made a nervous gesture of silence. The crowd instantly quieted. Branch. Now the crowd seems to have heard it all. The sound was like a rusty chain pulling slowly across the floor, or like giant claws scratching at the concrete. What is that sound? Someone couldn't help but shiver. Who the hell is it? Don't play God there. Someone boldly chided loudly. That's right. People scare people to death, you know? Stop it and get out. The crowd yelled and screamed, trying to dispel their inner fears in this way. And the voice instantly came to a screeching halt, as if intimidated by the crowd's aura. People breathed a sigh of relief. Their taut nerves soothed a little. Phew, I thought there was really something dirty. Yeah, that just scared the out of me. Guess it's someone's bear. And just then, without warning, the voice sounded again. This time louder and creepier. The hearts of the crowd were instantly raised to their throats again, their bodies involuntarily leaning towards each other. Who? Get your ass out here. Stop it. Whose kid is it anyway? Yet there was no response. Only the voice continued. Branch, branch. The voices grew shriller. It also seems to be getting closer. A dimly lit garage with this sound pulls the horror vibe right out of the bag. Some of the women even closed their eyes, not daring to look again. Just then, a dark shadow flickered behind a distant pillar. The black shadow was extremely fast and disappeared in just a flash, making people wonder if they were blinking. What's that? A sharp-eyed person exclaimed. The cry broke the otherwise oppressive silence, and the eyes of the crowd turned in unison in that direction, but saw only darkness. Fear spread quickly through the garage. Could it be monsters? Suddenly, someone remembered the monster Lin Tian had mentioned earlier that he had encountered in the plastic surgery hospital, and these words were like a heavy bomb, instantly sending the crowd into a deeper panic. No way. Didn't Lin Tian say that he had already killed that monster? A young guy said with a face full of skepticism, a hint of complaint in his eyes. Bluffing? Maybe he was scared away by that monster. A middle-aged woman bristled, her voice sharp and accusatory. That's just it. Who knows what the hell was going on back then? So what now? People panicked, some even with tears. And the sound was still traveling back and forth through the garage, but the source of the sound being made was nowhere to be seen. Each step felt like a heavy step on the hearts of the crowd, making their hearts beat faster. Suddenly, a monstrous shadow appeared on the wall, huge and twisted, accompanied by a creepy growl. The crowd could no longer hold back their screams of fear. Demon! A woman's face turned pale, her eyes glaring extremely wide as if her soul had been drawn out of her body. Help! It's coming! It's really coming! The crowd cried out, their voices echoing through the garage, making it seem even more miserable and desperate. Everyone was trapped in the garage, and if any monsters did appear, there was really no place to run. The monster, however, seemed to be teasing the crowd, and was in no hurry to attack, running to this end of the garage one moment, and appearing at that end the next, his figure flashing rapidly between the vehicles. Moving with the agility of a ghost, he brought up a gust of cold wind wherever he went, and at the same time knocked a man who was trying to escape to the ground. The man fell and looked at the monster in front of him in horror, his body trembling unceasingly, forgetting even to cry out. The monster didn't attack him immediately though, but circled around him a few times, letting out a low roar as if mocking his weakness. The crowd could only watch in horror as it continued to create chaos without being able to do anything about it, and the monster didn't really attack any of them, as if it was teasing and waiting for something. After a few moments, the creature seemed tired of playing before disappearing into the darkness. People sat paralyzed with palpitations and gasped for air. What the hell is that? Someone asked with a trembling voice, their eyes filled with fear and doubt. Human-like, not human, beast-like, not beast-like, simply unlike the creatures on the blue planet. Quick, call Lin Tian. It's his fault for having to go out there. Now he's invited the monster. That's it. Hurry him back. The crowd sat in a circle, their bodies still trembling, their eyes staring warily into the dark corners around them. I think we'd better find a place to hide first. We can't just wait around. Hide? Where can we hide? This garage is just this big. That monster comes and goes as it pleases. We have nowhere to run. People are becoming more desperate. I've just had a little bit of a full stomach. Are we going to become someone else's ration again? And Gawain was holding his cell phone, calling Lin Tian over and over again, but he couldn't get through. His hands were so sweaty that he could barely hold his cell phone. He had no choice but to send over a message to Lin Tian, praying that Lin Tian would hurry back. And at this moment, Lin Tian was heading back in a happy mood. The outline of the neighborhood is becoming clearer. Buzz buzz. With 32 points of perverted physique, Lin Tian was keenly aware of the sound of the cell phone. He stopped his motorcycle, took out his cell phone and glanced at it, his face instantly becoming grim. At the same time, it's bewildering. He clearly remembered that the monster had been blown up by him. How could it come back to life and find his lair? Could it be the other end? Lin Tian frowned, but he didn't have time to think about it. and pressed the gas pedal to the floor, moving quickly toward the neighborhood. Chapter 79, Can You Do It? Fine dog? Lin Tian rode his motorcycle into the neighborhood as fast as the wind, and then ran straight toward the underground garage. When his figure appeared at the entrance of the underground garage, the crowd in the originally dead, silent and fearful garage was like being injected with a shot of cardiac stimulant, instantly reacting. Those who had been sitting paralyzed on the ground, their eyes vacant and despairing, looked up, and a spark of hope was rekindled in their eyes. Lin Tian, you're finally here, Auntie Wang shouted excitedly, with a hint of complaint in her eyes. Some of the young girls, who had been crying like pears, had stopped their tears at this time, their eyes staring tightly at Lin Tian, their lips trembling slightly. Lin Tian ignored the crowd, his gaze calmly scanned around the garage, but he didn't see any monsters. Everyone, don't panic yet. Tell me the monster's previous pattern of action. It was extraordinarily fast, weaving back and forth between the column and the car. It was impossible to see. Before this person could finish, Lin Tian suddenly turned around. Found you. And that unknown monster actually revealed a very humanized look of surprise at this moment, as if it didn't believe that Lin Tian could even discover it. However, the monster did not hide again, but instead charged straight towards Lin Tian. It was too late. Enemies are not as good as each other. Only to see that the monster instantly arrived in front of Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian was unperturbed, and with a faint smile still hanging at the corner of his mouth, he dodged the monster's attack with a slight sidestep. The monster's heart was filled with astonishment as its blow fell short. It didn't expect Lin Tian to be able to avoid its swift strike so easily. Its eyes, which were originally flickering with a strange blue light, had a few more moments of anger in them at the moment, and a low growl came out of its throat, as if it was venting its annoyance. With the help of his dynamic vision, Lin Tian saw the monster's every move clearly. The monster attacked again. It waved its sharp claws, bringing up a whistling wind sound, and pushed straight for Lin Tian's throat. Lin Tian leaned back without slowing down, and the claw almost scratched against the tip of his nose. Then he rolled smoothly, pulling away from the monster, while at the same time there was a dagger in his hand at some point, flashing with a cold light in the dim light. The monster grew angrier and angrier when it saw Lin Tian responding so calmly. It began to frantically move quickly around Lin Tian, trying to create countless phantoms to confuse him. However, in Lin Tian's eyes, these phantoms were nothing more than child's play, and his eyes were always locked on the monster's main body. The monster saw a moment and lunged from the side, opening its bloody mouth and revealing its sharp fangs. Lin Tian, however, dodged sideways like a bolt of lightning, followed by a backhanded stab at the monster's back with his dagger. The monster ate the pain and let out an earth-shattering roar as it turned around and lunged towards Lin Tian again. This time, the monster gathered its strength into both claws and ruthlessly slapped towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian gently leapt up and made a turn in the air, landing firmly behind the monster before raising his leg and kicking the monster in the joint of its back leg. The monster stumbled and almost fell. It turned back angrily, its eyes red, and recklessly rushed towards Lin Tian, faster and more powerful than before. However, Lin Tian remained calm and collected. His dynamic vision allowed him to anticipate every movement of the monster in advance. He skillfully dodged the monster's attacks while looking for the monster's breaks, ready to deliver a fatal blow. After the monster lunged again, Lin Tian saw the right time. He bullied his way up like a ghost, and the dagger in his hand viciously stabbed at the monster's side waist. The monster tried to dodge, but it was exposed by its previous frantic attack, and the dagger pierced into its body with precision. Eerie blue blood spurting out. The monster let out a wail of pain and struggled to get rid of the dagger. How could Lin Tian give it a chance? He stirred it hard and the monster's body trembled violently. Immediately after that, Lin Tian pulled a grenade and stuffed it inside the monster's wound before darting back. With a deafening thud, the monster was blown half of its body and lay dying on the ground. The remnants of the body were still twitching slightly, and a large amount of eerie blue blood gurgled out from the shattered limbs, converging into a pool of foul-smelling blood on the ground. The eyes that were originally flashing with a ferocious light had also become dull at the moment, and could only half open feebly, looking at Lin Tian who was standing not far away, and seemed to still have a trace of unwillingness and resentment remaining. Lin Tian cautiously approached the monster, holding his weapon tightly in his hand, always on guard against a counterattack before it died. However, the monster had clearly lost its ability to resist and could only allow Lin Tian to walk to its side. "Can you do it, dog?" Lin Tian mockingly looked at the monster. "How dare you come to seek revenge on him? You really don't know how to die." If he hadn't gained dynamic vision, it might have been hard to tell. But now, take it without injury. The creature hadn't even touched his fur. It was estimated that this monster was now also full of doubts. How could this person become so powerful in just 2 days? And Lin Tian looked down at the slightly panting monster. similarly marveling at the strength of its life force. I can't believe you're still alive? He thought for a moment, then instructed Gawain and the others, fetch a large barrel. Gawain and the others heard the command and hurriedly looked around, and when the others saw that this monster was so easily subdued by Lin Tian, they couldn't help but feel another layer of fear towards Lin Tian in their hearts. Just now, when Lin Tian was fighting, his magnificent stance, lightning-like speed and his precise anticipation of danger had shocked them. Some of the people who had complained about Lin Tian before even quietly hid themselves behind the crowd. Not long after, Gawain and the others came carrying a used gasoline barrel. Lin Tian looked at the size of the bucket and thought it was quite suitable, so he added, "Go to the car and pump out some more gasoline." He then shoved the dying monster into a gasoline barrel. Since the creature was half blown apart, with its spine fractured, it was pretty well stuffed. "You guys, go and pick up all those minced meat as well and throw them into the bucket," Lin Tian ordered again. One has to be cautious in everything. Who knows if this monster has the ability to regenerate itself by dripping blood? And those few people who had been pointed out didn't dare to disobey Lin Tian's orders, so they could only force themselves to endure the nausea and carefully use their tools to pick up the minced meat on the ground one by one and throw it into the bucket. Lin Tian then poured the pumped-out gasoline into the bucket. That's right, he was going to burn this monster to death. Otherwise he couldn't think of a way to completely kill this monster. The grenade didn't kill him last time. Who knows if it will this time? After everything was ready, Lin Tian threw the cigarette butt into the gasoline barrel. Boom! The flames instantly leapt up and enveloped the entire gasoline barrel. At the same time, it was accompanied by the creature's shrill cries, which seemed especially miserable under the licking flames. But gradually, the screams grew weaker and weaker until there was no sound, and in the air, there was actually a smell of meat. The crowd gathered curiously around the burning gasoline barrels and watched silently as the flames faded. After the flames were extinguished, Lin Tian looked at the carbonized remains of the monster and nodded his head in reassurance. If the monster could still be resurrected like this, there was nothing he could do about it. He then instructed Gawain, "You guys get rid of this body. It was disgusting to be covered in blood," and he had to hurry back to wash it. "Yes, sir," Gawain replied in a respectful voice. Lin Tian's fighting prowess from before had similarly stunned him. At the moment he was truly convinced. After Lin Tian left, Gawain named a few more people at random. "You guys go throw this monster out." The unlucky ones who were ordered didn't dare to resist, so they could only wait for the gasoline barrels to cool down and carry them outside. While walking, someone said, "Don't you guys think that this monster's meat is quite fragrant? Gross. I wouldn't eat it if it smelled any better. It's been a long time since I've eaten meat. Why don't we?" Several people stopped in their tracks in unison, and some even gulped. If it was before the end times, then people would definitely not eat this crap meat, not even if it smelled good. But now, a few people looked at each other and then rummaged around in the barrel. "Hey, what's this?" Suddenly someone rummaged around inside the creature's body and found a bright crystal. The crowd was drawn to the crystal. The crystal was diamond-shaped, about the size of a thumb, with a colorful light flickering on its surface, as if there was energy slowly flowing inside, transmitting a mysterious aura. But before the crowd could finish admiring it, the crystal suddenly turned into a flash of light, instantly drilling into this person's body. Chapter 80, The First Alien. Ah! Jong Yong let out a miserable scream. Just now he didn't have time to react at all, and that mysterious crystal suddenly drilled into his body. At this moment, Jong Yong felt as if his body was being pulled by an invisible force, his muscles tightening and his bones making a slight clicking sound. His eyes were tightly closed, his forehead veins bulged, bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down from his forehead, and his entire body curled up into a ball on the ground, groaning in pain. The crowd gathered around in horror, but they didn't dare to get close, and could only watch as Jong Yong's body gradually changed in the light, only to see his originally ordinary body begin to swell, his muscles bulging at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the surface of his skin glowing with a faint halo. Suddenly, Jong Yong violently opened his eyes, a piercingly bright light bursting out from his eyes, followed by a loud shout as his entire body leapt up from the ground. At this moment, his aura was very different from before, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura. "Jong Yong, are you alright?" A person who was more familiar with him asked cautiously. Jong Yong paid no attention to the bystanders, but slowly raised his own hands, looking at the faint energy glow surging in his palms, his heart filled with surprise. He could clearly feel an unfamiliar yet powerful force flowing through his body, as if he could manipulate the power of ice and snow as long as he moved his mind. He tried to concentrate on the energy in his body and gathered it into the palm of his right hand. In an instant, a small ice ball formed in his palm, which emitted a ghostly blue cold light, and the air around him seemed to be frozen by it, condensing with threads of frost. This The few people around them looked at the ice ball that appeared out of nowhere in Jong Yong's hands, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. One was too shocked to speak. Some were even chagrined as to why it wasn't him who had just found the crystals. At this moment, even the little cutie also knew that Jong Yong had gained a heavenly favor. In an instant, the men were simultaneously plunging back into the gasoline barrel in an effort to rummage around to see if there was a second or even a third mysterious crystal. The crowd couldn't care less about nausea right now, their hands picking their way through the carbonized remains of the monster. And they didn't care if a few stars of fishy-smelling detritus splattered on their faces. The men's movements became more and more frantic, churning up the remains of the monster, and the already horrific sight became even more unbearable. And at that moment, Jong Yong's heart burst with ecstasy. Is this the psychic ability? I've actually gained the ice ability. Ha 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 ha, Laozi has evolved. Jong Yong shouted excitedly, having gained the ice ability in the ice end times. It was as if he had already seen a future vision of himself calling the winds and rain and being omnipotent in these end times. With a gentle wave of his hand, the ice ball shot out like a stringed arrow, instantly exploding on the wall in front of him, with countless ice prongs splashing in all directions like concealed weapons, deeply embedded in the wall. In a flash, however, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, as if his body was overdrawn. His legs trembled slightly, and he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The excitement on his face also instantly faded, replaced by a hint of pallor and panic. What's going on? Does this psychic ability still have side effects? Jong Yong slowly crouched down against the wall, holding his head with both hands in an attempt to alleviate the bout of dizziness. No, it should run out of energy, Jong Yong concluded after a short period of reflection. At this moment, he had obviously overused this newly acquired supernatural ability, causing his body's energy to be drastically depleted. Then he saw the monster's limbs that had been made all over the ground by the crowd, and a bold thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He slowly stood up and staggered toward the pile of limbs, then picked up a piece and chewed on it. The fishy-smelling monster meat entered his mouth, and Jong Yong only felt a wave of nausea well up in his heart, but he forced himself to endure the discomfort and continue to swallow. As the monster's flesh and blood slid into his stomach, Jong Yong felt a warmth slowly rise, a feeling of energy regathering within his body. That feeling of vertigo just now had lessened quite a bit as well. The other few people, after rummaging through the barrel over and over again, could not see the second crystal, and each of them was filled with frustration. How come there's no more? That Jong Yong kid is too lucky. That's right, this is a chance to change your destiny. Just miss it. Mud. Damn it. These few people looked at Jong Yong enviously, marveling at his good fortune. And when they saw that Jong Yong was gulping down the monster meat, one of them rushed to pick up the minced meat on the ground and chew on it as well. Who knows if this monster's meat also brings evolutionary powers? The crowd held back their nausea and inner resistance, their cheeks bulging as they struggled to swallow the inexplicably flavored minced meat. It was just a pity that the monster's meat didn't bring evolution to the crowd, and they didn't obtain magical supernormal abilities like Jong Yong did. However, everyone could clearly feel a long-lost warmth slowly spreading through their bodies, because of the long-term hunger and weakness of the body. At this time, as if it was injected with a vitality, the original weak and feeble limbs gradually have some strength, and the spirit of the depressed also invigorated a few points. Even though I didn't get the powers, this meat seems to really fill my stomach, and it also makes me feel less weak. A man touched his stomach, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yeah, it's been a while since I've felt like this. Maybe this monster's meat can be our new food source. Another man chimed in, a little more thoughtfulness in his eyes. And at that moment, Jong Yong also completely eased up from the initial discomfort, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. That's the glow of ambition. As the saying goes, when you are armed with a sharp weapon, your killing heart starts itself. Jong Yong knew that in this post-apocalyptic world, having power was the same as having everything, and the ice and snow ability he had now acquired was undoubtedly a knocking brick on the door to the pinnacle of power. He slowly stood up, scanned the crowd around him, cleared his throat and said, "Brothers, we've been living like mole crickets in this post-apocalyptic world, letting people bully us and not having enough to eat." When the crowd heard this, they all turned their gazes to Jong Yong, wondering what he meant. Jong Yong raised his volume and said, "First Gawain, then Lin Tian. We have been oppressed and enslaved. Take this one. Why should we be allowed to take out the trash?" Jong Yong said this while sweeping his eyes over the faces of the crowd one by one, with dissatisfaction and anger on his face. But fortunately, the heavens have an eye for me, allowing me, Jong Yong, to obtain this miraculous supernormal ability. And this is the turnaround that the heavens have given us. The next few people slowly heard and understood. Jong Yong is ready to set up the stick. I'm not going to lie to you, brothers. This supernatural ability I've acquired, besides having a powerful attack, more importantly, it allows me to not be afraid of the cold. With that, Jong Yong took off his coat and threw it aside. Although the garage is relatively closed, not as cold as the outside world, but it is also minus 10 degrees. But Jong Yong bare bladder, there is not the slightest intention to shrink. Other than that, at least I can go out and find food for everyone. When the crowd heard about the food, their eyes lit up. Chapter 81, The Six Lanting Brothers. Brother Jong Yong, if you can really find food, it will save all of our lives, a man said excitedly. Jong Yong raised his chin slightly, a confident smile on his face. You guys look at that Lin Tian. Why should he be able to make his way in this post-apocalyptic world, embracing people left and right? Why can't we? We can also set up our own mountain. And as long as everyone follows me, this area will all be ours from now on. We can grab more food and make a good life for ourselves, never having to starve or freeze or be afraid again. As soon as they heard that there was a good life and food to be looted, a greedy look appeared in the eyes of the crowd and they responded. Brother Jong Yong is right. We all listen to you. You are our big brother. We'll rely on Brother Jong to cover us from now on. We'll follow you. These guys are garage sidekicks. Gawain doesn't kiss and tell, and Lin Tian doesn't love. At this time, if you can hold on to Jong Yong's thighs, you may have a chance to turn the corner, and no longer need to be sent at will to do the most dangerous, dirty and tiring work. These guys didn't realize that taking out the trash would lead to a better tomorrow. Brother Yong, what do you think we should do now? A man who looked a few years older than Jong Yong called out to his brother in a natural way. Jong Yong paused, and his expression was slightly gloomy. Since heaven arranged for us to have this opportunity, it is also fate. Why don't we worship first? Jong Yong knows that if he wants to make things happen, he can't rely on himself alone. And when the other five heard that, they responded instantly. Okay, let's tie the knot. Jong Yong, you will be our big brother from now on. Yes, big brother. Jong Yong quickly and humbly said. No, 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 let's go by age. Okay, listen to you. The crowd was not pretentious. Anyway, it doesn't matter who you call big brother. It only matters who is big brother. The six men stood in a solemn circle, and in the dim and putrid-smelling corner of the garage, a special bonding ceremony was about to begin. Jong Yong was the first to speak, his voice steady and powerful. Today, although we are in a desperate situation in the end of the world, our destinies are tied together, and the heavens have given us this destiny. In order to survive, in order to seek a great cause, we would like to form a brotherhood here, and from now on, we will share the same suffering, life and death together. The crowd chanted in unison, sharing the same pain and suffering, living and dying together. Then, Zhao Gang, who was the oldest in line, picked up a sharp piece of broken iron from the side and gently scratched on his own index finger, and crimson beads of blood slowly oozed out. He raised his finger to his chest and said with a firm gaze, I, Zhao Gang, swear by my blood today that I will treat my brother with abject sincerity and will never leave him, and if I violate it, heaven and earth will destroy me. The crowd followed suit, each cutting their fingers and dripping blood to make a vow. When it was Jong Yong's turn, he gathered up a trace of ice and snow supernatural energy in his fingertips and gently stabbed. I, Jong Yong, even though I have gained supernormal abilities, I do not dare to forget the love of my brothers. I will lead you to break through the darkness of the last days and share the glory. If I have any second thoughts, this power will backfire on me and I will never be able to recover. With those words, he dropped the drop of blood on the ground as well, mingling it with the blood of the others. The six then knelt together toward the garage wall. From now on, we are the six brothers of Lanting, because the neighborhood is called Lanting by the water. The people named it Lanting Six Brothers. Big brother, Ergo, Sandy, Jong Yong is the third in line. Several people kowtowed to the cold wall and made a pledge. Do not seek to live on the same day in the same year and month, but seek to die on the same day in the same year and month, to enjoy the same blessings and endure the same hardships, and to violate this oath, heaven and earth will be destroyed. After the simple ceremony, Zhao Gang, who was the oldest, looked at Jong Yong and said, Third brother, what should we do next? Although Zhao Gang was the big brother, he knew who to listen to. Jong Yong lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, I think we can stay here for a while before we say anything. Lin Tian is strong, so if there is any danger we can push him out to be a shield. Even though Jong Yong had gained psychic abilities, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could stand up to Lin Tian. Even that monster had been lightly killed by Lin Tian, let alone him. Of course, that's just for now. When my powers become strong in the future, that can't be said. Jong Yong thought secretly in his heart, and the crowd unconsciously nodded when they heard Jong Yong's words. Guns hitting heads. Who knows what other dangers are hidden in this end of the world? Hiding behind Lin Tian for the time being is not a bad idea. Third brother is right. Chen Fang, the sixth in line, echoed. Jong Yong smiled and then said, During the day, You guys will cover for me while I go out and look for supplies. It will be easier for me to move around in the ice and snow by utilizing this psychic ability, and it will also be easier to find some resources buried by the ice. You guys just stay here in the garage and keep an eye on all the party's movements, and let me know as soon as anything happens. Also, everyone be smart. Don't let Lin Tian and the others notice anything different about us. Jong Yong said with a serious face. The reason why he had bonded with these people also had the factor of secrecy here. Only by tying everyone's interests together is it impossible to leak. Otherwise, if Lin Tian knew that he had acquired psychic abilities, wouldn't he tie him up and slice him up for study? In all seriousness, he was also considered to have robbed Lin Tian's chance and picked up Lin Tian's slack. After all, that monster was the one Lin Tian had gotten killed. Third brother, don't worry, we definitely won't leak the news. Boss Zhao Gang swore with assurance. We are now grasshoppers on the same rope. No one will be foolish. Well, big brother, I trust you. Jong Yong nodded slightly. In the next few days, I'll feel out more ways to use my supernatural ability and see if I can make it stronger. Third brother, do you think it's possible to upgrade this psychic ability? Like what's written in novels? One level up, and at the back the power is incomparable. Oldest four asked curiously. I'm not too sure, but I feel that it should be possible. I just experienced dizziness after using my supernatural ability, probably due to excessive energy consumption, which means that I'm not skilled enough in controlling it, and it also means that there's a lot of room for it to improve. Jong Yong replied thoughtfully. Third brother, then you must hurry up and improve. When you're powerful, we won't have to be afraid of Lin Tian. Old Six said with a face full of anticipation. Yes, this day won't be too far away. Jong Yong's eyes were firm. The crowd began to move according to the plan. Jong Yong organized his clothes, took a deep breath, and then resolutely walked towards the icy land outside the garage. He didn't know if it was because of the ice and snow ability, but he was able to walk on the snow as if he was treading on it. In the garage, the boss, Zhao Gang, pretended to fiddle with some scrap tools as if nothing had happened, but his eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly from time to time. For their part, the second and fourth were in the corner seemingly chatting away, but actually keeping an eye on every movement that approached the garage. However, Chen Fang, the sixth in line, seemed distracted. His eyes flickered, and every now and then he stole a glance at the others, and when they weren't looking, he moved quietly toward a hidden corner deep in the garage. Chapter 82, A Great Secret. Mr. Gao, I have something urgent to see Mr. Lin. I have a heavenly secret to tell him. Chen Fang lowered his voice and said to Gawain. He didn't have Lin Tian's contact information, so he had to pull the strings through Gawain. Gawain raised his eyebrows when he heard Chen Fang's words, his eyes carrying scrutiny and doubt. Tell me first what the big secret is. Gawain responded nonchalantly. It was really hard for him to imagine what heavenly secrets everyone could have when they were trapped inside this broken basement. He didn't want any cats or dogs to bother Lin Tian, especially after seeing Lin Tian's amazing strength. Ever since he saw Lin Tian gently decapitate that monster, Gawain's mindset was unconsciously shifting. Gawain would definitely be upset if he was told to subjugate a young lad in his 20s just because of his weaponry. However, seeing Lin Tian's magnificent fighting stance, Gawain knew clearly in his heart that in this end times, there would definitely be a place for Lin Tian in the future, and he would most likely even become an overlord. Even if you are a dog, then you have to look at the master, don't you? So he had to be cautious about Chen Fang's request. If Chen Fang could really bring valuable information, then it would undoubtedly be a good opportunity for him to perform in front of Lin Tian, but if Chen Fang was just bluffing, then he mustn't let him waste Lin Tian's time. While Chen Fang heard Gawain's words, he was a bit hesitant. He didn't know whether he should tell Gawain first. The secret was too much to handle. What if Gawain wanted to keep it all to himself too? Chen Fang gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Gao, I assure you, this matter is very important, but I have to see Mr. Lin's face before I can say anything. When Gawain heard this, he frowned, knowing that the other party did not trust him, and a fire rose in his heart. Say what you like, or get lost. Mr. Lin has so many things to do every day. How can he have the time to come and see you? Chen Fang was anxious. Mr. Gao, really, I really have a heavenly secret. His eyes were full of tangles and struggles, and his hands rubbed the corners of his coat uneasily. Seeing that Gawain was still unwilling to contact Lin Tian, Chen Fang gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Gao, this secret is related to that monster just now. There was no way around it. Chen Fang could only reveal a little bit first. As expected, Gawain's demeanor changed instantly, his original impatience turning to a hint of curiosity. Carefully, he moved forward, his gaze fixed on Chen Fang, trying to see something in his face. Chen Fang swallowed his saliva and lowered his voice. Just now you did not let me go to deal with the body of that monster. And then that monster. Speaking of this, Chen Fang suddenly stopped talking. Gawain's appetite was being fished high at this time, and he reprimanded with dissatisfaction. And then what happened? Then what? Chen Fang said stubbornly. I'll only tell the rest to Mr. Lin. He came running to rat on the baggage of betraying his brother and betraying his trust, so naturally he had to sell it for a good price. If it goes through Gawain's hands, it's worth a lot less. Gawain stared dead at Chen Fang with a warning in his eyes. Are you sure it's a heavenly secret? Chen Fang raised his hand without hesitation. I swear. Gawain really had no choice, so he reluctantly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Tian. Things related to monsters were indeed worthy of attention, and although Gawain was displeased in his heart, he didn't dare to take it lightly. While sending the message, he didn't forget to warn Chen Fang, if Mr. Lin isn't satisfied later, you won't end up much better than that monster. Chen Fang couldn't help but shiver and said with forced composure, Mr. Lin will definitely be satisfied. Evolution. Psychic powers. Isn't that exciting enough? When he thought of the scene of Jong Yong's evolution just now, a flash of extreme cynicism flashed across Chen Fang's eyes. On what grounds? Why not him? Chen Fang's heart felt like it was being gnawed by poisonous ants. If you can't get it, destroy it. And at this moment, Lin Tian had already changed into clean and fresh clothes and was sitting comfortably on the sofa next to the wood stove. Flames blazed in the wood stove, roasting the entire space with warmth. The teapot made a slight tinkling sound on the stove. Water vapor curled up, and a few marshmallows were placed in a small, delicate dish on the side, giving off a tantalizingly sweet aroma. What a cozy scene to make tea around the fireplace. Shen Shurhan and Yelin knelt at Lin Tian's feet, one on the left and one on the right, their eyes full of adoration and love. Honey, I saw it all in the surveillance just now. You're so handsome, Shen Shurhan said petulantly, with a hint of an excited tremor in her voice. Yelin also nodded frequently at the side, the little stars in her eyes twinkling non-stop. That monster. It was scary to look at, but his own man took care of it in 3 tries. It was amazing. The two women's hearts were filled with pride and happiness, happy that they had met such a powerful Lin Tian in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world. And in the guest bedroom, Gao Wu's screams were still coming from time to time, the sound standing out in this seemingly cozy scene, but a few people seemed to be used to it. Lin Tian smiled, didn't say anything, took out a physique fruit and started today's portion of tonic. He gently took a bite and felt the surging energy from the fruit spread out in his body, nourishing his body and strengthening his muscles and bones. And when the two women saw the fruit, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The deliciousness and efficacy of the last time was still fresh in their minds. Lin Tian saw the eager appearance of the two girls. Then he took out another fruit and split it in 2, distributing it to the two girls. The two women served him so diligently and didn't forget to provide emotional value. They should be rewarded. Shen Shurhan and Yelin received the fruit with surprise and carefully put it into their mouths. The wonderful flavor instantly bloomed on their tongues and their eyes towards Lin Tian became even more fiery. Just when the two women wanted to show further, Lin Tian's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Lin Tian picked it up and glanced at it, revealing a look of surprise. A secret related to that monster? Interesting, he muttered. Then he put on another clean set of one-man gear and prepared to take a look in the underground garage. Dear. Shen Shurhan hugged Lin Tian's thighs with spring in her eyes. Lin Tian patted her lightly on her little head. Wait until I come back. With that, he turned and walked out. Sir. Gawain saw Lin Tian walk over and hurriedly bowed slightly, and Chen Fang was even more excited. It was as if he had already seen his soaring future, nodding his head even more at Lin Tian. Mr. Lin. Lin Tian nodded and stared at Chen Fang. What heavenly secret do you have? Chen Fang gulped, then began to recount the scene where Jong Yong obtained the crystal from that monster's body and then evolved to gain his psychic abilities. He spoke in a colorful manner, comparing the scene with his hands, describing Jong Yong's surprise when he discovered the crystal, the changes during the absorption of the crystal, and the various manifestations after obtaining his supernatural ability in extreme detail. Lin Tian and Gawain listened in awe. Evolution? Altered powers? What the is this? Gawain even had a flash of remorse in his eyes. At first Lin Tian had asked him to deal with the monster's corpse. If he had been more attentive and examined it carefully, maybe this chance would have fallen on his head. However, Lin Tian didn't have much regret when he heard it. He just felt a little pity. What was incomparably precious in the eyes of others, and could even change one's life against the heavens. At this moment, in Lin Tian's eyes, it was merely a matter of a skill fruit. $10 million? Sprinkles. There's no point in wasting emotions on this. And in the hearts of these few people are in their own calculations, but did not notice, not far away from the corner. At this time there is a pair of eyes secretly watching them. Chapter 83. Is everything you said true? Lin Tian's gaze was like a torch as he stared at Chen Fang. Chen Fang hurriedly straightened his body and swore, "I swear." Gawain frowned and questioned, "Then why did you come running to tell us this secret since you've already bonded?" Chen Fang was not panicked. He had already thought of a set of words to say, and with a look of horror on his face, he said, "Because I'm scared." "Scared of what?" Gawain leaned forward slightly, a hint of harshness in his tone. Chen Fang took a deep breath and continued to fabricate. "You didn't see that Jong Yong was arrogant at the time, saying that although he was temporarily using you as a shield, he would replace you sooner or later, and then, and ravish all your women." Chen Fang added some oil and vinegar to the provocation. And other than temporarily using Lin Tian as a shield, everything else was just made up by him. There was nothing else he could do. He couldn't say he was doing it because he was jealous of his brother. Could he? Moreover, he had left another eye in his heart. That is, he was worried that if Lin Tian had recruited Jong Yong, or if Jong Yong had surrendered and defected to Lin Tian like Gawain, then it would not be easy for him to live in the future. Therefore, it was best to provoke Lin Tian's anger and directly Jong Yong to death. And when Gawain heard Chen Fang's words, he instantly slammed his palm onto the wall next to him and cursed, "Bastard! He dares to insult Mr. like that. When I catch him, I'll have to break him into pieces." Gawain's anger at this time, although there are a few performances to show Lin Tian, but not all, because Lin Tian's women, it is likely to also include. Chen Fang was even more angry along with him, cursing together, "That's right, that Jong Yong is really too much of a bastard. Has he forgotten that it was Mr. Lin who saved us? If it wasn't for Mr. Lin's timely appearance, we might have all been played to death by that monster." Chen Fang had an indignant expression on his face at this moment, as if that Jong Yong was some kind of criminal. Lin Tian just smiled. He didn't disbelieve or believe all of Chen Fang's words. He looked at Chen Fang and said slowly, "You did provide a very valuable piece of information. Tell me, what do you want?" Lin Tian is not a little cutie. Chen Fang ran to tell on him. He must have something to ask for. As expected, Chen Fang's eyes immediately lit up when he heard Lin Tian's words, but his face pretended to be humble and said, I don't want anything. I just want to be able to follow Mr. Lin around in the future." He came straight to a retreat. He knew very well in his heart, a full meal and a full meal. He can still distinguish. Lin Tian nodded indifferently and said, "Then you will follow Mr. Gao from now on." Gawain was now followed by Zhao Xiaolong Zhao Xiaohu's group of old brothers, and placing someone with a previous record of informing on him might be of great use in the future. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Chen Fang was overjoyed. This was like going ashore and having an iron rice bowl from now on. Thank you, Mr. Lin." He then turned to Gawain and said respectfully, "Mr. Gao, please take care of me in the future." Gawain didn't care. He didn't care what Lin Tian thought. Anyway, even his own life was in the hands of others, so he listened to what they said. Immediately after, Lin Tian took out another explosive neck ring and handed it to Chen Fang. "Put this on. You have to wear this whenever you want to follow him." Chen Fang stared blankly, uncertainly looking at this somewhat insulting nature. Mr. Lin, what is this?" Lin Tian patiently explained. "This is an exploding neck ring. As long as I give a thought, the neck ring will explode. I don't need to tell you the consequences, right?" Chen Fang's face instantly became white as paper. The consequences of that, needless to say. The bomb exploded in the neck. That is certainly a dead ah. Lin Tian continued. "At the same time, this neck ring is also connected to my heartbeat. If I die, the neck ring will likewise explode." He looked at Chen Fang, his tone suddenly becoming gentle. "Of course, this is not mandatory. If you don't want to join us, you can leave it on." However, Chen Fang could hear a sinister meaning in Lin Tian's gentle words, which meant that if he wanted to join Lin Tian's gang, then he would have to wear it. At this time, his heart was caught in an extreme tangle and struggle. On the one hand, he clearly knew that wearing this neck ring was tantamount to placing his life and death completely in Lin Tian's hands, just like a captive slave, with no freedom or dignity to speak of. On the other hand, he also understood that if he refused to wear this neck ring, Lin Tian would never easily let go of him, the one who knew the secret and had come to tell on him. Jong Yong's side he is completely betrayed. Going back is also a dead end. After a painful inner struggle, Chen Fang gritted his teeth and barely managed to squeeze a pleasing smile on his face as he said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Lin, I'm willing to wear it, and I believe that by following you, I'll have a chance to survive in this post-apocalyptic world." After saying that, he slowly stretched out his trembling hands to receive the exploding neck ring that was like the scythe of the god of death, and carefully put it on his neck. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Then you will inform me when Jong Yong returns." After instructing Gawain a couple more times, Lin Tian was ready to go back. He couldn't have been waiting here for Jong Yong. Moreover, listening to Chen Fang's description, it seemed that Jong Yong was not particularly powerful right now, except for not being afraid of the cold and being able to walk freely on the snow. That ice and snow ability ran out of power after using it for a bit. Lin Tian didn't even care about it. And just as Lin Tian turned around to leave, Chen Fang suddenly called out to him, "Mr. Lin, then should Jong Yong's wife be arrested first?" Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly felt as if he had underestimated this informer. This kid is also quite good at thinking things. No, from this aspect to Jong Yong to come to the bottom of the payroll. However, the matter of arresting someone's wife, Lin Tian still had some hesitation in his heart. Forget it. Lin Tian waved his hand. It wasn't like he had any enmity with Jong Yong. There was no need to be so desperate. But after thinking about it, he said to Chen Fang, "In that case, you can go ahead and keep her under guard. Don't let her run away. Okay, Mr. Lin." When Chen Fang heard this, he immediately became energized. He was looking forward to performing more here with Lin Tian. In his opinion, as long as he can hold Jong Yong's wife, then even if Jong Yong has great ability, he has to throw himself away. It's not that he's vicious, it's mostly that he's scared. If he lets the Jong Yong escape, then he won't have a peaceful life in the future. Lin Tian ignored Chen Fang's petty thoughts and turned around to leave the underground garage in big strides. As he walked, the corners of his mouth slowly rose, outlining a meaningful arc. Interesting. Monsters, exotics. These end times just keep getting more and more interesting. When they returned to the room, Shin Shirhan and Yelin immediately pestered them. The two women had just cleaned themselves and were now fragrant. "Honey, you're finally back. People have been waiting anxiously." Shin Shirhan beamed and said. Yelin chimed in. "Not really." Snap, snap. The two women covered their faces and were honest. Lin Tian was about to say something, but right at that moment, Tang Wanru's cries for help suddenly rang out from the guest bedroom. "Lin Tian, it's not good. Gao Wu he seems to." Chapter 84, Gao Wu's last request. "Lin Tian, it's bad. Gao Wu he seems to be dying." Hearing Tang Wanru's cries for help, Lin Tian had no choice but to press those poses he had just thought of into his mind and quickly walked to the guest bedroom's medical barn. Shin Shirhan and Yelin glanced at each other and also put away the pouting look on their faces and followed behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian crossed to the door of the guest bedroom in a few steps and violently pushed open the door, only to see Tang Wanru standing beside the bed with a terrified face. At this moment, inside the medical warehouse, various instruments were dripping, revealing a sense of tension, and Gao Wu was lying on the bed, his body twitching constantly, his face flushed, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down on his forehead, and his mouth was still emitting slurred mutterings from time to time. "Lin Tian, Gao Mo won't be able to hold out much longer." Tang Wanru shouted anxiously once again. "What's going on?" Lin Tian asked with a frown. Tang Wanru bit her lip and said with a hint of timidity, "I was just sawing my ribs. Maybe it hurts too much?" Carrying out such an operation without anesthesia is an extremely risky thing to do, and being able to last for so many days has greatly exceeded Tang Wanru's expectations. But now that Gao Wu was in such a state, she was really afraid that she would harm Gao Wu's life because of this. If Gao Wu really had a shortcoming, she didn't know how to face Lin Tian, and she also didn't know if Lin Tian would take his anger out on her. Lin Tian's frown tightened as he listened to Tang Wanru's words. He quickly walked over to Gao Wu's bedside and bent down to check on Gao Wu's condition. At this point Gao Wu seemed to have reached his deathbed. The eyes began to roll up slightly, and the mumbles that came out of his mouth grew fainter and more slurred. "Dr. Tang, just don't come back?" A hint of despair flashed in Tang Wanru's eyes as she slowly shook her head. If it was placed in a tertiary hospital there might still be a way to save it, but I'm just a plastic surgeon. I've done my best. Trying your best? What it means when a doctor says that is probably clear to everyone. And Gao Wu seemed to have heard Tang Wanru's words, his body no longer twitching as if he was ready to meet death, and perhaps a hint of relief. What had happened to him in the past few days had really made his life worse than death. Every second since lying on this operating table he has lived a very torturous life. Physically, mentally, physically and spiritually. And the sharp pain when he just sawed his ribs was as if it was going to tear his soul apart. The sound of the cold instrument rubbing against the bone, each sawing motion accompanied by a burst of pain that drilled through his heart and tore through his bones. Now, listening to Tang Wanru's words, which were almost like a pronouncement, he instead felt a sense of relief. Gao Wu's mouth was still muttering indistinctly. The voice was as weak as a candle in the wind that could go out at any time. "What did you say?" Tang Wanru bent closer to Gao Wu, her ear almost to his mouth, wanting to hear more clearly. Don't make things difficult for my brother." Gao Wu used his last ounce of strength to spit out these words with difficulty. It was entirely for his brother Gawain that he had lasted so many days. Yao Wu was worried that once he died, Lin Tian would take it out on his brother. But he really couldn't hold out. Lin Tian, he said, please don't make things difficult for his brother. Tang Wanru's eyes were red, and there was a hint of choking in her voice. She straightened up and looked at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with anticipation, hoping that Lin Tian would grant Gao Mo this last request. The fact that Gao Wu could still think of her brother at this time really touched her. Shen Shurhan and Yelin were equally distraught. Death was always sad. Although the two women didn't know what kind of grudge Gao Wu had with Lin Tian, but a person's death should always eliminate the grudge. The two of them looked at Lin Tian with the same anticipation, hoping that Lin Tian would be able to fulfill this last request of Gao Wu. Lin Tian stood by the bedside, quietly listening to Gao Wu's words. Not much expression could be seen on his face. If you die, it will be your brother's turn to lie on this operating table. Lin Tian's voice was low and cold, as if it did not carry a trace of temperature. When Gao Mo heard Lin Tian's words, his body began to tremble violently again. The look of slight relaxation he had just experienced due to his impending relief was instantly replaced by horror. His eyes were extremely wide and bloodshot, as if he couldn't believe the words he was hearing. Devil! You're a total devil! You won't let me die in peace? Gao Wu's chest rose and fell violently, and his already weak body seemed like it could collapse at any moment under this emotional agitation. How could he not expect that Lin Tian would be so cruel? In the last moments of his life, not only did he not give himself a hint of comfort, but instead used his brother's safety to threaten him. Wasn't it for the sake of his brother Gawain to be safe and sound that he had braced himself all the way through, enduring severe pains unimaginable to ordinary people? But now, Lin Tian was trying to crush even his last hope. Takamu's lips trembled as he tried to say something else, but only a whimper of pain escaped. His eyes were filled with despair and pleading. He tried to raise his hand to grab the corner of Lin Tian's coat, as if that would make Lin Tian change his mind, but that hand only flailed feebly in the air for a few times before falling back heavily onto the bed. Suddenly, Gao Wu felt as if he was plunged into an endless abyss of darkness, unable to escape no matter how much he struggled. There seemed to be an inexplicable, mysterious force pulling at him, to drag him completely into the endless depths of that darkness. The feeling was marvelous. Obviously the body was already extremely weak and his consciousness was fading, but he could clearly perceive this strange power. But his current life force was now simply not enough to support him to explore what this mysterious force actually was, nor was he able to resist its erosion. Each weak breath seemed like a last-ditch struggle against the force, yet it seemed so futile. Gao Wu's eyes grew dimmer and dimmer, and in the gaze that was originally filled with despair and pleading, a few more points of confusion and fear were added at this moment. Is this what death feels like? Gao Wu asked himself silently in his mind. But he wasn't willing. He really wasn't. His lips trembled slightly, as if he still wanted to open his mouth again to beg Lin Tian to spare his brother Gawain, but it was as if something was choked in his throat, and he could only let out a weak, unsentenced sound. On the side, Tang Wanru, Shin Shurhan and Yelin were also shocked by Lin Tian's words as they stared at him with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Tang Wanru's lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something to persuade Lin Tian, but she was afraid of offending him, so she could only swallow those words back raw. Shen Shurhan and Yelin, on the other hand, snuggled closer to each other, and their bodies trembled slightly, as if they were frightened by the sudden coldness. They didn't understand why Lin Tian had to do this. In their opinion, Gao Wu had already been tortured to the point of death, so why would he still give such a cruel blow at the last moment of his life? However, they didn't dare to open their mouths to plead for mercy because Lin Tian was their heaven. At this moment, Lin Tian looked at Gao Wu, whose breath was dying on the operating table and whose eyes were full of unwillingness and despair, and his face was still the same cold look with no visible emotions. Pain? Pain is right. He then exchanged a physique fruit and handed it to Tang Wanru. Feed this to him. Chapter 85, Blessings from a Bad Situation. Tang Wanru looked at the fruit Lin Tian took out and froze slightly. She didn't expect Lin Tian to suddenly take out such a thing. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by surprise. This mysterious fruit in front of him, judging from the light it emitted, was by no means unusual, and might actually be able to save Gao Wu's life. Shen Shurhan and Yelin, on the other hand, were equally surprised. Of course they recognized the fruit. It turned out that the words Lin Tian had just said were only to stimulate Gao Mo to survive, and it was only at this moment that they came to a realization. With this magical fruit, Gao Wu might actually be able to rekindle life yet. Shen Shurhan and Yelin glanced at each other, their eyes filled with anticipation and relief. Tang Wanru hurriedly reached out to receive the physique fruit and held it carefully, as if she was holding a rare treasure. Then she quickly walked to Gao Wu's side, gently lifted Gao Wu's head, slowly brought the physique fruit to Gao Wu's mouth, and softly said, Gao Wu, quickly eat this. You'll get better after eating it. Gao Wu's consciousness was already a little fuzzy at this point, but instinctively felt something near his mouth. He slightly opened his mouth and the physique fruit slid down his throat. Originally, Gao Wu realized that he was struggling with that endless, inexplicable dark and icy abyss. Just as he was about to be completely consumed by this dark abyss and sink forever, suddenly, a warm current spread from his throat. That warm current was like the warm sun in winter, instantly dispelling the coldness and haze in his body, and flowing toward his limbs and bones in an extremely swift manner. Wherever this warm current went, Gao Wu could clearly feel his body functions that had been on the verge of collapsing regaining vitality little by little. It was as if his nearly stagnant blood circulation had been re-energized and began to slowly accelerate its flow. The weak and feeble muscles also seemed to be nourished, gradually regaining some elasticity, no longer as limp and feeble as before. Even that chaotic and unbearable consciousness began to gradually become clearer under the impact of this warm current. Gao Wu's eyes were originally dull and full of despair, but at this moment there was also slowly a trace of life, and the fire of hope was rekindled in those eyes that were like dead ashes. He moved his fingers slightly, feeling this marvelous change coming from his body, and his heart was filled with astonishment and gratitude. Although it was still unclear what had happened, he knew that he seemed to have been pulled back hard from the gates of hell and given a chance at life. Tang Wanru, Shen Shirhan, and Yelin were nervously and expectantly watching Gao Wu from the sidelines, and when they saw his originally lifeless body gradually reacting, their faces revealed delighted smiles. Tang Wanru was even more excited with tears in her eyes. She gently held Gao Wu's hand and said softly, "Gao Wu, it's great, you're saved. You must get well. After about a few minutes, the various instruments in the medical silo also stopped ringing. Those instruments that had been continuously emitting dripping sounds and flashing with warning lights seemed to have sensed the improvement in Gao Wu's physical condition and quieted down, making the atmosphere inside the entire medical warehouse no longer so tense and depressing, but more soothing and peaceful. Gao Wu's originally pale as paper face began to have a hint of blood, and his body's convulsions gradually stopped. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze a little confused at first, as if he was still trying to break free from that chaotic realization. Then, his vision gradually cleared and he looked towards Lin Tian outside the medical warehouse. There was something more inexplicable in the eyes. Thank you, thank you. Gao Wu spat out these two words with difficulty. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. Thank you? You're a funny one, little old sister. In fact, Lin Tian didn't expect that physique fruit would actually pull Gao Wu back from the brink of death. Originally, he was just beating a dead horse and taking a chance. Whether or not the physique fruit could work on Gao Wu, he didn't have a clue in his heart. I didn't expect this try, but there was really a miracle. Gao Wu's body actually began to show obvious signs of improvement. It seems that there will be another means to save your life in the future. Lin Tian looked at Gao Wu, who was gradually recovering, and said to Tang Wanru, "Since you're not dead, let's continue." The tone of his voice was so flat that it was as if he was talking about a trivial matter that was no more than ordinary, not the least bit moved by the fact that Gao Mo had just been pulled back from the ghost gate. With that, he turned and left. What's half a rib? Tang Wanru, however, shuddered. Devil. This one is a devil. She really couldn't understand how Lin Tian could be so cold and heartless. Gao Wu had only just struggled back from the edge of life and death. His body was still extremely weak, and now he was going to be made to endure the severe pain of sawing his ribs. This was simply to push people to death. Shen Shirhan and Yelin similarly looked horrified. They snuggled up to each other, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. Lin Tian's ruthlessness once again exceeded their expectations. But in a flash, the two women were glad. Compared to Gao Wu, what were the things they had encountered before? The two women hurriedly followed Lin Tian out, carefully following behind. And when Gao Mo heard Lin Tian's words, he even shivered. He thought that if Lin Tian saved him, that he had already forgiven him, but he didn't expect that he would still have to torture him. A drop of crystal slowly slipped from the corner of Gao Wu's eye, and the moment Lin Tian turned around, a small black hole appeared on Gao Wu's fingertips, but it quickly disappeared without anyone noticing. The black hole seemed to have been created out of thin air, carrying a mysterious and bizarre aura. The moment it appeared, a faint but strange power seemed to emanate from it, gently brushing the edge of the operating table and causing the air around it to fluctuate slightly. But the subtle aberration was fleeting, as sudden as its appearance. Gao Wu himself was slightly stunned. He didn't know what was going on with this black hole. He only felt a slight tingling sensation coming from his fingertips, which then disappeared. He secretly wondered in his heart, could it be related to that thing Lin Tian had just given him? After all, after eating that physique fruit, the body appeared this strange phenomenon that had never been seen before. It really made people unable to resist associating it in this direction. Gao Wu wanted to evoke that strange feeling in his fingertips again, but no matter how much he concentrated and tried to feel it, He couldn't make that tiny black hole appear again. And he couldn't capture that strange tingling feeling anymore. It was as if all that had just happened was just a short-lived hallucination. But the faint trace of a strange sensation that remained in his fingertips was clearly reminding him that it had really happened. What in the world is that? Gao Wu was full of doubts and curiosity, but was clueless. At this time, Tang Wanru walked over with an electric hacksaw. Tang Wanru walked to Gao Wu's side, her lips trembling slightly, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. She really couldn't bear to lay her hands on Gao Wu, but Lin Tian's order was like a huge mountain pressing on her heart, making her not dare to disobey. Gao Wu raised his eyes to see Tang Wanru as well as the hacksaw in her hand, and a hint of despair, as well as fear, flashed in his eyes. Do you know what it's like to have a rib crushed out of your body? He slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, preparing to endure that impending excruciating pain once again. Soon, the room once again resounded with Gao Wu's screams and the horrible sound of crunching. Tang Wanru operated the electric hacksaw, a flash of doubt in her eyes. It was obvious to her that this sawing wasn't quite the same as it had just been. It seems, bones are harder than they were just now? Chapter 86, Don't Come Back. Exiting the room, Lin Tian turned his head and said to the two women with an expressionless face, "If you two are afraid, you can go to the next room. Next door, there's still his army of female news living." Upon hearing this, the two women knew that it was their attitude just now that had upset Lin Tian. The two of them shook their heads in a hurry, and Shin Shurhan hurriedly said, "Honey, we're not afraid. We just didn't react for a moment. We'll be fine. Don't be angry." There was a hint of currying favor in their voices, trying hard to salvage Lin Tian's impression of them. At this moment, Shin Shurhan's heart was full of remorse, blaming herself for not being able to control her expression just now, causing Lin Tian to be so displeased. If she lost Lin Tian's heart because of this, then it would be difficult to have a good life in this end of the world. Moreover, since she had been together these days, her adoration and dependence on Lin Tian had deepened daily, so how could she be willing to leave him at this time? She had long since gotten used to being around Lin Tian, feeling his scent and doing his bidding, and that feeling made her both relieved and satisfied. Yelin chimed in and nodded her head, saying, "Yes, dear, we'll be right here. We're not going anywhere, and we'll do whatever you want us to do." Her feelings towards Lin Tian were complicated, from fear to adoration to fear again. This man was like a mystery, inscrutable. She never knew what kind of appearance Lin Tian would appear in front of her in the next moment. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and sized up the two of them. That gaze seemed to be able to see through their minds, making the two women feel as if they were on their backs. After a while, he slowly spoke. "In this post-apocalyptic world, only those who are obedient have a way to live." He was trying to make it clear to the two women that in his place, there was little room for casual mistakes and absolute obedience must be maintained at all times. The two women nodded their heads and responded in unison. "Yes, dear, we understand, and we'll be obedient." Then the two women wrapped their arms around Lin Tian's left and right and continued what they had just not finished. At this time, in the sky, wind and snow, Jong Yong carried a large pocket of food. The footsteps of the brisk walk toward the neighborhood. Upon closer inspection, there was not even the slightest footprint left in the snow. If this bizarre scene were to be seen by an onlooker, it would be so shocked that it would simply defy common sense physics. But Jong Yong seems to be oblivious to the fact that he is still walking steadily in the snow and wind with that brisk pace. He had a cozy look on his face, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, as if this icy and harsh environment was nothing more than an ordinary scenery to him. Just now Jong Yong to the neighborhood next to the Yonghui supermarket shopping around. That supermarket although suffered a wave of looting, but the good thing is that the remaining supplies are still rich. He packed a large pocket of food. There are some of her favorite chocolates brought to his wife, thinking of giving her a surprise when he arrives home later, and seeing her happy look. Jong Yong's heart is warm. There were also beers and down-home lo mein brought for the other 5 brothers, and his heart was filled with anticipation as he imagined the hilarious scene when he got home later and his brothers were sitting around drinking and eating meat and talking about everything. In the midst of the wind and snow, Jong Yong not only did not have a trace of fatigue, but instead was very energetic, because he had sensed that there seemed to be a mysterious energy fluctuation in the snow and wind. It was a marvelous sensation, as if there were countless subtle currents coursing through the air, tantalizing his perceptions if nothing else. Moreover, he seemed to be able to channel this mysterious energy into his body. With each attempt, Jong Yong felt as if a warm current was slowly flowing in his body. The feeling was very wonderful, as if every cell in the body was cheering under the moisturizing of this warm current, and the slight fatigue that had originally arisen from running around in the snow and wind was instantly swept away. Even the supernormal ability that he had just acquired seemed to have become more comfortable under the infusion of this mysterious energy. Previously, the use of the supernormal ability was still slightly raw, and the effect was not that significant. But now, with the integration of this mysterious energy, the supernormal ability was performed more smoothly and naturally, and the power was also vaguely showing signs of enhancement. Or evolutionary factor? Or what? Jong Yong accelerated his pace towards the neighborhood while continuing to ponder. Now that he had just completed his evolution, his strength was still very weak, and it would undoubtedly be good news if he was able to absorb this mysterious energy from the wind and snow to continuously strengthen himself. This mysterious energy seemed to be an opportunity given to him by the heavens, and as long as he could grasp it properly, he might be able to use it to realize a rapid increase in strength. Maybe it won't be long before I can be even stronger than Lin Tian. Jong Yong mulled it over in his heart, and a glint of anticipation and excitement couldn't help but flash through his eyes. He was both envious and jealous when he thought of Lin Tian's prowess in the neighborhood. Surrounded by beautiful women, Lin Tian seemed to be an overlord-like existence in the neighborhood, and everyone was either in awe of him or obedient to him. Power, women, whatever you want, whatever you want. Wasn't this the state of life he had once dreamed of? He used to only be able to look enviously at Lin Tian as he called out the wind and rain, and at the adoring gazes that the beautiful women cast at Lin Tian. But now the situation was different. He had gained the opportunity to evolve and possessed supernormal abilities, and he had also discovered the mysterious energy in this wind and snow that could strengthen himself. As long as he grasped it well and continuously absorbed this energy to enhance his strength, he might really be able to surpass Lin Tian and become a truly powerful person with a voice in the neighborhood and even in this area. Thinking about this, Jong Yong's footsteps faster. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the neighborhood, and the vision of the future in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. In this roiling snow and wind, it was as if he had already seen himself becoming powerful by virtue of absorbing that mysterious energy, raising his eyebrows in the neighborhood and rewriting the fate that he once could only look up to others. Suddenly, buzz buzz, Jong Yong's cell phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it, and instantly his face turned as white as paper. Just see what it says on the phone. Don't come back, don't come back, don't come back. Chen Fang ran off to rat you out. You've been exposed. Even your wife is under surveillance. Don't come back. Big brother can only help you so far. Take care. Jong Yong looked at the message sent by Zhao Gang, his older brother who had just been sworn in, and only felt a chill run straight up from the soles of his feet to his heart. His hands involuntarily trembled slightly, and his eyes stared dead at the cell phone screen, as if hoping that the words on it would suddenly disappear and turn out to be an illusion that he had misread. Chen Fang. Jong Yong gritted his teeth and chanted the name. We all just swore an oath to share the same pain and suffering and never leave each other, only to turn around and run to snitch on him and sell him out. It was because he was worried that some people were jealous and eye-catching that he had tied up with the crowd, wanting to bind everyone together with benefits, so that they could all keep the secret, driven by their common interests. But I didn't realize that he had underestimated the human heart. Lin Tian. Jong Yong's eyes flashed with a hint of indignation as well as fear. He wanted to rush back right now, save his wife, and then Lin Tian to death. Jong Yong's mind kept surfacing some images of what his wife might be suffering from. His heart ached as if it was being burned by fire, and he couldn't wait to rush over immediately and fight Lin Tian to the death. But he didn't dare. He was afraid that not only would he not be able to save his wife at that time, but he himself would have to be taken in, and that would really be the end of the world. Jong Yong clenched his fists, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, but he was oblivious to the pain. Ah, wait, all of you. I'll be back.